Tan Ying was speechless, but for her this was not surprising since after all, he was Jiang Wushwang. He turned around, and while his body was releasing purple energy, he revealed that in the Palace of Emptiness there were 18 steps. The last step every 300 steps was the most difficult. By climbing it they would be able to obtain rewards. This step seemed to be testing willpower, but in reality it was a review of soul strength. He started to look at Jiang with a lost gaze and mentioned that his origin was not good, since as a child he had not been purified by the treasures of heaven and earth. Compared to them, his foundations were somewhat deficient. He suggested to him to proceed with caution and not rush into breaking barriers. He should slowly seek a way among them. While he was explaining this, Jiang took a small leap and climbed to step 300, leaving everyone speechless. Jiang approached him and with a confused look asked if it was really so difficult to climb this step and also if he was acting just like him. Jiang Wushwang was somewhat shocked and angry at the same time. He was unable to believe that Jiang had climbed this step so easily. A system window appeared, and for having climbed 300 steps of the Taeksu Hall, he obtained an origin crystal as a reward. A green crystal appeared in Jiang's hand. He started to look at it and couldn't help but feel happy since this was an incredible reward. Although the insects could not use it, he had heard that Uncle Jigang had been in the third transformation for many years, but thanks to this, he had been able to ascend to the fourth transformation. This crystal was much more powerful than the reward that Jiang Wuyusang had obtained. Little Nine manifested, and with a hungry look asked Jiang to climb faster since she wanted to eat the trail. Jiang started to look at the taxi hall and with a confused look asked her if she was referring to the trail that was on top of the hall, to which she replied with a yes. At that moment, Little Nine's stomach began to growl, leaving Jiang somewhat confused. She started forcing Jiang to climb faster. He asked her to wait since even though she really wanted to eat, it wasn't necessary to push him. Tang Ying and Bai Feng turned around and upon seeing this, they were left speechless, while on the other side, Jiang Wushwang became furious. He clenched his teeth tightly and began to look at him with a gaze full of rage. He could not allow Jiang to surpass him. He started to shake his fists, and 8 hands appeared behind him and he began to climb like crazy so as not to let Jiang surpass him. Bai Feng was somewhat surprised to see that the war god Jiang Wushwang had refined his body. His eyes filled with rage and he could not help but become furious, letting out a suffocating energy. For him, people like them were truly annoying. According to him, they should die. He extended his hands towards the sky and used the technique Blood of Gods and Demons called Dye the Sky Blue. His body began to release ghosts. He decided not to let them surpass him and also started to climb quickly. Several seconds later, 2 geniuses arrived at them and upon seeing that Tang Ying was standing and not competing with them, they thought this was very strange. She turned to them and with a serene look, explained that she was an assassin and could not be compared to those ogres. One of the men felt relieved to hear this, but at that moment, Tang Ying began to smile and little by little her body started to transform. She transformed into a snake and with a murderous look, she also began to climb quickly. The 2 men were left speechless and then hugged and thought that Mr. Tiger had not deceived them and that people were really too terrifying. For them, the 4 were admirable geniuses, but Jiang, who was climbing as if nothing, was the most terrifying. Hong Yao was surprised to see that Jiang Wushwang had made 8 hands appear. Bai Feng had gone crazy and Tang Ying had transformed into a snake. According to her, Jiang was really impressive since with his own strength he had caused everyone to lose their composure. Gu Kaishan closed his eyes and started laughing out loud, and told her that it was no wonder that he was his favorite disciple. In the blink of an eye, Jiang reached the top. He was the second in history to have achieved this. Now that he had reached the top, he could not help but feel somewhat relieved and relaxed. Hong Yao noticed something and her eyes filled with terror. She did not know what Jiang was going to do. Jiang extended his hand towards the sky, letting out the insects. He decided to let them out voluntarily so they could do whatever they wanted. All the insects slowly began to advance towards the Taeksu steel. Hong Yao started to observe them and she couldn't help but wonder if Jiang had released the 9 miasma wing. He had released all the insects to envelop the Taeksu steel. It was so mysterious that even the invincible dreamer had used it for enlightenment. The insects, who were very hungry, in a blink of an eye devoured the Taeksu steel, leaving no trace. Upon realizing this, Gu Kaishan was shocked. Jiang had absorbed the Taeksu steel by himself, something he could not understand. While Jiang was standing at the top of the Taeksu temple, Jiang Wushwang ascended several steps and began to stare at him silently. With a look full of hatred he accepted defeat this time, but swore to give his best when they competed in the ranking of prodigies of the Great Xia. Instead of continuing to ascend, Wushwang turned around and started to descend. Bai Feng and Tang Ying looked up and upon witnessing that even Jiang Wushwang had given up, he thought it was better to withdraw. According to her, this was no longer worth it since climbing up here had almost cost them their lives, and advancing further would harm their essence. Realizing that Jiang had reached the Taeksu temple, Mu Hankyu and Luo Sandao began to smile and could not help but feel happy. According to them, the master was incredible, and fortunately they too had completed their mission. A ranking window of the system appeared in the sky. The first on the list was Jiang Chen with 1008 stages. The second was Jiang Wuxuang with 623 stages. The third was Bai Feng with 609 stages. Fifth was Tang Ying with 600 stages. Sixth were Lei Zi and Liu Bijai with 304 stages, and the last were Luo Sando and Mu Hankyu with 300 stages. Gu Kaishan, who had his arms crossed, began to smile since without Jiang Chen, the others would not have been able to get this far. Hong Yao started looking at Jiang with a tender look. For her he was incredible, and this new generation was much stronger than they were back then. Several minutes passed and Jiang stood still doing nothing. And upon realizing this, Hong Yao became somewhat confused and with a surprised look began to wonder why he continued standing there in a trance when everyone else had already come down. Jiang was in his subconscious. The Taeksu steel was teleported to the insect nest, and little Nine hugged it, and her level rose from 22 to 25, obtaining several thousand devouring value. When she had said that she wanted to eat the steel, she meant to take it back to the insect nest. Now she was enjoying it and even had leveled up several times. While she was hugging the Taeksu steel like a baby, Jiang, who was on the ground, put his hands on his hips, started observing her and couldn't help but start smiling since the devouring values of the insects had also increased drastically. At this rate, they were going to be able to breed a third generation soon. He didn't know if the steel and 9 miasma wings were connected in some way. The statistics window of the Taeksu steel appeared. It was originally an abyssal anchor stone. Located at the bottom of the abyss, it was a compact artifact and one of the fundamental essences of the abyss. The Taeksu steel came from the abyss, and given that little Nine was the ruler of the abyss, it was not surprising that she wanted the steel more than anyone. Jiang emerged from the insect nest and returned to reality, and at that moment, in the place where the Taeksu steel had been, poisonous mist began to appear. Upon noticing this, Jiang went on alert and became confused at the same time. While his body was surrounded by poisonous mist, he was transported to another place. He had been recognized as the master of the Taeksu realm. No matter where he found himself, with a single thought, he could teleport back to the Taeksu realm at any moment. No one except the master could open the doors of the Taeksu hall. Jiang was somewhat surprised and realized that the Taeksu steel was the key to the Taeksu realm. Only he could teleport here at any time and no one else could open it. He could use the Taeksu hall as his final trump card. He left the realm, jumped, and decided that it was better to leave now. There were too many eyes watching right now. He wanted to avoid entering the hall for now to check it later. While he was in the air, Hong Yao and Gu Kaishan appeared and took him by both arms. He asked Jiang to come with him for a moment. They began to fly high and disappeared from sight. All the participants of the camp started to look at the sky and thought that the celestial king of the sword had captured Jiang. Thinking that it must be related to the Taeksu steel, some thought that this was happening to him for being too arrogant. Not far from the area there were snow-capped mountains. They went to another remote area. Gu Kaishan began to stare at him. One of the three invincible figures of Great Zia, the dreamer. Only he could observe the Taeksu steel in search of enlightenment. He wanted to know how Jiang had used the 9 miasma wings to absorb the Taeksu steel. With a serious look, Jiang stayed thinking in silence, and upon seeing that Gu Kaishan knew about the 9 miasma wings, he thought that he had summoned him to this place to kill him. With a cheerful look, Gu Kaishan asked him if he really thought he would be able to turn the 9 miasma wings into a poisonous mist and deceive everyone. Hong Yao, who was next to him, closed her eyes and started laughing since Jiang's expression was very cute. Jiang calmed down as, judging by their appearance, they did not want to kill him. He decided it was better to tell the truth. With a serious look, he revealed that the 9 miasma wings and the Taeksu steel came from the abyss, sharing the same origin. Or rather that the Taeksu steel originally belonged to the 9 miasma wings. Far from becoming alarmed, Gu Kaishan remained calm and told him that he should be aware of the Great Zia's stance on calamity. Now he had two options. He could stay in the Yunmeng swamp forever and live as an exile clinging to his life, or he could return with him and fight for his survival. Millions would want him dead, even those at the general or invincible level. Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but panic. He swallowed hard and was astonished since it wasn't just his imagination before. The old master had come to the Yunmeng swamp only to give him an exit. He didn't know why they hadn't met before. While he was lost in his thoughts, Hong Yao approached him. She started to point at him with her finger and with a serious look caught his attention, asking what he was thinking about and reminding him that the master had asked him a question. Upon hearing her voice, he came out of his trance. With a confident look, he decided to return. Although he carried a calamity with him, he had only killed bad people and did not believe he had done anything wrong. Since his conscience was clear, there was no reason to flee. Hong Yao began to look at him and she started to smile upon seeing his determination. Gu Kaishan, who had his arms crossed, began to laugh heartily. He expected nothing less from his disciple. Even though he did not want to admit it, even Jai Gang was not as good as him back then. Jiang was somewhat confused since he did not know what Uncle Jai Gang had to do with this. She closed her eyes, rested her fist on his shoulder, and asked him to remember that she was his older sister and Uncle Jai Gang was the second older brother. She explained that back then, Jai Gang had almost died at the hands of General Xiao when he had assaulted the Xiao family to steal Aunt Tang. The master had told him to hold his position, but he did not want to drag the master in and as a consequence, in the end, he was exiled to Chujiang City. Jiang realized that Uncle Jai Gang also held a grudge against the Xiao family. Gu Kaishan turned his back on them and mentioned that old grudges no longer mattered, whether they were invincible or generals. As long as Jiang's will was firm, they as master and disciple would face them together. When they returned to Jiangnan, his sword would open a path for Jiang. These words were more than enough to make Jiang excited. While he had his arms crossed, Jiang knelt before him asking him to accept the reverence of his disciple. At the same time in the city, the sun rose and in a skyscraper, a meeting among generals took place. The supreme commander of the war zone of Jiangnan named Duan Xinghai intertwined his hands and with a calm look mentioned that since all 12 titled kings of Jiangnan had gathered except Gu Kaishan and Nian Hongyao, he decided to get straight to the point. Everyone started to pay attention and he explained that based on their research, the poisonous mist of Jiangchen was actually the 9 miasma wings. According to the Great Zia's taboo ordinance, anyone who awakened a type of calamity or controlled a taboo object must be killed mercilessly. Asking for others' opinions on this, Mu Hankyu's grandfather, a red-haired man named Mu Henian, raised his hand and with a smile said that although the 9 miasma wings had caused great catastrophe in past eras, it was almost impossible for it to grow to that scale in the present. He believed that as long as Jiangchen was under proper supervision, it shouldn't be a big problem. And in the worst case they could simply take the 9 miasma wings and destroy it. There was no need to kill Jiang. Tang Jing's father, a man named Tang Wangchuan, raised his hand and he agreed with his assessment since the Great Zia's taboo ordinance had been issued 500 years ago. Back then, Great Zia was incredibly weak but today, Great Zia was strong and they could negotiate taboo matters more flexibly. Two of the generals started to talk among themselves to see who had been connected with Jiangchen from the beginning. They had heard that Mu Henian's granddaughter had gotten quite close to Jiang in the prodigy camp. Jiangchen belonged to Jai Gang. And Tang Wangchuan's daughter, Tang Jin, was also getting involved with Jai Gang. Upon hearing this, Tang Wangchuan became furious and at that moment, the door of the room shattered into pieces, creating a large curtain of smoke, leaving everyone in shock. The person who had destroyed the door was none other than old Xiao Yuanshan from the Xiao family, who wanted to kill Jiang at all costs. While his body was surrounded by a powerful energy, he began to point the sword at them and with a look full of hatred, he told them that anyone who dared to speak for Jiangchen must first be prepared to taste his sword. Upon seeing General Xiao, Duan panicked and apologized to Gu Kaishan. If it weren't for General Xiao intervening, perhaps he could have helped negotiate this, but now he was alone. He hoped that he would not blindly protect Jiang and sink as well. After a few hours, Duan, Jai Gang, and the others arrived at the area where the camp was going to land, and he explained that General Xiao had deployed the Celestial Punishment Squadron. They were all hidden in the nearby mountains. According to Jai Gang, this was a grand scenario and he also realized that Jiangchen and the others had to return soon. With an angry look, he grabbed the sword's hilt. If a fight broke out, he and Tang Jing were going to draw their swords. The old grudges and the new ones were going to be resolved together. He told Duan Feng that the night watch of Chujiang was now in his hands. Duan panicked and began shaking his hands. When he had intervened in the wedding, Duan had been with him, and now he was willing to cause trouble again. Yun Xiaoke, who had her eyes closed, put a hand on her waist and told them not to look at her, asking if they needed a healer. Feng, who was next to her, asked her to get lost since he enjoyed a good brawl and there was no way he would miss this. With a smile, Tan Jing asked old Jai not to be so formal since they were family. She started to point at the sky and saw a bright light, wondering if that was not Jiangchen and the others in the distance. Not far away on a mountain was old Xiao's squadron. who located their target. He began to point towards the sky with his finger and gave the order to the Heavenly Punishment Squad to prepare, and also asked the Divine Crossbows to get ready to shoot. Upon hearing his order, the men took out their crossbows and began aiming at the sky. At the same time, the Tanjiao camp began to approach the area quickly. Hong Yao started to look down, and upon seeing so many people she began to smile. Since this situation was similar to when Jai Gang had gone to the wedding, this was perfect for her, as last time she hadn't vented enough. Gu Kaishan remained calm and asked her what she was doing. With so many people watching, at least they should pretend that there was first courtesy, and then take action. Otherwise, people would think that their whole family were brutes. Gu Kaishan's body began to emit an orange energy. Hong Yao noticed that his killing intent was even stronger, thinking that where there was a master there must be a disciple. Behind them was Jiang. She turned her head back and with a cheerful smile asked what his opinion on this was, but he didn't even respond as he was once again lost in his thoughts. He was in the insect nest and around him were thousands of insects. A system window appeared informing that the reproduction of the 9 miasma wings had finished. The mother insect was level 27 and she had an offspring of 5.11 million. Seeing that the reproduction of the third generation had been a success before the war, he felt happy. And although it wasn't enough to defeat the nation, it was more than enough. Hong Yao touched his shoulder and asked him not to be afraid, since although he was not very strong, he had the master in her, making him come out of his trance. With a surprised look, he began to wonder what was happening. He started pointing at the mountain with his finger and explained that he was not afraid. He had just seen Uncle Jai Gang and the others on the mountain. First, he wanted to go see them and give them a gift. Gu Kaishan gave him permission since they were going to pass by there later anyway. Upon hearing this, he began to smile, and while his body was surrounded by poisonous mist, he jumped and started descending. Wushwang began to observe Jiang and with a surprised look asked that he not die since he had not yet played enough with him. Tang Ying realized that he had a calamity, and it was no longer surprising to him that he had been able to kill Xiao Beihan in an instant. Bai Feng felt somewhat worried about him, as she did not want the second person in all of the history of the Great Xia who had completed the Ladder of Emptiness to die. Jiang began to distance himself from them. Mu Hankyu started looking at him. Her master did not know if her grandfather was going to come help or not. Luo Sandao, who was next to her, told her that worrying now was useless. This level of war was something they could not help with. Causing no problems was more than enough. Some time later, Jiang landed in the area where Jai Gang and the others were, and seeing that they had come, he couldn't help but feel happy. He approached Uncle Jai Gang, took out a green crystal from his inventory, extended his hand towards him and reminded him that at first he had said he was going to gift him a set of epic equipment, but he hadn't been able to obtain it, but now believed that this was equivalent to it. Jai Gang extended his hand towards the crystal, began to observe it, and couldn't help but be shocked as it was an origin crystal. This was equivalent to having the key to enter the 7th realm. Jiang took out several more items. Among them there was equipment and weapons. To Aunt Tang he gave a silk scarf, to Duong a bow, to Chu Buling a dagger, and to Han Ki platinum level equipment. At the same time, old Xiao and the Heavenly Punishment Squad arrived at a cliff. He was furious and his eyes were filled with rage. Upon seeing that Jiang Chen had descended, he ordered them to prepare. At that moment, Duan Feng appeared, and using his hand began to signal him to stop. He asked him to wait a moment since more than 100 days had passed since the Tanjiao camp had disappeared. It was being taken care of by Gu Kaishan, so they could not be careless. The old Xiao turned his head back, started to stare at him and began to think, then he started to look down, and with a serious look decided to kill Gu Kaishan along with Jiang if he did not know how to appreciate what he had. After several minutes, the camp arrived near the area. Duan Feng began to observe it, and asked Gu Kaishan to surrender and hand over Jiang Chen. He and Xiao Yuanchen were great fighters from Jiangnan. Once the battle began, the city was going to suffer great losses. According to him, it was better to sacrifice Jiang. Gu Kaishan, who was standing on top of the camp, refused to give up, as in this life he had nothing to be ashamed of in Jiangnan, nor in the Great Xia. He had brought back 150 heroes from the district, and not only this, but he had also taken them on a visit to the Palace of Emptiness. The parents of the participants remembered that the Palace of Emptiness was a place of miracles, where many great ones sought power without success. They did not expect that the King of Celestial Sword would have a way to enter. Now their children were going to succeed. They could not just stand by doing nothing, and although they could not save Jiang Chen, they were not going to join the Xiao family. Duan turned around, extended his hand to one side, and with a smile explained that with these 150 heroes, the reputation of Jiangnan was going to rise like the tide. At that moment, the old Xiao Yuanchen appeared, and while his eyes were shining, he used his power, making 2 giant blocks of water appear. He was so powerful that the water from the rivers and the sea began to concentrate in the sky, creating a huge block of water. As his body was surrounded by water, he revealed that Jiang Chen could control a calamity, according to the law of Gratia. He should be executed, and as for Gu Kaishan, he was acting against the rules, protecting those who could control the forbidden. He had sealed off Tianjia's camp and all the examiners. According to him, Gu Kaishan had put the camp in danger. Everyone started to look up and saw that the water was slowly approaching the camp. Xiao Yuanchen could control the sea. Both he and Gu Kaishan were strong, so the others decided to be neutral and not join any side. With a calm look, Gu Kaishan asked Jiang to return and ordered Hong Yao to take care of the flight of the Tianjiao camp. Upon hearing this order, she began to use her powers and started controlling the camp. Jiang created a barrier around Jai Gang and the others so they would not intervene in the battle. He jumped up and using the poisonous mist began to fly. He apologized to them and also asked them to stay in the barrier watching without intervening. Upon seeing the barrier, Jai Gang was somewhat confused as he did not know when he had invoked the spell. He turned his head back and explained that he could not handle the spell, it would only dissipate once the battle ended. Gu Kaishan began to control his sword, making its blade emit a powerful golden energy. Old Yuanchen started flying, extending his sword sideways, causing a large tornado made of water to appear behind him. He couldn't believe that Gu Kaishan really wanted to draw his sword against him. He leaned the sword on his shoulder. Yuanchen had a power superior to the 8th level and also possessed more than 10 forbidden water spells. And Gu Kaishan only knew how to use a sword. He did not know what he was afraid of. Both prepared to fight, but at that moment, someone invoked an ice barrier which appeared between the two, preventing them from starting to fight. The person who had created the barrier was General Duan. While he was controlling the barrier using his fingers, with a sincere look he asked both of them to calm down, since if they were really going to fight, not only would the camp suffer but even the Jiangnan base next door would also suffer the consequences. For everyone's sake, he asked them not to fight. At that moment, Xiao Beihan appeared and told them that for the good of the people it was better for him and Jiang Chen to have a duel to the death. Upon hearing his voice, Duan turned around and seeing that he had appeared, he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. Now he had a new arm. Using the sword, he began to fly. He started to observe his arm and couldn't help but start smiling. Jiang had cut off his arm that day, and today he was determined to kill him with his own hands. Xiao Beihan began to advance towards them. Duan Feng extended his hand towards him, asking him to stop. According to him, Xiao Beihan's idea was better since the grievances of the young should be resolved by the young and the old generation should not intervene. Jiang also started to fly. He began to stare at Xiao Beihan. He knew that he was not good enough to have a 1 versus 1 death match, so he asked what his conditions were. He started to smile and thought that he was a very smart boy. His 2 conditions were that he could not use Little Nine nor her poison. Xiao Yuanchen began to fly and could not help but laugh out loud, as it was no surprise that he was his grandson. They were doing this for the peace of Jiangnan and for the well-being of the people. Gu Kaishan unsheathed the sword and with an aggressive look, he began to point the blade at them, and told them to stop saying nonsense. Just because they were on a high moral ground they could not do what they wanted. He prepared to fight and mocked Yuanchen, saying that if he had guts then he should stop harassing the children and come fight him. But Jiang grabbed him and stopped him, saying that they could not let others think that they were brutes. He started pointing at himself with his finger and with a confident look revealed that he did not need Calamity to win, since he had another way of dealing with him. Upon hearing this, he was somewhat confused and asked what other way he had to deal with him. Jiang reminded him that he had said he would teach him a secret technique. Gu Kaishan was shocked to see that he wanted to learn the technique now. Hong Yao, who was flying, panicked and thought he was joking since she had taken more than 10 years to learn the secret technique and Jai Gang still had not been able to master the technique until now. Xiao Beihan started laughing and mocked Jiang, asking if he wanted him to wait 10 years so that he could learn the technique. He began to smile and said it wasn't necessary. Just 5 minutes were more than enough. Gu Kaishan got angry and started shouting, explaining that the sword style was not something that could be learned so quickly. Xiao Beihan began to laugh even more, while on the other side, Yuanchen remained silent. Jiang took Gu Kaishan's sword, clenched his other fist, and with a confident smile asked him to teach him the technique. He started looking at the sword and fell silent. At that moment, the sword began to resonate, and upon realizing this, he was shocked. He started to look at Jiang with a confused look and did not take long to realize that he had been the one who had caused the resonance of the heart of the sword in the space of the void. Jiang approached Gu Kaishan, put his hand near his mouth and began to whisper, asking him to please trust him. Gu Kaishan started to gaze at the ground and remained listening in silence. A while later, he turned his head towards Xiao Yuanchen and with a serene look decided to trust him and asked him to show him what he knew. Seeing this, Jiang, who was behind him, could not help but start smiling. Seeing that Gu Kaishan had given permission to Jiang for a death match against Xiao Beihan, Duanfeng began pointing towards the sky with his finger, causing it to begin releasing a powerful energy. With a determined look, he decided to build a combat platform. Xiao Beihan, his grandfather, Gu Kaishan and Jiang stood still without making any movement, and not long after, a small island rose from the sea and began to fly until it was positioned in the middle of them. Duanfeng used his power again, causing a barrier to appear. Only Xiao Beihan and Jiang could enter, preventing anyone from interfering. The arrogant Xiao Beihan descended onto the combat platform with a smile full of confidence. He was eager for the fight to begin so that he could teach Jiang a good lesson. Last time he had won with the help of 9 miasma wings, but this time everyone would see how he was going to be defeated. At the same time, someone began to hit the barrier, but the attacks were useless. This person was none other than Jai Gang. He drew his sword and started launching powerful attacks with the intention of breaking through the barrier. He was very furious and ordered Jiang Chen not to participate in the fight. He did not understand how Gu Kaishan could allow this. He began to despair as his eyes filled with guilt, since if he had not let Jiang enter the camp, none of this would have happened. Upon seeing his behavior, the aunt was somewhat confused. She tried to console him by saying that the master was not someone who made choices without thinking about the consequences. Gu Kaishan unsheathed the sword, and while holding it with both hands, he began to point the blade towards the sky, causing it to start emitting an intense golden energy. He asked Jiang to remember that the sword of heaven was the sword of will. He had to win the fight, and to do this, he had to act without thoughts and let himself be guided by his heart. Jiang began to observe the sword with a surprised look and fell silent. Gu Kaishan brought the sword closer to his face, and with an aggressive gaze, he asked him to observe carefully. He used the technique called Energy Slash and, using all his power, launched a powerful cut towards Xiao Yuanchen, and it started to approach him at enormous speed. Upon seeing that Gu Kaishan had attacked, he decided not to stand idly by and drew his sword, began to point the blade towards the sky, clenched his other fist tightly and used the ability called Total Defense, making his body start to emit an intense and powerful red energy. He could not believe that the old man was thinking that his attack could have any effect. Duanfeng began to look up, and upon witnessing this, he could not help but start sweating and panicking. His eyes filled with confusion as he did not know what was happening and thought that this made no sense, since both had agreed to let Jiang and Xiao Beihan have a fight. Xiao Yuanchen prepared to defend himself from the attack, but to his surprise the attack was not directed at him, as it passed by with great speed on the side, leaving him in shock and somewhat confused. The attack began to move quickly towards the sky, until several seconds later it impacted against a barrier that was in the sky, causing it to break into pieces. The reality was that hidden in this barrier was a giant dragon. Gu Kaishan's attack impacted against the dragon, cutting its tail in half. The dragon's eyes began to shine, and with a murderous look, it started to stare at Gu Kaishan. Xiao Beihan began to look up at the sky and saw how the dragon's tail was falling to the ground. The dragon began to disappear into a crack, and with a look full of hatred called Gu Kaishan bastard, and it decided to come back for him. Several seconds later, the crack began to close and the dragon disappeared completely. Duanfeng started to look at the crack and was shocked, since this dragon was called Black Dragon, who lived under the Yangtze River. It was very dangerous. Everyone's attention had been fixed on the duel, and Gu Kaishan had been the only one who could perceive its presence. He rested his sword on his shoulder, and with a calm look revealed that this dragon was trying to have a chance to obtain the 9 miasma wings. This dragon has an 8th grade cultivation, half that of the 9 miasma wings. Xiao Yuanchen's eyes filled with surprise upon seeing that this old thief was indeed skilled. Gu Kaishan, who had the sword resting on his shoulder, turned around, closed his eyes, and began to laugh heartily, asking Jiang if it wasn't impressive to see the master wielding the sword for the first time. Jiang approached him, clenched both fists, and was impressed. Seeing this, Gu Kaishan asked him if he had learned something. Jiang began to smile and with a look full of confidence, extended his hand towards the ground, making green energy appear. He started to use his power and decided to borrow Uncle Jai Gang's sword. A root appeared in Uncle Jai Gang, who was somewhat confused, handed over the sword, causing the root to wrap around it. Jiang borrowed his sword, began to observe it and couldn't help but start smiling. Gu Kaishin, who was behind him, was somewhat confused and with a surprised look asked why he didn't want to use his master's sword and why he had borrowed Jai Gang's sword, to which Jiang replied that soon he would understand why. He jumped up, got on the combat platform and decided to wield the sword just like his master to look cool. Gu Kaishin, who was watching all this, thought that he was a very strange kid. Hong Yao descended to the island and was shocked, her eyes filled with worry, as she did not know how the master could allow this. According to her, this was equivalent to sending Jiang to death. She remembered that Duan Feng was receiving benefits, and seeing that he still did nothing, she began to wonder what kind of invincible he was. She could not allow this to happen, so she decided to take Jiang away from here. Gu Kaishin, who was observing Jiang, remained silent in thought. She decided to intervene, but at that moment, her body stopped and she lost control. She became somewhat confused as now she could not move. Gu Kaishin crossed his arms and with a sincere look explained that in this arena of life and death, only Jiang and Xiao Beihan could enter. He knew that Jiang was strong. It's just that he had not manifested his power yet. Upon hearing this, her eyes filled with regret. A single energy could keep everyone away except for two people. This was the true power of an invincible being. She remembered that she had just spoken ill of him. In a calm voice, Gu Kaishin explained to her that Jiang did not want to provoke a war and did not want to see Jiangnan in ruins. Hong Yao turned her head towards him and with a surprised look, she asked if it was necessary to sacrifice Jiang's life for the good of others. Gu Kaishin turned to her and with a serene look explained that Jiang Chen was not going to die since he had just taught him how to use the celestial sword. Upon hearing this, Hong Yao was left in shock and speechless at the same time. She did not know if the master was joking. At the same time, in the combat arena, both drew their swords, and Xiao Beihan began to laugh out loud, thinking that the old man was crazy if he believed that using the celestial sword was something that could be learned at a glance. Calling Jiang trash. Xiao Beihan's mockery did not affect Jiang, who gripped the sword tightly, and while it was surrounded by golden energy, he began to show a confident smile, and decided to teach him if he really was trash. Xiao Beihan clenched his fist tightly and his body began to emit a suffocating malevolent energy. He wanted to see if he had the courage to fight against him without using the 9 miasma wings. Bai Feng and Jiang Wushuang were also observing this. Bai Feng asked him his opinion on who was going to be the winner. With an uncertain look he replied that if Jiang used the poisonous mist, then he was going to be the winner. The tension in the atmosphere began to heat up, and Bai Feng reminded him that according to the rules, Jiang was not allowed to use this. Jiang Wushuang explained that then he was going to die since Xiao Beihan had experienced defeat, and had gotten back up and focused his heart on martial arts, becoming stronger than before. Xiao Beihan began to look at Jiang with a gaze full of hatred, and the sword began to emit a green energy. The sword he had in his hand was ranked 20th on the list of divine weapons of Great Xia. Jiang put the sword close to his face and adopted an offensive stance. Xiao Beihan began to point the sword at Jiang and with a smile praised him for having initiative. With his broken sword, dying under the glow of the moon was going to be an honor for him. Jiang started to look at him and with a smile asked him to stop talking so much. Then he raised the sword into the sky and it began to emit a purple energy. He placed his other hand in front and asked Gu Kaishin to watch closely and try to correct him if he had any mistakes. He used the technique sky knife called the Sword of Humanity, and using all his strength launched a powerful cut towards Xiao Beihan, causing him to go on alert and be surprised at the same time. The energy of the attack was so strong that the others began to cover their faces with their arms and close their eyes. No one knew what this was or why their eyes hurt. At that moment, Hong Yao appeared and using her power, created a red barrier around them, and ordered the people with weak souls to close their eyes. She couldn't believe that little Jiang had so much power. Gu Kaishin's eyes filled with surprise and he couldn't help but be shocked. He couldn't believe that Jiang had really learned it, although it could only attack the soul. Just before the attack could hit, Xiao Beihan accurately swung the sword and deflected the attack without much effort. He began to feel excited and with a smile mocked him, asking if this was the famous sword of the sky that he had been talking about so much. According to him, it had no abilities. Upon seeing that the attack could target the soul, he revealed that the Xiao family was recognized for its powerful soul. He gripped the sword tightly, raised it into the sky, causing a golden moon to appear behind him. He used the ability called Star and Moon Cut and launched a powerful attack towards Jiang. He began to clean the blade of the sword and couldn't help but laugh. He adopted a defensive stance and revealed that the first attack had only been a test. The second attack was the potent one. He grabbed the sword tightly and with a look full of hatred revealed that this attack was not aimed at the soul. Jiang used the technique called Earth Knife. He launched a powerful cut towards Xiao Beihan, and it effortlessly cut the moon in half. In the process, it also wounded Xiao Beihan, who began to bleed, his eyes filled with surprise as he did not know how this was possible. The attack that Jiang had launched was so powerful that it also left marks on the ground of the arena. Duanfeng, who was floating the island with his powers, began to look up, and upon witnessing this, he could not help but be stunned and start to sweat as he realized that arena was going to explode. According to him, someone with a second-level power could be capable of doing this. The arena began to shake, causing the sea water to start floating, and Duanfeng decided that it was time to reinforce it. At the same time, Jiang's attack reached Xiao Beihan, who quickly drove the sword into the ground, creating a small golden barrier around his body, blocking the attack. In the process, he was aware that he had to block the attack because otherwise he would lose his life. Due to how powerful the attack was, Xiao Beihan began to sweat, and with a look full of rage he mentioned that one must lift their head and look towards the northwest where the floating clouds were. He had to lean on the sword that was longer than 1,000 miles. Without hesitating for a second, he used the forbidden spell called the Maximum Essence. At that moment, the swords of the participants of the Tanjiao camp began to fly, leaving everyone somewhat confused. Some even raised their hands in order to control their swords. But it was all in vain. Now no one was able to control their sword, nor did they know what kind of spell this was. All the swords that were being controlled by Xiao Beihan began to emit a powerful energy, and in the blink of an eye, the sky filled with sharp swords. Xiao Beihan, who had the sword stuck in the ground, used the divine weapon technique called Soul Moon, which allowed him to make all the swords return to the sect. Once he used this technique, the blades of the swords headed towards Jiang and slowly began to fall. Jiang, who was holding the sword with one hand, adopted a defensive stance. He did not know what was happening. With this attack, Xiao Beihan was sure he could kill Jiang. While with one hand Duanfeng was making the arena float, he grabbed his wrist tightly using the other hand. He started to sweat since he knew that these two were crazy. With a look full of panic, he ordered his subordinates to bring support to help reinforce it, since otherwise the arena would collapse. Upon hearing his order, the two men next to him joined their hands and began to use their power to help reinforce. Xiao Beihan stood up, gripped the sword tightly, causing it to start emitting a suffocating energy. He began to look at Jiang with a confident gaze and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Certain that Jiang had already lost, it didn't matter if he had awakened a divine level class or even if he had learned to use the celestial sword. Without the help of the mother insect, he was nothing. This spell was going to break down his body into 1,000 pieces. The swords began to advance towards him at great speed. Jiang adopted a defensive stance and asked Xiao Beihan why he was underestimating his opponent. He started to swing the sword and couldn't help but smile, and upon seeing that the attack was approaching him, he had no other option. He used the celestial sword technique called Curse Cutter. He launched a powerful counterattack, which impacted against the swords, creating a huge explosion in the sky that blinded everyone. Xiao Beihan was no match for Jiang. His attack began to slowly disintegrate Xiao Beihan's body. His eyes filled with tears and fear. He didn't know how it was possible for Jiang to be so strong. In a matter of seconds, the explosion disintegrated his body until only ashes were left. Xiao Yuanchen, who was flying nearby and observing the battle, was terrified to see that his grandson had been massacred. Even Uncle Jigang was shocked and his eyes filled with astonishment. He fell to his knees on the ground. The abilities that Jiang had used had been the dream he never reached when he was young. Hong Yao was terrified. She gritted her teeth due to fear and began to sweat. She couldn't believe that he had learned to use the celestial sword in 5 minutes. Gu Kaishan clenched his fist and couldn't help but smile. With a proud look, he mentioned that although Jiang's energy was not enough, he had really learned to use the technique. He had not only learned to use the techniques but also improved them, something that at the time Jigang had not managed to achieve. Jiang Wushuang was amazed. He started looking up at the sky and with an excited look thought that this guy was a monster. He feared that someone like him would be the most terrifying opponent. Bai Feng, who was next to him, covered his mouth with his hand and couldn't help but sweat. He was shocked to see that Jiang had learned to use the sword in just 5 minutes. Tang Ying put her hand near her forehead and she couldn't help but be stunned, seeing how powerful Jiang was. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Sandao and Mu Hankyu hugged each other and both started to cry upon seeing that he had really won, realizing that he was truly strong. Jiang's attack left a large hole in the island that started from one end and ended at the other. At the same time, 2 men appeared in the sky. The man with black hair thought that the disciple of the King of the Celestial Sword was someone quite interesting. He suggested not to kill him for now, as he wanted to take Jiang as a stepping stone for Tanjiao. The man with orange hair who was flying beside him revealed that on this trip, He had actually not come with the intention of killing Jiang. The man with black hair, who had his hands behind his back, was an invincible known as the god of the sword Jai Linkyu. He began to observe Jiang and with a smile mentioned that seeing the current situation, even if he did not act, Xiao Yuanchen would not just stand by. The man with orange hair was another invincible known as the god of martial arts Jiang Xuanji. He began to look at Xiao Yuanchen and with a serious look confirmed Jai Linkyu's words. Xiao Yuanchen filled his mind with the idea of killing Jiang to avenge the death of his grandchildren. But just before he could make a move, a powerful energy appeared and began to expand in all directions, causing him to go on alert. He knew that the god of war Jiang Xuanji was interfering. He turned his head back and with a serene look asked him to please release his energy and not interfere, explaining that his grandson had tragically died and as a grandfather, he should take justice into his own hands. Jai Linkyu decided not to interfere and let Jiang Xuanji take care of cleaning up the mess since after all he was just passing by watching the show. Jiang Xuanji crossed his arms and his body began to emit a powerful and suffocating energy. He reminded Xiao Yuanchen that he was already of an age, and asked if he did not understand the rules that whoever gambled their life in a death match must be ready to face the consequences. Upon hearing this, Yuanchen lowered his head and with a sad look thought that he was right. But at that moment, Jiang, who was holding the sword with one hand, jumped up, began to approach him, and caught his attention by saying that he had a fourth technique asking him to get ready. With this strike Jiang intended to cut those who should be cut by all humanity in the name of his master, Uncle Jai Gang and Aunt Tang. Upon hearing Jiang's voice, Yuanchen turned back and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Du Kaishan panicked and with a confused look extended his hand towards Jiang asking him to stop and not do anything reckless. Hong Yao covered her mouth with her hands. She was terrified to see that Jiang had dared to draw the sword in front of the great Yuanchen. Jiang Xuanji, who had his arms crossed, thought that Jiang was crazy, as playing with the whiskers of a tiger was like seeking one's own destruction. Jai Linkyu closed his eyes and began to smile thinking that now there was no way to protect Jiang. Xiao Yuanchen unsheathed his sword, clenched his fist tightly and began to use his power, causing a wave of water to appear beneath his feet. He revealed that facing death had its price. For him this was a joke. He could not believe that a simple second-level ant had dared to unsheath his sword against him. Jiang did not pay any attention to this. He grabbed the sword with both hands and with a determined look prepared to attack, causing a powerful energy to appear around the blade. Using all his power, Jiang used the celestial sword technique to defend justice and expel evil, called uppercut. Using all his strength he launched two powerful cuts towards Xiao Yuanchen. As the attack was approaching, he stood still. After launching the attack, Jiang began to observe him and remain silent. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Wushwang was dumbfounded and amazed, thinking that Jiang was crazy. This blow was too strong, comparable to an all-out attack from level 5 Sea Kings and Mountain Kings. Bai Feng's eyes filled with fear, and he couldn't help but be dumbfounded, thinking that Jiang was seeking death by launching such a powerful attack. Tan Ying began to sweat and she remained silent. The poisonous demon had challenged the heavens. If he were in the city of 10,000 demons, the monkey would have devoured him upon seeing such an action. Xiao Yuanchen clenched his fist and began to control the water, and with a calm look revealed that even Jiang's master was not a rival for him, so there was no way his disciple would have a chance. While the drops of water were floating through the sky, he snapped his fingers, causing the water to interpose in the trajectory of the attack, blocking it as if nothing. He thought he had blocked the attack, but upon seeing what was in front of his eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked. Jiang's attack was only a distraction. In the blink of an eye, the sky filled with insects that began to approach him at great speed. Xiao Yuanchen put his hand in front of his face and didn't take long to realize that this was the power of the 9 miasma wings. Jiang extended his hand to the side, revealing that he knew he would never be able to defeat him with the sword. The previous attack had only been a distraction. Now that he was not in the arena, there were no rules preventing him from using the power of the 9 miasma wings. Upon hearing this, Xuan Yuanchen put his arm in front of his face and his eyes filled with surprise. This was something he had not expected. Jiang began to stare at him intently, clenched his fist, and with a wicked smile ordered the insects to explode. At that moment, the insects began to explode. The explosions slowly started to approach Xuan Yuanchen, who stood still, knowing that there was no way to escape anymore. Jiang extended his hand towards him, causing the insects to come closer and explode, creating a big explosion. He thought this was not enough, so he used more insects and created a bunch of explosions. In the blink of an eye, the sky filled with explosions, and seeing this, Du Feng and the others panicked, turned their backs on Jiang and began to flee from the area, knowing that this was very dangerous. Yuanchen used his power, which transformed the explosions into blood. He began to stare intently at Jiang and with an angry look decided to eliminate him, since otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. He used the technique the curse of water called blood explosion and launched a burst of blood towards Jiang, causing it to hit directly against his chest, making him go on alert. A blood barrier was created around Jiang. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat confused, as he didn't know if this was a forbidden spell. The spell began to take effect, causing Jiang's blood to slowly start coming out from inside his body through his eyes, nose, ears, and nails. He started looking at his hand, and upon seeing the blood coming out, he couldn't help but be shocked. The blood from his body was being controlled by Xiao Yuanchen. The blood barrier that was around Jiang began to become more intense, causing all of his blood to slowly start coming out of his body. He began to look at his hand, and his eyes filled with confusion and fear, as he did not know what kind of spell this was. As the smoke curtain from the insect bombs was disappearing, the figure of Xiao Yuanchen became visible. He started staring intently at Jiang with a murderous gaze, clenched his fist tightly, and used the ability called compress blood. At that moment, Jiang's blood began to shoot out like jets from his nose, eyes, ears, mouth, and nails. Seeing this, Jiang was shocked and his eyes filled with terror. He knew that this was not good. Uncle Jai Gang realized that if this continued like this, something bad was going to happen. He tried to act but was unable due to the barrier that Jiang had created around them. He could not help but despair and began to hit the barrier with both fists. He knew that this was his fault for having allowed Jiang to enter the Tanjiao camp. But fortunately, Gu Kaishan and Hong Yao were not going to allow this to happen. Both jumped, drew their weapons, and prepared to intervene. Seeing this, Luo Sandao and Mu Hankyu, who were worried about him, also filled with courage. Both jumped and began to advance towards Jiang, as they were not going to allow him to die. But just before they could make another move, some ropes made of energy appeared and wrapped around their waists, leaving them immobile. They were somewhat confused, as they did not know what was happening or where these ropes had come from. The ropes brought them back to the floating island. The man with pink hair put his hands on his hips and mentioned that jumping to rescue Jiang in a situation like this was seeking death. The other man, who had summoned the ropes and was standing next to him, simply remained silent. Luo Sandao, who fell on her butt on the island, realized that the gray-haired man was her father, while on the other side, Mu Hankyu, who was lying next to her, turned around and realized that the other man was her grandfather. Mu Hankyu stood up, and with a desperate look asked her grandfather to please save Jiang Chen. Luo Sandao did not fall behind. She also stood up, turned around, and with a firm look asked her father if they had any treasure that could save Jiang's life. Luo Sandao's father did not lose his composure in this situation, and with a calm look replied that they had no treasure that could save him. Mu Hankyu's grandfather began to look at her and with a sincere expression mentioned that once the forbidden curse of blood explosion affected the opponent, all that was left was to wait for death. The one who had cast the spell was Xiao Yuanchen, so all they could do was watch. The king of the celestial sword and the others had gone to save Jiang. Now all that remained was to see if they could negotiate with Xiao Yuanchen to spare Jiang Chen's life, something that was not going to happen since he wanted to avenge the death of his two grandsons at all costs. While Xiao Yuanchen was flying in the sky and had his fist clenched with which he was controlling the blood spell, Gu Kaishan appeared, began to draw the sword with his hand and ordered him to stop. Hong Yao, who was flying next to him, started shouting, called Xiao Yuanchen an old bastard and ordered him to undo the spell. Of course their plan did not work. With a sincere look, Xiao Yuanchen revealed that there was no more time. As Jiang was about to explode, he was relieved as he would finally be able to avenge the death of his two grandsons. Seeing that the persuasion plan had not worked, Gu Kaishan drew his sword and launched a powerful cut towards him, thinking that he was seeking death. Upon seeing this, Hong Yao decided not to stand idly by. She unsheathed the scythe, used the technique called blade that opens the sky, and launched a powerful cut towards him. But just before the attack could hit, Xiao Yuanchen used his power and created a powerful water barrier called flow that softens the hard, which stopped the attack without much effort. While with one hand he was holding the sword, he turned to Gu Kaishan and admitted that his sword was good and also asked if he really believed that his sword would be a rival for him. Gu Kaishan put his hand in front of his face, started staring at him and decided not to give up. He wanted to see how many more attacks he would be able to block. Hong Yao gripped the sword tightly, causing a powerful orange energy to appear around the blade. With a look full of determination, she decided to smash this guy along with her master. At the same time, the blood spell began to take effect more and slowly the energy barrier started to get smaller, causing intense pain to our boy. In a matter of seconds, Jiang lost a lot of blood. He put his hands on top of his head and began to scream in pain. Upon hearing his screams, Hong Yao's and Gu Kaishen's attention was focused on Jiang. They panicked as they realized that this was not good. Xiao Yuanchen began to observe Jiang, and seeing that he had reached his limit and was about to die, he couldn't help but smile and mocked Gu Kaishen, asking if he wasn't going to hurry up to say goodbye to his dear apprentice. His eyes filled with joy. With a penetrating look, he clenched his fist tightly and used the blood explosion skill. At that moment, Jiang began to lose even more blood, which started to condense inside the barrier, causing it to begin to contract. Due to the pressure, not long after, Jiang's body began to grow larger, until several seconds later, a great explosion was created, which created a curtain of smoke in the sky. Upon seeing this, Uncle Jai Gang was shocked and could not help but start crying. Auntie's eyes filled with tears. She could not believe that Jiang had died. Gu Kaishen was left speechless and his eyes filled with terror upon seeing that his beloved apprentice had died. Hong Yao, who was next to him, could not help but start crying, even though she had not known Jiang. For her he was like a little brother. Luo Sandao and Mu Hankyu were shocked and terrified at the same time. With a desperate look, Mu Hankyu thought this was impossible, and she came to the conclusion that Jiang was joking with them. Luo Sandao did not want to believe that he had died, so she thought she was right since Jiang always used to joke. Xiao Yuanchen, who was wielding the sword with one hand, raised his head and started laughing like a madman, and told his grandson Xiao Beihan that grandpa had avenged his death. While he was enjoying this moment, Gu Kaishen began to advance quickly towards him and filled with courage. Even if he had to risk his life, he wanted to kill Xiao Yuanchen at all costs. Hong Yao also began to advance towards him. She was not going to let her master act alone. She firmly believed that together they would be able to kill this bastard. Upon observing this, Du Feng's eyes filled with fear as he realized that a death battle was about to begin. He explained to the god of war that if he did not intervene soon, the south of the Yangtze River would fear for its life. The god of war thought that he was right. In the blink of an eye, Gu Kaishen and Hong Yao reached Xiao Yuanchen and prepared to attack. But at that moment, the god of war used his powers, causing a powerful energy to appear around their bodies, leaving them immobile. Hong Yao tried to move, but her body started trembling, while on the other side Gu Kaishen made no movement. Xiao Yuanchen tightly grasped the sword and remained silently observing them. The god of war mentioned that although they wanted to have a decisive battle, they could not fight here, so he suggested changing places to fight. At that moment, poisonous mist began to appear, and Jiang's voice started to sound. He did not want anyone to intervene in the battle that the two of them were going to have. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Yuanchen turned back, and upon seeing the poisonous mist, his eyes filled with confusion and many questions. He did not know what was happening here. Not long after, once the poisonous mist began to dissipate, Jiang, who had previously died in the explosion, appeared and started staring at him intently. Upon seeing that Jiang was alive, Gu Kaishen and Hong Yao were shocked. They did not know how this was possible. With a serene look, Jiang asked old Xiao if he really believed that he would kill him so easily, revealing that he had many more cards up his sleeve than he imagined. Xiao Yuanchen began to observe Jiang with an incredulous expression. He did not know how it was possible for Jiang to be alive when he had just seen him die with his own eyes. Bai Feng started to sweat and many questions came to his mind. He did not know if Jiang had any other type of hidden power. Jiang Wushuang, who was standing next to him, was stunned and his eyes filled with surprise upon seeing that Jiang had resurrected from the dead. Luo Sandao and Mu Hankyu fell to their knees on the ground, began to hug each other and could not help but cry out of joy, and thought that Jiang had just been joking. Chu Buling was stunned and realized that Jiang had the aura of the dead, which was the effect of the undead metal. Yu Zhao clenched her fists, began to observe Jiang with a joyful look, and couldn't help but smile. She confirmed Chu Buling's words, explaining that it was the metal they had obtained earlier in the village of the dead. According to her, it had an incredible effect. Jiang extended his hand towards the sky and began to release poisonous mist. Now that Xiao Yuanchen hadn't been able to kill him, he decided it was his turn. He gave the order to all the insects to come out, and in the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with hundreds of thousands of them. Xiao Yuanchen began to look up at the sky, and upon seeing so many insects, he realized that this was a calamity. He could not believe that Jiang had dared to use this. While the insects were flying through the sky, Lingqiu, who had his arms behind his back, mentioned that the number of insects was absurd. Jiang Xuanji remembered that Jiang had just changed jobs. He did not know how it was possible to form so many insects in such a short time. He began to observe Jiang and with a confident smile admitted having underestimated him before. Upon hearing this, Lingqiu's gaze also fixed on him. With a smile he realized that Jiang Xuanji had made a decision. Xiao Yuanchen decided not to stand idly by and began to release energy to repel the insects. Jiang Xuanji decided to bet everything he had since he also wanted to fight against Jiang until the end. He asked him to turn Xiao Yuanchen into dust. He started showing 2 fingers and with a determined look used a forbidden spell. But just before he could use the spell, the god of war used his power and a powerful energy appeared around Xiao Yuanchen's body. He tried to move but was unable. He did not know why the god of war was doing this. Jiang decided not to waste this moment. He began to control the insects, making them start to approach him, creating a bunch of small explosions. Upon witnessing this, Mu Hankyu could not help but be astonished. According to her, it was strange since there was no reason for the god of war to help Jiang. Her grandfather began to observe Jiang and with a smile mentioned that the reason behind this was very simple. With a smile, Jiang extended his hand towards him, causing all the insects to start moving towards him. Her grandfather explained that people who possess calamities were too cautious to risk fighting someone like Xiao Yuanchen. But nevertheless Jiang was different since he had raised hundreds of thousands of insects in a very short time and his talent was incomparable. And such an existence was enough to make him different from the rest and nullify all the rules. She understood that showing the calamity had not been reckless, but intentional. The hundreds of thousands of insects began to explode near Xiao Yuanchen. With a look full of rage he mentioned that all of them must die. According to him, the people of Daxia deserved death. The explosions slowly began to consume his body, causing him to open his mouth and start screaming in agony. He asked Jiang not to think that he would be able to finish him off so easily, revealing that he still had an ace up his sleeve. The insects of Jiang began to explode near Xiao Yuanchen, creating a bunch of explosions. In the midst of the explosions was Xiao Yuanchen, who started to stare intently at Jiang Xuanji with a penetrating gaze. He knew that the technique that Jiang Xuanji had used was just an illusion. If he used all the power he had accumulated throughout his life, maybe he would be able to break the illusion. Being in a life or death situation, there was no longer any need to hold back or think about the consequences. He was determined to break the illusion and escape from Great Xia. Without wasting another second, he used the forbidden spell called the Power of Divine Soul, successfully breaking Jiang Xuanji's illusion. Xiao Yuanchen's body began to emit a powerful red energy, and just before the explosions could harm him, he moved out of range of the explosions and began to advance towards Jiang. Jiang, who was flying in the air, looked down and upon seeing that Xiao Yuanchen was alive and approaching, he could not help but become alert and think that this was bad. Xiao Yuanchen drew the sword, and with a look full of hatred and rage asked Jiang to prepare to die. Jiang put his arm in front of his face to defend himself, and his eyes filled with fear and surprise. He did not expect that he would be able to break the seal of the god of war and escape alive from the explosions. Xiao Yuanchen, who was filled with rage, approached Jiang to attack. He put his arms in front of his face to defend himself from the attack, but just at that moment, a powerful blue lightning bolt of energy appeared and pierced Xiao Yuanchen's chest, leaving Jiang somewhat confused. Due to the pain, Xiao Yuanchen opened his mouth and began to spit blood. His eyes were full of surprise as he did not know what was happening. The energy transformed into an arrow, leaving him immobilized. This energy was being controlled by the invincible sword god Lingqiu, who told him that it was all over. If he moved another centimeter, he would ensure that Xiao Yuanchen's head fell to the ground and his soul was completely destroyed. Xiao Yuanchen was shocked. He could not believe that even Lingqiu was against him. At first, Jiang remained observing in silence without interrupting, but then he realized that this was the perfect opportunity to attack. He began to look at Xiao Yuanchen with a gaze full of rage, extended his hand towards him and started to release the insects. In the blink of an eye, the sky was once again filled with insects. Now that Xiao Yuanchen was seriously injured and could not move anymore, Jiang ordered the insects to self-destruct. Thousands of insects began to advance towards him and started to self-destruct, creating thousands of explosions. Xiao Yuanchen began to writhe in pain. He could not believe that they were doing this to him. He was the great general of the state, who had fought for the Great Xia and had risked his life on countless occasions, suppressing waves of beasts, quelling rebellions, and even battling the order of the ancient gods. Little by little the insects and explosions started to devour his body. With a desperate look, he began to scream, saying that he was the central pillar of Daxia. Several seconds later, Jiang ordered the insects to stop exploding. Lin Qiu's attack had made a large hole in his chest, and the insects had already devoured his limbs. The body of Xiao Yuanchen descended to the ground and he fell to his knees. With a lost look, he began to look at the ground and asked Jiang if he was really going to kill an old man like him. Jiang also descended to the ground, and while his hand was surrounded by poisonous mist, he started laughing, revealing that he had already destroyed his physical body, and the only thing left now was his soul. He couldn't believe that he kept asking such stupid questions. Xiao Yuanchen was kneeling on the grass. He bowed his head before Jiang and with a desperate look admitted that he and the Xiao family had been wrong. He was determined to compensate him in exchange for him forgiving his life. This was tempting for Jiang. He turned his head back and with a smile asked Master and Uncle Jai Gang what they thought about this. Behind him were Hong Yao, Gu Kaishan, and Jai Gang, who were shocked to see that Jiang wanted to spare the life of the guy who had tried to kill him. Jiang did not respond, and while the insects were devouring Xiao Yuanchen's body, he raised his head and with a look full of despair called the attention of the war god Jiang, asking him to save him. If he survived, then he was willing to go to the abyss to fight. Jiang Xuanji began to observe Yuanchen and started thinking about this tempting offer. He began flying above them. Xiao Yuanchen was the general of the war district of Jiangnan. Jiang Xuanji asked if he was willing to admit guilt for allowing the family forces of the Xiao family to oppress the market and seize it by force. Xiao Yuanchen, who was kneeling in front of Jiang, saw an opportunity to survive, and without losing another second, admitted to being guilty of everything. Jiang Xuanji began to look at him with a serious expression and explained that considering that he too had once made merits for the Great Xia, after compensating the merits and faults, all properties of the Xiao family were going to be confiscated, and Xiao Yuanchen was going to be marked with a seal on his soul, and would be exiled to the battlefield of the abyss as a vanguard soldier, who must fight until death. While the insects were devouring Xiao Yuanchen's body, his eyes filled with fear, but since he had no other option now, he accepted Jiang Xuanji's conditions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuanji began to point at him with his finger, and his finger started to emit a powerful golden energy. He used the ability called Soul Seal. A golden arrow made of energy shot out from his finger and pierced Xiao Yuanchen's back, causing him to start screaming in pain. If he ever thought about escaping, his soul would explode and he would disintegrate into dust. Not long after, Xiao Yuanchen lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Jiang, who was standing in front of him, began to observe him. He was surprised to see the power of one of the invincibles of Great Xia. He couldn't believe that just an illusion had such intimidating power. The objective of our boy had already been fulfilled, and the threat from the Xiao family had been eliminated, so it was time to withdraw. While Jiang was lost in his thoughts, Jiang Xuanji, who had his arms behind his back, appeared behind him asking if this verdict had calmed the fire of anger in his heart. Upon sensing his presence, Jiang came out of his trance and his eyes filled with surprise. He did not know what was happening. He turned around and with a nervous look replied that yes, explaining that the judgment of the god of war had been wise, revealing that in reality he was not angry. He just wanted to play it cool. Jiang Xuanji thought that our boy not only had exceptional talent but also understood his own limits, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Just for these two things, it had already been worth it for him to come today. Upon hearing this, Jiang thanked him for his appreciation. At that moment, Du and Feng approached them, began to point towards the sky with his finger and with a surprised and panicked expression explained to the god of war that if the poisonous fog did not dissipate for a long time, he feared that this place could end up becoming an abyssal contamination. Jiang Xuanji started to look at the ground and remained thinking in silence, while on the other side, Jiang looked at the sky and seeing so many insects flying freely, thought that this was not good and decided it was time to order them to return. Jiang Xuanji began to look at the sky, snapped his fingers and decided it was time to purify the poisonous fog. A great explosion was created in the sky, eliminating all insects from the area. Upon seeing this, Jiang was left speechless and his eyes filled with surprise. He could not believe that Jiang Xuanji had dispersed the insects with a simple movement. According to him, this was somewhat terrifying. The golden arrow pierced Xiao Yuanchen's body. Jiang Xuanji crossed his arms, began to fly, and explained that as everyone had seen, they now had the power to suppress everything. Therefore, he issued a new order for the country. Starting today, the rule of controlling taboos was abolished. Anyone who possessed a taboo but had a loyal heart for the country was considered a friend. Otherwise, they would be regarded as an enemy. He decided to take Xiao Yuanchen as an example. After explaining this, he started staring intently at Jiang with a penetrating gaze and began to think about what to do with him. Jiang started to worry a little. He began to look at Jiang Xuanji and remained silent, waiting for his decision. At that moment, Mu Hankyu's grandfather approached Jiang, placed a hand on his shoulder, extended the other one to the side, and with a confident smile explained that the god of war was wise. Since Jiang Chen had been raised with humility, he had a brave and just heart, full of purity, and although he would carry with him the taboo of 9 miasma wings, he was not going to harm Dazia. He, Mu Hainan, on behalf of the Mu family, was willing to take all responsibility as a guarantee. Jiang looked aside, and upon seeing this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat confused and surprised at the same time. For Jiang's luck, many people sided with him. Tang Wenchuan, representative of the Tang family, was also willing to take responsibility, and the military district of Jiangnan was also willing to support Jiang, welcoming him to join the army at the same time. Jiang Xuanji, who was flying in the sky, remained silent. Luo Sandao began to push her father, advising him to also side with Jiang since many people had started doing so. The father's eyes filled with confusion, causing him to start sweating, but several seconds later, he began to blush and became filled with enthusiasm. He clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and began to scream, saying that he was also willing to take responsibility. Luo Sandao, who was behind him, put her hand on top of her head and thought that her father was useless. Hong Yao, who was sitting on the scythe and flying next to Gu Kaishan, was somewhat surprised to see that the god of war had not only intervened in the combat, but had also eliminated the rules about taboos. The prestigious elders were also defending Jiang. According to her, this seemed like a dream. Gu Kaishan, who had his arms crossed, thought that maybe Jiang Chen had thought of all this, and for this reason he had deliberately drawn his sword against Chen Guo. Hong Yao was stunned and surprised at the same time to see that Jiang had such deep thoughts. Gu Kaishan began to look at Jiang with a serious expression and explained that the god of war was already aware of all the evils that Xiao Yuanchen had done, and if it weren't for seeing Jiang Cheng's extraordinary potential, he surely would not have acted so quickly. Everyone started to talk among themselves. Now that the 9 miasma wings had been exposed, if Jiang kept hiding, he was going to become the target of everyone. It was better to step forward and show all his potential. After all, a type of monster like the 9 miasma wings not only scared humans but also all the races of the abyss. Some began to worry since Jiang's insects had completely exploded. But one of them mentioned that there was no need to worry since with how smart Jiang Cheng was, he surely had more insects hidden somewhere. Jiang began to observe them and couldn't help but smile, as this scene was just as he had wished. If one was going to show their hidden cards, then they had to do it with great fanfare. Jiang Xuanji, who was flying, began to look at Jiang, and seeing that everyone was willing to take responsibility for him, he explained that there was nothing more to say. He asked Jiang to take good care of himself and use the insects wisely. Jiang lowered his head before him and thanked him. Jiang Xuanji, who had his arms crossed, with a suffocating gaze revealed that in 10 days, the great competition of prodigies would begin. The champion of this edition would be the first divine son of the prodigies, who would receive all privileges and resources equivalent to an 8th-grade national protector. Upon hearing this, Jiang was somewhat surprised and thought that this prize was very tempting. But Jiang Xuanji also added that it was not allowed to use the 9 miasma wings. Jiang began to look at him with a calm gaze and started wondering if the god of war was doing all this for Jiang Wushuang, but then dismissed this since if it were only for him there would be no need to change the rules. He could not judge his greatness with a petty mind. With a determined look, Jiang promised not to use the 9 miasma wings in the prodigy competition. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuanji thought that he was worthy of being his apprentice as well. Jiang's eyes filled with concern. It didn't matter if he couldn't use the insects, since while completing the mission of the second change, he would be able to obtain a new mother insect. He thought that the war god wanted to see his true potential in the prodigy competition, and for this reason had forbidden him from using the insects. If this was the case, he was determined not to disappoint him. Jiang Xuanji, who had one hand behind his back, extended the other to one side, causing a crack to begin appearing. He decided it was time to clean up pending matters. Upon hearing this, others were somewhat confused since the poisonous mist of the abyss had been eradicated, so no one knew what else remained to be cleaned. Jiang Xuanji ordered the Great Dreamer, commander of Dazia's night watch, to rise and get to work. The Great Dreamer was one of the 3 invincibles of Dazia. At that moment, someone who was holding a stuffed rabbit began to come out of the crack. This person also wore a hood with cat ears. The great dreamer was a woman wearing a cat costume, while with one hand she was holding the stuffed rabbit. She brought the other to her mouth and began to yawn as she was very sleepy. She started rubbing her eyes due to the intense sleepiness and noticed that there were many people, and in addition, there were king-rank stars. For her, this job was a bit too much. Everyone raised their heads and began to observe her in silence. Jiang Xuanji kept his composure and with a serious look explained that she only had to erase the memories about the 9 miasma wings from all the people below king level. After doing this, she could go back to sleep for another year. Upon hearing this, the great dreamer's eyes filled with excitement. She turned towards him, clenched her fist, and asked if he was being serious. Her excitement didn't last long. She brought her hand to her chin and refused, as she remembered that the commander of the night watch was too troublesome. She asked him to assign the mission to someone else since she was very sleepy and wanted to rest. Jiang Xuanji began observing her in silence for several seconds and then decided to think of another way to solve the problem. But for now, he asked her to take care of erasing the memories of those who were in front. The great dreamer had no other choice but to obey. Despite being very tired, she snapped her fingers and used her power. She used the technique called butterfly dream, and at that moment a bunch of butterflies began to manifest in the sky. The butterflies started approaching the participants of the Tanjiao camp who were left speechless as they didn't know what was happening or what this power was. The butterflies began flying around them and releasing a type of magical power. In a matter of seconds, everyone started feeling very tired, as if they hadn't slept in years, and others began yawning due to intense drowsiness. Not long after, all those who had been affected by the power of the butterflies began to fall asleep on the ground. Seeing this, Hong Yao's mind filled with curiosity. She turned towards the master and asked why Jiang Xuanji and the great dreamer were doing this. Gu Kaishan, who was watching the butterflies, explained that the reason was to protect Jiang Chen. They wanted to delay any disaster as much as possible since, after all, Dazia was not a safe place. He started imagining Dazia's map and revealed that it had 8 unexplored and somewhat terrifying forbidden zones along with 3 great caverns, places coveted by all races, not to mention internal tumors and the Church of the Ancient God. The power of the great dreamer also affected Jiang, who fell to the ground and was now sleeping like a log. Hong Yao understood this and asked why they also had to seal his memories. The great dreamer approached them, turned around, and with a calm voice explained that this was not a seal. Her power was strengthening his divine soul to prevent him from being killed remotely by someone using curses or other objects. Since after all, Jiang's cultivation level wasn't sufficient, and his soul foundation was too weak. Upon hearing this, Hong Yao's eyes filled with surprise and confusion, but she still understood it. The great dreamer looked ahead and she couldn't help but be shocked and go on alert. She didn't know what was happening. In front of her was Jiang lying down and sleeping on the ground. She was impressed as she realized that he was immune to her ability. She became furious, clenched her teeth tightly, grabbed the rabbit-shaped stuffed animal, and began to move towards our boy upon seeing that he was still pretending to be asleep. When he felt her approaching, drops of sweat began to appear on Jiang's face. He knew this wasn't good. He got nervous, and within seconds, his face was covered in sweat. A moment ago, there had been an energy fluctuation that made him very sleepy, but the ancestral tree of all things had rejected it. Everyone below the king level had fallen asleep. He was pretending to show a bit of respect to the great dreamer since after all, she was Uncle Jai Gang's direct boss. Inside Jiang's consciousness was little Nine, who fell to her knees on the ground and started crying because she had lost many of her beloved insects. Seeing this, Jiang tried to calm her down by saying it was all his fault. Little Nine put one hand on her cheek and started touching her belly with the other. She closed her eyes and began smiling with joy because she wasn't too worried about it. She had reached level 30 and could now raise insects again. This sudden change in emotion even took Jiang by surprise. While Jiang was pretending to be asleep, someone approached him and asked him to stop pretending since they knew he wasn't sleeping. Upon hearing this, Jiang became alert. This was the great dreamer. She approached him and with a piercing gaze gave him the order to wake up. Having her so close made Jiang start sweating like crazy. Jiang sat up, and while he had one hand resting on the ground, he put the other behind his head and in a nervous voice began apologizing to her, calling her sister of illusions. The great dreamer, who had both hands and knees resting on the ground, was somewhat confused. She put her hand on her cheek, closed her eyes, and couldn't help but feel tenderness and asked if Jiang Xuanji had just heard what Jiang had just said. Jiang Xuanji, who had his arms crossed and was flying in the air, appeared above her, began to observe Jiang, and replied yes. Despite being 800 years old, she still had a soft heart. Even though he wanted to make a joke, he decided not to do it because the old woman could go crazy again. The great dreamer grabbed Jiang by the mouth, causing his eyes to fill with confusion since he didn't know what was happening. She approached Jiang, started looking into his eyes, and with a kind smile mentioned that from now on he was her little brother. So from now on she would protect him from all danger in Dazia. If he was ever in trouble, all he had to do was say her name in his dreams. Having her so close made Jiang start sweating like crazy, and his eyes filled with confusion. He tried to move but was unable. The great dreamer turned around, tossed a ring into the air, and she noticed that Jiang's soul was strong, so it wasn't necessary for the sister to strengthen it. She explained that this ring could isolate any type of spying, investigation, or measurement related to spirit, soul, or curses. Jiang extended his hands to catch the ring and remained silent. This was a welcome gift from his sister. She turned her head back, started to show a finger, and with a happy smile explained that she was going to sleep and asked him not to forget to come greet her in his dreams. A crack opened, she entered it and disappeared from sight. Jiang began to observe the crack. He couldn't believe that he had just become the younger brother of the great dreamer simply by calling her sister once. Hong Yao, who was next to him, was impressed and began wondering if she would become her sister if she called her sister. Jiang Xuanji began to stare at them and called Jiang's attention, mentioning that in 10 days, during the competition of the celestial geniuses, if he could obtain first place without using the 9 miasma wings, then it would show that he truly deserved to be cultivated with all of the country's resources. A new era was about to begin. A world of great disputes was approaching, and there wasn't much time left. Jiang started looking towards the sky and with a smile thanked him. Jiang Xuanji turned his back on our boy, looked over his shoulder and said there was no need for thanks since he had achieved all this by himself. A portal appeared in front of them and Linkyu, who had his arms behind his back, approached Jiang Xuanji. He had already finished watching this amusing spectacle and thought it was time to go deal with the black dragon from the Yangtze River. Both entered the portal and left. At that moment, Mu Hankyu's grandfather, Liu Sanadao's father, and Tang Ying's uncle approached Jiang from behind. Tang Ying's uncle explained that she was Aunt Tang's niece and suggested to him the idea of marrying her so they could be even closer. Liu Sandao's father told Tang that he had arrived late since his daughter was Jiang's legitimate wife, and the Duobao house was willing to offer 20% of shares as a dowry. Mu Hankyu's grandfather did not fall behind, explaining that his granddaughter was pregnant with Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, our boy became nervous and his eyes filled with surprise. He didn't know what was happening or how to react to this strange situation. At the same time, Hong Yao asked the master if he believed she still had a chance to win over Jiang. Gu Keishan became furious and with an angry look, he hit Hong Yao on the head, ordering her to stop talking nonsense, causing her to close her eyes and start feeling a bit of pain. After some time, once night had fallen, Jiang went to the house that Gu Keishan had assigned him. He closed the door, leaned his back against it, and sighed in relief as he had finally said goodbye to everyone. Now he could focus on reproducing Little Nine's second swarm. He entered his consciousness where Little Nine was pregnant. He extended his hand towards Little Nine and with a serious expression used the divine evolution ability that accelerated insect reproduction, making her start floating. She placed her hands on her belly and became very happy because she was going to have many babies. The skill succeeded, and the system reported that the reproduction of the second swarm was going to take 1 hour, with a total of 5,009 miasma wings. Jiang began navigating through the system window using his finger and used the second transformation. The system detected that he met the requirements to change class since he was a level 30 professional with a combat evaluation of 237 stars. It assigned our boy a mission for the class change, called Celestial Tower of Magic City, as an objective. He had to complete the Celestial Tower and defeat the boss on floor 50 and capture its sword. But there was one problem. He was only allowed to enter the tower alone and with a time limit of 1 day. He put his hand under his chin and started thinking, deciding that tonight he would sell off all equipment in hand, valued at several billion, and exchange it all for blood from fierce beasts. With this, it should be enough to raise the second generation. Tomorrow morning, he was going to go to the magical city and challenge the Celestial Tower, since with hundreds of thousands of new insects there wasn't going to be any problem. In front of Jiang stood the ancestral tree of all things. On one of its branches, there was a red fruit. Upon noticing this, Jiang's mind filled with many questions. He was surprised to see that the ancestral tree was bearing fruit again. Jiang extended his hand and the red fruit began falling toward him. It was capable of granting an ability called Void Eye, which could allow him to detect and mark enemies using invisibility, illusions, or abilities. The area covered by this ability depended on the user's divine soul strength. Currently, it had a range of 10 kilometers around him. The only downside to using this ability continuously was that it consumed a lot of energy. For Jiang, this ability wasn't so bad. He turned to the side and decided it was time to test it. In the area where he was, there were several more houses. Outside, Tang Ying was walking around the area, absorbed in her mobile phone. Jiang didn't know why she was outside at that hour. At that moment, a red system window appeared showing her statistics. She had the hidden profession called Nightmare Hunter. She was level 43 with a strength of 149 stars. She was the favored daughter of the assassin system, the precious jewel of the Tang family. She felt shy because of an arranged marriage by her grandfather and didn't know how to approach her target. He looked with a bit of attention and saw that she was writing a letter to Jiang, leaving him somewhat surprised. He turned off the lights in the house since he didn't want her to see him. Out of sight, out of mind. Tonight he was going to sleep well so that tomorrow he could go to the Celestial Tower to complete the class change mission. Tang Ying approached the house, and upon seeing that he had turned off the lights, she began blushing and became confused. The next day, Jiang went to the Celestial Tower, which was gigantic. The top wasn't even visible from the ground due to how tall it was. He entered inside where there were a bunch of other professionals. The scoreboard started showing that someone named Jai Xuanyue had reached the 40th floor in just 12 minutes. Everyone gathered around the scoreboard, and for some, it wasn't surprising that Jai Xuanyue was the pride of the city's war zone. Her record from half a year ago still hadn't been broken by anyone, making her a source of pride for the city. Some had just begun their trial in the tower, but no one could keep up with her pace. Among the crowd was Jiang. He began to observe the scoreboard and realized that she was the second genius of Great Xia, her strength even greater than that of Jiang Wuxuang. Having monopolized all the records of the second round in the Celestial Tower, our boy decided to face her when it came time to compete for the genius ranking. It was Jiang's turn to enter, and the system asked if he was ready. Seeing how quickly his turn had come, Jiang was somewhat surprised and without hesitating for a second accepted, causing a magic circle to appear beneath him. Jiang was teleported to the first floor of the Celestial Tower, which was filled with monsters. Upon sensing Jiang's presence, all attention focused on him. The strength of these monsters would automatically update according to the level of whoever entered into this tower. Jiang began to stare at the monsters and decided to explore a bit using the Void Eye ability. The status window of the monsters appeared. They were called Fallen Elf, level 40, with 790,000 health points and a combat power of 42 stars. This was only the first floor, and there were already high-level monsters with enormous combat power. When he reached the 50th floor, there would be level 90 monsters. It wasn't surprising to him that even a genius like Jai Xuanyue had only managed to reach up to the 40th floor. Although it was a complicated task, these monsters were all just food for insects. He extended his hands outwards and began releasing insects along with the insect mother. She started advancing toward the monsters, her mouth watering at seeing so much food. She wanted to eat meat, but Jiang asked her not to worry since this meat wasn't that good. Later on, he would make sure she got something better to eat. In a cave that had a red lake, there was a man with white hair meditating. He began to use his power, causing the water droplets to slowly start floating in the air. He closed his eyes and continued meditating in silence. He was Daxia's first genius, Ying Jan. While he was distracted, a man wearing a black suit appeared, raised a paper into the air, and started shouting, informing him that victory was assured and asking him to come take a look at the information. Ying Jan began to think and remained silent. He didn't even turn around to look at the man as he wasn't surprised at all. He continued meditating and explained to Uncle Fang that it really wasn't necessary for him to take a look at Jiang Wuxuang's and Jiang Xuanyue's information since although both possessed divine level classes, there were still great differences among divine classes too. Uncle Fang approached a little, began to observe him and with a calm voice revealed that this time it wasn't them, but Gu Kaishan's new disciple, Jiang Chen, who possessed a kind of divine level never seen before. This piqued Ying Zhang's curiosity a bit. He assumed Uncle Fang was joking since there was no way someone who had awakened the creation class could be so worthy. Uncle Fang extended his hand, and with a serious expression revealed that Jiang had killed Xiao Bei, and had also drawn his sword against the protector of the kingdom without dying in the attempt. Upon knowing this, Ying Zhang slowly began to stand up, causing the water in the cave to start falling into the lake. He took the information sheet that Uncle Fang had brought, started reading its content, and his gaze filled with curiosity upon learning that this was true. In front of him emerged a red dragon which began staring at him intently. He started observing the dragon and began thinking about the 9 miasma wings, the 4 blades of heaven, the 8 transformations to purify the realm, and Jiang Wuxian. According to him, this was very interesting. He began to gaze at the dragon, and his eyes filled with disappointment, as it was a shame that in the competition of celestial prodigies Jiang would not be able to use the 9 miasma wings. If it had been the other way around, this competition would have motivated Ying Jiang a bit more. At the same time, in a training field, some dog-shaped beasts appeared, and someone started fighting against them. This was a sexy woman who wore a blindfold. She was Daxia's second genius, Jai Xuanyu. She jumped up, drew her golden bow, and shot an arrow precisely at the beasts. She took another leap, appeared above the beasts, and began to rain arrows down on them. The arrows that were moving at the speed of light started to strike the beasts, making them roar in pain. Not far from the area, on top of a metal platform, there were 2 men carrying 2 spears who were guards. They began to observe the fight, and for one of them, Jai Xuanyu was a terrifying person capable of comparing with a great first-level master. But the other guard told Lai that his view was too low, since Jiang Wuxian, as the 3rd celestial genius of Daxia, had already achieved success fighting against 5 transformation masters. Jai Xuanyu's attack was so powerful that the beasts couldn't resist and their bodies shattered into pieces. Lai added that she was ranked 1 position above Jiang Wuxian, so at least her power should be equivalent to that of 5 transformation masters. After finishing off the beasts, she began to descend to the ground. She was almost invincible in long-range combat, and seeing that now she was practicing close combat, the guard thought she was preparing to face Jiang Wuxian. But Lai intervened and mentioned that he was worth nothing compared to her, thinking that not even the top number 1, Ying Jiang from the capital, could match her. While the 2 of them were conversing with each other, the chief commander of the city's war district named Jai Hongyan appeared. While holding his cat with one hand, he extended the other towards them and with a calm expression gave his daughter the order to rest for a while. Upon seeing him appear, the guards closed their eyes and bowed their heads before him as a sign of respect. Upon hearing the voice of her dear father, Jai Xuanyu, who was immersed in her training, removed the blindfold from her eyes, and her gaze filled with joy upon seeing that her father had come. Without a second thought, she became happy and started running towards her father, explaining that today she had improved a lot. The father, who was holding the cat, asked why she was trying so hard for just a simple elite list. According to him, it wasn't worth being first. The father closed his eyes, raised his head, and with a calm expression suggested to her to learn more from him. If she had an opportunity to relax, then she should do so without hesitation. This did not please her much. She puffed out her cheeks and with an annoyed gaze explained that her father had relaxed for 30 years and had become the general commander of the Madu War District and the 4th sealed king of Daxia, asking if he had managed to get here by relaxing. The father did not expect a response like this. He decided not to continue arguing with her and took out his mobile phone, explaining that it contained information about the prodigies she wanted him to obtain, asking her to take a look since he had obtained information related to Jiang Chen. Jai Xuanyu took the phone and with a look full of curiosity and fear, she began reading the information in silence. With a serious look, the father asked if she had confidence in being able to surpass Jiang Chen. Jai Xuanyu, who was reading the information on her phone, was astonished and with a sincere expression revealed that Jiang Chen was very strong, and without adding that he was also strange. She feared that he might even be stronger than Ying Jian. The father began to imagine the sword god Jai Linghui, who despite being 100 years old, looked young. He started looking at his daughter and affirmed that Jiang was very strange since her great-grandfather had sent him a message saying they should be careful with him during the great competition of prodigies. Jai Xuanyu turned her back on her father, and her eyes filled with determination. She was preparing to go to the Celestial Tower, and if she managed to pass the 50th floor then she would have much more chances of obtaining first place. The father closed his eyes and sighed, asking his daughter if she didn't get tired of being so competitive and always wanting to win. At that moment, one of the family's subordinates appeared, struck his fist against the palm of his hand, bowed his head before her as a sign of respect, and revealed that her record for passing the first 10 floors of the Celestial Tower had been broken by Jiang Chen. She began to observe the guard and remembered that it had taken her 1 minute and 13 seconds, and thought that Jiang had broken her record by a couple of seconds. The guard opened his eyes, and with a sincere expression revealed that Jiang Chen had completed the first 10 floors in just 37 seconds. Upon hearing this, her eyes filled with surprise and confusion, For her this was impossible since even someone at the same level as her would need at least a minute to pass the first 10 floors of the tower. The guard took out his mobile phone and after checking the ranking, mentioned that Jiang had just broken her record of surpassing 20 floors. Knowing this, her gaze filled with surprise and confusion, leaving her speechless and in shock. She got angry, turned her back on her father and started walking towards the door, thinking that Jiang was provoking her on purpose. He had appeared early to break her confidence just to beat her in the great prodigy competition. She clenched her fist and decided to go to the Celestial Tower and fight him until the end. The father began observing her and was somewhat confused. He was someone who took everything calmly while his daughter was quite the opposite. She was very competitive. At the same time, our boy defeated all of the beasts on the floor, releasing insects that began devouring their corpses. A system window appeared, and since he had broken the record for floor 20, it awarded him some rewards. The first called Spirit Arrow, a book only available for professions starting from level 40, and a second one called Treasure Map Fragment of God Geoli. He needed to gather all 16 fragments to unlock a special item. While the insects were devouring the corpses of the beasts, Jiang put his hands on his waist, and despite the fact that the rewards from the Celestial Tower weren't so bad, most of them were useless. The only good thing he had obtained was a fragment of the treasure map. He hoped to gather the remaining 15 fragments by completing this floor. Another system window appeared notifying that level 21 was about to begin, asking if he was ready. Jiang started walking, releasing insects with each step, indicating that he was ready. All those awakened who were in the tower gathered to look at the ranking list. Everyone was impressed to see that he had far surpassed the princess of the Jai family by a lot, managing to complete floors in record time. No one knew where this monster had come from, and some remembered that the boss of level 20 was level 50. At the same time, in the Luo family palace, Luo Sandao was sitting on the bed and absorbed in her mobile phone. While she was scrolling, a shocking news story appeared about how a mysterious young man had broken the record of the young goddess of Magic City Jai Xuanyu. Upon seeing this, she was shocked and her eyes filled with fear and confusion. She couldn't believe it and thought that the news was fake. But once she entered the official tower page and saw the ranking list, where it revealed that Jiang Chen had managed to reach floor 30 in just 2 minutes and 32 seconds. People in the comments were very angry because Jiang Chen had come from Jiangnan's military district to Madu district to cause trouble, asking him to leave and stop bothering the goddess. When reading the comments, Luo Sandao's eyes filled with rage. She thought they were idiots for insulting her benefactor. She clenched her fist and, furious, called Xiao Q, asking her to join the live stream since those bastards from Madu were insulting Jiang. She decided to call more people to insult them back, and if that didn't work she was willing to go to Madu herself. At the same time, Jai Xuanyu arrived at the Celestial Tower and with a determined look decided to reclaim the #1 spot in the Celestial Tower ranking. She used the second transformation, causing a magic circle to appear on the ground. Upon seeing that she had come, the people became happy and everyone began to raise their fists since the ranking of the Celestial Tower could not be occupied by outsiders, and the glory of Madu's battle district could not be taken away by Jiangnan. Everyone firmly believed that she would be able to defeat Jiang. She was teleported to the first floor of the Celestial Tower, where a horde of monsters surrounded her. She drew her bow and stood firm because last time she had come here, she hadn't undergone her second transformation and didn't have anywhere near the strength she now possessed. The monsters began to approach her. She started releasing energy, and with a determined look thought that now that she'd upgraded all her equipment and skills, reclaiming the #1 spot in the rankings wouldn't be a problem. 2 minutes later, she arrived at the 10th floor, where there was a scorpion corpse. A system window appeared, informing her that she had completed the floor in 59 seconds. She began to observe the corpse and while panting heavily due to exhaustion, she started wiping her cheek with her hand. She was somewhat disappointed in herself. She had given it her all, but even so, it had taken her a long time to complete this floor. She didn't know how Jiang Chen had managed to do it in just 30 seconds. She extended her hand, causing a magical portal to appear on the ground. According to her, this was a profession issue. She had a divine level profession called Sun Destroyer, but since it was a ranged combat class, she wasn't as good as him in levels with many small monsters like the first 10 floors of the tower. She decided to go directly to the 41st floor, since after that floor, there were only high-ranking bosses, no small monsters, thinking that in this aspect Jiang had no advantage over her. Once she completed level 50 and climbed up the rankings, it wouldn't matter if she wasn't better than him on the earlier floors. 5 minutes later, she was facing a monster with tentacles. She jumped to dodge, But the monster was quick and wrapped its tentacles around her limbs, her expression filled with concern as she knew better than anyone that this wasn't good. She was facing an octopus-shaped monster. Using all of her strength, she used the skill called Golden Crow's Fire Rain and shot a powerful arrow at the monster, making it hit its head and defeating the boss. A system window appeared. She had completed the floor in 5 minutes and 29 seconds, setting a new record on the 50th floor. The monster lost its life and fell to the ground, and while little by little the tentacles were losing strength, she put her hands on her waist, closed her eyes, and began to pant heavily due to exhaustion, thinking that it had finally ended. She had been twice as fast as last time on the 40th floor. She had defended the glory of Mudo City. No matter how hard Jiang tried, it was impossible for him to surpass her record this time. She thought this was his first defeat against her, but it wasn't going to be the last, since in the competition for prodigy rankings he would lose to her a second time. At the same time, Jiang was also on the 50th floor. He defeated the boss without much effort, and while the insects were devouring the corpse, Jiang began to browse through the system window, and with a serious expression thought that the flesh of fierce beasts at this level was very good, since once the insects finished eating, they would be able to reproduce for 3 more generations, and after passing level 50, he would obtain a sword and complete his second transformation. He was happy because the second insect mother was about to arrive. Little Nine became sad, saying that she also wanted to eat, but our boy asked her to behave and be good. He wanted to let the insects devour this boss and promised that when they returned home and he sold all of this, he would buy her something tastier. Jiaxu Xuanyu left from floor 50 and returned to Celestial Tower using a magic circle. One of the men was shocked. He turned towards his friend with a look full of terror, revealing that the princess had returned. Upon hearing this, his friend started trembling and asked him to lower his voice. Everyone was very scared, and upon seeing this, she was somewhat confused and with an incredulous expression began to wonder what was happening here, and why everyone had this expression if she had just surpassed the 50th floor and updated the list. A system window appeared, revealing that Jiang had completed the 50th floor in 4 minutes and 9 seconds. She looked at the scoreboard and was surprised to see that Jiang had been a whole minute faster than her. She took out a red pill, clenched her teeth tightly, and her gaze filled with rage. She decided to try again. Even if she had to push herself to the limit, she couldn't let Jiang get away with it. This enhancing medicine could consume some vital essence, but now she didn't have time to worry about that. On the 50th floor, Jiang was there, and in front of him lay the boss's corpse. He began wiping the sweat from his forehead with his hand and felt relieved since the insects had started to reproduce. He had completed the floor but couldn't see the sword anywhere. A system notification informed that the reward for completing the floor was epic equipment. The system could randomly grant either epic armor or an epic saber. After several seconds, the system granted our boy epic armor. While Little Nine was happily flying around thinking about eating, Jiang began observing the system window and felt somewhat angry at it. This way, he would have to go through floors 41 to 50 again to get another reward. Now that the insects had reproduced, he gave Little Nine orders to go out and eat. Jiaxu Xuanyu reached the 50th floor where the boss with an octopus shape appeared. They prepared to attack, but just at that moment, Jiaxu Xuanyu jumped and used the burning arrow technique, launching a powerful arrow towards the monster, which struck it right on its forehead. A system window appeared, congratulating her for completing the floor in 3 minutes and 7 seconds, successfully breaking the floor's record. Jiaxu Xuanyu was somewhat tired. She began wiping her chin with her hand as she looked at the system window. With a gaze full of exhaustion, she felt relieved since she had finally reclaimed first place in the rankings. Jiang had taken 1 minute longer than her to complete this floor, so she firmly believed that no matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to surpass her. At the same time, Jiang also reached the 50th floor again and the octopus-shaped boss reappeared. Little Nine started flying near the monster, began touching its tentacle with her finger, and couldn't help but start smiling. For her this was very fun since this little creature had many legs. Jiang was somewhat confused and got angry, asking her to stop playing and finish eating quickly so that he could give her a little brother. Upon hearing this, Little Nine's eyes filled with tears. She didn't want to be the second daughter, asking Jiang if having just her wasn't enough for him. Jiang got angry, asking where she had learned all of this. He calmed her down by explaining that even if a second child was born, she would still be the eldest. If she didn't get along with her brother, then she could give him a good beating, asking her to think it over since she was born first and was stronger, plus having the help of thousands of insects. Little Nine calmed down and her eyes filled with joy. She started touching her cheek with her finger and couldn't help but smile at the thought that a second child would be born so that she could bully and pinch him. She got excited and without wasting a second, gave the boss a strong bite, devouring most of its body. And while the poisonous mist slowly consumed the boss's body, a system window appeared informing that she had leveled up from level 35 to level 37. At the same time, in the main hall of the Celestial Tower, there was a screen that began to show that Jai Xuanyu had completed the 50th floor in a record time of 3 minutes and 7 seconds. In the room, there was a blonde man named Hua Yunfei, Jai Xuanyu's lapdog. He placed one hand on his chest, extended the other upward, closed his eyes and couldn't help but start smiling as he thought Jiang Chen had lost. He mentioned that now first place belonged to the goddess of the city and told those flies from Jiangnan's battle district to return to their stinking city. Behind him were Mu Hankui and Luo Sandao. Both crossed their arms and couldn't help but get angry. They asked this bastard to shut up since Jiang Chen was only completing missions on his own terms, revealing that he didn't see this as a competition. He was just playing without even trying his hardest. But then, something unexpected happened. The record of the Celestial Tower was updated and revealed that Jiang had completed the 50th floor in a time of 2 minutes and 58 seconds, leaving poor Hua Yunfei in shock. He didn't know how this was possible, while on the other hand, Luo Sandao and Mu Hankyu raised their fists in excitement and couldn't help but feel happy, explaining that this result wasn't even Jiang's limit, and crushing Jai Xuanyu had been a piece of cake. Upon seeing the record, Jai Xuanyu's gaze filled with fear and despair. She collapsed to the ground. She was stunned as she didn't know how Jiang had surpassed her once again. Despair took control of her mind. She pulled out a red pill, began to bring it closer to her mouth, and with a tired yet determined gaze, she decided to try again. But just before she could take the pill, the record updated several times, revealing that Jiang Chen had completed the 50th floor in 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Upon seeing this, Jai Xuanyu's eyes filled with terror. She was shocked as she didn't know how this was possible. Desperation grew. She fell to her knees on the ground, opened her mouth and began to cry like a little girl. A crowd formed around her, everyone somewhat confused by the goddess's behavior. But just then, her father, surrounded by a golden energy, landed from the sky near his daughter, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. The father was furious. With a gaze full of rage, he began asking who had made his little princess cry. Someone in the crowd mentioned that the one responsible was Jiang Chen, while Jai Xuanyu lay on the ground crying. Her father stood up, clenched his fist tightly, and with a vengeful expression told his daughter not to worry because once Jiang Chen came out, he would teach him a good lesson. The father's gaze fixed on the screen, and his expression filled with curiosity. He didn't know if it was necessary to keep climbing in rank to complete the second job transfer mission. At first, he thought Jiang had discovered the secret mission of the Celestial Tower, and had come for Jialai's treasure, but then dismissed this idea since Emperor Jialai's divine treasure consisted of 12 map pieces, each divided into several fragments, making obtaining them an impossible task. The Jai family had been trying for many years and only possessed 4 pieces of the treasure map. Therefore, it was impossible for Jiang to have obtained all of them in such a short time. At the same time, inside the Celestial Tower, Jiang managed to gather the 12 treasure map fragments, took them out, and the system began synthesizing all of the pieces. While the system was synthesizing all of the fragments, Jiang placed his hand under his chin and started observing it. To complete this treasure map, people with obsessive-compulsive disorder had no choice but to repeat the Celestial Tower several times. However, it turned out that in order to gather them all, hidden missions needed to be completed. Depending on who changed class at what level, a time limit was set for completion. The system finally synthesized the treasure map, causing it to start glowing. Jiang began examining it as his eyes filled with surprise. Several system windows appeared. This treasure map was of mythical category. It was said that the Jialai tribe, a powerful group from ancient times, had later split off to form humanity and called themselves the Jialai tribe. At their peak, they ranked number 53 among 10,000 races. This map was one of the 12 in existence and contained the divine weapon of the Jialai Emperor. Upon activating the map, Jiang would obtain the secret location, with no limit on people, level, or time. However, that wasn't all. This place was extremely dangerous. Jiang activated the map and obtained the golden sword of the Emperor. He began to gaze at its blade since this type of divine weapon was truly convenient. However, this map repeatedly emphasized danger, so for now it was better not to venture recklessly. Now that he had acquired the necessary materials for his second transformation, he decided to first complete it. Upon doing so, the system detected that all conditions had been met and began his class change. Jiang was teleported to his subconscious where the ancestral tree was. While Jiang was absorbed in contemplating the tree, the system notified him that the class change had been successful. Jiang's current state was of second transformation, gaining 100 free attribute points, and additionally, the ancestral tree of all things had also improved, increasing the type of fruit obtained, now called Fruit of Destiny. Jiang began to observe the tree, and upon seeing that the system had upgraded it, and that it could now grant him the Fruit of Destiny, his mind filled with many questions. But for now, he decided to summon the second insect mother first. A crack appeared in front of him, and the system informed him that because he had completed his second transformation, he could obtain a random insect mother. From the crack, a powerful red calamity-level beetle emerged, while its body was surrounded by a powerful red energy. It began to fly. This creature existed in hell and dwelled within the souls of gods and demons, absorbing their energy of resentment, indomitability, and unbreakable memory, nourishing itself. It had been missing for countless eras along with the annihilation of eternal hell. Jiang extended his hand toward the beetle and it started flying towards his hand. Our boy was astonished. The beetle had two characteristics. For every 10 levels that the mother rose, it could generate offspring ranging from 49 to 108. And each time the mother evolved, the host could extract an ability which would evolve every 30 levels. The small but powerful red beetle sat on Jiang's finger. He brought his finger closer to his face and with a curious look began examining it closely, realizing that it seemed to be at little Nine's level but in terms of size much smaller. Its appearance was more abstract and didn't seem as close to insects as little Nine did. Jiang raised his hand towards the ancestral tree and used divine evolution, causing the beetle's body to start glowing. Not long after, the beetle transformed. He now wore a powerful armor, had a horn on his head, and strong wings. The red beetle closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and addressed Jiang as father. Jiang, who was in front, was somewhat astonished and thought that he was much calmer and more mature than little Nine. He decided to call him Xiao Jia. He didn't expect that this time the evolution of the mother insect would turn out to be male, but then he thought it made sense since asexual reproduction itself had no gender, and the evolved form was random. Xiao Jia opened his eyes, and his gaze fixed on Jiang. His status window appeared. He was a plague-type insect with 0 offspring, an affinity of 100, and a bunch of abilities. Among them was one called Infernal Furnace, which allowed Xiao Jia to condense and refine vital essence, the energy of heaven and earth, and the power of the sun, moon, and stars into a source of life. Seeing this brought a smile to Jiang's face because Xiao Jia had quite a few abilities. The skill Infernal Furnace was terrifying. If Jiang could obtain it, then in the future just by eating he would become invincible. With a calm expression, Xiao Jia explained to his father that he only needed to help him complete the first life leap, and it wasn't necessary to reach level 30 to activate the first skill extraction. He added that the first life leap required sacrificing 10 drops of divine and demonic essential blood. Jiang was somewhat surprised to see that Xiao Jia had just been born and already had such a big appetite, wanting to consume gods and demons. Our boy asked him to go visit his sister in the nest first, and as for the matter of divine and demonic essential blood he was asking for, he would ask the master once he came out. Xiao Jia closed his eyes, bowed his head before him, and responded with a yes. At the same time, news about Jike Xuanyu's father spread everywhere. General Duan, who was browsing online at that moment, saw the news and couldn't help but panic and start sweating as he revealed to Gu Kaishan that he had just seen a broadcast where Jike Xuanyu was crying. Gu Kaishan, who was sitting behind and enjoying a cup of tea, remained calm and asked if it was necessary to make such a fuss over a second transformation mission. Duan replied that although the king was indifferent and didn't care about anything, when it came to his daughter, he could go crazy. He summoned a portal and started running. Seeing this, Gu Kaishan threw down his cup of tea and began to follow him, realizing that this wasn't good. Jiang returned to the main hall of the Celestial Tower, and upon seeing him, everyone was impressed and excited because a good show was about to take place. The king began rolling up his sleeves, staring at him with a furious expression, and decided to give him a good punishment. Jike Xuanyu, who was sitting next to him, panicked and begged her father to stop, but he refused, saying that he knew what he was doing. Jiang started walking, and it didn't take long for him to realize that these guys were staring at him intently. But just before Jiang could take another step, the generals appeared and grabbed him by the arms. Seeing this, Jiang's mind filled with confusion. He didn't know what Commander Duan and the Master were doing, but they advised him to run as they would explain it on the way. But just then, the father leaped forward, extended his hand toward Jiang, and invoked a powerful golden energy. He ordered Dun Xinghai to stop, mentioning that Jiang had made his daughter cry. As punishment, he commanded them to cede territory from Jiangnan. He decided that the 3 great dungeons in Celestial Dragon Canyon would be assigned to Madu. Jiang and the others went on high alert upon seeing the attack. At that moment, an ice block appeared, blocking it. Dun mentioned that he wasn't going to give up anything since Jiangnan had risen up, and this year in the overall ranking of celestial geniuses, the people of Madu would have to cede territory to Jiangnan. The father landed on the ground and couldn't help but get angry, his gaze filled with rage upon seeing that they had fled. But he swore to go to Jiangnan to deal with them, and even if they knelt down and begged for forgiveness, it wouldn't be enough. He thought the best thing would be to make Jiang marry his daughter so that they could humiliate him day and night. Upon hearing this, the daughter who was standing behind couldn't help but start blushing, and with a confused expression asked her father why he was saying such nonsense. A crowd gathered around them, and the father thought that as long as his daughter could be happy, she could do whatever she wanted. The daughter fell to the ground, got nervous, and after thinking it over carefully decided it was better to return home and leave Jiang Chen's name here so she could constantly motivate herself in preparation for the competition of prodigies. Jiang, Gu Kaishan, and Dun escaped, but at that moment something left them somewhat confused. It was the father and daughter, still somewhat furious. The father asked what they were doing at his house. Gu Kaishan closed his eyes, brought a fist up to his mouth, coughed lightly, then mentioned that they had something to ask of him. Jiang was somewhat disappointed because, for Xiaojia, he had to lower himself to ask for favors. Seeing that the Celestial Sword King wanted to request something, with a calm expression, the father gave permission. He was willing to help in any way. He could joke with Dun but still had to show respect to the Celestial Sword King. Gu Kaishan closed his eyes and revealed that Jiang was his disciple who needed material for his profession change mission. 10 drops of divine and demonic essential blood, which only the Jai family possessed. Dun began to raise a finger and with a forced smile explained that the conflict had nothing to do with this, as Jiang Chen only needed it for his profession change. And if there was no other option, as compensation they were willing to exchange the Celestial Dragon Cannon with the king. He placed his hand on his daughter's shoulder and asked what the Celestial Dragon Cannon was, explaining that it could not be exchanged for a drop of divine and demonic essential blood. He was willing to accept, but under one condition: Jiang must marry his daughter. Upon hearing this, the daughter was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but blush. With a confident expression, her father asked her to think carefully since she would be more motivated by having Jiang on her side, and seeing him every day would give her infinite energy to improve herself, become stronger, and protect the city. She turned as red as a tomato, and with an expression full of embarrassment, she asked what he was saying and also mentioned that she felt something wasn't right. Dun put one foot on the table, started pointing at them with his finger, and got angry, deciding to tell these conditions to Mu Henian and Tang Wangchuan to make them join forces against him. Jiang, who was sitting down, began to sweat. He didn't know what was happening. Gu Kaishan became serious and asked the father to mind his words. The father extended his hand to one side, and with a smile explained that although Jiang would not marry his daughter, it would be good to establish a relationship as in-laws. Jai Xuanyu's gaze fixed on her father, and she couldn't help but drop her jaw and turn red like a tomato. She didn't know what her father was trying to achieve with this. She got angry, moved away from her father, and with an enraged expression asked if he was trying to force her into marriage, explaining that she did not agree. If the father wanted someone to get married, then he could marry Jiang. The father remained calm, and with a tranquil smile explained that feelings could be cultivated. Young people were not very into the idea of getting married first and falling in love later. Jai Xuanyu did not change her mind. She turned her back on the father and began heading toward the door. She was so furious that she no longer wanted to continue talking to him. The father's eyes filled with confusion and concern. He reached out his hand toward his daughter and tried to stop her. He turned around towards Jiang and the others, and his gaze filled with joy. With a confident smile, he asked our boy to stay at his house for a couple of days to see if he could make his daughter fall in love with him, and if things didn't work out, then he could leave. This proposal was somewhat tempting, but Jiang knew that this old man was plotting something. With a forced smile, he accepted since, after all, there was no way Jai Xuanyu would fall in love with him. So staying here for a few days wouldn't do any harm. Besides, this way he could earn the king's trust and obtain the divine and demonic blood. Once night fell, Gu Kaishan and Dun left the Jai family mansion. Not long after that, the father kept his promise and handed our boy a box full of red bottles containing divine and demonic blood. This blood had immense power. By consuming it, it could grant an ordinary person a cultivation level equivalent to that of a king in an instant. But like everything, it had a price, and in this case, it was the explosion of the body and the total annihilation of the soul. When the father handed over the blood to our boy, he explained that it contained a terrifying will and asked him to be very careful. In response, he thanked him with a smile. Jiang began observing the bottles of blood and couldn't help but smile, giving Xiao Jai the order to manifest. Not long after, Xiao Jai, who was somewhat sad, appeared and lowered his head before Jiang as a form of greeting, and his body began to emit a powerful red energy. Seeing this, Jiang was somewhat confused and asked the boy why he was so downcast. With a depressed expression, he explained that little Nine didn't like him and she wanted to kick him out of the insect nest. Jiang extended his hand toward him and with a forced smile tried to console him by asking if she had hit him. Xiao Jai turned his head to the other side and replied no. He did not want to fight against an insect woman since she was no match for him, and for this reason, he had left the nest as quickly as possible. Jiang became even more confused upon seeing that he was speaking as if he were stronger than her. He didn't even know why Xiao Jai had such a strange attitude, considering it was supposed that he was a terrifying existence from eternal hell. But Jiang decided to leave children's matters to children since it was better for them to resolve things on their own. He placed his hand on Xiao Jai's shoulder, extended the other toward the box, and with a forced smile asked him to stop thinking about the matter and advised him to eat first. With a depressed expression, Xiao Jai responded with an understood. He began to use his powers, making the bottle caps fly through the air. Little by little all the blood started to come out of the bottles, and Xiao Jai, who had his eyes closed, began to drink it. Once he consumed all the blood, a powerful energy appeared around his body, and several system windows manifested. Now that the level transition had been completed, the system began to extract the abilities. Jiang clenched his fist, began to observe it, and couldn't help but smile. This was a gamble to see if he could obtain a good ability. He was hoping to acquire the Infernal Furnace. Jiang was teleported into his subconscious where a powerful energy began to emerge from his body. He obtained the ability called Divine Body of the Guardian Elephant of legendary quality. It was a special Divine Constitution type ability. The human body was composed of 840 million tiny particles, and each one possessed the strength of a giant elephant. If all the particles awakened, it could compare to a divine elephant capable of stirring seas and rivers, roaring until stars fell, reaching the moon, and devouring the sun in an instant. The red beetle could transform into primordial particles and integrate himself into Jiang's body. Jiang opened his hand, began to observe his palm, and his eyes filled with surprise and confusion since he did not know if the divine body of the guardian elephant was the improved version of the Hell Furnace ability. Jiang's body began to emit the same energy as Xiao Jai's. He clenched his fists and couldn't help but start smiling because now the power in his body was very strong. And if in these days he could produce 2 generations of insects, he would be able to match Jiang Wuxuang's strength. But what was most impressive was that Xiao Jia could also merge with him, not only increasing his strength but also meaning that he would no longer have to fight with little Nine in the insect nest, something that was simply perfect for the situation. Xiao Jai heard everything, manifested himself, and told his father that he was hungry and wanted to eat some divine or demonic meat. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang came out of his trance, began observing him, and couldn't help but enter a state of alertness and confusion. He didn't know why Xiao Jai had suddenly started speaking like this, to which Xiao Jai responded that he had learned it from little Nine because he wanted her to accept him as a brother. At the same time, in some remote place in the mountains was the temple of the cult of the ancient sacred god of Jiangnan. Inside, there were several hooded men, standing in line in front of another man who was seated on a throne. The leader asked his subordinates if they had any new information. One of the men responded that Jiang Chen from the Jiangnan War District had learned to use the Celestial Sword and had also developed 4 moves, the last one called Great Tao, which could be of divine level. Another man reported that some matters between Jiang and the Great State Protecting General, Xiao Yuanchen, had been covered up, and not even their people had been able to find the slightest bit of information through soul searching. Moreover, they themselves had died due to the counterattack. The leader stood up, and with a serious expression came to the conclusion that the great dreamer was the one who had acted, realizing that this type of secret did not need to be investigated. He gave his men the order to adjust the hunting list of Dazia's geniuses, keeping the top 3 unchanged and placing Jiang Cheng in 4th place. The leader stepped down from the throne and began walking toward the shadows, deciding to raise the reward level for the top 4 on the list. Whoever managed to kill any of them would receive purification from the ancient god and ascend directly to a stellar level of 6 transformations. He reminded everyone that members of the church ranks 2nd through 5th had been killed by Jai Linkyu. He decided it was time to rise up and fight since the church of the ancient god had remained silent for too long. Somewhere in the temple, there was a giant beast with dozens of eyes. The leader approached it and thanked his god for not abandoning them and for granting them a divine opportunity. According to him, now was time to do something for their ancient gods. The entire place was filled with cobwebs, and compared to the place, the leader seemed like a simple fly. He began to gaze at the ground and greeted the Spider Queen, introducing himself as the 7th seat of the Church of the Ancient Gods. The man revealed that this time he had come to talk about an alliance. The Spider Queen extended her sharp leg, and her gaze fixed on the man, letting him know that she did not trust humanity. The man placed his hand over his chest, bowed his head, and explained that they were different from ordinary humans since although they possessed impure human bodies, their souls had already been delivered into the embrace of the ancient gods. They proclaimed themselves as apostles of the ancient gods. The strength of the Spider Queen was among the top 100 across countless races in the abyss, and the man was certain that she had orders to get along with them since after all their objectives were aligned. She got tired of the man and asked him to get to the point since she didn't want to listen to nonsense. The man began to show an evil smile, and his eyes filled with excitement, revealing that the south of the river was empty. He wanted to invite the Spider Queen there when the prodigies competition began, in order to unleash a horde of beasts, and completely devastate Jiangnan City and Chuzhong. The Spider Queen fully emerged. The man extended his hands and mentioned that with this sacrifice, they would summon the arrival of the ancient god, and at that moment, the Spider Queen could make any request she desired. The next day at the Jai mansion, Jai Xuanyu went to Zhang's room and began knocking on the door, asking him to get up. She thought that our boy was still sleeping, but to her surprise, Zhang opened the door and started showing a kind smile. Seeing this, she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. She began blushing like a tomato and with an angry gaze asked him where he planned to go. Jiang remained calm and with a serene expression asked if she didn't want to go out on a date with him, questioning whether perhaps she wanted to enter his room. Upon hearing this, she got even angrier. She got nervous, turned her back on our boy, and asked him to come with her since her father had something to tell him. Jiang couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. At the same time, in the training field, the father was lying on a beach lounger, and next to him were several men. Several minutes later, his daughter and Zhang arrived, and upon seeing this, the father became excited. The father was known as the king of lounging around, and Zhang thought that the father truly lived up to his name since he was lying down so early in the morning. The father extended his hand toward some men and explained that they were the prodigies of the city, revealing that in a couple of days they would become his enemies. Upon seeing Jiang, the men couldn't help but feel angry and envious. Jiang began observing the men, and upon noticing their expressions, he couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. The father introduced the first one as Hua Yunfei, someone who possessed the only hidden profession of heroic spirit summoner. And just as he was about to reveal his ability, the daughter approached him and asked him not to reveal everything to their enemies since that was considered betrayal. Hua Yunfei was somewhat confused, and upon seeing that the daughter had intervened, he felt relieved. The father apologized with the excuse that he had just woken up. Jiang began to observe them and noticed that the father did not treat him as a stranger. He still had the Eye of the Void, so there was no need for introductions. The father revealed that there were 8 days left until the Great Summer Ranking competition, and in order for them to reach a higher level, he decided to open a sacred relic of Jilai so they could enter and undergo trials. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention turned to him, and they were all left speechless. The daughter's eyes filled with surprise as she realized that he was going to invest a lot in them. Hua Yunfei's gaze filled with emotion, and he couldn't help but smile since the divine treasure of Jilai was the supreme secret of Daxia. Jiang was somewhat confused upon seeing that the father had summoned him just to tell him this, questioning whether it wasn't planned to use this as bait to make him sell his body. What they were going to explore on this journey was the third divine vault of the Jai, an ancient divine corpse 10,000 jang long. 80% of its interior had already been explored, but even so, it remained extremely dangerous. Under no circumstances should they enter the head of the divine corpse as it would mean certain death. Xiao Jai manifested upon hearing this and told his father that he was hungry. Jiang couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed and explained to him that repeating the same thing wasn't suitable for his poker face, asking him not to use them anymore, promising that he could take him or not to eat depending on what conditions the king set. The father stood up and asked everyone to follow him, but once he looked back, he saw Jiang standing still. He asked what he was doing and if he didn't want to go. Quickly, Jiang replied that yes, he did want to go. Now that the king hadn't set any conditions, Xiao Jia was going to have food, something that made the little red beetle happy. With a worried expression, Hua Yunfei asked the king why Jiang Chen, an outsider, could also enter the divine treasure. The father, in a calm voice, mentioned that although Jiang was now a stranger, in the future he would be someone very close. He turned around, gave him a thumbs up, winked at our boy, and asked him to protect his daughter in the divine treasure since they both needed to support each other to be a good couple. She began to blush again and said that she did not need him to protect her. Our boy remained silent, while on the other side, Hua Yunfei got angry and started feeling envious of our boy. At the same time, somewhere in the forest where the trees had no leaves, there was a giant coffin and in front of it stood a man holding a golden staff, who realized that this place was dangerous and asked everyone to move away quickly. Jai Xuanyu's father reached the place where the man was, placed his hand on his chest, began to walk toward him, and introduced himself as the head of the Jai family, Jai Hongyin, explaining that he had come with his apprentices, asking him to please open the door. The man who was holding the staff began pointing at the entrance with the weapon, giving them permission to enter. Jiang and the others started walking toward the entrance, and he began observing them with a serene expression. The Jai family was very powerful, and even so they needed to be cautious when it came to Jialai's divine treasure, which showed that it was not something ordinary. First, he decided to familiarize himself with this place and then investigate using Xiao Jai. The man used his power, causing a portal to begin opening in the giant coffin. He struck the staff forcefully on the ground, making a powerful red energy start emerging from the ground. The father, who had his arms behind his back, remained silent, while on the other side Jiang began observing the energy and couldn't help but go into shock. A strange smell appeared in the air. The father turned around, extended his hand towards them, explaining that the recent power came from the 20% undiscovered of the divine soul of the ancient god's corpse in the sea of consciousness. The attention of Jiang and the others was fixed on the father, and they remained silently listening. Everyone took a small flag, and while Jiang was inspecting it, Jai Xuanyu approached him and crossed her arms. The father began to walk towards them, extended his hands to the sides, explaining that it was very likely there would be a mutation in that area, asking them under no circumstances to attempt entering it, and just in case decided to give them a teleportation flag so that in case of danger they could teleport back. Jiang started touching his head, closed his eyes, and with a smile thanked the father. Jai Xuanyu turned her back to them, began saying goodbye to her father using her hand, and asked him to return home. She was eager to go in, so she asked the others to follow her and stay close since she was going to guide them. A while later, they entered the corpse, and Jai Xuanyu was the leader of the group. Along the way, she explained that this was the calf region of the ancient god's corpse. The passage they were now in was its meridian. She had been here many times before, and there was almost no danger. They only needed to be careful with blood beasts because even if they killed them, not only would they gain many experience points but also strengthen their bodies. While everyone was walking, Jiang's attention was fixed on the sky. His eyes filled with amazement as it had a height of dozens of meters and a width of dozens of meters, wondering if this area was really just the meridian of the corpse. His mind was filled with many questions, not knowing how large the corpse of the ancient god was. Xiao Jai appeared on our boy's shoulder. He began to observe him with a serene look and couldn't help but start smiling. Xiao Jai was somewhat surprised to see that his father had brought him so he could devour the magnificent corpse of the ancient god. He was impressed because his father was the best, thinking that he had learned to flatter only for something to eat. While Jiang and the others were exploring the area, with a smile our boy gave his son permission to devour everything he could but advised him to be careful not to be discovered. Xiao Jai transformed into a beetle and began moving away from them. At that moment, a six-eyed blood beast appeared and began panting heavily. A horde of beasts appeared in front of them, while some beasts stood in front to prevent them from escaping. Others jumped and prepared to attack. Seeing this, Jai Xuanyu panicked, drew her bow, turned around, and with a worried gaze asked everyone to be careful. The status window of the beasts appeared. They were level 35 and had several abilities: Illusory Blood Mist, Blood Explosion, and Blood Arrow. Hua Yunfei filled himself with enthusiasm, began to use his power, making fire appear in the palm of his hand, and with a confident smile, he started running towards the beasts with the intention of finishing them all. Instead of panicking, our boy remained calm and his gaze was filled with confusion. The blood beasts in the area were not bad food, but Xiao Jai had flown directly to another place, not knowing if he wasn't interested in eating them. Hua Yunfei used his power, causing a powerful burst of energy to shoot out from his hand and strike against the beasts, making them start roaring in agony. Not long after, the beasts struck by his attack lost their lives, falling to the ground. Hua Yunfei clenched his fist and somewhat confidently mocked our boy, asking if he could instantly kill more than 10 blood beasts. Jai Xuanyu, who had her hand on her hip, began silently observing the beasts. Our boy did not fall into temptation. He gave a thumbs up saying that Hua Yunfei was impressive. He had finally seen a proud guy with mental retardation. Jai Xuanyu stood with her arms crossed and her gaze fixed on Hua Yunfei. She was somewhat annoyed by his behavior, so she asked him not to boast about something so insignificant. He placed his hand over his chest, closed his eyes, and bowed his head before her, deciding to follow the goddess's orders. Our boy began to show a forced smile, realizing that this guy was also a bootlicker. With a serious expression, she decided to lead the group to the heart section of the ancient god's corpse, explaining that there were more blood beasts there and it was also more suitable for training. She revealed that the ancient god's corpse had a structure different from the human body, having 3 hearts. But at that moment, Xiao Jai began to communicate with our boy, asking him not to pay attention to her nonsense, since the ancient god of Jialai actually had 4 hearts, and as long as one remained intact, it could revive. Jiang went into shock and his eyes filled with alertness, asking if he was saying that the ancient god was alive. And then Xiao Jai revealed that he had found the hidden 4th heart, which had not yet been destroyed. Xiao Jai, who was in beetle form, reached the 4th heart of the corpse and started flying toward it. Seeing this, Jiang panicked and asked him to come back immediately, but he refused, asking him to wait a moment since he was thinking of some way to eat this heart. In a desperate attempt to stop his son, Jiang promised to take him to eat something more delicious since the heart of the ancient god should not be delicious. Jiang's eyes filled with fear and rage, realizing that this was not good. He approached one of the men, placed his hand on his shoulder, and with a serious expression, asked them not to proceed as there was danger, leaving the man somewhat confused. Hua Yunfei, somewhat confused, turned around asking what he was saying. Our boy asked everyone to use the teleportation flag to get out of here as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Jai Xuanyu's gaze filled with surprise. She remained silent, and the conceited Hua Yunfei approached Jiang and, with a smile, mocked him by asking if he was talking about the blood beasts from a moment ago. He decided to take this opportunity to call him a coward. Jiang began staring at him intently and stayed silent, and upon seeing this, Hua Yunfei demanded that he respond. Our boy's eyes filled with fury, realizing that this guy was a fool, and deciding it was better to sacrifice him. Without hesitating for even a second, he delivered a strong punch to his face, sending his body flying and leaving everyone else in shock. He knew that if he hit Hua Yunfei, the others would have no choice but to agree on going out first to seek medical attention. Hua Yunfei's body flew out until it forcefully hit the ground several meters back. Jai Xuanyu, somewhat furious, turned around and her attention fixed on Jiang, asking what he was doing and why he had hit Hua Yunfei. Our boy replied that nothing in particular. He just felt hatred toward him and wanted to fight. She turned around and saw that Hua Yunfei, who now had a bruise on his cheek, sat down, placed his hand on the ground, got angry and revealed that he also felt hatred toward Jiang, and upon seeing that he had dared to strike him, believed that he was seeking death. Hua Yunfei stood up and released the heroic spirit, causing a powerful giant knight made of blue energy to emerge from his body. Despite the fact that the knight was terrifying, Jiang remained firm, began to observe it and mocked Hua Yunfei by saying that it was just an exaggeration and not so powerful. Xiao Jai returned and entered Jiang's body. He opened his palm and with a joyful look, fixed his attention on Hua Yunfei and a smile appeared on his face since Xiao Jai had returned at the right moment. He extended his hands and his body began to release the energy of Xiao Jai. Hua Yunfei, thirsty for revenge, decided to attack, making the knight prepare to attack using its claw. Jiang's eyes began to shine, and his hand started to emit a powerful energy. This was the perfect moment to test the power of the divine body of the guardian elephant. Just before the knight's attack could reach Jiang, he counterattacked and his strike was so powerful that the spirit of the knight disintegrated into pieces. Jai Xuanyu and the others couldn't help but be left speechless, their eyes filled with surprise, upon seeing that with a simple move Jiang had defeated the knight's spirit. Hua Yunfei was shocked, his eyes full of fear. He didn't know how this was possible. While he was distracted, Jiang leaped, appeared above him, and prepared to attack. Just before he had time to react, Jiang delivered a strong punch, causing his body to crash forcefully against the wall. In a matter of seconds, he lost consciousness. Jia Xuanyu approached Jiang and, somewhat furious, asked why he had done this. The others were shocked to see that he had defeated Hua Yunfei with a single blow without using his sword or the help of the 9 miasma wings. Jiang closed his eyes and began to show a confident smile, explaining that Hua Yunfei's injuries were not serious. However, if not treated soon, there would be lasting effects on his body, and in this way, he would not be able to compete in the genius competition that was going to take place in a couple of days. Jia Xuanyu began to suspect something, and her gaze fixed on our boy. With a surprised expression, she asked if he had injured Hua Yunfei out of fear so as to escape from the corpse. Jiang turned his back on them, closed his eyes, revealing that if they wasted more time, that guy was going to die. The others began to feel fear and took out the teleportation flags, knowing they were not going to be able to fight against him. One of them said he couldn't use the flag, and upon hearing this, Jiang's eyes filled with fear and surprise. He turned around, and some members of the group tried to use the flag but were unable. Jiang's attention fixed on them, and with a serious expression he realized that when Xiao Jai discovered the heart, the corpse also sensed Xiao Jai's presence and immediately made arrangements. He put his hand over his face, and his gaze filled with fear, as his master had said that the power of a true god was level 9. He knew that the enemy they were going to face was level 10 or higher, and if this was the case, they were doomed to die. He decided to calm himself and took out the teleportation flag, realizing that the god was sealing the power of the flags and not directly eliminating it, which meant that it itself was subject to some restriction and unable to act. With a determined gaze, he began to fly alongside Xiao Jai, asking him to guide him to the 4th heart, deciding that it was time to destroy the heart. He must treat the god as if it were alive and had to kill it before it came back to life. Jiang started moving away from them at great speed, and upon seeing this, Jia Xuanyu realized that he had noticed something was wrong all this time, and that's why he wanted them to leave here as soon as possible. One of the men carried Hua Yunfei's body on his back, and they began following Jiang since something bad could happen. Jiang approached the 4th heart, but at that moment he was forced to stop as more blood beasts appeared, which prepared to attack. Jia Xuanyu and the others also reached him, and a horde of blood beasts with a level between 70 and 120 appeared. Now they were surrounded by the beasts, and their level had also doubled compared to before. The others went on alert, realizing that they were finished since there were blood beasts of level 120, even some of 150. Jiang extended his hand towards the beasts, giving the order to Little Nine and the insects to attack the beasts in front. Little Nine appeared and got happy upon seeing so much food. Our boy gave Jia Xuanyu the order to lead the others to hold back the beasts behind. Jiang, confident, grabbed one of the veins, clenched his fist and with a determined look, decided to open a hole in the vein to enter and solve the problem. Jia Xuanyu unsheathed the bow, turned around and with a surprised expression revealed that it was impossible since the veins of the ancient god could not be broken. But Jiang asked them to hold their position and wait for him to return, as only then would they be able to leave this place alive. Jiang used the oppressive body of the divine elephant, and, using all his strength, delivered a strong punch to the vein. His attack began to take effect, and in a matter of seconds, a cut appeared in the spot where Jiang had struck. But then it started to regenerate. Jia Xuanyu turned around, and upon seeing that he had managed to create a cut in the vein, she couldn't help but be shocked. With a surprised expression, she explained that even if the vein could be destroyed, the ancient corpse would heal it very quickly. Jiang clenched his fist tightly, and his gaze fixed on the vein. He prepared to strike again as he was not willing to give up so easily. With a determined gaze, he struck the vein again, shattering the area into pieces. If they couldn't penetrate its meridians, they wouldn't be able to break through the most defensible outer exit. Now, instead of the easier external advance, internal advancement was the best way. Jiang used his power again and delivered another strong punch to the vein, creating a large curtain of smoke in the area. Jiang's attacks took effect, and a large hole appeared in the vein. Seeing this, Jiang, who had his fist clenched and was ready to strike again with a calm expression, realized that now was the time to enter. Just before the vein could regenerate again, Jiang entered inside and asked her to wait for him to return. Jia Xuanyu turned around, and upon seeing that Jiang had managed to enter, her eyes filled with surprise and concern, asking him to be careful. Two men from the group extended their hands and used their powers to create a shield to repel the beasts. Jia Xuanyu turned around and with a serious gaze asked Lui Fei and Song Yuming, the two professional tanks of the group, to fight on the left side and hold out. Lui Fei nodded his head. She began walking toward the others, extended her hand to one side, and gave orders to Zhu Manman and Ningbo Zhang Chujing to take care of the left side while she and Su Xiao would handle the right. Upon hearing this order, one of the men started heading toward the left side. The members of the group created a shield behind and two on the sides to prevent the beasts from attacking from various directions. A horde of blood beasts appeared and surrounded the group. Seeing this, Jai Xuanyu grabbed the bow, prepared to shoot, began observing the beasts, and revealed that staying alive or ending up dead depended on them. The only thing she could tell them was that her great-grandfather Jai Linghu would come immediately to rescue them. Upon seeing a glimmer of hope, the members of the group were filled with enthusiasm. The guardian at the entrance of the divine corpse went to Jai Xuanyu's father's office, revealing that he had lost contact with the group. Hearing this, her father's eyes filled with concern. He placed both hands on top of his desk and with a confused expression asked when exactly they had lost contact. The guardian responded that he had lost contact 3 minutes ago, when suddenly there was a sudden energy fluctuation inside, something that had never happened before. He had entered the divine residence and discovered that the corpse was completely isolated from the outside world. The guardian's eyes were full of seriousness. He began to gaze at the father, explaining that the strange thing was that the corpse of the ancient god had not disappeared and was still in its original dimensional space, and the connected position of the calf was still within their formation's range. The father, somewhat astonished, remained listening silently without interrupting. He sat down again, rested his hand on the table, and his gaze filled with fear as he remembered that the Jai family had taken more than 100 years to barely open the passage toward the calf, and now it was impossible to forcibly break through the defense of the ancient god from outside with their own strength. He gave the order to the guardian to notify this to the elder so he could return as soon as possible. Now they could only seek him out, and he also decided to notify Gu Kaishan of Jiangnan. Once Jiang crossed the vein, a horde of blood beasts appeared. But he drew his sword, and with a piercing gaze, began massacring them one by one. Xiao Jai also manifested and began to kill all the beasts in the area. Using the celestial sword, Jiang attacked one of the beasts again, cutting its body into pieces. Now the area was filled with corpses. Xiao Jai placed his hand on top of one of the beast's backs, and with a calm gaze decided not to eat this junk food now, since after all, there was delicious food waiting for him later. Jiang's eyes were full of determination, and without much effort he began to massacre all the beasts in the area. In some other place, there were blue dragons flying through the air. There was a man with white hair watching what Jiang was doing through a magical ball made of water. For him, this was unexpected. He explained to his brother Manlong that he would never have thought there would be such a talented child among humans. Next to him was a dragon who had summoned the magic ball. He began staring intently at Jiang and told brother Duangsu that this was true. To avoid catastrophe, he had faked his death and crossed the sea, hiding his heart and waiting for the new era. Duangsu's heart had not been discovered in hundreds of years, but now it had been found by a child. Duangsu reached out toward the magical ball which started showing Jiang's insects. He explained that Jiang wasn't an ordinary brat since he had released very powerful insects, all being natural disasters and even possessing the 9 miasma wings. He knew that Jiang's movements were not ordinary, but now that the space was closed, it was a dead end. He began to control the magic ball, and while both were observing Jiang's next move, Duangsu mentioned that there were more and more strange things about Jiang. He was worried that he might really touch his heart, but all he could do now was create blood beasts, but for the moment, it seemed that the beasts couldn't stop him. He knew that if Jiang destroyed his heart, he would no longer be able to shelter them, and he feared they would all disappear. Nanlong summoned a blue flame in the palm of his hand, began to observe it, and with a confident smile told Duangsu not to worry since he still had much of his origin left, so cursing a child to death was not going to be a problem for him. Jiang finished off a horde of blood beasts, but more began to appear and seemed endless. Our boy, who was wiping his mouth with his hand, realized that the blood beasts were becoming increasingly stronger. Now there were even some at level 150. He feared that things were not going well with Jai Xuanyu. He needed to hurry, otherwise something bad was going to happen. Xiao Jia, who was in front of him, started pointing forward with his finger and with a serious expression asked his father to pass through the intercession ahead in order to reach the heart. Upon hearing this, Jiang quickly moved forward. He knew that this ancient god could also hide himself. He could hide his heart anywhere in the body. Jiang decided to finish off the beasts that were in front of him. But at that moment, the beasts began to flee. Seeing this, he became confused as he did not know what was happening. But it didn't take long for him to realize that something was wrong. Jiang's eyes filled with surprise, and he panicked as his sea of consciousness had suddenly gone dark. Now he couldn't even see the ancestral tree. Looking back, Jiang's gaze filled with fear. He didn't know what was happening. Behind him appeared a giant dragon, which started staring at him intently and prepared to attack with its sharp claws. Jiang turned his head back, and upon seeing the dragon, he couldn't help but go on alert, realizing that this was bad. Just before he had time to react, the dragon caught Jiang with its claw, leaving him immobilized. Our boy couldn't help but feel fear and started screaming. A wicked smile appeared on Duongsu's face, thinking that now he was saved. Nanlong, who had summoned the dragon to catch Jiang, began to smile, believing that now he was finished. The dragon began to tighten its claw, causing ice to appear around, and Jiang began to tremble, his gaze filled with despair. Not knowing why, he felt completely unable to resist. He felt very cold and had a strong desire to sleep. Jiang began to feel fear, being unable to move. Seeing this, Xiao Jia approached him, grabbed his face, and with a worried expression asked what was happening to him. Then he started touching his back, asking him to speak. Our boy was unable to respond. It was a shame since he couldn't make any sound. At that moment, the ring Jiang was wearing on his finger began to shine, shattering the ice into pieces. The power of the ring was so powerful that even the dragon's claw exploded into fragments. He had suffered a curse attack from an unknown entity and had been protected by the heart of the star god. And now his heart of the star god had suffered significant trauma and was damaged. Seeing this, the dragon's eyes filled with rage. Jiang unsheathed the celestial sword and began staring intently at the dragon. The heart of the star god was the ring that the great dreamer had given him before. He had just received a curse that targeted directly the origin of the soul, even bypassing the ancestral tree of all things. This ring had saved his life, and those screams from his sister back then had been worth it. An excited smile spread across Jiang's face. The ancestral tree manifested again. Jiang began to stare intently at the dragon, ready to take revenge. The invincible level 9 divine rank equipment could not be destroyed. He realized that the dragon was very strong, but since it could not kill him, now it was his turn. Nanlong fell to his knees on the ground and put his hand on his throat. Duongsu extended his hand and urged him to make another attack as soon as possible, since he did not believe that Jiang could escape from the second curse. Jiang and Xiao Jia began to move toward the heart. Nanlong started observing them through the magic ball, explaining that the difficulty of the curse at this moment was completely beyond their imagination. His soul's essence had been exhausted in the fight centuries ago, and if the curse were released again, he would fall into eternal sleep. Duongsu approached him and with a gaze full of rage began staring at him intently. With an uncertain gaze, Manlong asked if he was going to devour him or revive him after he fell into eternal sleep. In response, Duongsu began to show an evil smile. Seeing this, Manlong decided to kill him now, but at that moment Duongsu started controlling the small dragons, which began devouring Manlong. His eyes filled with despair as he did not know how he could control these monsters, begging not to be killed. Duongsu, who had his hands behind his back, began to observe him in silence, responding that it was already too late. He extended his hand and began to consume Manlong's power, and with a confident smile decided to destroy Jiang so he could not destroy his last heart. He was going to use the essence of the barbarian dragon to plant karma in Jiang's soul and force him to come here, and at that moment, Jiang was going to be him. Jiang and Xiao Jia reached the fourth heart, which was gigantic. Our boy began observing it, asking how long it would take to break the restriction. Xiao Jia began to fly toward the heart, explaining that for him this was very easy. He transformed into small beetles and started attacking the heart, asking his father to wait as everything would be over very soon. Jiang began to observe in silence, and little Xiao Jia destroyed the blood vessels of the heart with his sharp teeth, lifting the restriction. Jiang placed his hand on his chest and began to feel a strong pain. His heart was beating forcefully. He felt that his heartbeat was synchronized with that of the ancient god, not knowing if this was an illusion. Xiao Jia's eyes filled with happiness, and with a hungry smile he decided to start devouring the heart. He entered the heart and began to devour it slowly, causing cracks to appear in the heart. Jiang started to feel strange. He put his hand on his chest again and his gaze filled with exhaustion. The ancient god's heart was about to stop beating, but for some strange reason, he felt that his own heart was also about to stop. Jiang's body began to emit a strange aura. He placed his hand on his chest and his eyes filled with concern as he felt pain. His mind was being bombarded with the idea of going to the brain of the ancient god, as a great opportunity awaited him there. Jiang's heart began to beat strongly, and several seconds later, he stopped feeling pain and his heart returned to normal. He did not know what was happening with the thoughts of wanting to go to the brain of the ancient god that were flooding his head. His attention focused on the heart of the ancient corpse. He began observing it with a calm gaze, not knowing if it could be destiny's guide, and if there truly was a great opportunity. He decided to calm himself since going to the brain was extremely complicated. Even if he wanted to go, first he had to find a way to get Jike Xuanyu and the others out of here. Xiao Jia appeared in front of him, put his hands on his belly, closed his eyes and couldn't help but smile, as he couldn't eat anymore. Jiang began to look at his son and was somewhat surprised to see that he was already full. Xiao Jia explained that he had refined the rest of the heart into blood essence and could take it packaged. Jiang's eyes filled with happiness, and he couldn't help but start smiling. Xiao Jia had already reached level 30 and could reproduce directly 3 more times, but it was a pity since there was little time now, and it was better to first meet up with Jike Xuanyu and the others. While the small dragons were flying around the area, Duangsu used his power, making a fireball appear in the palm of his hand. He had already planted the curse on Jiang. He was in the brain of the corpse and was floating above it. While his eyes were filled with rage, he clenched his fist tightly, making the fireball disappear. It was impossible for our boy to escape now, and now that Duangsu no longer had any worries, he decided to play with him a little more since, after all, sooner or later he was going to come to the brain to look for him. The members of Jike Xuanyu's group began to fall one by one. Some were seriously injured. But when one fell, another took their place. Someone stomped hard on the ground, asking them not to give up. While one of the group members was creating a barrier behind, 2 men extended their hands forward and summoned another barrier. A horde of beasts lunged at them, but Jike Xuanyu used the God's arrow ability and began shooting powerful golden arrows at the beasts. Behind her were several men lying on the ground and 2 women sitting covered in blood with their hands on their shoulders. Jike Xuanyu was also beginning to lose strength. With a tired gaze, she turned around and panicked. She could no longer fight as she was exhausted. Killing the blood beasts was an impossible task since they couldn't even hurt them. Despite being exhausted, she filled herself with determination, started staring at the beasts. The 9 miasma wings also seemed to be in trouble, realizing that there really was no way for her to come and rescue them. While she was distracted, a beast appeared above them, opened its mouth and prepared to attack. She looked up and upon seeing this, she couldn't help but panic and feel fear. The beast began approaching her. Jike Xuanyu put her arms in front of her, closed her eyes and prepared to take the attack. She couldn't believe they were going to be annihilated. Just before the beast could attack, Jiang appeared and delivered a powerful punch to the beast's face, his eyes filled with determination. He was not going to let her die. Jike Xuanyu, who had her arms in front and was ready to take the hit, remained silent. The beast's body was sent flying backward and crashed hard against the ground, and upon seeing this, the other beasts couldn't help but feel fear. She opened her eyes, and upon seeing that Jiang was alive, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Our boy turned toward her and with a serious expression apologized for being late. Upon seeing Jiang, a light of hope appeared in the eyes of the others. Jike Xuanyu approached one of the injured men and rested his shoulder on her own to help him stand up. Jiang used the skill called Star God Blessing, causing the ring to start emitting a blue aura. He began staring intently at the beasts with a determined gaze and knew that although the ring could no longer withstand damage, its healing function could still be used. The ring started healing all the injured members of the group. The woman placed her hand on her neck and couldn't help but feel comfortable. The man who was beside her was in shock. He began to look at his hands, realizing that the pain was slowly disappearing. Despite being surrounded by beasts, Jiang was calm and smiling. He asked Little Nine and the insects to return, knowing that this battle had left them very tired. Little Nine appeared behind him, placed her hands on his shoulder, closed her eyes and started crying. She couldn't believe that Jiang had taken Xiao Jia to play, leaving her alone, explaining that many insects had died, and she wanted someone to console her. Jiang panicked, started observing her and explained that she had worked very hard, asking her to go to the Taizu monument that was in the Sea of Consciousness to recover. Little Nine swore to give Xiao Jia a good beating until killing him. Little Xiao Jia, who was hiding behind Jiang's head, couldn't help but cry and feel fear. While one of the men was invoking a barrier to protect everyone, more beasts began approaching them. Jiang started pointing towards the wall with his finger, turned towards the others, and upon seeing that their wounds were better, revealed that the blood beasts were going to attack again. He decided to open a hole in one of the meridians of the sacred god's corpse, asking everyone to follow him. They had to move quickly as the defense spells were about to run out. Jiang approached the wall, clenched his fist tightly, and gave Xiao Jia the order to merge and use the divine body of the elephant, causing a powerful red energy to appear around him. Our boy focused and delivered a strong punch to the vein, causing the wall to break into pieces. Using both hands, our boy opened up the hole in the vein and with a serious expression gave orders for everyone else to enter inside. Everyone obeyed and began entering. Everyone felt somewhat relieved, but Jiang started shouting, revealing that the beasts were approaching the vein. Jai Xuanyu's eyes were filled with surprise. She remembered that Jiang had used dozens of punches to open a hole last time, but now with just one, he had been able to create a large gap in the vein. Her mind was filled with confusion as she didn't know what our boy had been doing to become so strong. The beasts approached the vein and upon seeing this, Jiang picked up Jai Xuanyu in his arms and with a serious expression began to run. She panicked and couldn't help blushing, asking what he was doing, to which he replied that they needed to leave now since the gap was about to close. The beasts lunged at the vein, but the wound began healing itself, closing the gap and preventing the beasts from entering. Jiang, who was carrying Jai Xuanyu on his shoulder, and the others began to flee the area. He decided it was better to escape before the beasts could follow them, asking everyone to follow him since he knew the way to a corporeal rift. Jai Xuanyu, who was as red as a tomato, asked our boy to put her down. Once they moved a bit away from the area, our boy placed Jai Xuanyu on the ground, turned toward the others, and explained that they would now be temporarily safe from the beasts. Everyone collapsed onto the ground and started gasping for air to catch their breath. They thought they were going to die and decided to take shelter for a while and regain some strength. Our boy approached her, placed his hand on the ground, started looking into her eyes, and with a calm expression asked which part of this area was connected to the Jai family sanctuary. Jai Xuanyu, who had her back against the wall, began pointing to one side with her finger, explaining that this was the core of the formation and that if our boy could really break it, upon exiting he would find the Jai family sanctuary. However, she warned that the defensive strength of its exterior was stronger than that of its interior. Jiang sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and clasped his hands. He decided to first make a breakthrough before attempting it. Jai Xuanyu began looking at him and her mind filled with confusion as she didn't know what he was trying to do. Jiang went to the sea of consciousness, opened his eyes, and with a serious gaze gave Xiao Jia the order to go out and reproduce. Xiao Jia, who had his eyes closed and arms crossed, appeared behind him and nodded. Little Xiao Jia was hiding behind the Taizu monument. Little Nine put her hands near her face and started crying, explaining with tears in her eyes that this was her territory. Jiang began observing, and upon seeing that little Xiao Jia was hiding behind the monument, he couldn't help but feel confused. He explained to little Nine that they were only using her territory temporarily, and as soon as her younger brother finished reproducing, they would leave immediately. Xiao Jia stuck his head around the corner, started touching his lip with his finger, and with a confused expression asked why he didn't have his own home. Little Nine got angry and started arguing with him. Jiang crossed his arms and promised to buy Xiao Jia a home later. Upon hearing this, he decided to start reproducing. He transformed into a small beetle, and his body began to duplicate. Jiang sat on the ground, clasped his hands together, and began meditating while using his ability to speed up the process. 3 simultaneous reproductions of the infernal red-shelled beetle commenced. The waiting time was 30 minutes, and the number of offspring was 324. In the blink of an eye, the sky filled with small beetles. Jiang stood up, began observing them, and couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised to see that in an instant more than 300 offspring had reproduced. Realizing that the divine corpse was a good place, and seeing that a heart could grant so much energy, he couldn't imagine what would happen when Xiao Jia devoured the brain. Little Nine, consumed by hatred, transformed into the insect mother. She bit Xiao Jia's cape and began dragging him. He started crying and calling for his father's help. Hearing this, Jiang panicked. He reached out to her and ordered her to stop. He gave her a strong blow on the head, causing a bump to appear. Xiao Jia took advantage of this moment to hide behind Jiang. Little Nine started crying, saying that Xiao Jia was his favorite. Jiang got angry, clenched his fist, and with a furious gaze asked how she had dared to try to eat her brother. Jiang's eyes began to shine, giving the order to all the beetles to enter his body. He placed his hand over the vein and prepared to strike. His fist began to emit an intense energy. He had fused the power of more than 300 beetles, and the strength he now possessed was comparable to that of Jiang Wuxuang. With a determined look, he asked the others to be ready to seize any opportunity to survive. The others stood up, began observing him, and responded with an understood. At the same time, Gu Kaishan, Zai Huanyu's father and the grandfather of the Jai family, arrived at the area. The grandfather, who had his arms crossed, turned around and mentioned that now that the passage was closed, it was basically impossible to traverse through the ancient god's corpse from outside and enter in a short amount of time. The only option was to exploit it from inside out, which would not be easy since the children were inside. The father panicked without knowing what to do now. The grandfather placed his hand on top of the tomb and with a serene look asked him to prepare for the worst since if there were any changes, at the first opportunity they must destroy the sanctuary and exile into eternal chaos the dimension where the ancient god's body was stored. The father's eyes filled with fear, and he couldn't help but panic, explaining that Xuan Yu was still there, and the weight of a person like Xuan Yu was comparable to the billions of people in Daxia. So if what was inside the corpse came out, it would be a disaster. The grandfather clenched his fist tightly, turned his head back, and couldn't help but feel furious, knowing that he was right. Gu Kaishan began to walk toward them, grabbed the sword's hilt, and mentioned that the god of the sword served the country and its people. But he was just an old man. It didn't matter if the corpse was rank 8 or 9, if anyone touched his disciple, he was willing to fight to the death. The grandfather turned around and advised him to think twice before acting. He drew the sword and explained that at least he was going to be able to honor the name of master. The grandfather remained silent and began to release energy. Just before they could do anything, knocks started to be heard coming from inside the coffin. Upon hearing this, everyone turned around and their attention fixed on it, not knowing what was happening. The grandfather's eyes filled with fear. He did not know how this was possible. Gu Kaishan asked him not to stand still since it was time to act. Once Jiang finished meditating, he stood up, approached the wall, and using the divine elephant fist began to punch the wall, creating shockwaves. His punches were so strong that Zai Xuanyu and the others raised their arms in front of their faces. Almost all members of the group were injured and very tired. Zai Xuanyu opened her eyes and quickly realized that the force of the impacts was too strong. She began observing Jiang and with a serious expression asked everyone to step back a little, otherwise, they would end up dead due to the impacts. Several seconds passed, and Jiang kept punching. He was not willing to give up, so he adopted an offensive stance and struck again. This time, the wall of flesh started breaking apart. A hole formed in the wall, and Jiang told everyone to take advantage now to escape from inside it. But at that moment, the wound began healing itself. The speed of regeneration was too fast, leaving no time for escape. Upon seeing this, the eyes of our boy filled with determination. He clenched his fist tightly and it began to emit poisonous mist. He asked Little Nine for help. He wanted her to summon a couple of insects to create an explosion. Using the insects and Xiao Jia's power, Jiang struck again, now creating a small explosion. He managed to open another hole in the wall, but the corpse quickly healed itself. Zai Xuanyu couldn't help but clench her teeth tightly. With a gaze full of fear, her attention was fixed on the wall. The explosion had created small cracks in the wall, but the wounds healed immediately and no one knew why. Jiang thought about giving up, but just then, the wall started to break. Seeing this, our boy's mind filled with confusion. He didn't know what was happening. At that moment, someone broke the wall from the outside, leaving Jiang and the others in shock. Once the curtain of smoke disappeared, Gu Kaishan and Zai Xuanyu's great-grandfather could be seen standing in front of the opening. The great-grandfather looked somewhat tired while on the other hand Gu Kaishan seemed unaffected. They were the ones who had broken through the wall from outside. Zai Xuanyu's great-grandfather stood up and extended his hand to one side, giving everyone an order to leave the corpse. Seeing Salvation's light, all members of the group including Hua Yunfei ran out with all their strength. Upon exiting, some collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. Gu Kaishan, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but wonder where Zai Xuanyu and Jiang were. While 3 members of the group were leaving the corpse through the gap, Jiang and Zai Xuanyu were still inside, and the wound was already beginning to heal. She panicked, placed her hand on our boy's shoulder, and decided it was time to leave this place. She entered the gap to go outside, and the wound began to heal quickly. Zai Xuanyu grabbed Jiang by the shoulder and with a confused and worried expression asked him to come with her. But Jiang turned his back on her and explained that the gap was no longer wide enough for 2 people to fit through, asking her to go first. His eyes were full of confusion as he didn't understand why women were always problematic at moments like this. Jiang started moving away, and Zai Xuanyu's mind filled with despair. She panicked and decided to stay with him and find another way out of the corpse. But Jiang used a technique called Growth of All Things and summoned some roots which wrapped around her body. He wanted her to leave this place. The roots began to expel her body outward, and while the wound was slowly healing, she extended her hand toward him in a desperate attempt, asking him to stop, but it was already too late. The roots expelled her body outside, causing her to fall to the ground. Now the wall was almost sealed again. The father, somewhat worried, started walking toward his daughter, and Gu Kaishan and the grandfather who were beside him quickly realized that Jiang had not come out and the wall had already sealed itself again. Zai Xuanyu fell to her knees on the ground. The father approached her and grabbed her by the wrists. He couldn't help but start crying and feel relieved upon seeing that she was okay. She began crying as well, and desperation consumed her mind since Jiang Chen was still trapped inside the corpse. She wanted her father to save him. He asked his daughter not to worry since as long as Jiang and her great-grandfather cooperated and attacked from inside and outside once again, he was sure he would be able to get out. The grandfather's body began to emit a powerful blue energy. He unsheathed the sword and with a serene expression asked Gu Kaishan to prepare to attack again. Gu Kaishan also unsheathed his sword, started staring at the wall, and said there was no need to say it. They prepared to attack, but just then veins appeared around the tomb, and it began to emit a malignant energy. Seeing this, they quickly realized that the defense of the ancient god's corpse had strengthened. The grandfather revealed that the defense was not passive, but active. Upon hearing this, Gu Kaishan's mind filled with confusion. He began observing the energy and asked for an explanation. The grandfather explained that inside the ancient god's corpse, something was awakening, something capable of controlling parts of this body's abilities. The grandfather's eyes filled with seriousness. He feared that now it no longer mattered how they cooperated from within or outside the corpse. There was no way to create an opening for Jiang to escape. Gu Kaishan refused to believe this and used all his strength to launch a powerful slash at the tomb. But his attack had no effect. The grandfather put his hands behind his back, turned his back to Gu Kaishan, closed his eyes, and began to walk away, asking him not to waste resources. Now that the corpse of the ancient god had mutated, it was a matter of great importance, and they had to keep watch over it from the outside. If it was discovered that the mutation tended to spread to the outside world, they were to exile the corpse immediately. Gu Kaishan clenched his teeth tightly, and his eyes filled with surprise and rage. He did not know what was happening. Upon hearing this, Zai Xuanyu placed her hands on her face and began crying. The father and a girl who were beside her started comforting her. The grandfather began to move away from them and asked Gu Kaishan not to do anything foolish. He closed his eyes, lowered his head, and could not help but feel angry and desperate, not knowing what to do now or how to save Jiang. Hua Yunfei, who had regained consciousness, sat up and began observing the tomb with a worried expression. Everyone was sad to see that Jiang had given his life to save them. Jiang unsheathed the sword, and his body began emitting a suffocating energy. His mind was being bombarded with thoughts. The first was not fleeing from the corpse but going toward the brain since there was a great opportunity waiting there. Consumed by these thoughts, he set off toward the brain of the ancient god. Duangsu was watching Jiang through the magic ball. His eyes began to shine and filled with joy, making a smile appear on his face. He couldn't believe that the fish had taken the bait. Once Jiang reached the brain, he was going to be able to switch bodies, and with Jiang's fresh and alive body, he would be able to revive and get out of here. After several minutes, Jiang reached the brain and came across a giant stone door with something written on one side. Jiang's attention was fixed on the words, which had been made with a sword and were more than 100 years old, but the energy of the sword remained dominant, making his heart tremble. He realized that this was what the god of sword had written for the first time in this place upon entering. Behind this door was the corpse's brain. Using both hands, he opened the door and asked Little Nine and Xiao Jia to hide and not come out unless he called them, since they were going to be his ace up the sleeve. Jiang entered a hallway, and a strange energy began to emerge, with many whispers starting to resonate. He put his hands on his head and couldn't help but feel pain, not knowing where the whispers were coming from. The whispers became more intense, causing Jiang to begin losing composure. He fell to his knees on the ground and couldn't help but get angry. Just then, he appeared in another place, and someone with white hair began to descend from the sky. Jiang, who was holding the sword with one hand, raised his head, and upon seeing this, he couldn't help but fall into confusion. It was Duangsu. He had been waiting in this place for hundreds of years for Jiang to arrive. Upon hearing this, our boy's eyes filled with surprise, and a warm sensation took control of his body. Duangsu began to descend toward him and introduced himself as the ancient god. Jiang remained silently observing, not knowing how to act. Duangsu's body began to change and take Jiang's form. He started staring at him intently, and began to smile. Seeing this, Jiang couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Duangsu took Jiang's form, approached him, extended his hand, and with a cheerful smile revealed that he was Jiang and Jiang was him. He wanted both of them to unite into one being. The eyes of our boy filled with surprise. He was in shock, not knowing what to do. But instead of falling into Duangsu's trap, Jiang launched a powerful slash, making him move away, revealing that he knew he was pretending to be a god to deceive him. Duangsu showed his true form, caught Jiang's attack with his hand and began to smile, his eyes filled with excitement upon seeing that Jiang's slash was interesting. He was surprised to see that human martial arts of the new era had reached this level. Jiang was somewhat surprised to see that he had caught the sword energy, using his hand. Duangsu broke the energy into pieces, started observing him and revealed that he no longer had much of his origin energy left. In the blink of an eye, the sky filled with small dragons. Duangsu extended his hand to one side and with an evil smile explained that if Jiang's body were not useful, he would have used more terrifying methods to kill him. Jiang's mind filled with confusion, not knowing what this guy meant. His attention fixed on the dragons, and it didn't take long for him to realize that these monsters were all at the 6th level of transformation, and there were even some at the 9th level. It was no wonder to him that the sword god had almost died in this place. He knew that even if he released all the offspring, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. He clenched his fist tightly and with a determined look decided to treat this dead god as if he were alive, giving little Nine, Xiao Jia, and all the insects the order to come out. At that moment something happened and Jiang's expression changed. He began to feel fear since he couldn't contact little Nine or the others. The small dragons trapped Jiang's body, leaving him immobile. Duangsu approached him, began to stare at him intently, and couldn't help but smile. He decided it was time to end this. Jiang clenched his teeth tightly and couldn't help but feel terror, knowing that this was not good. Duangsu placed his hand on Jiang's shoulder and began to enter his body, causing him to open his mouth and start screaming in agony. With a wicked smile, he told Jiang not to worry because he was going to help him live better. But just then, the ancestral tree of all things emerged behind them. Upon feeling this, Duangsu's mind filled with confusion. He didn't know how this thing had entered here. On the tree there was a rainbow-colored fruit, a new fruit never seen before. Once the ancestral tree of all things appeared, Duangsu disappeared, releasing our boy's body. Jiang fell on his butt to the ground, and his attention fixed on the tree. He was confused since he didn't know why he was in the sea of consciousness. He remembered being possessed by the ancient god. Many questions came to his mind as he didn't know what was happening. The fruit began to shine intensely, catching Jiang's attention. He couldn't believe that the ancestral tree of all things was bearing fruit again. This fruit was different from the previous ones. Jiang stood up and started observing the fruit with a curious gaze. He knew that with the current level of the ancestral tree, it wasn't possible for it to bear colorful fruits. Then a system window appeared. Currently, the fruit wasn't ripe. It was a fruit formed by an extremely powerful divine soul as its embryo. It contained the source of divinity of that soul. For the fruit to mature successfully, he had to water it regularly with divine souls. Jiang put his hand under his chin and his eyes filled with joy, making a smile appear on his face, as this fruit contained the divine soul of the ancient god. Duangsu wanted to take over Jiang's body and did not expect the ancestral tree to form a fruit with his soul. Although the tree could not block the curse, it was still powerful when it came to divine souls and divine consciousness. The only bad thing about the fruit was that Jiang had to water it regularly with the divine souls of living beings, a condition too strict. While he was distracted, a familiar voice caught his attention, asking if he had awakened. Jiang came out of his trance and his mind filled with confusion, not knowing what was happening. Once our boy turned around, his eyes widened in surprise at what was in front of him. There was a powerful giant dragon with the shape of a six-eyed bat, and on top of its head sat Xiao Jia. With a casual voice, he revealed to his father that he had managed to tame this monster. Jiang's attention fixed on the dragon, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Taming the dragon, Xiao Jia approached his father, began observing him, and asked if his new pet wasn't imposing. Jiang couldn't help but step back in shock, realizing that these creatures belonged to the Sea of Consciousness. He couldn't believe that little Jia was riding a 9 transformations creature. These were beings that not even the great Jialinku had been able to tame back then. Our boy stood speechless without knowing what was happening. The sky was filled with beetles, which had tamed the fiercest creatures of the Sea of Consciousness. Jiang was unable to believe that little Xiao Jia had been able to tame so many monsters. Placing his hand on the dragon's neck, Xiao Jia got off it, grabbed Jiang by the arm, and with a serious expression explained that this pet was very docile, and although little Nine wouldn't like it, he was sure his father would. He wanted him to ride the dragon. Jiang began observing Xiao Jia and couldn't help but go on alert, not knowing if little Xiao Jia really was capable of controlling the dragon. At the end, Xiao Jia convinced Jiang and both mounted on the head of the dragon. Despite our boy being somewhat scared, Xiao Jia placed both hands on its head and gave the order to fly. The powerful dragon raised its head, and Jiang explained that this monster was called Dark Demon. According to what he remembered, Eternal Hell had many of these monsters that were naturally forbidden by the human race. Calmly, Xiao Jia explained that one only needed to mark this beast with a seal, and it could be used as a mount. Jiang was somewhat surprised since he knew that a 9-transformation monster would be very useful. The dragon spread its wings and prepared to fly. Just then, Xiao Jia's mind filled with confusion. He was not very sure if this thing could be taken outside. Jiang, who was behind him, mentioned that if they took the dragon out of the corpse, it would not take long before it was eliminated by the path of heaven. According to what he knew, this creature should only exist in the depths of eternal hell. He did not expect that it would also be born in the sea of consciousness of the ancient god. With a lost look, Jiang thought it was a shame since they could not expose this beast for too long. And although there wasn't much time left, at critical moments this beast could be very helpful. Jiang's eyes filled with surprise. He began to imagine a powerful serpent and remembered that there should still be 5 more monsters like the Dark Demon. He didn't know why he couldn't see them anywhere. Upon hearing this, little Xiao Jia couldn't help but get nervous and sweat. With a sincere expression, Xiao Jia revealed that he had eaten the other creatures. This left both the dragon and Jiang confused. He remembered that his son had filled his stomach with the heart of the ancient god. Little Xiao Jia casually responded that he was hungry since he had reproduced again. Jiang couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. He placed one hand over his face and rested the other on Xiao Jia's shoulder, thinking that he had done what needed to be done. He decided to leave this place to find peace. Xiao Jia began observing his father with a confused expression. Jiang got off the dragon and started crying, realizing that his son was only wasting fortune. He decided to look at things from a positive perspective. At least one monster was still alive. As a human being, he should be grateful. The attention of the dragon and Xiao Jia was fixed on Jiang. His son could not help but fall into confusion upon seeing his behavior. Just then, loud knocks began to be heard coming from the door. Jiang's gaze fixed on the door, realizing it was Gu Kaishan. The divine soul of the ancient god was sealed, and now that the dark demon had been captured, he knew that the outer defense would soon disappear. Sensing his master's energy, Jiang realized that the Jai family would also arrive soon. He turned to Xiao Jia and with a serene expression gave him the order to make the insects devour everything quickly and pack up what remained to take away. They needed to retreat soon, so he urged him to hurry. Xiao Jia began to observe his father in silence, not knowing why he was in such a hurry. He started touching his chin with his finger, and his eyes filled with sadness since he could no longer eat, asking if he could eat next time. Jiang refused, explaining that this was not a restaurant but the treasure of a god. Jiang's eyes filled with seriousness. He began to imagine Zai Xuanyu's powerful great-grandfather exuding an overwhelming energy. He knew that the reason Jai Lingku had not been able to become the god of the 9 transformations sword was not disconnected from the opportunities present in this place, realizing that if that person entered here and discovered what had happened, it would cause a great commotion. Using his power, little Xiao Jia began to drain and compress the food that the insects couldn't devour, turning it into a ball of water. The only bad thing was that he couldn't store it. Jiang turned around and told him not to worry since his sister was going to take care of that. Little Nine manifested herself, and upon seeing this, her eyes filled with fury, making her sweat. In front of her was a pile of giant balls made of water. She put her hands on her hips and her attention fixed on them. For her, these balls were nothing more than foul-smelling dung. She could no longer tolerate her brother because he wouldn't stop causing problems. With a smile, Jiang began flying toward the exit. Now that little Nine had cleaned up all the mess, it was time to return and call the master. Outside the tomb, Gu Kaishan attacked again and this time cut the corpse's wall, creating an opening. He began to observe carefully and mentioned that the wound was not healing. Upon hearing this, Jai Lingku's attention focused on the wound. He couldn't help but be surprised to see that not only had the defense of the ancient god's corpse weakened, but it even seemed like it was about to disappear. The gaze of Gu Kaishan, who had his arms crossed, filled with joy. He wanted to go in and save Jiang Chen. Jai Lingku's eyes widened with curiosity. He was suspicious and wanted to go in as well to see what had happened. Just before they could act, Jiang Chen appeared flying. He reached out his hand toward his master and with a desperate expression asked him to take him along. Gu Kaishan and Jai Lingku began observing him silently, not knowing what was happening. Once Jiang came out of the corpse, Zai Xuanyu came running and gave him a strong hug. She couldn't help but cry and feel relieved to see that he was okay. The eyes of our boy widened in surprise. Despite feeling relieved, he knew this was not the moment. Gu Kaishan, who was next to him, couldn't help but feel an inner peace upon seeing that Jiang was fine. Quickly, Jiang pushed her aside with his hand, and with a furious expression gave her the order to leave since there was no time. Upon seeing this, Zai Xuanyu's eyes filled with tears and her mind was full of confusion. She did not know what was happening to Jiang and why he said there was no time. Jiang approached Gu Kaishan and with a serious gaze explained to his master that if they did not leave this place quickly, they were going to die. Upon hearing this, his attention focused on him and he could not help but go on alert, without knowing why Jiang was so serious. Despite being unsure, he decided to trust his disciple. Both mounted on the blade of his sword. Using his fingers he began to control his sword, making it shoot out like lightning. He said goodbye to them, explaining that he no longer wanted to stay in this place. Seeing this, Zai Xuanyu couldn't help but feel sad, thinking that Jiang hated her, while on the other hand, her father was furious. He started shouting, thinking that he had given the divine and demonic blood in vain to someone who didn't understand how to take care of a lady. Zai Xuanyu clenched her fists, approached her father, and with a furious look asked how he could insult Jiang, reminding him that Jiang had risked his life to save her. The father closed his eyes, put his hand behind his head, and couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed, thinking that if Jiang had risked his life for his daughter, it meant she was important to him. She placed her hands over her mouth and couldn't help but blush at the thought of Jiang. Her eyes filled with tears as she realized that to Jiang she was important and he was afraid this might affect her performance during the competition of the prodigies of heaven. For this reason, he had risked his life. She placed her hands on her hips and filled herself with determination, vowing not to disappoint Jiang in the fight for the list of prodigies, promising to show her best version. Upon seeing this, the father couldn't help but feel happy. Not far from them was Jai Lingqiu, his attention fixed on the tomb of the ancient god. He felt suspicious and knew that Jiang Chen's reaction had not been natural, thinking it would be better to go in to see what had happened. He began to carefully observe the interior of the corpse, and it didn't take long for him to realize that all the treasure had disappeared. He remembered that before there were a lot of monsters in the sea of consciousness of the corpse, but now there wasn't a single one left. He put his hand on top of his head, closed his eyes, and started imagining Jiang and Gu Kaishan fleeing on the sword. He knew Jiang was guilty since he was eager to leave. He was furious because Jiang hadn't left even a single monster for him. When Jai Lingqiu had entered the corpse, he had faced the 5 powerful beasts. Not even he knew how Jiang had been able to escape from the level 9 monsters, something that had even been complicated for someone as strong as him. He entered the corpse and began to inspect the veins carefully. He knew that Jiang was not someone simple. Despite our boy having left him a bitter future, he was willing to accept it. But what Jiang did not know is that he had completely underestimated his power. While the master and disciple were riding on the sword, Gu Kaishan turned around and asked if Jiang had really emptied the sword god's treasure. Our boy put his hand behind his head and replied yes. Gu Kaishan could not help but feel somewhat disappointed, not knowing what kind of dog disciples he had accepted. He had always been honest and obedient, but his disciples were something else. The first had proclaimed himself as the king of the bloody knife back then, causing total chaos in the Kinglan war zone. The second had stolen the National Guardian's fiancé, and now the third was even harder for him to describe. With a cheerful expression, Jiang extended his hands and recalled that only 3 days remained before the prodigy ranking competition began, asking if he believed that with his current power he could win in a battle against Jiang Wushuang and Jai Xuanyu. Gu Kaishan turned around and began observing him silently without responding. He explained that this time it seemed like he would not have many problems if he fought against Jai Xuanyu. He had heard that these days in Magic City Jiang Wuxuan had also progressed greatly, and his 8-armed god of war body was something not to be underestimated. Somewhere else was Ying Zhan training on the Red Lake. He was not only the first celestial genius of Jiang's generation, but also his talent was considered the best in 800 years of Dazia. While Ying Zhan's body was surrounded by a powerful energy, he began to gaze at his hand with a piercing expression. Generally, job changers reach spiritual maturity at 18 years old to be able to activate a professional class. But Ying Zhan was different. He had activated his professional class at 3 years old, obtaining recognition from the divine weapon, the human emperor's sword, at 9 years old. Next to him were several powerful red dragons. At 12 years old, he had entered a forbidden zone and returned at 15. During these last 3 years, he had been training in seclusion in the military region of the capital. Jiang knew that Ying Zhan had awakened a class very early, but he didn't know why his current level barely reached the 3 transformations. Gu Kaishan explained that this was because, in addition to the system, he also cultivated the supreme techniques of all celestial races, leaving our boy in shock. Using his hand, Ying Zhan wiped his chin, his eyes filled with curiosity. His body of murderous blood was about to be completed, and he wanted to know if there was news about Jiang Chen. Jiang and Gu Kaishan were flying on the sword. Our boy's mind was filled with questions and curiosity. He extended his hands and asked if he could practice the techniques of all the races of heaven. Gu Kaishan crossed his arms, began to gaze toward the ground, and replied that this was a question even he could not answer, since many had tried to take this path, but almost no one had managed to succeed because the techniques practiced were in conflict with the heavenly Tao. The master revealed that Ying Zhan had been the only one in hundreds of years from Great Xia who had succeeded. Jiang started looking down with a lost gaze and began to think. Even if he had talent like Ying Zhan, not even Gu Kaishan had the ability to teach him the techniques of the 10,000 races of the abyss. Ying Zhan was a descendant of the human emperor of Great Xia, and back then the emperor of humanity had led troops to counterattack the 10,000 races, capturing many of the beasts. Now things had changed, since the martial god Jiang Xuanji only focused on defending the entrance that connected to the realm of the 10,000 races. Gu Kaishan activated his power, causing the sword to shoot out like lightning. If our boy could obtain first place on the list of geniuses, he would try to use his authority to transfer some units from the capital. Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but feel happy. Some time later, night fell and Jiang Chen went to his apartment located in the city. He opened his palm, causing it to begin releasing Xiao Jia's energy. Jiang started observing this, and his eyes filled with joy, making a smile appear on his face. The journey to the ancient god's corpse had been very useful, since his insects had eaten and grown significantly. That night, Little Nine's offspring and Xiao Jia's red beetles could reproduce again. At that moment, the ancestral tree of all things appeared behind our boy. Upon feeling this, he couldn't help but go into shock, and his eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe there was movement in his divine consciousness. In the tree, there was a new green fruit never seen before. Now that the ancestral tree of all things had borne fruit again, Jiang realized that the reason behind it was due to the increase in the number of insects. Jiang's eyes filled with surprise. He approached the tree and extended his hand, and the fruit began to fall into his palm. He was somewhat confused and surprised, since he had never seen a green fruit before. The statistics window of the fruit appeared. It was a green lightning fruit. It could grant the user the opportunity to awaken the unique hidden profession known as Sovereign of Electricity, granting 3 abilities. The first one, called Lightning Bolt, which allowed the user to transform into an electric current and teleport within the electrical field generated by themselves, ignoring obstacles. The current range of this electrical field was 50 meters. The second ability was called Ray Fusion, which allowed the user to absorb electrical energy and store it in their own cells to later release it in a fierce attack. The third and final ability was called Divine Judgment. The user's palm would transform into a source of electricity, instantly releasing an electric current. Upon seeing the statistics, a joyful smile spread across Jiang's face. With this fruit he would be able to obtain a second profession and become a divine-level spiritual master with the power to manipulate electricity, becoming a job changer with dual class. While our boy was distracted thinking, the system informed him that the breeding of insects had been completed. The red beetle now had offspring of 30,000 hatchlings, and the 9 miasma wings now had offspring of 12 million hatchlings. Then, an explosion appeared behind him, causing the sky to fill with small beetles. Little Nine was furious. Now that Xiao Jia had reproduced, she gave him the order to leave. Jiang's body began to emit a powerful aura, making his eyes fill with excitement. He couldn't help but smile, realizing that this increase in power was thanks to Xiao Jia's new offspring. Jiang's statistics window appeared. He was level 36 and in the second transformation, with the title of Sovereign of Insects. His current professions were Divine-level Spiritual Breeder and Sovereign of Electricity. Our boy had 2 talent classes. The first class included Universal Growth, Divine Evolution, and Ancestral Tree of All Things. The second class included Hidden Lightning, Lightning Fusion, and Divine Judgment. Jiang's skills were Human Sword, Earthly Sword, Heavenly Sword, and Great Tao of the Sword. He also had 2 calamities, the Insect Mother, Little Nine at level 36, with a progeny of 12 million insects, and Xiao Jia at level 32 with a progeny of 30,000 insects. His current strength was 409 points, his agility was 428 points, his energy was 379, his constitution was 498, and he had a combat evaluation of 410 stars. The energy around his body became more intense. He clenched his fist and focused on the status window. Thanks to the reproduction of the insects, in addition to the Sovereign of Electricity, his combat strength had also increased. and thanks to the characteristics of the red armor beetle, his constitution had almost doubled compared to before. His eyes began to shine intensely. He punched the air, making electricity appear around his arm. He couldn't help but smile because even though in the prodigy competition he wouldn't be able to use Little Nine's power, with his new class and new abilities, he would be able to sweep through an area without much effort. And if all this didn't work, in the worst-case scenario, he could use Xiao-Jia's power and unleash the Dark Demon. It was nighttime in the mountains of Qinluo's war zone. In the depths of Qinling, there was a powerful blue dragon flying through the sky. Somewhere in the mountains, there was a group of men and a woman sitting. In front of them stood a large wooden table. The powerful dragon descended to the ground, and a black-haired man wearing a summer shirt got off the beast. The others were somewhat surprised to see that the man had arrived. With a forced smile, he asked them not to exaggerate since they were indeed punctual compared to him who had come all the way from Guanghai, mentioning that he was exhausted. The woman who had her eyes closed turned towards him, and with a cheerful smile mentioned that it was surprising to see someone from Guanghai dressed in this way. While everyone else wore formal clothes, the two of them were protectors of the country, so she didn't understand why there was such a difference between them. The gray-haired man sitting next to her began observing them and with a smile mocked her by saying that in this world, if they talked about sarcasm and oddities, she was number one. He didn't even bother to take a seat with the others. He sat on top of the dragon's body, turned towards them, and explained that people from Guanghai simply valued ostentation. Upon hearing this, they started arguing, but just then the muscular man forcefully struck the table and with an angry expression ordered them to stop and decided it was time to talk about the main matter. The long-haired man placed his hand on his shoulder, indicating that he should not lose his composure. Everyone remained silent, and the old man revealed that this year, the competition of celestial geniuses had a different situation compared to last year. Besides the strongest region, which was the capital, there were also Madu and Jiangnan. Jiangnan not only had Jiang Wushwang but also Jiang Chen had appeared, who possessed strength superior to the geniuses of Madu. The old man's eyes filled with seriousness. He began staring intently at the man and revealed that previously the war district of Jiangnan used to join forces with them to face Madu and the capital together, but this year they had no intention of allying with them. The gray-haired man intervened, began to observe the old man, and mentioned that his old friend Xiao Yuanchen had been inexplicably exiled to the underground abyss. With a cheerful smile, the woman extended her hand and asked if this year's plan was to join forces to eliminate Jiangnan first. Since anyway, before the 6 war zones had united to confront the capital without gaining much advantage. Upon hearing this, the others thought Xing was right and that it was better to fight for second place than for first. The old man decided to hold a vote. Those in favor of joining forces could raise their hands. The gray-haired man raised his hand, saying that the Wuzang war zone was in favor. Xing from the Tianfu war zone also raised her hand. The muscular man from King Lan's 9th war zone also raised his hand. Everyone raised their hand except the man wearing the summer shirt. He was Yun Jantian. The others asked why he was not in favor of joining forces. Yun Jantian stuck his finger into his ear and his eyes filled with disdain and hatred, asking if they had finished discussing. He began to gaze at the ground and with a smile revealed that this time he had not come to form an alliance with them. He approached them, slammed the table hard, and with a confident smile made it clear that this summer in the Daxia Genius competition, the Guanghai War District was going to win. Everyone remained silent except for the gray-haired man, his attention fixed on Yun Jantian. With an angry expression, he asked why he was talking nonsense. He mentioned again that his war district was going to win the Daxia Genius competition. Saying these words felt very good to him. The eyes of the gray-haired man filled with rage, causing him to clench his fist tightly, crushing the glass. Xing opened her eyes and with a furious gaze began staring intently at Yun Jantian. He decided it was time to leave and climbed onto the dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and started flying at great speed. Yun Jantian placed his arms behind his back and, with a smile, told them not to worry as he would no longer bother them nor inform anyone about this. The muscular man began gazing toward the table and asked the others if Yun Jantian had hit his head. The gray-haired man extended his hand, explaining that surely he had been kicked by a donkey or perhaps he had an ace up his sleeve they were unaware of. They decided to stop thinking about the matter. The old man grabbed the glass and his attention fixed on it. With a serious look, he mentioned that as long as they, the 4 great war zones, joined forces and formulated a perfect plan, Jiangnan would soon be defeated. Somewhere in Chujiang was the dangerous city of Wushan. On top of the cliff were members of the Church of the Ancient God. While several men were prostrated, their leader, a man wearing a red cape, approached the cliff and began observing the city. He asked how things were going for the Divine Sun, questioning if they had discovered any unusual movements. One of his men told him not to worry since the great Divine Sun had successfully descended as the first genius of Guanghai's war district and had gained full trust and support from Yun Jantian, Guanghai's national protector. With the current strength of the great Divine Sun, he was bound to obtain first place in the ranking of geniuses. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across the leader's face since the supreme honor of Dazia had been snatched from the Church of the Ancient God. He extended his hand toward the city. He wanted to see the expressions of the invincible protectors of the country. Now, the entire plan had already begun to take effect. All that remained was to wait for the competition for ranking among geniuses to begin, something that would attract everyone's attention in Dazia. He extended his hands toward the sky, and his body began emitting an evil energy, revealing that at that moment, a beast tide was about to sweep through all of Chujiang. Upon sensing this energy, all members of the cult clasped their hands together, saying that with Chujiang's sacrifice, the ancient god would return. The next day, in Jiangnan's war zone central plaza, geniuses who were going to participate in the competition gathered. In front of them was a large screen and only one day remained before the competition commenced. Duanfeng, who had his arms behind his back, decided to repeat the rules he had mentioned before for those who did not remember them. Among the participants was our boy. With a curious gaze, he began to observe Duanfeng in silence. He had not been present in Jiangnan, so he realized that he was going to repeat the rules for him. Duanfeng activated the screen and with a serious expression explained that in the competition of geniuses, there were a total of 8 great war zones, with 80 celestial geniuses. The competition was divided into 2 rounds. The first round was in teams. The small teams from the 8 great war zones entered a secret realm in Qin Liu's area to fight among themselves, eliminating 4 war zones with the fewest survivors. In this round, what was evaluated was teamwork. And no matter how strong one might be, if they could not protect their teammates they would lose. Everyone was somewhat surprised and began talking among themselves. Jiang remained calm and with a tranquil gaze started thinking silently. Duanfeng revealed that in the secret realm they were not going to be able to hide, since if someone stood still, they would be struck by lightning. Additionally, the range of the secret realm was going to shrink every hour, and people outside the circle were going to be directly eliminated. Even though they died in the secret realm, they would be able to revive afterward. Jiang's eyes filled with excitement, causing a smile to spread across his face. If he stayed still, he would be struck by lightning, which was going to be perfect for using his new class and accumulating electricity. Thinking about this made his body start emitting thunder. One of the boys next to him couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. The second round was an individual ranking battle. After the elimination from the first round, around 30 people were expected to remain in this round. Matches were going to take place. The rules were simple. Whoever wins advances and whoever loses is eliminated. Duanfeng turned towards them and with a serious gaze asked them to choose the team captain. Everyone started talking among themselves, and our boy felt that many gazes were going to focus on him. Just then, Luo Sandao and Mu Hankyu appeared behind them, and with a smile formed a heart with their arms, saying that they wanted Jiang to be the captain. Our boy couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. He put his hand over his face and tried to pretend as if he didn't know who they were. Dao Jiang began to smile. He extended his hand to form a heart with his companion, saying that they also wanted Jiang to be the captain. His friend did not form the heart. He simply turned towards him, gave a thumbs up and with a sincere expression mentioned that he also agreed with the idea. Jiang couldn't help but feel somewhat confused, although deep down he knew he should feel happy. Bai Feng and Jiang Wushwang were also present. With a calm gaze, Bai Feng explained that he and Tang Ying wanted Jiang Wushwang to be the captain since although Jiang Cheng was very strong, after all, Jiang Wushwang was more stable. Jiang Wushwang's gaze fixed on our boy. He didn't know why everyone wanted him to be the captain. A girl who was next to Jiang mentioned that she also wanted Jiang to be the captain because he was very handsome. The blonde-haired man joined her. Jiang started touching his head with his hand and with a forced smile explained that he didn't know who they were. The woman placed her hand on her chest and with a tender expression introduced herself as Lai Bing. The blue-haired boy began pointing to himself with his thumb and with a confident smile introduced himself as Prince. Jiang Wushwang approached our boy, placed his hand on his shoulder, and with a kind smile he also decided to vote for Jiang just to lighten the mood. Jiang snapped out of his trance, turned around and upon seeing this, he couldn't help but start sweating. He placed his hand on his chest, sighed, and explained that he didn't want to be the captain because he couldn't handle so much pressure. Everyone remained silent, while on the other side Duanfang got angry. With an enraged expression, he asked Jiang to stop acting in front of him since it would take him another 800 years to fool someone like him. Now that everyone trusted him, he had to do it well. Jiang took several steps back and his attention fixed on Duanfang. He was somewhat surprised to see the reaction of this old man. Duanfang extended his hand to one side, and a staircase made of ice appeared. He began observing them, revealing that the Jiangnan war zone had been intimidated for many years. This time changing their fate depended on them. This staircase led to the teleportation space. It was a gift for them. He wished them success in every way. The king of the celestial sword would be waiting for them above. He would act as the representative of the country and would accompany them to the Qinluo base. In the war zone of Qinluo, there was a large green island, full of trees known as the entrance to the Eternal Kingdom. Somewhere on the island were all the military commanders from all the war zones. Among them was Zai Xuanyu's father, who had his hand under his chin and was watching attentively. Next to him was Gu Kaishan, who began staring at the screen, waiting for Jiang and the others to arrive. A while later, Jiang and the others arrived on the island. Luo Sandao turned toward our boy and with a cheerful look mentioned that the king of the celestial sword was seated in the first row of Zhenguo district. Jiang's attention turned to the side. With a calm expression he mentioned that this was easy to understand, and he noticed that the sealed King Jai Hongyan was also present. A question came to his mind. He did not know why he too was sitting in the Zhenguo district. Behind them was Mu Henkyu. She began to gaze at the ground silently. Just then, Zai Xuanyu appeared. While she was red as a tomato, she placed her hand on her arm, looked away, and explained that the reason was that currently the war zone of the Magic City had no national protector, so her father would take charge. Upon seeing Zai Xuanyu, Luo Sandao and Mu Henkyu's eyes filled with fury. They stood in front of Jiang and started covering him with their arms. She was a captain of an enemy team, and they thought she was trying to win over Jiang. Upon seeing their behavior, the mind of our boy was filled with confusion. He remained silent, not knowing what to do or how to act. A crack opened in the sky, and a giant flying ship appeared. On the ship were several men, a general, and another man with white hair. They were from the war zone of the capital, and the combat power of the ship could be compared to the level of an 8th rank protector of the country. Fang Zhenghao was the national protector of the capital and feared that others would not know how great and powerful his family was. The star of the capital, Ying Zhan, jumped off the ship. His eyes were full of determination, and his body was radiating a powerful energy capable of making even the most powerful feel fear. Everyone recognized the legendary Ying Zhang, who had an extraordinary presence. Just then, another crack appeared in the sky, and although the people of the capital were very arrogant, in terms of style, the war district of Guanghai was not far behind. A powerful golden dragon with several heads emerged from the crack, and it was carrying a giant coffin with chains. On top of the dragon was a man wearing a summer shirt. It was Yun Jantian. His eyes spread with joy, and with a confident smile, he extended his hand toward the coffin, announcing that his team called Rebirth Towards Death was going to emerge from the coffin. The coffin fell on top of the dragon and began to break into pieces. The coffin fell to the ground, but just then, the participants from the Guanhai war zone emerged. Among them was a man with long hair. Yun Jantian revealed that this year, the first place was going to belong to their war zone. Now that all the participants had arrived, a giant portal appeared, and while some were entering, others stayed silently observing. The first round consisted of a team battle. Out of 8 major war zones, 4 were going to be eliminated. Within the secret realm, the survival area would shrink every hour, and if any team remained motionless, they would be struck by thunder as punishment. Everyone entered the portal, and the last team was Jiangnan's team. Jiang and the others began scanning the area. This place was a forest with abandoned buildings. This was the area where the team battles were going to take place. Jiang was the captain, so the others asked him what to do now. The portal disappeared in the sky. Jiang's eyes filled with confusion. He turned to Bai Feng and asked what they meant. With a serene gaze, Bai Feng extended his hand and explained that among the 8 major war zones, the probability of participating in this was 1 in 1,000. If they wanted to eliminate their opponents, then they had to find a way to take initiative first and gain an advantage. Everyone remained silent, thinking about what to do now, while on the other side, Mu Henkyu began staring at Bai Feng and couldn't help but feel furious. She asked how he could speak like that to the captain, demanding that he show more respect. Just before things could escalate to another level, Jiang intervened and placed his hand on her head, closed his eyes, and with a forced smile thought that Bai Feng was right, since in a situation like this it was better to get organized. Our boy reached into the storage space and asked everyone to wait. Seeing this, everyone felt happy, thinking that the captain had already made some preparations. Jiang took out a sofa, meat, vegetables, and a grill. He sat on the ground, rested his hands on his knees, started observing them, and decided it was time to begin. The others began to observe in silence, naming everything Jiang had taken out of the system's storage space. Luo Sandao, Bai Feng, and Tang Ying were shocked and open-mouthed, and it didn't take long for them to realize that Jiang wanted to organize a barbecue. Our boy started putting the meat on skewers. Mu Hankyu clenched her fists and couldn't help but feel furious, and even though Jiang did almost everything right, according to her this was a bit inappropriate. Luo Sandao sided with her, saying that now was not the time to be having barbecues since it was a matter of life or death. Tang Ying turned around and put her hand over her face out of embarrassment. She knew that although our boy had many virtues, he was not made to be the team leader. Jiang's eyes filled with surprise and confusion upon seeing his team's reaction. Bai Feng approached, and his attention fixed on the skewers. With a confused gaze, he questioned whether Jiang did not remember the rules. If they stayed still, they would be struck by lightning. The mind of the man standing next to him filled with surprise. He could not believe that Jiang was behaving this way in a situation like this. Our boy put the meat on the skewer and casually said that he already knew the rules, but eating a little barbecue wasn't going to be a problem since, after all, only by being full did one have the energy to fight. Jiang Wushuang placed his hand on his jaw, and his eyes spread in surprise. For him, Jiang had come up with a wonderful idea. With a smile, he decided to help prepare the barbecue. Jiang Wushuang and our boy sat down and started preparing the barbecue. The others were somewhat confused upon seeing that he had also joined Jiang. According to them, the team shouldn't have two such unreliable people at the same time, or perhaps there was a deeper meaning behind this. Luo Sandao clenched her fists, and her eyes filled with joy. She finally understood what Jiang meant. Little by little everyone began to believe that this made sense. The man who was next to her put his hand under his chin and with a smile thought that Jiang was brilliant, while the man who had his arms crossed couldn't help but feel excited. Everyone decided to listen to the captain and help. A red-haired girl grabbed a skewer and, with a happy gaze, started putting slices of roasted potatoes on it since it was her favorite dish. Jiang, who was sitting behind them, turned toward her, and his eyes filled with confusion. His expression changed. He was somewhat surprised to see that everyone had agreed on having a barbecue. The reason he had decided to make one was because he was hungry. Ever since the small insects had started reproducing again, his appetite had been insatiable. He wasn't afraid of being struck by lightning since this way he could recharge his ability, but seeing the expressions of his companions now made things no longer seem as simple as they appeared. While he was distracted, Mu Hankyu approached him and with a smile explained that now she also understood it. Thinking that Jiang's thoughts were too deep, she was very foolish and hadn't thought it through well. With a calm expression, Jiang asked what she had understood. In response, she put her hand behind her head, closed her eyes, and explained that everyone had understood Jiang's plan, and if she said she didn't understand it, she'd look foolish. Jiang couldn't help but fall into confusion, not knowing what was happening. After preparing the skewers, Jiang Wushuang placed them on the grill. The strategy our boy was using had only appeared once in history. If he hadn't reviewed the lists of geniuses from hundreds of generations ago, he really wouldn't have understood it. He didn't expect our boy to make such an effort for this evaluation. To him, he was a captain worthy of the title. He started cooking the skewers, and his gaze fixed on Jiang. He thought that Jiang's plan was to wait calmly to attack those who were exhausted. It was like pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Although it was a good plan, it was extremely risky. Jiang wasn't afraid of everyone joining forces against him. Feeling Jiang Wushuang's gaze, our boy began observing him silently, not knowing what this guy was plotting. Jiang Wushuang started wondering if this was what they called an invincible heart. For him, it wasn't surprising that his grandfather had asked him to approach Jiang and observe him closely. Compared to him, what Jiang Wushuang lacked wasn't talent or strength but the determination not to fear anything. Jiang's eyes began to shine with seriousness. He asked why Jiang Wushuang was looking at him so intensely. Wushuang, who was grilling the skewers, mentioned that he wasn't as good as him. Jiang stood up and told him that his skewers were burning. The screen started showing everyone that Jiang Wushuang and our boy were preparing skewers. Everyone remained silently watching. Gu Kaishan's eyes filled with rage and disappointment. He couldn't believe that while others were preparing or investigating, Jiang was having a barbecue. He thought he had learned it from Hong Yao. As a captain, he was leading others astray. Being an embarrassment, he didn't know how Jiang would be able to face old Duan afterward. The red-haired man named Fang Zhenghao couldn't help but laugh. He mocked them, saying that this time Jiangnan had prepared very well. Upon hearing this, Zai Xuanyu's father's attention was fixed on him, and his eyes filled with fury. This also caught the attention of Gu Kaishan, who turned around and began staring at him intently. Several years ago, during the competition, the human emperor had massacred many of his opponents using the dragon sword. When he was young, he had deliberately stopped in one place, waiting for lightning to strike him so that later he could lure 4 teams to investigate, leading to a battle where he massacred everyone. All of this had been carried out entirely by himself. His ferocity, his bravery, his determination made people admire him. Many years had passed, and no one had been able to achieve a feat like his. Fang Zhenghao's eyes filled with confidence as he mocked them, saying that they had first learned things like chicken droppings and dog excrement. According to him, they didn't deserve it. The others intervened, explaining that a deserter like him couldn't say such things. The man crossed his arms and began to laugh. Zai Xuanyu's father placed his hand on Gu Kaishan's shoulder and, with a forced smile, asked him not to get angry. Despite being somewhat furious, he decided to comply and remain silent. Someone caught the attention of the others by revealing that the war zones of Qin Luo, Wuxiang, King Lan, and Tianfu were going to unite again and that the capital was going to face a big problem. Gu Kaishan started staring at the man with a piercing gaze, mentioning that this generation of geniuses was not weak and that the capital was indeed going to have problems. The man extended his hand and with a confident expression made it clear that a group of useless people would not be able to stand up to the geniuses of the capital. The screen began to display a map. Gu Kaishan stood up and it didn't take long for him to realize that the 4 elite regions didn't seem to be aiming at the capital, but rather at Jiangnan. They didn't want to attack the strong. They wanted to go after the weak. Fang Zhenghao couldn't help but laugh upon seeing that they had finally learned something. For him, this was going to be a good show to watch. Somewhere in the secret realm, there was a group of men. One of them started looking to one side, and with an alert gaze revealed that he had found Jiangnan's group. They couldn't believe they were having a barbecue and also had no defenses around them. This was something unusual, so they realized something wasn't right and thought they were setting up a trap. The long-haired man's eyes filled with confusion upon seeing that they were hungry in a situation like this. Tianfu's #1 pride, the team captain named Luo Shun, clenched his fist and began releasing powerful energy. His attention focused on Jiang and the others. He told his men to stop arguing. No matter what Jiang's team did, they should advance directly according to plan. They still had comrades standing guard, so they'd be able to defeat them quickly. The 20 elites would divide into 3 groups. Their group would mainly focus on containing Jiang Wuxiang, while Wu Qingqing's group would be responsible for taking down Jiang Chen. The first celestial genius of Kai Luo, named Wu Qingqing, extended her hand and summoned some daggers. Her eyes were shining with confidence, and although Jiang mastered calamities, he could not use them here. As long as they did not give him the chance to unsheath his sword, defeating him would be easy. But the task of Dan Lishuang's group was going to be the most arduous and required taking care of the rest of the group. The first genius of Wuxiang, named Dan Lishuang, clasped her hands together and began using her powers, making water appear. With a gaze full of determination, she vowed to purify them all. Luo Shun's eyes filled with excitement. He gave Liu Hang the order to use the portal to help the others. The #1 genius of Qinglan, Liu Hang, extended his hand and made a portal appear. While they were preparing to attack, Jiang and the others were eating. Gu Kaishan's attention was fixed on the screen, and he couldn't help but sweat. The enemy was already less than 500 meters away, and yet they hadn't detected them. To him, this made no sense because even if Jiang hadn't noticed it, Jiang Wuxiang should have. And if this continued like this, they were going to end up dead. The other generals couldn't help but feel happy. The gray-haired man mentioned that Liu Hang's hidden ability in the spatial system was unparalleled. The muscular man crossed his arms and started laughing, mentioning that Wu Yatu was the best assassin in the world. The woman said that Lishuang was the first goddess with an aquatic class in all of Daxia. The white-haired man also joined in. He forcefully hit the table with his fist and said that Liu Shun was the best strategist. All of the geniuses' gazes fixed on Jiang, who was sitting on the sofa eating as if nothing had happened. Jiang Wuxiang stood up and couldn't help but go on alert. He didn't expect the enemy to arrive before they were struck by lightning. He turned towards Jiang, who was enjoying some good skewers. The enemy was less than 100 meters away, and he couldn't believe that Jiang still hadn't done anything about it. He came to the conclusion that Jiang hadn't noticed the presence of the enemy. Jiang grabbed a piece of meat and took a bite. Now their enemies were less than 10 meters away. Luo Shun thought they had victory assured, but just then, Jiang threw the meat, put his hand near his mouth with an unpleasant expression, and started spitting. He didn't know who had roasted the claws of the fierce beast since they weren't even cooked. The roasted claws hit Luo Shun's face, his eyes filled with fear as he began observing Jiang without knowing if he'd been discovered. Jiang Wushwang began to release energy, and with a gaze full of emotion, he leaped and his eyes fixed on Luo Shun who was hidden inside the portal. He couldn't help but smile and feel admiration for our boy, thinking that he had already discovered long ago that they were going to be attacked but had remained calm and thrown the bone as a warning to the others. Jiang, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Jiang Wushwang's eyes began to shine, and with a smile, he struck the portal. He was impressed to see that his opponents could establish a triple void restriction, and even create cyclical illusions within the restrictions. But it had been useless since they had fallen completely into Jiang Chen's trap. The portal shattered into pieces, making Luo Shun and his men visible. He couldn't help but panic and feel furious upon seeing that our boy had sensed their presence yet still waited until the last moment in order to humiliate them. Jiang Wushwang descended to the ground and began staring at them intently, asking them to stop saying so much nonsense. Luo Shun and the others realized that if they retreated now, they were going to die. They decided to follow the plan and finish off Jiangnan altogether. The members of Jiang's team went on alert. Our boy stood up, and everyone started praising him. For them, he was someone who had everything under control and observed even the smallest detail. They felt admiration toward him. Mu Hankyu approached him, her eyes filled with joy. With a confident smile, she mentioned that this time she really understood it. Then Luo Sandao appeared and mentioned that she also understood it. Jiang's eyes filled with confusion. With a forced smile he said that it wasn't actually as deep as they thought. But now that he had guessed by chance, he decided to get down to business for the battle. He started running towards the others but not before asking Luo Sandao and Mu Hankyu to take care of protecting Lai Bing and Prince Wang well, and not let others take the kills. Seeing that our boy had entrusted them with a mission, they couldn't help but feel happy and promised to protect them at all costs. In reality, our boy just wanted to get some exercise. The men of Luo Shan lunged at Jiang Wushwang, but in the blink of an eye, he grabbed one of their heads and slammed his body forcefully against the ground, causing the man to start screaming in agony. Two men wielding swords tried to take advantage of his lowered guard to attack, but Wushwang used his technique called Eight-Armed War God Body, and several fists made of energy emerged from his body, effortlessly knocking down the two men. One of the fists attacked Luo Shan, but he unsheathed his sword and blocked the attack at the last moment. At first our boy decided to help him, but upon seeing how strong he was, he realized that this guy didn't need anyone's help. The energy from the attack grew more intense, and it became increasingly difficult for Luo Shan to defend himself. He panicked and his eyes widened with fear. Behind them was Liu Han. Jiang Wushwang was too strong, so he gave Liu Han the order to bring support from other groups. Liu Han, who was deep in his thoughts, came out of his trance and asked him to hold on a bit. His eyes filled with seriousness, he reached back and summoned a portal, and while sweating he called Dan Lishwang's group and gave them the order to send reinforcements. At first, they refused since things were not going according to plan, but eventually they relented. Just then, Jiang appeared above him, unsheathed the sword and with a piercing gaze noticed that this guy had the support class. Liu Han raised his head and upon seeing Jiang his eyes widened in fear. Jiang did not want to let this guy use his powers, so he descended to the ground and with a determined expression attacked with a fierce slash. But to his surprise, Liu Han reacted in time and entered the portal, saving himself by a hair's breadth. His eyes began to shine with rage. He clenched his teeth knowing that he had no other option but to surrender himself into the void. He was furious because he didn't know why Wu Qingqing's group hadn't dealt with Jiang Chen yet. The reality was that she was busy. Tang Ying unsheathed her daggers, and her eyes began to gleam with malice. With a smile, she attacked Qingqing, but she blocked the attack using her small knives. Her attention focused on her, making her eyes widen in surprise. She informed Liu Han that she was being held back by Tang Ying. Both were assassins, and people always said that Qingqing was number 1 and Tang Ying number 2. And today was the day when she wanted to see if this was true. Liu Han questioned where Dan Lishwang was. She too was busy. As she headed toward the others, Bai Feng stood in her way. He unsheathed his sword and with a gaze full of rage said that if she wanted to attack his companions then she would have to go over his dead body. Dan Lixuang activated her power, making a powerful blue energy appear. She decided to first purify Bai Feng and then purify the others. Several members of Luo Shan's group were fighting against the others, but Jiang's team had two strong warriors who were blocking the attacks. Following Jiang's order, Luo Sandao went with Lai Bing, who was sitting on the ground holding her bow. Luo Sandao crossed her arms in front of her chest and activated the Eternal Earth Shield. In the blink of an eye, a powerful shield began to form in front of her. She suggested to Lai Bing to hide behind her and support the others. Now that Lai Bing didn't have to worry about being ambushed, she turned around and her eyes filled with seriousness. She launched a powerful ice arrow towards her opponents. Mu Hengqiu unsheathed her sword and her eyes began to shine. She started advancing towards Luo Shan and gave the order to the prince to cast the curse to cover her while she went into battle. He obeyed, extended his hand, and used the discouragement curse, making an evil energy appear. Upon noticing the curse, one of the men activated mental defense, but in the blink of an eye, Mu Hengqiu moved like lightning and with a murderous gaze attacked the man, cutting his abdomen. The man opened his mouth and began to scream in pain. Liu Han was hiding inside the portal. He started observing our boy carefully, realizing that at this rate, sooner or later Luo Shan and the others were going to end up defeated. Jiang sensed the presence of the portal and using his sword cut it. Our boy was tired of seeing that Liu Han liked playing whack-a-mole games, but with a calm look he decided to play along with him. Liu Han was busy trying to escape from Jiang Chen, so he couldn't move, much less support his companions with spatial teleportation. Two men tried to attack our boy from behind, but as expected, he had already noticed them. Jiang threw the sword at them, which struck their chests directly, creating deep cuts. With a smile, he mentioned that he could search for moles and cut them at the same time. Luo Shan, who was somewhat injured, opened his mouth and began spitting blood. Many of his men who were fighting against Jiang Wuxuang had fallen, and the ground was filled with corpses. Jiang Wuxuang was still unscathed. He clenched his fist and with a penetrating gaze began to stare at him intently. He couldn't help but mock them upon seeing that they hadn't been able to defeat him even being 8, advising them to gather 9 more warriors to try again. Luo Shan was lying on the ground with his hand over his shoulder. The group's formation was completely disordered, and Jiang Wuxuang was too strong. Moreover, Jiang Chen was still fighting freely. He knew that if this continued like this, they were going to lose. But then something happened and the sky filled with black clouds and thunder began to form. Luo Shan clenched his teeth and lost hope, but when he looked toward the sky, a light of hope appeared in his eyes. The cloud was a power of calamity, and he felt relieved to see it had arrived. They were going to be struck by the thunder, so he gave the order to Dan Lixuang to use her powers. She extended her hands and her body began to emit a powerful blue energy. Bai Feng tightly gripped his sword and started advancing quickly towards her. Dan Lixuang summoned a barrier to protect herself from the attack. Jiang Wuxuang's attention focused on her, and it didn't take him long to realize that this was Luo Shan's true plan. He gave the order to everyone to kill Dan Lixuang first. Now that he was distracted, Luo Shan stood up and his gaze fixed on him. He placed his hand on the ground, and an energy began to spread across the floor. He couldn't help but smile, revealing that it was already too late. The energy entered Jiang Wuxuang's body, causing him to fall to his knees on the ground. While resting one hand on his knee, he placed the other on the floor and couldn't help but grit his teeth in fury, knowing he had been too careless. Now Jiang Wuxuang was immobilized. Bai Feng approached Dan Lixuang and prepared to attack. Luo Shan knew that even if he used all the illusions he had, he wouldn't be able to trap him for long. But keeping him immobilized for 10 seconds was more than enough, since by the time he escaped from the illusion, Jiangnan would have already been eliminated. He gave Dan Lixuang the order to act as there was no time to lose. She used the technique called Water Dragon Dance. The divine and demonic energy was protecting her body. A powerful burst of energy shot out towards Bai Feng. Luckily, he blocked the attack using the sword, but in the process his body was sent flying backward, forcing him to retreat. While Dan Lixuang's eyes were shining, she extended her hands toward the sky and used her best technique called Blue Sky Water Serpent Dragon. She activated a forbidden spell, causing blue energy to descend from the sky onto Jiang's group's bodies, and not long after a mark appeared on their heads. Jiang, who had the sword resting on his shoulder, began to observe the others with a calm gaze and couldn't help but feel confused upon seeing that marks had appeared on everyone's heads. At that moment, a powerful dragon made of electricity appeared in the sky and started staring at them intently. Luo Sandao and Lai Bing began to look at the dragon, their jaws dropping in fear. They had been marked by thunder punishment. The power of thunder punishment was comparable to that of a sealed king of 7 transformations. The attack had great range, and there was no time to escape. Tang Ying's eyes were filled with joy. She had struck her opponent 3 times, with the last one almost costing her life, so she had lost. Wu Qingqing had lost an arm and bore a deep cut on her chest. She was clutching the wound on her arm as she slowly began entering Liu Han's portal. With a smile, she mocked Tang Ying by saying that her victory meant nothing since they were losers in the ranking competition for celestial geniuses, revealing that Great Xia remembered nothing about losers. The members of Jiang's team began to observe the thunder in the sky. They couldn't help but feel frustrated as they had been about to defeat them, not knowing if this was a matter of fate. Bai Feng was furious and his body was surrounded by an intense energy. He prepared to attack again, revealing that Da Lishuang had the ability to escape into the void. She entered the portal saying that he was going to be purified. The prince started looking at the thunder and couldn't help but feel fear, but he said that he and Mu Hankyu were going to die together. She put her hands on her head and couldn't help crying. She gave him the order to leave since no one wanted to die with him. She wanted to go with Jiang. Little by little, Jiang Wuxuang began to free himself from the illusion, and his eyes started to shine with a thirst for revenge. Luo Shan revealed that they were going to die and Jiangnan had lost, and none of them in the 4 great war zones was going to advance. Jiang Wuxuang knew that the thunder punishment would not be able to kill him, and he swore to pursue them until death after leaving the secret realm. Luo Shan entered the portal and mocked him, saying that first he must survive in order to then kill them. But then, someone jumped. It was Jiang who had thrown himself toward the thunder punishment. The dragon began staring at him intently, ready to attack. Jiang's eyes were full of determination. He asked why they were so afraid of a simple thunder, not knowing if it was necessary to flee. Luo Shan and the others who were hiding in the portal couldn't help but laugh, thinking that Jiang had gone crazy and believed that the punishment of thunder wasn't powerful enough. With a confident expression, he extended his hand toward the dragon and with a smile revealed that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and asked if this wasn't the hidden card they had, revealing that it was something weak. Several dragons made of electricity appeared in the sky and began to roar, but Jiang remained calm. Seeing this, they couldn't help but panic as the 9 dragons were heading toward Jiang Chen. They asked what Dan Lishuang was doing, giving her the order to make the dragons attack the others. She extended her hand toward the dragons, and her eyes filled with fear. She tried to control them but was unable. She panicked, not knowing how it was possible that she couldn't control her own calamity. Our boy descended to the ground and began absorbing the electric dragons. His eyes started shining with excitement, and with a smile, he revealed that her water was no longer pure. Then he used the Thunder Dominator ability called Lightning Fusion. He started to fly in the sky, and everyone's attention was fixed on him. He revealed that this time, the ones who were going to lose were them. Everyone was in shock upon seeing that our boy had absorbed the electricity of the dragons. Realizing that he had 2 classes, they didn't know how many more secrets our boy had hidden. Jiang began to stare at them and extended his hand, making electrical energy appear. It was time for Jiangnan to start hunting. He used the skill called Sky Blade and Thunder Blade. He wanted to see who was faster, his thunder or Liu Han's portal. Luo Shun's subordinates entered the portal believing they were safe, but now that Jiang had absorbed the electric energy of the dragons, his eyes were glowing. With a smile, he began to move like thunder and used the skill called Thunder Sword to attack those hiding in the portal, cutting their bodies into pieces. Luo Shun's eyes widened in fear, causing his jaw to drop and sweat like crazy. He couldn't believe that Jiang's attack could directly cut through the void. It didn't take him long to conclude that the plan had failed. While Jiang's body was surrounded by powerful energy, he began flying through the sky chasing after the others. Jiang Wuxuang, who had his knees and hand resting on the ground, started using his power, gradually freeing himself from Luo Shun's ability. Luo Shun came out of the portal and his attention fixed on Jiang, giving everyone the order to break the formation since Jiang Chen could transform thunder punishment into energy to then use it to his advantage, revealing that there was no way to stop him. Dan Lishuang's gaze was full of confusion and surprise. Wu Qingqing emerged from the portal and her attention fixed on Luo Shun. While on the other side, Liu Hang couldn't help but go into shock. Luo Shun gave everyone the order to leave the portals since his ability would no longer be able to contain Jiang Wuxuang for much longer. Everyone had to escape as soon as possible to save their lives and not lose the spark of hope. Luo Sandao was not going to let this happen. Her gaze fixed on them, with an expression full of determination. She extended her hand toward them and using her power began to summon a shield, revealing that if they wanted to escape, they would first have to break her shield. She summoned an improved version of the Eternal Shield of Life. In an instant, a powerful shield made of blue energy appeared around the area, trapping everyone inside. Upon seeing the shield, Wu Qingqing emerged from the portal, unsheathed her blades, and her attention focused on the shield. She came up with the idea of attacking altogether to break it. Once the energy of the portal disappeared, Tang Ying appeared in front of her, drew her dagger, and while her eyes were shining, she began to look at her with interest and with a smile asked where she had planned to go, revealing that she was her opponent. Wu Qingqing was forced to activate her power and prepare for combat, promising to kill Tang Ying. Dan Lishuang tried to help, but Bai Feng intervened and using his sword launched a powerful attack toward her. But Dan Lishuang used her power and blocked the attack without much effort, and while her hand was surrounded by blue energy, with a serious expression she made it clear that Bai Feng was not a worthy opponent for her. Bai Feng did not back down and said that whether he was a worthy opponent or not would be known after the fight. One of Luo Shun's subordinates tried to flee from the two members of Jiang's group, but the man with the ponytail reacted in time and finished off the man with a precise blow to his back, causing him to start bleeding from his mouth. He mentioned that turning your back on the enemy was not prudent at all. The shirtless man turned to his companion and suggested not standing around doing nothing. He wanted to fight to help Jiang. Mu Hengku's eyes began to shine upon seeing Jiang killing everyone. She also decided to show off a little. Using her daggers, she ended the life of one of her enemies. The prince decided not to stay behind. With a serious gaze, he extended his hand and used his power. According to him, Mu Hengku was right. To be the perfect couple, they both had to kill several more. The sky was filled with thunder, and Jiang moved quickly through the air, leaving a trail of energy in his path. Using the thunder sword, Jiang once again ended the lives of two men who were hiding inside the portal. He put his hand into his pocket, and with a murderous look, began to watch how they writhed in pain silently. Seeing that two more members had fallen, Luo Shun gave Liu Hang the order to first get rid of Jiang. The gaze of Liu Hang, who was inside the portal, fixed on Jiang. With a calm expression, he nodded his head, vowing to fulfill the order. Using spatial jump, Liu Hang appeared behind Jiang and tried to attack by surprise. But with an evil smile, Jiang reacted in time and moved at lightning speed out of range of the attack. Using the sword, our boy once again massacred one of the men who was inside the portal. Then he started looking at Liu Hang and with a confident smile mentioned that Liu Hang had arrived late, revealing that with each spatial jump he used, he would massacre one of his companions. Liu Hang could not believe this, realizing that Jiang was too fast, he could not catch up to him at all. Luo Shun used his power, and his eyes began to shine. Liu Hang's eyes also began to shine, causing him severe pain. Luo Shun explained that his eyes could follow Jiang's trail. Now his consciousness was connected with Liu Hang's, granting him a clear understanding. He nodded confidently, sure he could catch Jiang this time. But just then, Jiang appeared behind him, and as he was preparing to attack, he started staring at him intently with a gaze full of vengeance, revealing that he had been waiting for this moment. He called Liu Hang a sewer rat and said that this time he had been too slow. Upon hearing Jiang's voice, Liu Hang's eyes widened in fear. He couldn't help but panic, knowing there was no longer any way to escape. Jiang used the thunder sword and unleashed a powerful thunderbolt toward Liu Hang. A great electric current fell upon his body, shattering the ground into pieces. Our boy's eyes were full of satisfaction. He turned to the side and with a smile mentioned that originally this moment belonged to Jiang Wuxuang and he didn't want to steal others' fun. Little by little, Jiang Wuxuang began to free himself from Luo Shun's curse. While his body was releasing an intense red energy, he started to stand up and his gaze fixed on Luo Shun. Luo Shun put his arm in front of him and began spitting blood from his mouth, as he could no longer continue restraining Jiang Wuxuang. While holding the wound on his shoulder with one hand, he fell to his knees on the ground. Several of Luo Shun's subordinates appeared. They all drew their weapons and with a confident expression began advancing toward Jiang Wuxuang. They had come to help. Now that they couldn't escape, the only thing left for them was to fight with all their strength, vowing to protect Luo Shun at all costs. Now that Jiang Wuxuang had freed himself from Luo Shun's curse, he forcefully stomped the ground and leaped. Just before one of the men could attack him, he moved quickly and delivered a strong punch to his face, causing his body to be flung to one side. He grabbed another man by the head and smashed his body against the ground. He began shouting, and with an enraged expression made it clear they were courting death. The others panicked, knowing they were finished and couldn't stand up to him. Jiang, who was flying, appeared behind him. He started observing him and couldn't help but smile upon seeing that he had freed himself from the curse, mentioning that killing this number of people wasn't enough. Jiang Wuxuang's eyes were shining with hatred. He turned to Jiang and replied that then they could only rely on speed to compete by killing. Dan Lishuang turned to them, and with a furious gaze explained that they were celebrating victory too soon. Then she extended her hand toward Bai Feng. Water emerged from the ground and trapped Bai Feng's body by the neck and legs, revealing that Biluo's water strangles and purifies the soul. The poor Bai Feng began screaming in pain, begging to be saved. Jiang moved like thunder, and using the celestial sword, cut through the water, freeing Bai Feng's body. He grabbed Bai Feng's unconscious body with his hand and began showing a serious expression. Dan Lishuang turned towards them, and upon seeing that Jiang had saved Bai Feng from the attack, her jaw dropped as she couldn't believe that Jiang was so fast. Not far from them were Luo Sandao and Lai Bing. He reached out to them and used his ability called Growth of All Things. A root emerged from the ground and began transporting Bai Feng's body to them. Our boy gave the order to Luo Sandao to catch the body and to Lai Bing to heal it. Luo Shun's eyes filled with fear and surprise, his gaze fixed on Jiang, and it didn't take him long to realize that he was using an electric field, a 50-meter field. Jiang was moving quickly with the help of the electric field, similar to an electric current. He gave the order to Dan Lishuang to isolate Jiang's electric field. She had to find a way to break it as soon as possible. Her eyes filled with seriousness, and she extended her hand toward Jiang, releasing water. She used the technique called golden water to isolate the electric field, making a water barrier appear around Jiang. Our boy turned to one side, and upon seeing this, he realized that she had planned to trap him inside the water barrier. He unsheathed the celestial sword, focused, and attacked the water barrier with all his strength. At first, a small cut was made in the barrier, but it quickly closed again. Jiang realized that it could not be cut. Our boy placed the sword on his shoulder and began to observe Dan Lishuang. She started to fly and asked Jiang if he hadn't heard that cutting water with a sword only made it flow more, revealing that water benefited things without edges. The stiffer and stronger his sword was, the stronger the barrier would become. A smile appeared on Jiang's face, and seeing that he didn't need to use the sword, he called Little Nine and asked for her help to store the sword. She summoned a small portal, and Jiang inserted the sword into it, asking her not to devour it. Jiang clenched his fist, which began to release Xiao Jia's energy. He didn't believe that the stronger he hit, the harder it would be to break the barrier. Dan Lishuang, who was flying in the air, admitted that Jiang was someone stubborn. The eyes of our boy began to shine, and he prepared to strike the barrier, mentioning that if he didn't try it, they would never know. He used the technique called Divine Prison Fist and launched a powerful red burst of energy towards it. His attack was so powerful that his foot sank into the ground. A powerful fist made of energy began to advance toward Dan Lishuang. She couldn't help but panic upon seeing that Jiang had been able to break the golden water barrier, which was one of the strongest defenses in the world. The fist struck her directly, causing her eyes to shine. She opened her mouth and began spitting blood. Her body started descending toward the ground until it crashed forcefully. Jiang's attention focused on her, and he mocked her by saying that she had brought this upon herself. Now her body was full of wounds, and her head was covered in blood. Our boy asked her not to die just yet and to summon a bit more water so he could wash his hands. Luo Shun stood up. He was in shock to see that Dan Lishuang's golden water barrier had been broken. One of Luo Shun's subordinates drew his sword and charged at Jiang Wushuang to attack. While he was holding one of the men by the head, his attention fixed on Jiang and his eyes filled with rage upon seeing that he had finished the battle in 10 seconds, while he was still here wasting time. He was very upset, so he used his body of the god of war and struck the ground forcefully. Hands made of energy emerged from his body and crushed his opponents without much effort. Luo Shun put his hand in front and his attention fixed on him, realizing there was no way to escape. His eyes began to shine. He extended his hand toward Jiang Wushuang and used his ability called Double Pupil, Extinction of the Desolate Horizon. In an instant, 3 eyes appeared behind him. The eyes started staring at Jiang Wushuang. Instead of feeling fear, he began to smile, calling Luo Shun useless for believing he could catch him again. 3 eyes appeared around Jiang, with a calm expression. He remembered that with the help of the ancestral tree, no type of illusion had any effect on him. Luo Shun launched himself towards Jiang Wushuang, swearing that even if he had to fall, he would do so alongside them. He was determined to take at least one of them with him, since without them, his other companions from the 4 war zones would still have hope. Jiang Wushuang turned around and began observing how little by little he was getting closer. Just before Luo Shun could attack, he reacted in time and delivered a strong punch to his back, causing his body to crash forcefully against the ground. His eyes began to shine with rage as he swore to exterminate the 4 great war zones. He turned to Jiang and with a smile praised him, since everything was thanks to his tactic. Jiang began to show a finger and with a serious expression asked him not to get excited so soon, advising to look up. Just then, the secret realm circle began to shrink. Everyone panicked as they had to clear the battlefield and defeat their opponents as soon as possible. The screen was showing Jiang, who activated his power and prepared to attack. In the room were Jiang Xuanji and Linkyu. They were somewhat surprised to see that Jiang had the Sovereign of Electricity class at a hidden level. Jiang Xuanji's attention, as he floated, was fixed on the screen. He was impressed since Jiang Chen was becoming more and more remarkable. With his own potential combined with the 9 miasma wings, perhaps in the future he would be able to enter the golden list of the 10,000 races. Linkyu's eyes were shining calmly. With a smile, he mentioned that aside from Jiang Chen, his grandson Jiang Wuxuang also had potential, and according to him, Luo Shun and Dan Lishuang had also shown an acceptable performance. He put his hand over his face, closed his eyes, began to imagine his granddaughter Xuanyu, and could not help but feel disappointed since she was the leader of her team and instead of making use of the time, she had been wasting it. Jiang Xuanji placed his hand on his shoulder and with a kind smile reassured him by saying that many geniuses were disoriented so he did not have to worry. Zai Xuanyu's father's eyes filled with rage. He turned to Gu Kaishan and with a furious expression asked why he had hidden that his disciple also had the profession of electricity. Gu Kaishan also got angry, but he remained silent. He couldn't believe that Jiang had hidden from him that he had obtained a new class. According to him, this was an unforgivable lack of respect, but he couldn't let others know that he didn't know about it, and he thought that at this moment, staying silent was the best way to appear profound. The father crossed his arms, turned towards the screen, and couldn't help but smile with an envious expression. He mentioned that the electricity profession was the best in attack. According to him, Gu Kaishan was very lucky to have accepted Jiang as a disciple. Gu Kaishan also crossed his arms and, with a serious gaze, began observing Jiang. Our boy was making him look good, and for him it wasn't surprising that before entering the secret realm, Jiang had told him that he was going to give him a surprise. The statistics table appeared. The war zone of the capital, Jiangnan, Madu, and Guanhai had 10 people remaining. The war zone of Wuxang, Tianfu, Qinglin, and Qinluo had 5 people remaining. It was a pity that old Duan, the commander of Jiangnan, was not present, otherwise he would be so happy that he would do a few military boxing sessions to celebrate. Seeing the table, Xing and the others began to discuss among themselves. With an angry expression, the gray-haired man turned to them and explained that half of their geniuses had been eliminated and that their warriors were not as good as those from Jiangnan. Xing supported her hands on her abdomen, began to observe the screen, and with a serene gaze explained that there were still 2 hours left, and she hoped that the others could hide well. The muscular man crossed his arms. He was furious upon seeing that the Jiangnan War District really knew how to pretend to be weak and then attack with force. Beside them sat Gu Kaishan and the others. Xing's gaze fixed on Gu Kaishan. She took it out on him, saying that when it came to playing dirty, Jiangnan always won since old Gu Kaishan had taught them well. Gu Kaishan did not lose his composure and with a calm gaze made it clear that whoever wanted to kill must also be ready to be killed. He mocked them by explaining that a sewer rat had attempted a stealth attack and did not expect to be counterattacked, mentioning that Xing and the others could not accept defeat. Some thought that Jiangnan this time seemed to be aiming for first place, and now even the capital could suffer a great defeat. The general of the capital rested his hand on his knee, turned towards them, and with a confident gaze made it clear that the capital was not full of useless people compared to them. Pointing at the table with his finger, he suggested they check to see how many geniuses they had left instead of wasting time provoking. Just then, someone mentioned that the Guanghai War Zone was the best. The muscular man stood up, and when he looked to the side, he saw Yun Janshin. He was furious to see that even he had betrayed them. Yun Janshin stuck his finger inside his nose, closed his eyes, and with an arrogant smile said that he would be a fool if he didn't take advantage of the opportunity. He threw a snot at them, and a smile spread across his face. Seeing this, Xing and the others began to curse him, calling him a scoundrel. Back in the secret realm, several men tried to attack 2 unsuspecting girls, but the brown-haired girl drew her sword, turned around, and with an expression full of determination, swung her weapon forcefully, ending the man's life. The other girl also reacted in time and using her weapon, killed the man. Both began shouting that they would not allow anyone to approach Song Chengji. While they were fighting, a black-haired man was watching everything from a cliff. He placed his hands behind his back and fixed his attention on them, making a smile appear on his face. He was Guanghai's top genius, called Song Chengji. His eyes were filled with surprise as he realized there was no need for him to intervene to take care of them, realizing that even the useless had their utility. The identity that the Church of the Ancient God had assigned him this time was not bad at all. A few days after his sudden arrival in the Guanghai war zone, the geniuses did not accept him, so he had to tie up the women, whose eyes were shining with hatred. They were very furious. He approached one of them, began to caress her cheek, and showed a kind smile. Feeling this, the woman could not help but blush, and instead of feeling hatred, she now felt love. Thanks to his strength and courteous manners, Song Cheng-ji managed to earn everyone's trust since, after all, humans could not resist a powerful and humble man. After defeating her opponents, the brown-haired woman dropped her sword on the ground, turned around, and with a smile began to observe Song Cheng-ji, making her eyes fill with joy. The other woman also turned around, closed her eyes, and with a kind smile began to greet him. Once Song Cheng-ji obtained the first place in the genius ranking, he was going to absorb the vital essence of these proud women, and although their lineage and divine soul were mediocre, something was better than nothing. He also remembered that the other outstanding women in the other zones were also quite powerful. They turned towards him and explained that they had finished off the enemies, and that the area of the secret realm was beginning to shrink, asking where to go now. With a calm demeanor, he decided to first get rid of Madu's war zone to be safer. They accepted without hesitation. Not far away there was an area that looked like a city. It was a ruined city located in the central area of the secret realm, surrounded by mountains, a truly dangerous terrain, and the only way to enter was by using the bridge. Yingzhan was the leader of the team of geniuses from the capital. With a calm gaze, he turned towards the others and decided to block the bridge. They were going to wait hidden like a hunter awaited its prey. His eyes filled with determination. He made it clear that this year they were going to eliminate the other 7 teams. He wanted the geniuses from the capital to occupy the ranking of the top 10 geniuses. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with enthusiasm, raised their fists, and started shouting. The statistics board appeared in front of him. The war zone of capital, Jiangnan, Madu, and Guanghai had 10 people, while the war zone of Wuxang, Tianfu, Qinglan, and Qinluo had already lost their teams. Yingzhan clenched his fist and his gaze fixed on the system window. He could not believe that 4 teams had already been eliminated. He was somewhat surprised to see that the other teams had not suffered any casualties. He did not know who besides him had this ability, questioning whether they were the geniuses of Jiangnan or Madu. He extended his hand to one side, and while his eyes were shining, he summoned his dragons. With an excited smile, he decided to change plans since winning effortlessly was very boring. He no longer wanted to wait and gave the order to his team to come with him to the front to search for and face the other teams. At the same time, somewhere else in the secret realm, there was Zai Xuanyu's team. One of the men extended his hands and, with a confused expression, asked how 4 teams had been eliminated in less than half an hour. They had barely found the right path, and already the circle had begun to close. With an angry expression, Hua Yunfei turned to them and made it clear that the captain had guided them on the right path. Zai Xuanyu's eyes widened with seriousness. She turned to them and, with a serene gaze, gave them the order to stop talking and keep walking. Her expression changed, and her eyes began to shine with sadness. She wanted to show off in front of Jiang Chen, but in the end, she hadn't had the opportunity to do so. She remembered that the 4 war zones that had been eliminated used to attack the capital together, and this year it was likely that they had also been eliminated by the capital. She felt relieved since luckily, the Jiangnan team was still complete, and it was very likely that they had not yet entered combat just like her team. While she was deep in thought, birds flew out of their nests. Her attention fixed on them, she knew something was not right. She drew her bow, put her hand in front of the others, started looking at the sky, and with a serious gaze gave her team the order to stop and be on guard as someone wanted to attack them. She asked the attackers to show themselves. Everyone remained watching in silence, not knowing what was happening. At that moment, Song Cheng-ji emerged from the portal and his gaze fixed on her, his eyes filled with confidence, and he mentioned that he knew Zai Xuanyu had the divine-level profession called God's Sun Extinguisher, along with the divine weapon called Extreme Flame Bow. The members of his team also emerged from the portal. They began to stare at Zai Xuanyu and the others in silence. Song Cheng-ji appeared above the cliff and explained that it was no wonder she was second on the Great Xia Genius list. For him, it was a pity to have to face her since if it had been elsewhere, he would have shown compassion. But in this battle for the genius ranking list, he had no choice but to finish her off. Zai Xuanyu started staring at him with a furious gaze and told him to go to hell. Upon hearing this, Song Cheng-ji asked if she was ready to die. Her eyes began to shine with determination. She aimed at them with the bow and used the technique called Celestial Fire Meteor, causing a powerful arrow surrounded by fire to shoot towards them. Hua Yunfei was paralyzed with his mouth open, not knowing what to do. The arrow began to shine brightly in the sky, blinding everyone. The members of Song Chengji's team put their hands over their eyes, and some even turned around, realizing that this was the pressure of a divine profession. With a calm gaze, the brown-haired woman asked everyone to stand firm since they had the help of Song Chengji. While little by little the arrow was getting closer to them, he extended his hand to one side and could not help but praise Zai Xuanyu for having talent. He took out a thread and threw it towards the arrow, catching it as if nothing. For him it was a pity since Zai Xuanyu had run into him. She was in shock upon seeing that her arrow had been caught by a fine thread. Song Chengji caught the arrow and used his power, making blue energy appear around it. He began to observe the arrow and with a smile decided to be courteous and let her die knowing the truth, revealing that he had 2 divine-level professions. With the profession with which he had caught the arrow, it was called Celestial Weaver of Stars. His eyes began to shine with malice. He started staring at her intently and with a smile revealed that his second profession was called Divine Shadow of the Great Jutian. He used his power, making a copy of his body emerge. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of copies of Song Chengji appeared in the area, surrounding them on all sides. He said that although these 2 divine-level professions separately could not compare to her profession, being under the control of a single person, they had a terrifying power. The members of Zai Xuanyu's team were in shock upon seeing that he had 2 professions. One of the men was paralyzed with fear as he did not expect Song Chengji to have this ace up his sleeve. She grabbed one of the arrows she had on her back, started staring intently at Song Chengji, and caught Zai Song's attention, who was from the perceptive class. She asked if he had found the main body. Zai Song extended his hand towards him, and with a gaze full of fear, he used his powers and revealed that all the clones had anchor points, and the main body could transfer to any anchor point at any time, which meant that each clone could be the main body. The people from the Guanghai War Zone were cunning. They didn't know why they weren't going to attack the capital with these kinds of dirty tricks instead of attacking them. Zai Xuanyu did not lose her composure and with a determined gaze, she gave the order to her team to follow the previous plan. If they could fight then they had to do it, and if not, then they had to look for an opportunity to break through. Upon hearing this, everyone drew their swords and surrounded Zai Xuanyu. Song Chengji was confused to see this. She used the technique called Scorching Sun Above and then the technique called Golden Crow's Fire Rain. She launched a powerful arrow into the sky, which transformed into a giant fire crow. Song Chengji watched in silence while his team members panicked. The crow spread its wings and began to burn all of Song Chengji's clones. He mocked her, saying that the technique was beautiful but useless since he could create as many clones as he wanted and she could not break his defense. His eyes began to shine, and he reached out his hand toward the sky, and with a smile, he said that this was boring. Then he used the technique called 1,000 Threads and created a celestial and terrestrial net. He pointed at the fire crow with his finger, causing its body to crash against the trees. A web of threads trapped the crow's body, making it start to explode. Everyone remained watching in silence, not knowing what to do. She could not believe that the technique she had struggled so much to improve had been defeated so easily. A woman and a man stood behind her, extended their hands, and using their powers, created a shield. Zai Xuanyu began to stare silently at Song Chengji, and they revealed that the net was still shrinking, and he wanted to trap them to death. She raised the bow and ordered everyone to use their ultimate abilities to resist. Everyone obeyed and summoned a shield. She used the ability called Extreme Flame, making a giant bow appear in the sky. She asked everyone to take advantage of this moment to find a way to break through from above. An explosion occurred in the place. Zhang and his team were near the area. Upon feeling the explosion, he could not avoid wondering if it was Xuanyu and the others. The man who was by his side became curious and asked if there was any problem. Our boy knew that they had gotten into big trouble. His eyes began to shine with fear. He revealed that he was going to go rescue the magic city, giving everyone the order to follow him. Song Chengji extended his hand, making threads emerge. He began to observe Zai Xuanyu with an arrogant expression and could not help but smile. Everyone was in shock to see that he had 2 classes of divine level, being an unprecedented legend in the history of Daxia. Not even Emperor Ying Jai back then had such talent. Xing and the others finally realized why Yun Jianshan had acted unusually, and had refused to form an alliance with them. Yun Jianshan's eyes filled with joy. He extended his hand and, with an arrogant smile, apologized for not taking them into account, revealing that he did not consider anyone present important. According to him, Jiang Wuxuang, Jiang Chen, and Yingzhan were all trash compared to Song Changji. Zai Xuanyu's father's eyes widened in surprise and fear as he realized that this time the Madu war zone was in danger. He began to sweat, although he was not concerned about winning or losing. He was worried about his daughter's safety. Yun Jianshan stood up, closed his eyes, and started laughing like a maniac, believing that this time his war zone would win. Gu Kaishan turned to the father and with a calm expression asked him not to pay attention to Yun Jianshan's nonsense since Jiang Chen was already on his way to help Zai Xuanyu and the others, revealing that the defeat was still uncertain. Zai Xuanyu, who was holding the bow, raised it into the sky. Hua Yunfei and the others extended their hands and created a barrier. The eyes of one of the girls widened in panic. She turned around and with a nervous expression explained to the captain that the illusory shadow of the extreme flame bow was weakening. One of the men who was invoking the barrier began to sweat and with a nervous gaze explained that he would not be able to hold on much longer. Zai Xuanyu's eyes were full of exhaustion. She began panting heavily without knowing if Madu's war zone would be annihilated. She had been training hard for this competition and wanted to impress Jiang. Just then, Hua Yunfei extended his hands and used the technique to summon the spirit of the night. Blue energy emerged from his body and transformed into a powerful knight. Zai Xuanyu's attention was fixed on him. With a worried and surprised expression she asked what he was doing. Hua Yunfei's eyes began to shine with determination. He swore that the team was not going to be annihilated, promising to protect the captain until death. He commanded his knight to attack. It moved quickly and struck forcefully at the threads that were in the sky. The attack was working as little by little the threads began to lose tension. Song Changji's attention, who was floating in the air with his arms behind his back, was fixed on it. He questioned whether Hua Yunfei thought that with his spirit and divine sacrifice he would be able to break his threads. He admitted that although he had talent, unfortunately, it was still not enough to impress him. His eyes widened in confusion, and his gaze was fixed on Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei's eyes began to shine. He opened his mouth and started screaming. His power was becoming stronger and stronger. He was using his vital essence in exchange for explosive strength. Song Changji did not know if this guy wanted to commit suicide. Not long after, Hua Yunfei's body exploded into pieces, and upon seeing this, Zai Xuanyu's eyes filled with tears and sadness. With this increase in power, the spiritual knight pierced the threads, breaking the net that was in the sky. Seeing that the net had been broken, Song Changji extended his hand and used the technique called Star Weaver, making another net appear, leaving everyone in shock. His eyes began to shine with rage, and while he was weaving the net with his fingers, with an arrogant gaze he asked if Hua Yunfei really believed he could break the net by sacrificing himself, calling him stupid and revealing that he could weave the net more than once. He was tired of playing with them, so he decided it was time to kill them. The thread net began to close in, causing the barriers to gradually start breaking, and Zai Xuanyu fell to her knees on the ground. The thread net shattered the barriers into pieces and, in the process, began to massacre the members of Zai Xuanyu's team, causing them terrible pain. While holding the bow with one hand, she placed the other on the ground and, with a sorrowful expression, apologized for having disappointed Jiang. The members of Song Changji's team were joyful to see that he had defeated them so easily. At that moment, the sky filled with black clouds and thunder. Someone riding a phoenix made of thunder began advancing toward them. Everyone's attention was fixed on the phoenix. No one knew what was happening. Just before they could realize it, the phoenix moved quickly and in an instant passed through the middle of them, electrocuting everyone in the process, making them scream in agony. Upon hearing the screams, Song Changji turned towards the cliff, and his eyes widened with seriousness and concern. Seeing thunder, he realized that his team of useless people had been annihilated. At first, he thought it was the punishment of thunder, but then he dismissed this theory since the punishment of thunder only struck those who remained still. He did not know who had annihilated his team. The Thunder Phoenix began to fly through the sky, and on top was Jiang Chen riding it. With a worried expression, he started shouting and asked Zai Xuanyu to hold on a little longer. Upon hearing Jiang's voice, a light of hope appeared in Zai Xuanyu's eyes. She could not believe that Jiang was riding a Thunder Phoenix and had come to save her. Jiang gave the order to his phoenix to attack. It started moving quickly, electrocuting Song Changji's clones. He was in shock upon seeing such pure power. While Jiang was eliminating the clones, Song Changji's attention, who had his arm behind his back, focused on him. In this new era, the heavenly path of this world was very generous with them, with just a single profession change. They had obtained the original classes that countless races in the caverns took hundreds of years to achieve through cultivation. According to him, this was truly unfair and detestable. Jiang descended to the ground, clenched his fists, began to stare at him, extended his hand, and gave the order to his phoenix to eliminate the clones, while on the other side, he decided to break the net. He used the power of the divine elephant's body and attacked with a powerful punch, which broke Song Changji's thread net without much effort, creating a great curtain of smoke. Once the curtain of smoke disappeared, Jiang observed carefully and realized that the net had regenerated again. He decided not to give up and began to attack with a chain of punches. He wanted to see who was faster, if Song Changji weaving the net or his blows. Not long after, the net finally broke. Jiang began to observe him, and while pointing at the net with his thumb, with a smile he said that his net was very slow. Zai Xuanyu, who was holding back the power of the net with the help of her bow, closed her eyes and began to tremble. She could no longer endure. An excited smile appeared on Song Changji's face. He extended his hand towards Jiang and admitted that his strength was really good, but made it clear that it had been a big mistake to lower his guard. He used the technique called Thousand Threads, making a tornado appear. The tornado began to move towards Jiang Cheng. Our boy put his arm in front of his face and in a low voice called Xiao Jia and asked for his help to devour the net, advising him to be discreet. Xiao Jia accepted. Xiao Jia manifested as small dots and little by little began to devour the tornado. Song Changji could not help but feel somewhat confused upon seeing this. He could not believe that the small points of light could corrode his thread tornado. Jiang approached Zai Xuanyu and placed his hand on her shoulder. Her eyes widened with surprise and love upon seeing that Jiang had come to save her. With a serious gaze, Jiang began to stare at Song Changji and asked her to hurry up and go somewhere safe. The Thunder Phoenix began to fly through the sky, massacring and electrocuting the clones. Little by little, the energy of his phoenix was running out, so he asked her to hurry up and leave. Just then, Ying Zhan and his men arrived at the area. He was somewhat surprised to see that everyone was here, revealing that today none of them would be able to escape. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang and Zai Xuanyu turned around. Our boy's attention was fixed on him, entering into alert mode. But then, Jiang Wuxuang and the others appeared and informed Jiang that they had arrived. Seeing this, Jiang turned around and mentioned that they had arrived just in time. He started running and decided to take care of Song Changji, leaving Jiang Wuxuang to handle Ying Zhan. Jiang Wuxuang clenched his fists, and while his eyes were shining, he began to run towards him, using his power to make energy fists emerge from his body, which started to approach Ying Zhan, revealing that today he was going to be his opponent. Ying Zhang stood still, watching in silence. He jumped, used his power, and counterattacked with a powerful punch, shattering Jiang Wuxuang's energy punches, revealing that his war god body was not going to be enough to defeat him. Jiang Wuxuang's eyes began to shine seriously. He stepped back and, with a penetrating gaze, released the 9 restrictions, causing the chains attached to his body to break. With a furious expression, he stood up and used the technique called Invincible War God's Body. His own giant spirit with 9 arms emerged from his body. Ying Zhang remained silently observing. His eyes began to shine with excitement. He extended his hand to one side and used his power, summoning a blood dragon, making a powerful red dragon appear behind him. For him, this was quite interesting. With a smile, he mentioned that according to rumors, Jiang Wuxuang's grandfather had killed the dragon race in the underground cave. He wanted to see if his legitimate grandson was as powerful as him. Jiang Wuxuang's spirit and the dragon began to fight each other. Luo Sandao and Mu Hengku arrived at the area. She placed her hands on Zai Xuanyu's shoulders and with a serious expression asked her to come with them to face the people from the capital. Mu Hengku started observing her and explained that they should not interfere in Jiang's battle. Zai Xuanyu turned towards them and with an indecisive gaze accepted. Jiang Wuxuang's eyes were shining with hatred. While Song Changji was watching the battle, someone caught his attention. He became curious and turned around. The Thunder Phoenix descended to the ground. Jiang began to stroke its head, and with a confident smile asked if he was ready for combat. Song Changji's eyes widened with excitement. Using his power, he began to absorb his clones and couldn't help but smile upon seeing that Jiang Cheng, Ying Zhan, Jiang Wuxuang, and Jiang Xuanyu, the 4 divine geniuses of Great Xia, had gathered. It was no longer necessary to wait for the genius ranking battle, nor was it necessary to continue pretending to be of their inferior race. He decided to use his 30% power. Upon hearing this, Jiang's expression changed and he became suspicious. With a confused expression, he asked what he meant. Song Changji extended his hand. An angel wings emerged on his back while his eyes turned white. With a smile, he decided to release the origin restriction and restore the true body of the tanking divine clan. He used his power and restricted entry and exit to the secret realm. An energy platform appeared under his feet. Jiang began to observe carefully, and it did not take long for him to realize that the Tianqing divine clan was one of the 10,000 races of the cave. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhan's eyes widened in fear. He turned around and asked everyone to leave the secret realm, but then a powerful energy began to descend from the sky. Jiang Wushuang fell to his knees on the ground, clenched his teeth, and with a worried expression revealed that he could not move. Song Changji's eyes widened with malice. He extended his hand and with a smile revealed that it was already too late. The entire secret realm was under his control. Now no one could move or leave, and no one from outside would be able to enter. Originally, if they died here, they could still revive outside. But now that he was here and completely refined their divine souls, then no one would be able to revive. Thanks to the help of the angel wings, Song Changji began to fly, and his eyes expanded with malice, making a confident smile appear on his face. He knew that both Jiang Xuanji and Jai Lingqiu were watching everything from outside the secret realm. He asked what they felt at this moment and whether Jiang Xuanji remembered when he had killed his sister on the northern battlefield in the cave back then, revealing that today he had come to cut the roots of their great Xia. Gu Kaishan's attention and everyone's was fixed on the screens. They were somewhat confused as they did not know how a member of the Tianqing divine clan had been able to infiltrate. No one could hear what he was saying since the surveillance system had no audio. Someone among them could read lips and finally revealed that an anomaly had occurred in the secret realm, and Song Changji had trapped the remaining geniuses and was planning to execute their strongest geniuses in front of everyone. Song Changji's eyes began to shine with rage. With a piercing gaze, he extended his hand towards Jiang and the others and then used his power, making threads emerge from his fingers. Gu Kaishan's gaze and Zai Xuanyu's father's gaze fixed on him. The father quickly realized that this was the innate ability of the Tianqing divine clan called 1,000 Threads. They panicked since this ability allowed the user to weave a net with countless souls intertwined like a cursed rope, being especially effective for annihilating divine souls. Gu Kaishan became alert as he knew this was not good. Jiang and the others were trapped inside the secret realm and couldn't even self-destruct to escape, and if their souls were erased, they would die. The general of the war zone of the capital lost his composure and with a furious gaze launched a powerful attack towards Yun Zhantian, shattering the ground into pieces. He was furious since he had betrayed Dazia. Yun Zhantian put his arms in front of his face and blocked the attack, swearing not to know that Song Changji was a member of the divine clan Tianqing. The general's eyes began to shine with hatred. He clenched his fist and with a furious expression said that he was going to kill him since Ying Zhan was the only descendant of the human emperor, their last hope. Yun Zhantian stood firm in his word and explained that he had nothing to do with the divine clan Tianqing, and even if he died, he would not be able to save Ying Zhan. Just before things could escalate to the next level, a powerful burst of energy descended to the ground right in the middle of them. Yun Zhantian turned his head toward the burst of energy, and the general stopped dead in his tracks. They did not take long to realize that this was the energy of the god of the sword and the god of war. Yun Zhantian's eyes widened in surprise as Jai Lingqiu and Jiang Xuanji emerged from the burst of energy. Jai Lingqiu clenched his fists, and with a serious gaze began to look to the side. He could not believe that over such a small matter as this, they had already panicked, realizing that they had been living in peace for too long. Jiang Xuanji, who had his arms behind his back, began to stare at the general, and with a calm expression asked if all of them were going to surrender to the enemy if one day the entrance of the underground cave was attacked and destroyed. The general swallowed saliva, began to observe Jiang Xuanji and did not say a single word. Jiang Xuanji approached the king of the celestial sword and fixed his gaze on him. He asked how many offspring Jiang Chen's 9 miasma wings had produced. If he had more than 100,000 offspring, then he could use them to cause an explosion that could turn this situation around. Gu Kaishan's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. With an uncertain gaze he replied that he did not know since he had never asked Jiang Chen about it. Jiang Xuanji's eyes began to shine with seriousness as he remembered that no more than a week ago, Jiang had used more than 1,000,000 offspring, realizing that raising 100,000 more was an impossible task. While he was distracted, Jai Lingqiu approached and with a suspicious gaze said that although it was a shame that the lives of the geniuses were in danger, this was more than a coincidence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuanji came out of his trance and his mind was filled with curiosity and surprise. Jai Lingqiu explained that the divine Tianqing race was in the deepest part of the underground cave, and wanting to disguise themselves and come to Dazia was not an easy thing. He had a vague feeling that similar events were going to take place in other locations. Jiang Xuanji's eyes filled with concern. He began to gaze at the ground and thought that he was right, but he reminded Jai Lingqiu that his main body was suppressing the underground cave, so there should be no problems with it. He began to imagine a scientific facility and mentioned that if more related events were going to take place, then it should be at Dazia's main headquarters. Besides the headquarters, there were also the 9 forbidden zones, such as the White Bone Temple located deep within Kinling. Jai Lingqiu felt something, turned around, and with a gaze full of fear revealed that the related events were about to begin. Just then, at the top of the cliff, a red temple appeared, which began to emit an evil energy, and in front appeared a man. Everyone's attention was fixed on the temple. They were in shock, not knowing if this was an illusion. They noticed that the man did not have the appearance of the self-human appearance, nor the appearance of the living. He was an old man. His eyes began to shine with malice, and a smile appeared on his face when he explained that the appearance of the self was precisely having no appearance, and that when all appearances were separated, they were called Buddhas. He recognized 2 of his old friends and introduced himself as a monk with Diamond Sutra. Without losing a second, Jai Lingqiu drew his sword, began to point at the monk with it, and with a furious expression, he demanded to know what the old monk from the White Bone Temple was doing here and how he dared to come out at this moment to cause trouble. Jiang Xuanji turned around and his attention fixed on the monk. He began to observe him with a serene expression. A wicked smile spread across the monk's face as he revealed that all the young people here were going to hear his sutra and would soon attain enlightenment. Jai Lingqiu became alert and turned around without knowing what the monk had in mind. Just then, a strange energy appeared in the place, slowly affecting all the geniuses, making their eyes turn white. Seeing this, Jai Lingqiu quickly realized that the monk's target was Dazia's geniuses. Jiang Xuanji knew that this was not good. While his eyes were shining, he began to shout and ask the geniuses to wake up and not fall into the trap. Upon hearing his voice, most of the young people woke up. Their eyes widened with surprise and fear, making them sweat. Some of the geniuses did not wake up, while on the other side, a brown-haired girl opened her eyes and with a gaze full of terror began to gasp heavily. The eyes of the boy who was next to her widened in surprise. He placed his hand on his chest and could not help but panic without knowing what was happening. The monk became angry and mentioned that preventing others from understanding the Tao was not tolerated by the celestial mandate, advising them to be careful with divine retribution. Upon hearing this, the attention of Jai Lingqiu and Jiang Xuanji was fixed on him. Just then, the heads of the geniuses who had not woken up were cut into pieces. The boy and the girl turned around and upon seeing this, their jaws dropped and their eyes widened in fear. The monk explained that fortunately, the blessed geniuses had already ascended. For him, it was a pity because if Jiang Xuanji had not intervened, in just 2 more seconds, more geniuses would have ascended to supreme bliss. Jai Lingqiu could no longer contain himself. He gathered momentum and with a leap began advancing toward the monk with a gaze full of hatred. He decided to take care of this demonic monk since when he cut him into pieces, he would not have the strength to attack. He also explained to Xuanji that the change in the secret realm was only the beginning and that a single movement could affect the entire body, asking him to stand firm and return to the cave. Jiang Xuanji looked to the side and saw black smoke emerging. His attention fixed on them and he did not take long to realize that a great calamity was upon Dazia. With a determined expression, he called the attention of all the kingdom's guardians, giving them the order to return to their war zones to defend them, and that there must be no mistakes. All the kingdom's guardians jumped and began to return to their posts. They knew that the general situation was important, swearing to Jiang Xuanji to protect Dazia with their lives and redeem their sins with merits. Xuanji's attention, who had his arms behind his back, and Gu Kaishen's attention were fixed on them. They began to ponder in silence. Gu Kaishen turned his back and with a gaze full of determination revealed that if Jiang Chen lost his life in the secret realm, once this was over, he was going to follow Jiang Xuanji to the cave and annihilate the entire Tianqing divine tribe. At first, Jiang Xuanji remained silent, but then his eyes widened in surprise and something caught his attention. In front of them was a screen showing what was happening in the secret realm. Jiang Xuanji and Gu Kaishen's eyes widened in surprise as they did not know what was going on. Inside the secret realm, Jiang was standing in front of Song Changji, who was kneeling on the ground and bleeding from his mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Xuanji couldn't help but laugh, and although he didn't know the reason, it seemed that there had been an unexpected turn inside the secret realm. Now that Song Changji was kneeling before Jiang Chen, they could be at ease. 5 minutes ago, Ying Zhan, whose eyes were shining, placed his hand on the ground and gave the order to his blood-armored dragon to attack. Not far from him was Jiang Wuxuang, who, with a furious gaze, ordered his god of war body to tear Song Changji into pieces for him. Most of them were injured. The attention of Song Changji, who was flying, focused on them. He couldn't help but smile and asked why they were wasting their strength and if they didn't know that the more they exerted themselves, the more they would suffer from the reaction of their own power. He told them not to rush because once he finished refining the souls of the beautiful girls, it would be their turn. He used his power, causing the threads to wrap around the bodies of Zai Xuanyu, Mu Hengqiu, and Luo Sandao, who opened their mouths and began to scream in pain. Song Changji decided to first break their spiritual forces. Jiang, who had his hand on his knee, began to stand up, and his eyes started to shine with rage, making him clench his teeth. Little Nine was eager to eat meat, but Jiang asked her not to rush since unless it was absolutely necessary, she could not expose herself. He asked her to wait as he was going to think of a solution. Now that Little Nine was so hungry, she was capable of killing her opponent with ease. However, Jiang had made a promise not to use Little Nine in this competition. Jiang's gaze fixed on him. Apart from Little Nine, he had many cards up his sleeve, but without understanding the opponent enough, he could not be reckless. Otherwise, even if he could protect himself, he would not be able to ensure that his companions did not lose their lives. Song Changji's eyes turned white, and a smile spread across his face. Jiang used the system, making his status window appear. His real name was Shu Lan Duo and he belonged to the Tianqing divine race, being the 19th heir in the line of succession with a level 6 power. He was acting as a secret agent for the Church of the Ancient God and had descended to Dazia through an abyssal rift, suppressing the source and disguising himself as a genius with a dual profession. The divine Tianqing race occupied the 61st place among the 10,000 races, and was a secondary branch of the 3 main primordial divine races. Furthermore, he possessed the Tianyan Pearl, which served to block the perception of the heavenly Tao. With a curious gaze, Jiang began to think and found a way to defeat this guy. He asked if Xiaojia still had the divine and demonic blood essence that they had previously packed in Jialai's sacred treasure. He asked him to give him a drop. Xiaojia, who was sleeping like a log, revealed that there was nothing left since he had eaten it all. Xiaojia transformed, and while his eyes were shining, he extended his hand toward Jiang and mentioned that if he wished, he could extract a drop of blood from his body to give it to him. He added that the blood essence he had refined had the same effect as the original with fewer side effects, swearing that he would not explode and die. Upon hearing this, Jiang's eyes filled with joy and a smile appeared on his face. He decided to first use a little blood to break the restriction and save the rest for later. Once Xiaojia gave Jiang a drop of his blood, he stood up, and his body began to emit a powerful energy. Song Changji's attention was fixed on him. He was confused to see that Jiang could move and did not know how he had escaped from the web of threads. Once Jiang stood up, he used his power to summon a barrier. Seeing this, Song Changji couldn't help but laugh without knowing why he had summoned a barrier. He mocked Jiang by asking if he was afraid of screaming too much when dying, and that others would hear him, making it embarrassing. Jiang stood firm and called Song Changji by his real name, Shu Lan Duo, revealing that he knew about his plans. Song Changji descended to the ground, and while walking towards him, he began looking at the ground and asked who Jiang was and how he knew his real name, remembering that the real name of the 10,000 races had never been revealed. Jiang's body began to emit a penetrating energy. He mentioned that Song Changji was not worthy of knowing who he was. He put his arm in front of his face upon feeling Jiang's strong aura, without knowing if he was an ancestor of the Ming clan. Jiang approached him, and while his eyes were shining with hatred, he began to stare at him and asked how the Tianqing divine tribe had become so incompetent, and how the number 19 in the tribe's succession was so foolish. The eyes of the arrogant Song Changji filled with fear. He panicked as he did not expect that Jiang also knew his secret position in the line of succession. He wiped the sweat from his chin and his eyes widened in terror, and upon seeing that Jiang knew this, he thought that he had a higher position than the leader of his clan. With a trembling voice, he asked if Jiang was from the divine tribe. Jiang's eyes began to shine. With a suffocating expression he pointed at him and asked if Song Changji could not feel the aura of the ancient god in him. Upon hearing this, he swallowed saliva, realizing that he was going to be crushed. Our boy was furious and mentioned that the Church of the Ancient God acted too recklessly. He could not believe that they had sent Song Changji here without properly investigating, ruining his plan. For him, the members of the church and Song Changji had to die. Song Changji fell to his knees on the ground, lowered his head before Jiang, and begged him to spare his life, explaining that they knew they had made a mistake. For him, not knowing that the god was here had been a misunderstanding, and that the Tianqing divine tribe originally belonged to the primordial divine tribe, which meant that they shared the same roots and origin. He pleaded for Jiang to spare his life. Our boy began to look at him in silence. Song Changji lowered his head before Jiang and began to stare at the ground in silence. Jiang started observing him, and his eyes widened with seriousness. Little Nine put her finger on her cheek, and her mouth watered. Our boy knew that if he cornered and fought against Song Changji, inevitably, his weaknesses would come to light. Instead, the most sensible thing would be to trap him inside his sea of consciousness to kill him directly using Little Nine, since as long as she did not emerge, it could not be considered a violation of the rules. Song Changji prostrated himself before Jiang as if he were a god. Our boy came out of his trance and, with a serene expression, mentioned that what he had said made sense, admitting that they both shared the same essence and origin. Luckily, his plan was already more than halfway completed, so he decided to spare his life. Upon hearing this, Song Changji could not help but thank him from the bottom of his heart. Jiang started to stare at him, extended his hand, and with a confident gaze used his power, explaining that he knew that Song Changji wanted to return to the cave, but mentioned that it was no longer possible to do so without damaging his origin. He advised him to enter his body, promising to personally take him back to the cave after dealing with the geniuses. Song Changji began to think, and without overthinking it, accepted and thanked our boy, promising never to forget his kindness. Using his powers, Jiang extended his hand and absorbed Song Changji's body. Our boy's eyes began to shine with joy, and with a smile he revealed that it was too soon for gratitude. Song Changji was teleported to Jiang's sea of consciousness, which was filled with insects, and as if that weren't enough, there was also the dragon that our boy found in the tomb, and on top of it was Little Nine riding. Song Changji turned around and couldn't help but feel fear, not knowing what was happening. Little Nine rested her head on her hands, and her gaze fixed on Song Changji. She couldn't help but blush and stick out her tongue, since it had been a long time since she had devoured someone so powerful. Jiang gave her permission to eat, and without wasting a second, she transformed into the mother insect. While her eyes were glowing, she attacked him and began to devour him. Poor Song Changji started screaming in agony, begging for help. Jiang wiped his hand, turned to Jiang Wushwang and Ying Zhan and asked why they were still kneeling. Their attention was fixed on Jiang. They were confused without knowing what had happened. Ying Zhang's eyes filled with fear. He couldn't help but sweat and swallow hard upon seeing that Song Changji had knelt before Jiang. Jiang Wushwang, who despite being in shock, tried to remain calm. His mind was full of questions since the fight hadn't even started. He didn't know exactly what Jiang had said to Song Changji. The threads that were around the bodies of Zai Xuanyu and the others disappeared. She stood up, placed her fist on her chest, and couldn't help but blush upon seeing that Jiang had saved her again. Luo Sandao approached our boy, closed her eyes, and with a grateful smile hugged him by the neck and gave thanks. Mu Hengku's eyes widened with admiration and love. With a smile she admitted that Jiang was her only god. Jiang remained silent, not knowing what to do. The attention of the others was fixed on them, and they could not avoid feeling jealous. One of Ying Zhan's men put his hand near his mouth and with a sincere gaze mentioned that Jiang was too powerful and asked if they should continue fighting. Ying Zhan felt somewhat embarrassed and with an angry gaze turned towards him and explained that Jiang had saved all their lives, so if they wanted to fight against him, it had to be after the battle for classification. Jiang stroked Luo Sandao's head, and his eyes expanded with joy. He turned towards them and could not help but smile. There was still less than an hour left, and now that no one intended to keep fighting, he suggested going to the center of the secret realm to rest a little and eat a barbecue while waiting for the remaining time to end. Mu Hengku started looking at our boy with an expression full of admiration and began to smile. They went to the center of the secret realm, and using the system's inventory, our boy took out the barbecue equipment, and while a woman was preparing the food, Jiang and the others sat down to eat. Ying Zhan grabbed a meat skewer and with a curious expression took a bite, thinking it was very good. Luo Sandao sat next to Jiang and with a smile said that he had a great appetite. Just then, a system window appeared in front of our boy, informing him that he had ascended from level 39 to 48. His attention was fixed on it. He was in shock upon seeing that he had jumped 9 levels at once, not knowing if Little Nine had devoured Song Changji. Inside the sea of consciousness was Little Nine, who had already devoured Song Changji. Her eyes were full of satisfaction. She felt something in her mouth and used her hand to pull out a thread, thinking it was thorns. The thread was covered in Little Nine's drool. Jiang paid attention and noticed that the thread was Shu Lan Duo's soul. A status window appeared. This thread was a first-level divine weapon with several abilities. The first one was called Illusory Soul Collapse, which allowed the user to release spiritual energy, penetrate the enemy's sea of consciousness, and destroy their essence. The second ability was called Soul Lock, which allowed the user to absorb surrounding spiritual energy and convert it into their own. The third ability was called Soul Descent, which allowed the user to activate residual souls to form a powerful auxiliary spiritual body in combat. The thread had various descriptions. It was composed of countless souls of living beings, and after being nurtured with spiritual power for 100 years, it could fully fuse. The thread was currently incomplete and needed to merge with more souls to truly become a first-level divine weapon. It had evolutionary potential, so the more souls it devoured, the higher its quality would be and the more its level would increase. The special attribute of this weapon was that it could not recognize an owner or be temporarily activated. It required nurturing with spiritual power before it could be used. Jiang appeared in the sea of consciousness, and his attention was fixed on the thread. With a serious expression, he realized why Song Changji had previously said that he needed time to refine the souls, realizing that the reason was that this weapon was not in its complete form. Now our boy had another hidden card that he could use. He decided to first nurture the thread with the help of the tree so that it would later recognize him as its owner. For him, raising equipment was not as profitable as raising insects. Little Nine's mind, who was flying beside Jiang, was filled with confusion. She could not understand anything. The tree began to nurture the thread, and just then, a system window appeared informing him that the thread had been nurtured and could now proceed to recognize its owner. Jiang was in shock at how quickly the tree had nurtured the thread. In reality, he had thought about nurturing it with divine soul energy to accelerate the process. The tree was nurturing the thread through a branch. For our boy, this tree was incredible, as it could not only protect his divine soul but even block the illusion of the great dreamer. Even when the ancient god tried to take over Jiang's body, the tree had turned him into a fruit. And now it turned out that it also had a special effect on divine weapons. Jiang took the thread, and the system notified him that the divine weapon had recognized him as its owner. Jiang's eyes filled with joy, bringing a smile to his face. When he obtained the Hupo sword from the divine emperor of Jiu Liu in the future, he would also give it to the tree so it could nurture it. With a curious expression, Little Nine began silently observing the thread. Fruits had grown on the tree again. This time one was green and two were blue. Jiang was happy to see that the tree had borne fruit once more, and although they seemed low level, there was more than one. The system reported that the green fruit had the triple experience card, which could multiply the experience gained by 3 with a time limit of 3 hours after activation. The blue fruits granted the class change mission exemption card and the ability to allow our boy to skip the class change mission for a single profession. Jiang put his hand on his chin, and with a curious expression, he began to read the information displayed in the system window. He couldn't help but smile upon seeing that he had obtained 2 class change mission exemption cards. He was level 48 and not very far from the 3rd class change, and now with the help of the card, he would be able to change classes directly later, making it very convenient. Jiang's statistics window appeared. He was in the 2nd transformation and was level 48, with a combat power of 447 stars. Little Nine's attention was fixed on the system window, and her eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Jiang snapped his fingers and remembered that he had also obtained a triple experience card. He decided to find a place to gain experience after leaving the secret realm and thought that perhaps he could complete the 3rd transformation. At the same time, in the great hall of the Church of the Ancient God, someone wearing a red hood placed their hand on their chin and began observing Song Changji through some portals. This person was the 7th pillar of the Church of the Ancient God known as the Lover. They couldn't help but laugh since they thought they needed to wait for the ranking competition, and they didn't expect that the Divine Sun could completely annihilate Daxia's divine level geniuses. Using their hand, they closed the portals and thought there was no need to keep watching and that it was time to act. The Lover was on top of a cliff, and below were the other members of the cult. The Lover extended their hand and gave them the order to inform all headquarters that their allies in the caves, the marine race, and the forbidden zone of the depths should start stirring Daxia's waters. Jiang Xuanji was going to be in charge of defending the cave. Jai Lingqiu was going to face the old monk, and the great dreamer was not going to wake up for a while. And by the time she did, chaos would have already spread everywhere, and all the guardians of the realm and the sealed kings were going to be trapped in the quagmire without being able to free themselves. She was a red-eyed woman. She took off her hood, and her eyes began to shine with confidence. With a smile, she made it clear that Chuzhong was not going to have reinforcements and was inevitably going to be abandoned. And once the city was sacrificed, the rift beneath Chuzhong would open enough for the arrival of the ancient god. At that moment, the filthy human blood inside their bodies would be completely purified. Upon hearing this, the members of the cult raised their fists and began shouting, announcing the arrival of the ancient god. On the wall of Chuzhong, the night watch stood firm. On top of the wall were Jai Gang and Tang. He mentioned that the 9 great regions of Daxia, except for Yunmanjes of Jiangnan, had all entered into total rebellion. Jai Gang began to observe the city and explained that the marine race and the cave races were on the move. The 8 great war zones of Daxia had entered a first-level state of preparation, and although Chuzhong was not a striking city, they had to remain alert. Tang, who was sitting on the wall, turned to him and with a smile asked him not to worry since their great defense formation was already in its warming-up phase, and in less than half an hour it would be fully prepared. Jai Gang's eyes widened with seriousness as they did not know how Jiang Chen was doing, and according to the information he had obtained, it was said that the Jiangnan team had entered the top 3. Tang began to show a finger and with a smile explained that this time, with Jiang Chen and Jiang Wushuang, securing 3rd place and fighting for first would not be a problem. She believed that Jiang could obtain first place in the genius ranking, but that would depend on the subsequent ranking battles. While they were conversing, small explosions occurred in the city. Jai Gang turned around and was confused, not knowing what was happening. Duan Feng and the others arrived. He began to shout, informing them that the transportation center had been destroyed and communication equipment had been cut off, and Chuzhong City was being surrounded by a beast horde from all directions. A beast horde began attacking the city, and Jai Gang knew this was not good. Now that transmission and communication had been destroyed, Chuzhong City was isolated. He realized that this was a distraction to divert everyone's attention and attack the city. Jai Gang approached the others and explained that the more critical the situation was, the less they could panic. He asked Duan Feng to maintain the defense of the wall and find a way to accelerate the full activation of the Great Defensive Formation and nuclear weapons. He entrusted Xiaoqi with the mission of activating the reserve emergency plan and finding those transferred who could transmit sound, and for those who could not receive it, then she had to use loudspeakers and manual transmission. He entrusted Bu Lang with the mission of gathering all the transferred in the city and coming with him to the front to hold back the beasts. Everyone's eyes began to shine with determination, and they nodded their heads. With a furious gaze, he drew his sword and jumped off the wall, deciding to go to the front line to hold on for a bit and leave the rear guard to them. At the same time, Jiang and the others came out of the secret realm. With a joyful gaze, Ying Zhan began to look to one side and felt relieved. Jiang's eyes were filled with tranquility. He was confused, not knowing where the people were. Jiang Wushuang crossed his arms upon seeing that everyone had disappeared and mentioned that he had a bad feeling. Xuanji manifested and with a sincere gaze said that he had 2 pieces of news. The first was that the main forbidden zones of Daxia, the marine race, and the caverns had been revealed, forcing the high commands of each war zone to go provide assistance. Everyone remained listening in silence. The second piece of news was that half an hour ago an urgent message had arrived from Chuzhong, one of Jiangnan's war zones. Our boy's eyes widened in fear, causing his jaw to drop. He did not know if his master and his senior sister had gone to help. Xuanji's eyes began to shine, revealing that the southeastern coast was in chaos. The marine race had rebelled and forces had been sent there to suppress them. Upon hearing this, Jiang then asked who had been sent to Chuzhong. Xuanji revealed that no one had been sent to Chuzhong since the city ranked last among Jiangnan's cities. And although it was cruel, in an emergency meeting, Daxia's high command had made the decision to abandon Chuzhong in order to protect the other cities. Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but clench his fist and questioned whether they had not considered the possibility that this was a distraction strategy. Ying Zhan's eyes widened in surprise, and his attention was fixed on Jiang's fist. Xuanji explained that they had thought about it, but compared to Chuzhong, there were places where they could not allow any mistakes, and no one could ensure whether Chuzhong was just a decoy or the enemy's true target, revealing that Gu Kaishan did not want Jiang to know this but left a residual projection to tell him. He extended his hand and asked what decision Jiang was going to make at this moment. Our boy started looking at the ground and explained that for Xuanji, Daxia was the home they had to protect, and he understood that this was what people thought. His eyes began to shine with determination. He clenched his fist and started releasing insects, and decided to return to Chuzhong since for him it was his home and no matter how insignificant it was, he would never abandon it. Jiang Wushwang started to observe our boy, cracked his fingers, and with a smile decided to go with him. If Chu Jiang was in danger, it was the duty of the Jiangnan team to help. Ying Zhan's eyes began to shine with joy, and with a smile, he mentioned that he was also going to help Jiang. Jia Xuanyu's attention was fixed on Jiang, and her eyes widened with determination. She clenched her fist and said that if any of them had problems, it was everyone's duty to help. Upon hearing this, Jiang turned towards them and remained silent. He could not believe that they were willing to help him. Xuanji began to stare at our boy in silence. Jiang's eyes began to shine with joy, and with a smile, he thanked them all from the bottom of his heart. With a serious gaze, Xuanji extended his hand, making the hologram of a powerful monster appear. He revealed that the city was being attacked by a beast tide and even the strongest warriors had little chance of surviving, much less young geniuses like them. He mentioned that they still had a bright future, asking if they were truly willing to go knowing they were going to die. The eyes of the lilac-haired woman widened with concern. She placed her hand over her chest, knowing that this battle was not the most suitable for her. Beside her was Hua Yunfei. His eyes widened in fear, making him unable to avoid swallowing hard and becoming nervous. Little by little, many of the geniuses began to feel afraid, knowing that being weak would only slow down the others. For Ying Zhan and the others, it was a shame for the capital to have such companions as them. With an angry gaze, he gave orders for those who were cowardly and weak to leave since otherwise they would only be a burden on everyone else. Many of the geniuses, including Hua Yunfei, turned their backs on Jiang and the others and left. Seeing this, Xuanji asked if Jiang really wanted to go save Chu Jiang. Our boy's eyes widened with determination, and with a confident gaze, he mentioned that even if the whole world was against him, he was going to save his city. Ying Zhang began stretching his arms and, with a serious expression, explained that if his ancestors, the descendants of the human emperor, were here, they would undoubtedly praise Jiang Chen. Jiang Wushwang joined his hands, closed his eyes, and began to meditate, explaining to his grandfather that he had managed to obtain an invincible heart and from this moment on, he was going to start his own journey. Jia Xuanyu's eyes expanded with rage. She clenched her fists, and with a furious expression asked how there could be no one from her city helping. The others also filled themselves with determination since they could not say that they could not help when they shared the same city. Xuanji's gaze fixed on them. He extended his hands to the sides and praised them for being brave. For him, it was no surprise that they were prodigies of the new generation of Great Xia. He decided to allow only the top 10 of the prodigy ranking to go to Chujiang. He revealed that the others would be eliminated from the competition. Upon hearing this, the geniuses put their hands on their heads and could not help but panic. Xuanji explained that the next phase of the competition had been cancelled and instead a battle of merits would take place. He used his powers, making a bracelet appear on Jiang's wrists and those of the others. Our boy's attention focused on the bracelet, and his eyes widened with curiosity. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Wushwang began observing the bracelet in silence. The bracelet was responsible for recording merits, and the final ranking would be based on merits obtained during battle. Xuanji closed his eyes, started touching his chin, and decided to warn them one last time. The Great Xia could not afford to lose in weight, and if they died, they would only prove that they were not worthy enough. He asked them not to have illusions since if they wanted to survive, they could only rely on their own strength. Xuanji opened his eyes and saw that no one was listening to him. Seeing this, he became somewhat confused. A portal appeared. Jiang and the others began to enter inside it. Jiang Wushwang turned towards his grandfather and, with a confused expression, asked the old man to stop talking so much. Ying Zhang, who was walking towards the portal, thanked Xuanji for worrying about them but admitted that his old persuasion trick was not going to work, asking him not to worry about them since they were not going to die so easily. Xuanji began to observe them in silence, until he started stroking his beard and his gaze fixed on the sky. He was furious to see that they dared to say that he was old. With a smile, he decided to take them next time to the depths of the cave so they could see his imposing murderous figure, knowing that then they would not speak of him that way. To him, they were worthy of admiration and he hoped they would manage to survive. The lilac-haired woman fell to her knees on the ground, put her hands on her face, and began to cry, begging for forgiveness. Hua Yunfei fell to his knees on the ground and began crying, asking for forgiveness for being so fearful. One of the men extended his hand and asked them to stop crying since as long as they remained alive, they would not lack opportunities to become stronger. Besides, if Jiang and the others died, they could take advantage of the opportunity to enter the ranking. On the defense line of the eastern sea of Jiangnan, a horde of fierce sea beasts began to approach the coast, destroying everything in their path. The cannons on the defense line activated and started attacking the beasts. On the wall were Gu Kaishan and Duan Feng. Gu Kaishan's attention was fixed on the beasts, realizing that this tide of beasts seemed endless and that something was not right. He mentioned that this time the tide of beasts was very strange since, in terms of scale, it was undoubtedly one of the largest in history, but the battle was not intense at all. Duan Feng, who had his arms crossed, began to observe the beasts and asked if this was a distraction. Gu Kaishan explained that the attack by the sea beasts was only meant to draw the attention of elite forces. Duan Feng supported his knee on the ground and with a suspicious expression realized that the enemy's target was another. Upon hearing this, Gu Kaishan became serious and asked if the target was Chuzhong City. Duan Feng stood up and with a sincere gaze said that he was not very sure, since in addition to the forbidden zone of marine beings and the rebellion in the caverns, there were 5 more cities of Great Xia that were being attacked by beast tides, all being small remote cities, far from the main bases. Gu Kaishan's attention was fixed on him. He became curious and remained listening in silence. Duan Feng revealed that Chuzhong was one of the cities that was being attacked, and no one knew for sure if the enemy's target was this city or another. While the cannons were attacking the beasts, Duan Feng revealed that Xuanji had sent a message saying that Jiang Chen and the others had teleported from the main base of the Kai Luo War Zone to City E in the Jiangnan War Zone. Upon hearing this, Gu Kaishan did not take long to realize that they were planning to go to Chizhong. He could not help but panic since he had told Xuanji not to tell Jiang about the beast tide in Chuzhong. Gu Kaishan stood up and started running along the wall. He was furious and thought that Xuanji was a traitorous dog. He decided to return for the sake of his disciple. In the past, he had already lost one and could not afford to lose another. Duan Feng panicked and started running after him, asking him to calm down since besides Jiang Cheng, Wen Zhan, Jai Xuanyu, Jiang Wushwang, the Jiangnan team was also in Chuzhong. Just then, a powerful sea beast emerged from the water. Duan Feng and Gu Kaishan's attention fixed on it. This monster was the 8th Sea Emperor, and now that it had appeared, Gu Kaishan could not leave since if the defense line broke, Jiangnan would face a great calamity. The beast prepared to attack. Gu Kaishan jumped up, drew his sword and decided to kill it. At the same time, in the city of Chuzhong, the warriors created a shield around the city. The tide of monsters began to attack the barrier, little by little creating small cracks. The commander of the troops, Yin Hanging, extended his hand toward the beasts and with a determined expression gave the order to all battalions of Chuzhong's defense legion to come with him and help close the breaches in the barrier, making it clear that if he died, the captain would take his place, and if the captain died, the lieutenant would take his place. And if the lieutenant died, the sergeant would take his place. The number of casualties did not matter since what was most important was buying time for the warriors in the rear. Outside the city, several beasts tried to attack Jai Gang, but he drew his sword and finished them off without much effort. While Aunt Tang's eyes were shining with hatred, she jumped and delivered a powerful kick to a flying beast, splitting its body in half. Chu Buling activated the celestial armor, making his body more muscular. Without much effort, he caught a beast and using his strength split its arm in half. Xiao Qi extended her hands, and her eyes began to shine with seriousness. She applied the buff of the sacred light on Chu Buling and asked him not to lower his guard since a devouring crow was behind him. After killing the beast, Chu Buling turned around and saw how the devouring crow was approaching him at full speed. He went on alert as a monster's tentacle was wrapping around his arm, knowing he was in trouble. Duan Feng, who was on top of the turret, attacked the beast with his bow, barely saving Chu Buling. Seeing this, he couldn't help but thank him, saying that he had arrived just in time. Jai Gang, who was somewhat tired, stood up and his attention fixed on Duan Feng. He mentioned that if Duan Feng, being the commander of the Night Watch, also died in battle, the Night Watch would become extinct. Duan Feng asked him to stop being so pessimistic since they still had Jiang Chen, and as long as he remained alive, the Night Watch would never disappear. Duan Feng, who was on top of the turret, saw 5 level 5 eagles and 2 level 6 celestial apes. He panicked upon seeing that the monsters were coming toward them instead of attacking the defense shield. He knew that a great battle was about to begin, but he didn't care and wanted to give his best, since he had already given the order anyway. If the defense shield broke, they would launch 8 nuclear bombs at the beasts. Jai Gang's eyes began to shine with rage. He raised his sword into the sky and asked the members of the Night's Watch not to forget the oath that united them all. Jai Gang and Aunt Tang began advancing toward the beasts. Xiao Qi, who was behind them, applied the buff of holy light on them. Chu Buling also started advancing toward the beasts, and Jai Gang swung his sword forcefully. A beast tried to attack Aunt Tang, but she jumped and with a single kick cut off its head. Chu Buling grabbed a beast and slammed it hard against the ground, and Xiao Qi applied the buff on him to help him. She looked up, and her eyes widened in fear and panic. She started screaming, asking everyone to be careful. The level 6 celestial great ape appeared and attacked with a fierce punch, but Jai Gang and the others reacted in time and blocked the attack with their hands. Little by little, Aunt Tang began to run out of strength. Jai Gang's gaze fixed on the beast, seeing that its pressure was too overwhelming. He realized that there was no way to dodge the attack, so it was better to face it head-on. They had been fighting for several hours and were already at their limit. They tried to resist, but it was in vain. The ape attacked, sending their bodies flying backward. Now that they were weak, the ape approached them and, with a penetrating gaze, it prepared to crush them with its foot. Jai Gang and Tang were kneeling on the ground, her eyes filled with fear upon seeing this. Jai Gang stabbed the sword into the ground, and his eyes widened in despair. He could not believe he was going to die like this. He had not yet been able to see Jiang reach first place in the ranking of geniuses, nor had he been able to boast to his master that he had finally advanced to the 4th transformation and mastered his sword. Just before the monster could attack, someone cut off its head. Jai Gang and Tang's gaze fixed on it. Both were in shock, not knowing what was happening. It was Jiang. Once the monster's head fell to the ground, our boy placed his hand on it and, using poisonous mist, began to devour its head. His eyes started shining with joy, and with a smile, he revealed that he had returned to save the night watch. Jiang extended his hand and used his power, making a shield appear. With a serious gaze, he asked Jai Gang and the others to enter the shield to recover while he took care of the rest. Jai Gang's eyes widened in surprise, and his jaw dropped. He didn't know if this was an illusion. Seeing Jiang, Tang couldn't help but smile, and with a joyful expression, she said that it wasn't an illusion but the real Jiang Chen. Jai Gang panicked, explaining that this was a beast tide. Knowing that Jiang had come alone to die, according to him, this was the end since now the night watch was going to be annihilated. Jiang turned towards them and with a smile realized that no one knew about the time he had used Little Nine against Xiao Zhenguo. Little by little, the poisonous mist began to devour the ape's corpse. Our boy turned towards the corpse and asked Jai Gang and the others not to underestimate him, advising them to pay attention. Everyone's attention was fixed on the corpse, realizing that this was the power of the Calamity 9 miasma wings. Upon seeing Jiang's poisonous mist, Jai Gang's eyes widened in surprise and his jaw dropped, realizing that Jiang had defeated a 6th level beast, with strength similar to that of a professional of the 6th transformation of star rank. Aunt Tang's eyes expanded in confusion. She was in shock upon seeing our boy's power. To them, Jiang Chen was not someone ordinary, realizing that now the city of Chujiang had hope. Jiang turned towards them and couldn't help but feel relieved to see that he had arrived on time. With a confident smile, he revealed that this time he was not alone. His companions had also come. This was not just a rescue mission but the final stage of the genius ranking competition, a battle for glory and merit. At the same time, Tang Ying and Bai Feng were fighting against several beasts. Both turned their backs to each other and started battling. With a confused expression, she began looking at Jiang and explained that even if they gave their best effort, it took them several minutes to defeat a level 4 fierce beast. But Jiang Cheng, using Little Nine's poisonous mist, had annihilated a 6th level beast in less than a minute. For her, competing for the merit ranking made no sense. The beast tried to attack Bai Feng, but he drew his sword and cut the monster's head in half. His attention fixed on Tang Ying, and with a calm gaze, he explained that this was not as unfair as she believed since, after all, the merits that Jiang obtained using the power of the 9 miasma wings only counted as 1/10 of normal merits. Not far away were Lei and his friend. Lei's eyes began to shine with excitement, and with a smile, he attacked a beast, slamming its body against the ground and tearing off a limb. He was excited because it was the first time he had fought against a horde of beasts, realizing that they kept coming non-stop. His friend, who was behind him, extended his hands and using his power began to strengthen Lei, asking him not to get distracted since these beasts were not like those from the camp of geniuses. They had to be careful with beasts beyond their ability since they could attack them by surprise. Mu Hankyu and Luo Sandao had also come to help Jiang. Mu Hankyu drew both daggers and defeated a flying beast. But just then, another beast tried to launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, Luo Sandao summoned a barrier around her, blocking the attack. Luo Sandao's eyes filled with seriousness, and she asked Mu Hankyu to remain calm since as long as she was covering her, there was nothing to fear. With a determined gaze, Mu Hankyu promised to fight with everything she had to protect Jiang's city. They did not care about the competition. They were willing to let others fight for the genius ranking since they only cared about Jiang. Jia Xuanyu decided not to stand idly by. She raised the bow into the sky and used the scorching sun technique called Golden Phoenix Fire Rain, causing a powerful phoenix made of fire to emerge from her bow. During the secret realm, she had not shown a good performance and knew that now was the perfect time to do so. She decided to give her best to impress Jiang. Jiang Wuxuang clasped his hands together and used his power, causing a powerful golden energy to emerge from his body. He used the technique called War God's Body, making a powerful 9-armed spirit appear. A beast tried to attack, but the spirit delivered a powerful punch, splitting the beast's body in half. Jiang Wuxuang wanted to completely master the invincible heart since he did not want Jiang Cheng to be the only hero. And although in the secret realm he had not been up to par with him, now things were different. Ying Zhang's eyes began to shine with excitement. He had defeated a large number of beasts, and now under his feet was a mountain of corpses. Several powerful beasts began to fly towards him. Ying Zhang started to smile and decided that it was time to use the human emperor's sword. A powerful sword surrounded by a suffocating energy began to descend from the sky. Before in the secret realm, he had thought that he didn't need to use this sword against them, but now he had realized that if he wanted to defeat Jiang, he had to give it his all. As the only descendant of the human emperor, he made it clear that the first place in the genius ranking belonged to him. Seeing their power, Aunt Tang grabbed Jai Gang by the arm and with a surprised expression said that the new generation of geniuses was incredible. Jai Gang's eyes widened in fear, realizing they were getting old. Jiang clenched his fist tightly and with a smile began to release poisonous mist. He felt excited since Jiang Wuxuang had become much more powerful compared to when they were in the secret realm, and Yin Zhang had unsheathed the human emperor's sword. Jai Gang and Aunt Tang started watching our boy, not knowing why he was smiling. Jiang knew very well that even though he had Little Nine as his trump card, he couldn't just stand idly by. Jiang took momentum and while his eyes were shining with joy, he began to move quickly towards the horde of beasts, and with a smile, he asked Jai Gang and Tang to watch since today he was not only going to finish off the beasts, but also going to obtain the first place in the ranking of geniuses. Jai Gang and Tang started to observe our boy, firmly believing that he could achieve it. Xiao Qi stood up, extended her hands towards Chu Bulang and the others, and using her power, she began to heal them. Jai Gang stood up, began to approach them, and with an expression full of fear revealed that he had a bad feeling, asking Xiao Qi to come with him as they needed to hurry and repair the protection spell. With a serious gaze, she turned to Jai Gang and nodded her head. Not far from the area was the lover. Her eyes widened in rage upon seeing Jiang Cheng. She was furious not knowing how he and the others were still alive. They were on top of a cliff. In the middle of the city, a great explosion occurred, and the air filled with poisonous mist. She was confused, not knowing if the young divine had been defeated. She had heard about the poisonous mist of the 9 miasma wings but had never imagined it would be such a powerful ability. She leaped and decided to go to Chu Zhong's underground rift to inform the ancient god, ordering her subordinates to immediately report to the Abyss Spider Queen so that she could act at once since only she could face off against the 9 miasma wings. The hooded men crouched down and nodded their heads. Back to the battle, Jiang drew his sword and using the Thunder Sword skill, he moved quickly, cutting the body of a beast into pieces. After defeating the beast, he rested his sword on his shoulder and his eyes widened with confidence. Little Nine manifested, but now in the form of the mother insect. She devoured a beast and with a piercing gaze informed Jiang that she had eaten another beast. With a smile, our boy gave her permission to eat until she could no longer. Little by little, she began to fill up, and after devouring so many beasts, the system granted our boy more than 60,000 experience points, leveling up from 48 to 57 in an instant. Jiang appeared in his sea of consciousness where Little Nine was eating a beast. Our boy extended his hand, making appear the cards he had obtained from the tree's fruits. His eyes widened with joy as a smile appeared on his face. Thanks to the double experience card, he and Little Nine had reached level 57. This horde of beasts was a perfect opportunity. As if that weren't enough, they also had an exemption card for the third transformation. So tonight they were going to be able to complete it, obtaining a new mother insect. Xiao Jia appeared, began to show a finger and with a sincere look explained that on the battlefield there were many souls, asking if he needed help to collect them. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang turned towards him and with a confused expression asked if he did not want to devour the souls. Xiao Jia began to gaze at the ground and touch the tips of his fingers, explaining that these things did not interest him since Jiang had promised him a great banquet. But our boy explained that the fruits of the tree needed to be watered with souls, asking him to go collect the souls. With a serious expression, he asked Xiao Jia to be careful and keep a low profile since he was his secret card and should not reveal his existence unless absolutely necessary. Xiao Jia nodded his head. The merit list of Grand Xia appeared. In the first place was Jiang Xuanji, in the second was Jia Linghu, in the third the great dreamer Huan Yu, in 28th place was Gu Kaishan, in 296th place was Jiang Chen, in 401st place was Ying Zhang, and in 568th place was Jiang Wuxuang. Ying Zhang, who was holding the human emperor's sword, began to observe the bracelet, and upon seeing that in such a short time Jiang Chen had entered the top 300 of the Daxia merit ranking, his eyes filled with rage, as unlike Jiang, he was still outside the top 400. With an expression full of determination, Ying Zhang moved quickly and started using the sword to massacre all the beasts in his path. He knew that if he wanted to surpass Jiang, he had to find another way. Merits could not only be obtained by killing beasts, but also by contributing. He knew that with such a large horde of beasts, there had to be a rift. He decided to find it and destroy it, since only this way would he be able to surpass Jiang. At the same time, Jai Gang and the others were on top of the city wall. Xiao Qi's eyes widened with seriousness. She placed her hands on her knees and informed Jai Gang that she had already repaired the protection spell. Jai Gang, who was sitting on the wall, began to observe Jiang and asked why he had ventured so deep into enemy lines. Chu Buling crossed his arms and explained that he had nothing to fear since, with the help of the 9 miasma wings, he could carve his way through. Jiang Chen was like a monarch, strolling through his own territory. Jai Gang's eyes widened with confidence. He began pointing at Jiang with his finger and thought that he must be taking advantage of this great opportunity to level up and advance directly to the third transformation. Chu Buling's eyes expanded in surprise upon learning that Jiang was about to advance to the third transformation. He put his hand under his chin and remembered that after the third class change, warriors became stronger and could even evolve their professions. But the third change mission was a great obstacle, in which even Chu Buling had been stuck for 4 years. Jai Gang's gaze fixed on Jiang, and he began to imagine Jiang Xuanji, Gu Kaishan, and Jiang explaining that the 3rd, 6th, and 9th class changes were 3 great challenges, difficult to overcome. Many awakened spent their entire lives without being able to break these barriers, but this generation of prodigies was different. Ying Zhang, Jai Xuanyu, and Jiang Wuxuang had reached the 3rd class change before the great genius competition. Some were even already at a stage where they could reach the 4th transformation at any moment. Compared to them, Jiang Chen was somewhat slow. As they were conversing, Jiang's ancestral tree manifested itself, capturing everyone's attention. Jai Gang's eyes widened in surprise along with those of Chu Buling and Xiao Qi as their jaws dropped upon realizing that Jiang had begun the 3rd class change. They were in shock seeing that his professions were improving directly. No one knew how he had skipped the class change mission. The ancestral tree was gigantic, and the area was filled with the corpses of beasts. Seeing this, Jai Gang couldn't help but wonder if Jiang had some legendary item to skip the mission. But he panicked since he knew that Jiang had been transported to the initiation space, leaving him vulnerable, and making it very dangerous. Tang Ying's attention, who was holding the body of a beast, and Bai Feng's focused on the ancestral tree. To them, Jiang was very brave for wanting to make a breakthrough directly on the battlefield. They decided to hurry and go protect him. Luo Sandao jumped and asked Mu Hankyu not to get caught up in battle since Jiang was making a breakthrough, and they needed to go protect him. Jiang Wuxuang's eyes widened with excitement. He knew that he couldn't surpass him for now, so he decided to go help defend him. Meanwhile, Ying Zhang reached a giant beast which could establish a long-distance transmission channel. There were 2 beasts, one called Yin and the other Yang. The Yang beast was in front of him, and the Yin beast had to be on the other side, underground. He began to observe the beast and felt fortunate since he only had to eliminate one of them, and the transmission would stop. He gripped his sword tightly, and despite knowing that this was a 7th level beast, it was no match for the descendant of the human emperor. With a confident expression, he took out 3 forbidden spell seals, which were more than enough to defeat a 7th level beast. He was confident that first place in the genius ranking would be his. Just then, the portal behind him activated. Ying Zhang turned around and with a confused expression began to wonder what was happening. Not long after, someone emerged from the portal. Ying Zhang's attention fixed on it and his eyes widened in fear, leaving him in shock. A powerful spider emerged from the portal and began staring at Ying Zhang. To her, he looked delicious. His attention fixed on her and it didn't take long for him to realize that she was the Abyss Spider Queen. Compared to the spider, Ying Zhang was like a small insect. He remembered that she had managed to escape several times from the hands of the sword god Jia Linghu, so her strength was not ordinary. Moreover, forbidden spell seals were useless against her, making him realize that he had to flee since he was no match for her. He knew that Jiang Cheng was in the middle of his breakthrough. He had to find a way to escape and warn the others. The Spider Queen attacked with her sharp leg, but Yin Zhang reacted in time and, jumping, dodged the attack. Instead of fighting, he used the blood explosion technique and started to flee the area. The Spider Queen began to watch him in silence. Then, she extended her leg toward him and attacked. According to her, he was naive for thinking he could escape. Silk emerged from her leg and wrapped around Yin Zhang's arm. His eyes widened in fear. He clenched his teeth, and his eyes began to shine with determination. Without hesitating for a second, using the sword, he cut off his own arm. And then, he cut off both legs, causing blood to spurt out like jets. Yin Zhang used the ability called Concentrated Blood Mist and began to fly quickly toward the ancestral tree. The Spider Queen's eyes began to shine as she realized that Yin Zhang's body was full of vitality. Two men from the cult prostrated themselves before her, explaining that Jiang Chen was in the middle of his breakthrough. His consciousness had entered the initiation space, so this was the perfect moment, asking her to go kill him to prevent him from causing problems in the future. In the line of defense of the eastern sea of Jiangnan, Gu Kaishan leaped and, using his sword, launched a powerful slash towards the sea beast. A slash of energy shot out from his sword, cutting off one of the beast's limbs. It became enraged, and with eyes shining with fury, it turned its back on him and began to flee the area. The limb of the sea beast flew through the air, and without wasting another second, it submerged into the water. Gu Kaishan's attention was fixed on it. He was furious to see that the marine race had such despicable beings as it. The beast had fled after being attacked. He advised the beast not to come out making noise if it did not want to fight. Using his powers, Duan summoned ice over the surface of the sea. He turned towards Gu Kaishan and with a serious expression said that he had good news. From Cheng they had sent a message. Chu Jiang had managed to contain the horde of beasts, and furthermore, he had discovered that Jiang Chen had entered the top 300 in Great Zia's merit ranking. Gu Kaishan turned around and his eyes widened in surprise, causing his jaw to drop. He could not believe that Jiang Chen had managed to enter the merit ranking of Great Zia, knowing that this was an achievement that not even many great masters could attain throughout their lives. While they were conversing, red energy began to manifest in the sky. Their attention fixed on it, realizing that it was the legendary warning signal known as the Tianyuan Alert. Gu Kaishan's eyes filled with fear as he explained that the alert had been created by the human emperor of Great Zia, and that many years had passed since he had last seen one. Duan's eyes widened in surprise and terror as when a level 8 or higher enemy appeared somewhere, and there was no expert present to confront it. Tianyuan's alert was activated. The energy began to form a portal, showing the live transmission of the Spider Queen with eyes shining with evil. Gu Kaishan and Duan knew this was not good since this monster was the Abyssal Spider Queen. The sea beast, with eyes full of rage, emerged from the water and began to move quickly toward them, ready to attack again. Seeing that it had reappeared, Gu Kaishan turned around, drew his sword, and could not help but feel furious. He decided to take care of the 7th level sea beast himself, asking Duan to go to Chu Jiang and only ensure Jiang's life was saved without directly confronting the Spider Queen. Duan turned around and with a serene expression began to run, promising to do everything possible to protect Jiang Chen. Somewhere else was the defense line of Chenla Guan located in the underground cave. The place was filled with soldiers wearing knight armor. Just then, a powerful portal appeared in front of them and from within something began to emerge. Upon noticing this, the god of war gave an order: if the 10,000 races of the abyss dared to take a step forward, they would be mercilessly killed. The soldiers began to observe the portal, shouting that Great Zia was powerful. Jiang Xuanji drew his spear, and while his eyes were shining with rage, his body began to release a powerful energy. Someone's voice started sounding, saying that Jiang Xuanji had to die, revealing that the 9 miasma wings was going to cause a great disaster that would destroy the world. In front of him was a giant level 9 demon named Tu Yang. While the demon's eyes were shining with malice, he began to observe Jiang Xuanji, and with a smile mentioned that he knew they had been raising offspring of the 9 miasma wings within the territory of Dazia, totaling tens of millions of insects. Xuanji, who was flying in the air, simply remained silent. Tu Yang asked if humans did not fear that the countless races of the caves would unite to exterminate humans once and for all. Jiang Xuanji's eyes began to shine with rage. He started staring at Tu Yang and questioned whether the grudges among the 10,000 abyssal races had been resolved. He knew they would not abandon their hostilities just because of the appearance of a few million insects. He was confident that all they could do was unite to cause a small disturbance. Jiang Xuanji's body became gigantic. With a furious gaze, he placed his hand on Tu Yang's shoulder, raised the spear, and said that the demon race had no right to meddle in human affairs, reminding Tu Yang that last time he had cut him into pieces with his axe, asking if he hadn't learned his lesson. Tu Yang began to observe Jiang Xuanji in silence, not knowing what to say. Just before Xuanji could attack, red energy appeared behind him. His attention was fixed on it and his eyes widened in surprise, realizing that it was the Tianyuan alert. Tu Yang drew his spear and with a wicked smile attacked Xuanji, revealing that the 9 miasma wings were nothing compared to them, vowing that today they would completely exterminate it along with the geniuses of Dazia. Luckily, Xuanji reacted in time and dodged the attack. Then, he grabbed his spear tightly and attacked. Tu Yang blocked the attack. Both began to fight, and Xuanji gave the order to the commander of the Blue Dragon camp, Shen Tufei, to go to Chujiang to provide support. Tufei started observing Xuanji and nodded his head. Tu Yang's eyes began to shine with confidence, and with a smile, he made it clear that the support wouldn't even arrive in time to collect the corpses. The portal grew larger, and from within demons began to emerge, some flying and others wearing hoods while wielding spears as weapons. Tu Yang revealed that today they were going to break through Great Zia's defense line. Xuanji's eyes filled with rage. He gripped the spear tightly and with a furious expression told Tu Yang to stop dreaming. Then he gave the order to the human warriors to kill all the demons. At the same time, on Chujiang's battlefield was the Spider Queen, who began staring at the cult members and with a piercing gaze asked them one last time if Jia Lingqiu had been defeated, making it clear that if he arrived before she died, she would exterminate the entire cult of the ancient god. Feeling her gaze, they began to feel fear, but one of them told her not to worry since both Monk Kingling and Jia Lingqiu had gone to the forbidden zone of the 100,000 mountains, and at this moment, they must be fighting against the 9th level blood dragon. The dragon fought to death so Jia Lingqiu would not be able to escape so easily. The Spider Queen extended her legs and began to release a horde of spiders. She decided to be cautious by giving the small spiders the order to go explore the city of Chujiang and make sure there were no traces of Jia Lingqiu. Jiang Chen, who had his eyes closed, was inside the ancestral tree, with his body surrounded by energy. Jai Gang and the others arrived at the area and decided to protect him and prevent the horde of beasts from approaching him. The area was filled with beasts. While everyone was distracted, Yingjian started flying towards them, and upon seeing this, Jiang Wuxuang's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. With a worried gaze he asked why he was injured. Yingjian's eyes filled with fear. He began to look at them and with a worried expression asked them to flee, revealing that the Abyss Spider Queen had appeared. Upon hearing this, everyone went into shock. Jiang's body began to release poisonous mist, which spread throughout the area. With a serious expression, Xiao Qi extended her hands and using her power began to heal all the wounded warriors. Jai Gang drew his sword and with a serious gaze explained that Jiang Chen was inside the spiritual tree, so it was impossible to move him to a safe place, making it clear that they had to stand firm and wait for him to complete his breakthrough. Someone created a blue shield. Jai Gang started observing them and asked them to enter the protection shield to heal their wounds while waiting for support to arrive. The great defense spell had already been reinforced so they were going to be able to resist a few more minutes. Yingjian, who was flying, began advancing towards the shield to heal his wounds first since the Spider Queen was not an opponent they could face. Bai Feng and the others also started walking towards the shield. Lei crossed his arms and, with a curious expression, began to look at his friend and explained that this was not a safe place, suggesting that it was better to leave. Busy, who was sitting, summoned a small portal, began to observe it, and with a confident expression said that the old saying stated that lucky people had the protection of the sky. He had just done the calculations, and this time it was not a dead-end alley. Busy took a treasure out of the portal and mentioned that if there was no other option but to fight, then he had no choice but to ask Grandpa Monkey for help. He called upon the magic gourd, giving it the order to come out and assist. Busy closed his eyes, raised the treasure, and asked Grandpa Monkey for help since they were in danger. The treasure began to shine. Lei, who had his arms crossed, started observing it in silence with a curious expression. An eye appeared in the treasure. Grandpa Monkey made it clear that he was no match for the level 8 Spider Queen, but he decided to completely exhaust her strength, asking Busy to come with him. Instead of helping them, Grandpa Monkey used his powers and the bodies of Busy and Lei were absorbed by the treasure, leaving them somewhat confused. Kang Ying drew her dagger and her eyes filled with seriousness. Mu Hankyu closed her eyes and raised her fist to the sky. She was furious knowing that they could not rely on useless people like Lei and busy in critical moments. Jai Xuanyu's eyes began to shine with determination, and she made it clear that she would never abandon Jiang Chen, deciding to use all the treasures she had in the worst-case scenario. Luo Sandao clenched her fist and with a serious expression swore to fight against the beasts until the end. Jiang Wuxuang's attention was fixed on them, and his eyes widened in surprise. He let out a sigh, and despite being afraid, he couldn't leave and abandon the girls alone, because if he ran away, he wouldn't be able to boast of having an invincible heart. Jai Gang clenched his fist, turned to Jiang, and with a sincere expression asked him to wake up quickly. They were not afraid of death, and the only thing they feared was not being able to protect him. Jiang was inside the origin space. With a lost gaze, he began to ponder in silence. He did not expect that after using the mission exemption card for job change, his consciousness would be dragged directly into the origin space. Runes began to float around him. Jiang came out of his trance and started observing them with a surprised expression. He knew that if he cancelled the class change now, he would have to redo the third class change mission. But now that the outside was filled with insects, he wasn't going to have many problems since, after all, they had an average level of 30. He noticed that the class runes were advanced version classes. A system window appeared in front of him. He had used the class change mission exemption card to complete the third class change mission called Thunder Dominator. The evaluation of the third class had been completed, and now the selection of the Thunder system rune was about to begin. Jiang started observing the runes, realizing that thousands of them had already gone extinct and that those remaining must be related to the Thunder system, and all had a level higher than that of Thunder Lord class. Jiang extended his hand and began to smile. The system completed the selection, revealing that now only 9 runes remained. The rune entered our boy's head, and his unique rank profession Lord of Thunder advanced to God rank God of Thunder. Then a status window appeared in front of our boy. He had obtained new abilities, the first called Punishment of Thunder, which would allow him to conjure a thunder eye in the void, capable of attacking the opponent's mind. The second ability was called 3000 Cataclysms of Thunder. It was a massive area ability. Jiang could cast a punishment of thunders upon his opponents. The third and final ability was called God of Thunder. Jiang would be able to release an eternal domain space 100 meters around him. The domain would eliminate all elements within its area and weaken the target's properties. It also possessed a devouring effect over other domains whose level was lower than Jiang's. Jiang extended his hand toward the system window. He was somewhat surprised to see that they were all powerful abilities. Besides, he remembered that many of the awakened obtained their own domain after making the 6th class change. He touched the system window without knowing how he was going to compare his domain with that of his master and his older sister. Something caught our boy's attention, and when he turned around, he saw that the class runes were starting to shine again. His mind filled with confusion as the thousands of runes that had been extinguished before were shining once more. The ancestral tree appeared in front of him. Jiang began to observe it in silence. He had used the mission exemption card for class change to complete the third class change mission of Master of Divine Creation. The system began to select the runes related to his class, and his divine rank profession Master of Divine Creation became the profession called the beginning of everything at divine rank. He obtained new abilities again. The first one called Supreme Path. After learning this technique, there was a probability of activating simplified mode. All his abilities would have a certain probability of leveling up when used. The second ability was called Evolution to Complexity, an improved version of growth of all things. Jiang had the ability to accelerate the growth and reproduction of all living beings, breaking the limit on production quantity, performing a transformation in both time and quantity for the target living being, being able to accelerate between 50 and 200 times randomly and increase quantity between 2 and 10 times randomly. Jiang clenched his fist, making electrical energy emerge, then extended his hand, causing a root to appear in his palm. Compared to the Thunder God class, his main class was even more incredible. Using the Supreme Path ability, he would be able to learn the techniques of all races just like Yin Jan. And with the Evolution to Complexity ability, he would be able to accelerate the reproduction of insects. For him, this was like using cheats, knowing that in the next reproduction cycle, little 9 would give birth to 10 billion insects, and if probability increased, they could exceed 100 billion. At that moment, a new insect mother appeared. She placed her hand on her chest and introduced herself adorably as Xiao Chan. Seeing this, Jiang was in shock since he had not yet used the growth of all things ability nor the life rank jump, without knowing how she had already transformed into human form. Outside, the Spider Queen began releasing a large number of spiders. She and Little Nine were at the same level, so their number exceeded Jiang's insects. Jai Gang mentioned that they could rely on insects to protect Jiang. Thus he gave everyone orders to prepare for battle until death, since stopping the Spider Queen was their top priority. Jiang Wushwang used the body of the god of war, making his giant 10-armed spirit appear. Jai Xuanyu shot an arrow into the air and summoned the fire phoenix. Jai Gang drew his sword and everyone began to fight against the spiders. Little Nine transformed into the 9 miasma wings and with a piercing gaze began to advance towards the Spider Queen. Luo Sandao extended her hands and with a determined expression used her powers and summoned several barriers around Jiang. Her eyes began to shine with rage, making it clear that if they approached, they would detonate the divine weapon. The Spider Queen jumped and attacked with a shockwave. With a murderous look, she revealed that they were no match for her. The attack was so powerful that the bodies of Jai Gang and the others were sent flying backward. No one was able to resist. Luo Sandao opened her mouth and started spitting blood. The eyes of Little Nine, who was sitting on Jiang's shoulder, filled with tears and fear. She began to cry, asking him to wake up quickly since the Spider Queen had already killed many of the insects. Jiang opened his eyes and his attention fixed on the Spider Queen. With a smile he asked Little Nine not to be afraid since her father was already awake. Jiang drew his sword and with a piercing gaze began to stare intently at the Spider Queen, then placed his hand on the ground and used his skill called Growth of All Things, causing roots to emerge from the ground. Jiang stood up and extended his hand towards Luo Sandao and the others, giving the order for the roots to take everyone back to the city, and for Little Nine to protect them. The roots began moving towards them until they wrapped around their bodies. Mu Hengqiu panicked, not knowing what Jiang was doing. Zai Xuanyu turned around, and upon seeing what Jiang was planning to do, she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused, making it clear that he alone would not be able to defeat the Spider Queen. Luo Sandao's eyes widened in surprise and fear. She started screaming, refusing to flee, promising that she could keep fighting. She and the others did not want to leave Jiang alone. Jiang's eyes began to shine with confidence. He started massaging his shoulder and asked them to stop talking, advising them that it was better to go heal in a safe place, revealing that with them here, he couldn't move freely. Moreover, this monster was level 8, and it wasn't the first time he had faced one. The Spider Queen's attention focused on Jiang. She started laughing, mocking humans for having ridiculous feelings. According to her, they were nothing more than arrogant and ignorant beings. Jiang began observing her in silence. Little Nine felt somewhat curious and asked if he planned to use the insect's self-destruction ability to confront the Spider Queen. She started crying, saying she was very sad. Jiang explained that there was no need to use the insects because if he made all of them explode again, even he would feel bad. So he asked her this time just to take care of the Spider Queen's offspring while he dealt with the Queen herself. The Spider Queen began to touch her chin with her finger, and her eyes started to shine with malice. She mentioned that not even the level 9 sword god had been able to kill her, so there was no way that a mere awakened one of 3 transformations could stand against her. With a confident gaze, Jiang began to show a finger and, with a smile, asked how the level 9 sword god could compare to someone like him, revealing that he was now a master of 3 transformations. Deep down, he wanted the Spider Queen to underestimate him. The Spider Queen's eyes widened with joy. She began to laugh out loud. Seeing this, one of the cult members beside her extended his hand toward her and asked her to stop laughing and act quickly because if she didn't do it now, he feared that Jai Lingqiu might return and kill her. She told him to stop scaring her, explaining that Jiang was too funny. Jiang's gaze fixed on her, and with a confident expression, he asked Xiao Jia to give him a full drop of the ancient god's blood. He also added that this time he did not need him to endure it for him. Xiao Jia manifested, took a drop of the ancient god's blood from his own finger, and with a confused expression, asked if Jiang was sure that his body would be able to withstand the blood without his help. Jiang began to smile, making it clear that he was sure. Xiao Jia handed him a full drop of the ancient god's blood, which fell to the ground and mixed with Jiang's blood. Our boy decided to use the supreme elephant's body to control the blood. Evil energy and sharp blades made of blood began to emerge from our boy's body. He placed his hands on his back and started screaming in agony. Then, Jiang's body changed, and his hair turned white. While evil energy was emerging from his body, he forcefully stepped on the ground and started staring intently at the Spider Queen. Upon seeing Jiang's new power, she panicked, not knowing why he had the aura of the seventh transformation or what he had just consumed to have this power. One of the cult members revealed that Jiang had mixed a drop of ancient god's blood with his own blood, something that the body of an awakened one with 3 transformations could not withstand. They were sure that Jiang's body was going to explode and he was going to die. Jiang adopted an offensive stance, and with a murderous gaze, he felt joyful upon seeing that his body had been able to withstand the blood of an awakened one with a 7th transformation. Jiang's gaze fixed on the Spider Queen. He gained momentum and began advancing rapidly toward her, vowing to kill her. As he gradually approached, the Spider Queen started observing him, and instead of panicking, she remained calm, realizing why Jiang had been so confident before. It turned out that he had an ace up his sleeve that allowed him to have the power of an awakened one with a 7th transformation. With an arrogant expression, she jumped and launched silk from her abdomen toward our boy, asking him not to be so naive since there was no way that by forcing the power of the 7th transformation he could defeat her. Jiang's eyes began to shine with hatred. He became alert, realizing that she wanted to use the silk to entangle him. The silk shot out from the Spider Queen's abdomen toward Jiang, but he reacted in time and using his new power, he jumped, dodging the attack. Noticing this, the Spider Queen felt somewhat confused, not knowing what was happening. Her eyes widened in surprise and confusion. According to her, this shouldn't be happening since she had predicted Jiang's movements. At first, she thought that Jiang had predicted her movements, but then she thought there was no way since his level was lower than hers. While she was distracted, Jiang jumped, and as thunder emerged from his body, he prepared to attack, telling her not to be so arrogant. Upon hearing Jiang's voice, she snapped out of her thoughts and seeing that he was ready to attack, went on alert. Our boy used the skill called Eye of Evil, causing a powerful and giant eye to appear in the sky. The Spider Queen was paralyzed with fear, not knowing what to do. Jai Gang closed his eyes and began to cover his face with his arm, asking everyone not to look since it was going to damage their essence. Following the order, Jiang Wushwang also closed his eyes and put his arm in front of his face. He was somewhat confused upon seeing that Jiang's thunder class had risen to divine level. Ying Zhang also closed his eyes. He was in shock since Jiang had 2 divine level classes, realizing that now there was no way to compete with him. Jiang, who was flying, began to stare at the Spider Queen and gave the order to the Eye of Evil to block her sea of consciousness. Upon hearing the order, the attention of the eye fixed on her and it began to shine. Then, a powerful thunder started descending upon her. The eyes of the Spider Queen expanded in surprise. She began to observe the eye and panicked since, as demonic beasts, their spiritual essence was weaker compared to humans, so she decided to resist the attack. Just before the thunder could strike her body, she summoned a blood shield and covered herself from the attack. Jiang, whose body was surrounded by thunder, descended in front of her. The Spider Queen turned around and began to observe him carefully, explaining that although the essence of beasts was not as strong as that of humans, the physical body of beasts was their secret weapon. With an expression full of fury, she moved quickly and tried to attack Jiang using her sharp leg. But Jiang used the technique called lightning bolt, and his body transformed into thunder, dodging the attack. The attention of the Spider Queen was fixed on Jiang and her eyes filled with confusion. She could not believe that Jiang had once again gotten ahead and dodged the attack again. With the speed of a thunderbolt, she did not know if he had precognition abilities, but then dismissed this idea since it was impossible. Not even an awakened of the perception class could do it, believing that it was just pure luck. Jiang turned his back to her and began moving like a thunderbolt. The Spider Queen soon realized that he was moving at the speed of light using the electric field of Thunder's domain. She became angry and started releasing silk, thinking that Jiang was showing off in front of her. In the blink of an eye, silk emerged from her body and formed a barrier around the area. Our boy quickly realized that she wanted to cover his electric field with a web and use the web to feed back information and teleport. Her sharp leg appeared in front of Jiang. She called him bastard and said that this time he couldn't escape. Jiang raised his head, and his eyes widened in fear and surprise. With a confident gaze, Jiang began to stare at her intently and made it clear that the one who couldn't escape was her. The Spider Queen attacked using her sharp leg, but Jiang blocked the attack and then, using the skill called Blade of Heaven and Thunder, forcefully swung his sword. Our boy moved quickly and with a penetrating gaze, cut off the Spider Queen's leg without even giving her time to react. Her leg went flying, and she began screaming in agony. The aunt's eyes widened in fear and surprise, leaving her in shock upon seeing how strong Jiang was. Jai Gang's jaw dropped in shock, realizing that Jiang's cut had the same power as Master Gu Kaishan's, not knowing if Jiang was hiding another profession like the perception class, since there was no way he could repeatedly predict the Spider Queen's attack patterns. Xiao Qi's gaze, who was healing the others, fixed on Jiang, and her eyes widened in fear, leaving her speechless. For her, it was impossible that an awakened with 3 transformations had a perception ability much stronger than that of a level 8 monster. This was something that not even an awakened of Sealed King level could do. Jiang stood up, and while his body was surrounded by a powerful energy, he began to observe the Spider Queen in silence. He was somewhat surprised to see that this strike had injured the Spider Queen, realizing that her body could not withstand an attack enhanced by the essence of the ancient god's blood. He had used almost all his power in the last attack, and the strength of the ancient god's blood was about to run out, so he had to hurry and finish this as soon as possible. His next attack had to be a lethal blow, something that would not allow her to have the strength to counterattack. While the cut leg of the Spider Queen was bleeding, her attention was fixed on Jiang, and her eyes began to shine with fury. She could not believe that an ant had dared to wound the majestic level 8 queen. Jiang, who was standing in front, mocked her by saying that a level 8 monster was not a big deal. For him, it was no surprise that she had been hiding in the depths of the earth for hundreds of years. Jiang's plan was to make her angry. He wanted her to lose reason under unbridled fury. The plan worked since her eyes filled with rage and silk began to emerge from her body. She explained that her essence had been damaged by Jai Lingqiu last time and she did not want to use it. But given that he was seeking death, she decided to fulfill his wishes. She began to release silk. This was the domain of an 8th level monster. No one knew if Jiang was going to be able to resist. Some believed that he was going to die. Jiang could not help but smile upon seeing that she had finally decided to use her original essence to deploy a domain. But with a serene gaze, he revealed that it was a shame since it was too late. He extended his hand, making thunder appear in his palm, then placed his hand on the ground and activated the eternal domain of the Thunder God class. Then he stood up, and thunder began to strike against the body of the Spider Queen. She fell to the ground and could not help but feel fear, not knowing how Jiang knew that she was going to deploy her domain or how it was possible for him to have such a strong domain. She tried to deploy her domain again but was unable. Jiang extended his hand toward her, and while gathering energy, with a smile, he said there were 2 reasons. First, she was too slow, and second, his domain was stronger. She began to feel terror, thinking that this was impossible. Jiang's eyes filled with seriousness. He decided to end the fight since he had no desire to talk with her. Our boy used his power, causing a powerful thunderbolt to descend from the sky onto her body. The Spider Queen began screaming in agony. Jiang remained watching in silence. Souls began to emerge from her body. With a gaze full of fear, she lowered her head before Jiang, promising never again to go out causing trouble and begging for mercy. Jiang's eyes began to shine with confusion. He knew that he could not fall into her trap. Although only the spiritual essence remained, she was still a formidable creature, realizing that the celestial thunder still needed some time to completely destroy her soul. Her body collapsed to the ground, and Jiang began to observe carefully. He asked Little Nine to keep watch over her so that when there was no danger, she could come out and devour her. Just then, Jiang started feeling dizzy, realizing that his body had reached its limit. He sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and placed his hand over his face. Just then Xiao Chan emerged and with a worried gaze sat beside him and asked if he was okay. With a worried expression, Xiao Chan placed one hand on Jiang's chest and the other on his back. She helped him stand up and said it was all her fault for being useless. Jiang, who had his eyes closed, stood up, clenched his fist and with a sincere expression asked her not to feel guilty since if it weren't for her power to foresee the future, he would never have won this battle. Xiao Chan's eyes widened with sadness. She looked away and mentioned that Jiang was praising her too much. Then a system window appeared. It showed Xiao Chan's statistics. She had been born at the source of the River of Time, existed at the same level as time itself, and had an ability called Eye of Time which allowed her to see 3 seconds into the future by consuming 10 sub-bodies, being an accumulable ability with a maximum capacity of seeing 10 years into the future. Currently, she was level 0, had an affinity of 100 stars and 18 sub-bodies. Initially she had 48 but had already consumed 30 during combat against the Spider Queen. Her talent was still yet to be unlocked. In addition, she had 2 reproduction methods, the first called natural reproduction, in which only the main body could generate sub-bodies, 1 per hour. The second method was called special reproduction, where the host could sacrifice their lifespan, Minimum 1 year, each year of lifespan generated 1 million sub-bodies. Jiang's eyes filled with tranquility. He touched his head with his fingers and decided to rest for a while, promising Xiao Chan that he was going to be fine, giving her the order to hide for now and not emerge unless it was absolutely necessary. Xiao Chan's body transformed into energy and entered Jiang's head. Just then, Jiang's domain became stronger, causing thunder to start emerging from it. The attention of Jai Gang and the others who were on the cliff focused on Jiang's domain. Our boy was in the third transformation and no one could believe that he already had a domain when normally one would have a domain upon reaching the sixth transformation. Some thought having 2 divine level classes was incredible. Everyone began to watch in silence. The eyes of Yingzhan, who had his hand over the wound on his arm, widened with rage and despair. Jiang was fighting alone against the level 8 Spider Queen, while on the other side, he was hiding. And if it weren't for the spiritual pills he carried with him, he would probably already be crippled. They were all divine level awakened ones, but Jiang Chen could crush them as if nothing. While Ying Zhan was distracted, Jiang Wuxuang placed a hand on his shoulder and decided to calm him down. With a sincere gaze, Ying Zhan admitted that it was frustrating to be from the same generation as Jiang Chen. As a descendant of the human emperor, he wasn't going to give up and swore to one day surpass Jiang. If his talent wasn't enough, then he was even willing to go into the depths of the caverns in search of an opportunity. Luo Sandao, who had her eyes closed, explained that Jiang's talent was extraordinary and any effort to surpass him was useless. Ying Zhan's attention focused on her and those words were like an arrow in his heart. At the same time, the members of the blood cult were at Chujiang's underground altar. They formed a circle and in the middle was the highest ranking member, who used her powers and summoned a red magic circle. She communicated with the great god saying that she was his faithful servant, the seventh seed of the Church of the Ancient God. She knelt down, placed her hand on the ground and with a serious expression informed God that the beast tide had encountered some problems, revealing that someone from Great Xia had the ability to control the offspring of the 9 miasma wings. Just then, evil energy began to emerge from the magic circle. For God this was impossible. A giant eye appeared in the sky and began to shine with hatred. God's attention focused on his subordinate. He remembered that the offspring of 9 miasma wings had always been a forbidden existence in all eras, and if Jiang Xuanji dared to allow his people to raise them, then he would be an enemy of all races. She knelt before him, raised her head and promised that she was telling the truth. Using her powers, she summoned a portal which began to show the insects that were devouring the corpses of the beasts. Upon seeing this, the god could not help but feel furious. According to him, Jiang Xuanji had to die and all humanity of Great Xia had to be annihilated. The subordinate's eyes widened with worry and fear. With a nervous expression, she asked the god to calm down since she had sent the Spider Queen to prevent any unforeseen events. The god's attention fixed on her and his eye began to shine with rage. He used his powers, causing evil energy to begin entering her body, and not long after, she opened her mouth and began screaming in agony. The energy of the god began to enter her body, causing her eyes to start glowing. He decided to transfer a bit of his energy into her body, revealing that in a short time, she was going to have the strength of an awakened one with 9 transformations. The god gave her the order to annihilate the descendants of the 9 miasma wings and kill Jiang, making it clear that even if she had to sacrifice all beings in the city, she must make his descent possible. 10 minutes later, once the god's energy fully entered her body, her eyes began to glow with evil. She knelt before the god and with a determined gaze promised to fulfill the mission. The god began staring at her and with an angry look revealed that the Spider Queen had been defeated, giving his subordinate the order to go immediately and recover the divine soul of the queen, since a level 8 divine soul could serve for sacrifice. She prostrated herself before the god, lowered her head and decided to go immediately. At the same time, on the defense line of the dragon submerged in the underground cave, Jiang Xuanji tightly gripped his axe and while his body was surrounded by a powerful energy, he swung it forcefully. Tu Yang reacted in time and blocked the attack, but in the process his weapon shattered into pieces. Seeing this, his eyes widened with confusion. While they were fighting, the attention of the soldiers focused on them. Jiang Xuanji clenched his fist and his eyes began to shine with excitement and a smile appeared on his face. He strongly stomped on Tu Yang's chest, admitting that Tu Yang was right. He wasn't going to make it in time to collect the corpses of the geniuses, revealing that what he was going to collect now was going to be the corpse of the Spider Queen. At that moment, a red portal appeared and from it evil energy began to emerge. Jiang Xuanji turned around and fixed his gaze on it. Tu Yang stepped aside, asking if Jiang Xuanji believed that the Spider Queen was their last secret card. Tu Yong took advantage of Jiang Xuanji being distracted to step back. Jiang Xuanji began to observe the portal and his eyes filled with confusion, realizing that it was an alert. An enemy of 9 transformations had appeared in Chujiang. He did not know if this was the work of the demonic race. Tu Yong stood up, and while his eyes were shining with evil, he began to point at Jiang Xuanji with his finger and decided to play hide and seek. He was going to hide, and Jiang Xuanji had to find him, and if at any moment he decided to flee early, he would launch an attack on the city with all his army. Jiang Xuanji turned around and began staring at Tu Yong. He knew that the demons were crossing the line, but seeing that he wanted to play hide and seek, he decided to play with him until the end. Jiang Xuanji's eyes began to shine with rage. He raised his axe in the air and gave the order to the God-Slayer army to kill the enemy. Upon hearing the order, all the soldiers raised their weapons and began to charge against Tu Yong. Jiang Xuanji's soldiers began to fight against Tu Yong's army. The demon gave the order to the demonic race to exterminate the city. Tu Yong's eyes began to shine with confusion. He started observing Jiang Xuanji and asked if he was crazy. He had spent decades defending, and now he was willing to declare total war on his demonic race. He questioned whether Jiang Xuanji wasn't afraid of unleashing a war between all races for the small city of Chujiang. He couldn't believe that Jiang Xuanji was willing to unleash a war just for some simple geniuses. With an angry expression, Jiang Xuanji attacked using his axe, but Tu Yong reacted in time and blocked the attack. For Jiang Xuanji, this was worth it, since from ancient times, whoever dared offend Great Xia was punished with death. He made it clear that if Tu Yong killed his geniuses, he would take his head as a trophy. At the same time, the subordinate of the ancient god arrived at the battlefield of Chujiang. She began to fly, and her attention was fixed on Jiang's domain. While her body was surrounded by evil energy, she crossed her arms and couldn't help but smile. Realizing that this was Jiang Chen's domain, she couldn't believe that the Spider Queen had been defeated with this trick. She revealed that a simple domain was nothing in front of her. She used her power and launched a powerful slash of energy toward Jiang's domain. The attack was so powerful that in an instant it broke our boy's domain. Jiang, who was holding the sword, fell to his knees on the ground. The Spider Queen turned around, and upon seeing the aura of the 7th seat, she quickly realized that it was the aura of the ancient god. Jiang, who was exhausted, stuck his sword into the ground and with the help of his hand, tried to stand up, but he was unable. Our boy began to observe the 7th seat, and it didn't take long for him to realize that this was the energy of an awakened one of 9 transformations. He couldn't move, and even if he could, he had no strength left to keep fighting. Her eyes began to shine with malice, and with a smile she decided to introduce herself. She was the 7th seat of the Church of the Ancient God, called the Lover. For her it was an honor to meet Jiang. She extended her hand toward our boy and using her powers began making the bodies of insects float. She decided to send Jiang and the insects to the underworld. Jiang's attention focused on the insects, and upon seeing that they had shown their original form, it didn't take him long to realize that she had great power. She extended her hand toward Jiang and decided to launch fireworks, causing the bodies of the insects to explode into pieces. Little Nine, who was sitting on Jiang's shoulder, couldn't help but cry, asking him to protect her. Jiang clenched his teeth and asked her not to be afraid, explaining that if she hid well, nothing would happen. The Lover began to make Jiang's body float, and seeing that he was not satisfied, she decided to turn him into fireworks as well. Our boy clenched his teeth tightly, not knowing what to do. Her power was so strong that Jai Gang and the others fell to their knees on the ground and their eyes widened in fear. They didn't know who was going to save Jiang now that everyone had been trapped by the energy of the Lover. Ying Zhan's eyes began to shine with hatred. He started sweating and revealed that they were all going to die. Jiang's body was flying upside down. He started to scream, giving the order to Xiao Jia to manifest and release the dark demon. Just then, blue energy appeared around his body and from it emerged the dark demon. The beast's eyes began to shine with rage. Once the dark demon fully emerged from Jiang's body, it began to stare at the Lover with a penetrating gaze, and upon seeing such a powerful creature, she became confused, not knowing how Jiang could summon such a creature. The eyes of the dark demon began to shine and its body started releasing energy. Our boy's body descended to the ground. He forcefully nailed the sword into the ground, and with an angry expression told her that she should not have killed the insects, revealing that now she was going to die. The dark demon opened its mouth and began to charge a powerful energy ball. Instead of fleeing, the Lover began to release the energy of the ancient god. She decided to use the power of the god to protect herself from the attack. Jiang's attention was fixed on her and his eyes widened with seriousness. Xiao Jia manifested on his shoulder, explaining that although the seventh seat was no match for the dark demon, it still needed some time to defeat her, since it could only act for 10 seconds, otherwise it would be destroyed by celestial mandate. Time was running out, but with a calm expression, our boy explained that there was no other option. He decided it was better for the dark demon to disappear along with the seventh seat. At that moment, Jiang's sister and a soldier from Jiang Xuanji appeared. With an angry gaze she struck her sword hard at the lover's neck, revealing that she had come to save Jiang Chen. Shen Tufei from the Blue Dragon camp of the god-slaying army announced his arrival, and swung his sword forcefully, making it clear that he was not going to allow the demonic creatures to wreak havoc. A powerful flash of energy appeared in the sky. Seeing that the celestial mandate had arrived, Jiang Chen gave the order to Xiao Jia to absorb the dark demon. Xiao Jia nodded his head, then opened his mouth and absorbed the dark demon. Jiang's sister's sword pierced through the lover's body, causing her terrible pain. She opened her mouth and with a desperate gaze begged them not to kill her, revealing that she could tell them a secret. With the help of their weapons, Hong Yao and Shen Tufei forcefully slammed the lover's body against the ground, ready to decapitate her. She panicked, opened her mouth and began to beg them not to kill her, swearing to confess everything she knew. While Hong Yao's body was releasing a powerful energy, she descended to the ground, stepped hard on the lover's body, and while her eyes were shining with rage, with a curious gaze, she told Shen Tufei to stop. She promised that if the lover confessed everything, they would not kill her. Shen Tufei descended to the ground and remained silent. The eyes of the lover widened in surprise and fear. She began to sweat and revealed that in the depths of the ground of Chujiang there was a rift over which they had built an altar. Shen Tufei drove his axe into the ground next to her head. Seeing this, her eyes filled with fear, knowing that this was not good. With a nervous gaze, she confessed that as long as the lives of living beings from the city of Chujiang were sacrificed, their blood and soul would be absorbed by the corpse of the ancient demonic god that lay beneath the city. And if that happened, the ancient god could revive and descend upon Dazia. Shen Tufei and Hong Yao began to observe her in silence, not knowing if she was telling the truth. Jiang stood up and with a suspicious expression asked if she had confessed everything she knew. The lover swore by the ancient god that she had confessed everything. Jiang noticed that she was lying. Just then, Xiao Jia manifested, opened his mouth and prepared to devour her. The lover raised her head and her attention was fixed on Xiao Jia, causing her to panic, not knowing where this monster had come from. Xiao Jia lunged at her and devoured her in one bite, admitting that she had a slight taste of the ancient god. For him she was more or less edible. The eyes of the Spider Queen, who was pretending to be dead, began to shine with hope. She turned around and thought about taking advantage of this opportunity to escape. With her last strength, she began crawling on the ground. Jiang turned around and upon noticing that she was trying to flee, remembered that he had almost forgotten about her. With a calm expression, he gave Little Nine the order to take care of her. Little Nine manifested and while mist was coming off from her body, her attention focused on the Spider Queen. She sat on top of the Spider Queen, placed one hand on her head and with the other began tearing off pieces of flesh. Upon tasting the meat of such a powerful creature, Little Nine closed her eyes and couldn't help but smile with pleasure. The Spider Queen's eyes filled with fear and surprise, knowing this was her end. A system window appeared, granting Jiang 2 million experience points. Just then, Tianyuan's alert reappeared in the sky in the form of a symbol. Hong Yao's attention fixed on Little Nine and her eyes widened in fear and confusion. She couldn't believe that Jiang had control over such terrifying creatures. Shen Tufei turned around and upon seeing Tianyuan's alert quickly realized that Dazia was about to fall into total chaos. Jiang's hair turned white again, and spikes began to emerge from his body, causing him to fall to his knees on the ground. He placed one hand on it and the other on his arm and his eyes began to glow. Hong Yao approached Jiang and with a worried expression asked if he was okay and what was happening to his body. Evil energy began to emerge from our boy's body, making him clench his teeth and start screaming in agony. The energy became more intense, causing Jiang terrible pain. Jai Gang, Aunt Tang and the others started running towards our boy, not knowing what was happening. The spikes that were emerging from Jiang's body disappeared. Jai Gang grabbed Jiang in his arms and his eyes widened with concern. Realizing that these were the side effects of using the blood of the ancient god, he knew he had to take him immediately to the hospital at the military district of Jiangnan's main base since there were the best priests and the best medicinal herbs. Xiao Qi and Aunt Tang began to observe our boy, not knowing if he was going to recover. Hong Yao's eyes widened with concern. She put her fist on her chest and revealed that the portal had been destroyed. She offered to help take Jiang to the hospital. Shen Tufei, who was standing next to her, also offered to help. With a serious gaze, Jai Gang put his hand in front of them, asking them not to forget that they still had to take care of the rift beneath the city ground. Xiao Qi sat next to Jiang, extended her hands and using her power, began to heal our boy. With an angry expression, Jai Gang began to shout, giving the order to Xiao Qi to heal Jiang. He called Jiang's insects, revealing that if they wanted to save their master, then they had to come as soon as possible and help him take Jiang to the hospital. In an instant, thousands of small insects began to surround them. Xiao Qi continued healing Jiang. Jai Gang turned towards the others, giving them the order to clean up the battlefield. Upon hearing this, they nodded their heads. Mu Hengqiu fell on her knees on the ground and her eyes filled with tears and sadness upon seeing that Jiang was injured. With a calm expression, Luo Sandao sat behind her, placed her hands on her shoulders and asked her not to worry about Jiang since he was strong and nothing was going to happen to him, explaining that if he had been able to defeat a level 9 monster then nothing was going to happen to him. Zai Xuanyu, who was standing behind them, began to observe them carefully and said that there was no time to cry. They had to go quickly and kill the rest of the beast tide. Thanks to the powers of the healing barrier, the wounds of the geniuses had healed. Jiang Wushuang emerged from the barrier, clenched his fist and with a sincere gaze admitted that although they could not compare themselves with Jiang Chen, killing a few more monsters was always good. The arm that Ying Zhang had lost during the battle against the Spider Queen had healed. He tightly clenched his fist and with an excited expression thought that Jiang Wushuang was right, since the more they couldn't compare themselves with Jiang, the harder they should try. Hong Yao and Shen Tufei arrived at the underground altar, and using their weapons, they launched powerful slashes toward the altar, destroying it into pieces. Evil energy emerged from the rubble and the eyes of the ancient god began to shine with rage. He could not believe that they had destroyed his altar. With a furious gaze, he called Hong Yao a bitch. Upon hearing this, she launched a powerful slash toward the ancient god, which cut the energy in half. Shen Tufei, who was standing behind, began to observe them and could not help but feel somewhat surprised. For him it was no wonder that she was a disciple of the King of the Celestial Sword. The god revealed that although his altar had been destroyed and he could not unleash all his power, they were too weak to defeat him. Just before he could finish the sentence, Shen Tufei swung his axe forcefully, ordering the god to stop talking nonsense. The god's eye expanded with rage. Seeing that they were rude, he lost the desire to play with them. Just then, the energy of the ancient god began to enter the ground. Hong Yao's attention was fixed on it and she couldn't help but panic, not knowing what this guy was trying to do. The god started laughing, revealing that this sacrifice wasn't going to cost him anything since he had all the time and opportunities to return stronger. Hong Yao's eyes widened with fury. She couldn't believe that the ancient god wanted to flee without fighting. She tried to go after him, but Shen Tufei placed his hand on her shoulder and with a sincere gaze, admitted that the god was right since with their current power, they wouldn't be able to do much damage to him. He knew they had to make the great martial god awaken the great dreamer to seal this rift as soon as possible. A week later, Jiang was in the military district hospital of Jiangnan's main base, his body submerged in a special liquid and he was connected to a ventilator. Noticing the smell and equipment, it didn't take long for him to realize he was in the hospital. Remembering having fainted on the battlefield from exhaustion after consuming the blood of the ancient god, he didn't know how much time had passed or what the situation was like. Noticing that Jiang was awake, Little Nine manifested herself and with a smile gave him a hug, explaining that things had already calmed down, revealing that her little insects could also reproduce. Feeling her hug, Jiang opened his eyes and became somewhat curious. Holding Little Nine in his hand, Jiang began to stroke her head, praising her for being great, but decided to wait a little longer since their current house was too small and after the birth of new insects, there would no longer be space. He asked her to wait until he got a bigger home so they could move forward with the plan. Little Nine returned to Jiang's sea of consciousness and couldn't help but feel happy thinking that Jiang was going to get a bigger home. Xiao Jia, who was hiding behind the pillar, peeked out and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Now that they had the power of evolution towards complexity, this time reproduction was going to start with at least a few 100 million. Jiang hoped that the ancestral tree could soon produce an insect nest fruit that could house 10 billion. Using his hand, Jiang took off the mask. Xiao Jia appeared on Jiang's shoulder, explaining that he was also going to start dividing his descendants. He asked when they would be able to move into a bigger house. Jiang's attention focused on Xiao Jia. With a smile he asked if he wasn't comfortable living with Little Nine. He began pointing at him with his finger and told him to wait until his sister moved out because then he would give her room to him. With an angry expression, Xiao Jia crossed his arms, mentioning that he was already grown up. not knowing why Jiang always left him with what was left over from his sister. Our boy promised that in some time, he would take Xiao Jia to the sanctuary of the Nine Lai to eat a buffet of demons and gods. Xiao Jia stood on Jiang's chest and explained that as long as there was food, a man didn't care where he lived. Jiang put his hand over his face and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused, realizing how difficult it was to be the father of a family with many children. Pointing at the liquid in which Jiang's body was submerged, Xiao Jia asked if he could drink it. Jiang's attention focused on the liquid, explaining that the liquid that came from gods and demons was top quality, but this one was at least third-rate, giving Xiao Jia permission to drink it if he wished. Xiao Jia closed his eyes and began to drink the liquid. With a curious gaze, Jiang started to smile and asked what flavor the liquid had and if it didn't have the smell of an old father's feet. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jia stopped drinking and felt somewhat confused. Then, he jumped up and hundreds of small beetles appeared. Seeing this, Jiang's eyes widened in surprise, leaving him in shock. Using his finger, Jiang opened the system window. Earlier on the battlefield, he hadn't had time to carefully check Xiao Chan's abilities, so he decided to take advantage now to study them well. The system window revealed that she had been born at the origin of the river of time, existing at the same level as time itself with a primordial source. Jiang became curious, not knowing if she was at the same level as the ancestral tree of all things. Jiang crossed his arms and his eyes widened with curiosity. Upon reading carefully, he realized that as a primordial source she had other hidden abilities, but her talent remained a mystery. He did not know if it was necessary to use a life-level jump in order to see her talent, giving Xiao Chan the order to step out for a moment. A small and adorable insect began to fly toward our boy. Then, Xiao Chen manifested in human form. Jiang's attention fixed on her and his eyes widened in surprise. Xiao Chan approached our boy, placed her hand on his chest and began to look at him with a loving gaze. Noticing this, Jiang became nervous and couldn't help but blush, mentioning that she was a little too close to him. Xiao Chan closed her eyes, placed her hands around Jiang's head and apologized. With a calm expression, Jiang remembered that she had just been born, so he didn't know if she had experienced divine evolution or the life-level jump. With a nervous look, she put her hand on her chin, looked away and with a nervous tone explained that the growth of all things needed the passage of time. But she herself was time. Jiang's attention focused on her and his eyes widened in surprise. Our boy reached out to her and began to use his power, causing green energy to begin entering into her body. He knew that she was right since in order to unlock her talent he had to use a life-level jump. Using divine evolution, he decided to see what materials were needed for her life-level jump. The system reported that if Jiang wanted to use the life-level jump with the insect of time cycles, he could choose one of the following sacrifice conditions. First, 10 drops of water from time. Second, 1 tributary from the river of time. Third, 3 fragments of time. And fourth, 3 divine weapons related to time. Jiang began to touch his head with his hand and could not help but feel confused since he had never heard about these materials. Now the only thing he could do was ask the master. His body had already been submerged in the liquid for quite some time, so using his finger, Jiang turned off the switch. Just then, a woman wearing nun clothes appeared and asked if Major Jiang was awake. Upon hearing this, Jiang's eyes widened in confusion and his attention focused on her and he asked why she had just called him Major. The woman extended her hand to one side and explained that when Jiang was unconscious, the top 10 geniuses of Dazia's genius ranking had been promoted to the rank of Major. She closed her eyes and with a smile revealed that when Jai Gang had brought Jiang to the hospital, almost all the tissues in his body were on the verge of death, and everyone thought that Jiang was not going to survive. She asked how Jiang was feeling and if he felt any discomfort. Our boy began to observe her and explained that he was completely healed. The woman approached the capsule and decided to collect the divine soul liquid and vital liquid from the nutrition compartment. Since they were extremely valuable resources, their war district had urgently brought them from the capital just to save Jiang. She thought that since Jiang hadn't used all of them this time, they could keep them for other patients in the future. The woman approached the capsule, placed her hands on it and her jaw dropped in surprise. Jiang came out of the capsule, started touching his head and with a forced smile mentioned that after waking up, he was very thirsty so he had drunk all of the liquid. Little Xiao Jia was sitting on his shoulder. Jiang closed his eyes and couldn't help but blush and feel guilty, knowing that if children were not well behaved, then it was his fault. This responsibility could only be borne by the parents. Gu Kaishan entered the room, began pointing at Jiang with his finger and realized that he was very lucky since he had recovered in just 1 week. The attention of our boy focused on his master. With a smile he began to wave. The woman approached Duan Feng, closed her eyes and with a sad expression explained that Jiang had drunk all the liquid. Duan Feng's eyes widened in surprise, giving the order for the woman to leave. With a confused expression, Gu Kaishan asked if there was any problem, explaining that Jiang had only drunk a little bit of liquid. With a serious gaze, Duan Feng revealed that Jiang had drunk 10 doses of soul essence and vital essence, worth 200,000 merit points. He didn't know whether to make Jiang pay for it. Gu Kaishan got angry and gave the order for him to pay it himself since for Jiang it was not easy to obtain merit points. Then he approached our boy, put his arm around his shoulder, and with a proud gaze congratulated him for having drunk all the liquid, since even if a normal person soaked a little in it, they could live a long and healthy life. Jiang began to observe his master and a smile appeared on his face, realizing why little Xiao Jia had drunk all the liquid. Gu Kaishan winked at Jiang and with a smile noticed that Jiang still did not understand the true value of merit points, revealing that anything he desired and that could not be bought with money could be obtained with merit points. Upon hearing this, Jiang's eyes widened with joy and surprise. He asked if he could exchange merit points for water of time. With a serious expression, Gu Kaishan said no, since that thing was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, and there were barely legends about it in the depths of the earth. It was something no one had ever seen. Jiang asked if he could exchange merit points for a stream from the river of time. Gu Kaishan said that couldn't be bought either. Jiang asked if he could get divine weapons related to time between level 3 and 4. Gu Kaishan scolded him and told him to stop dreaming. Jiang thought there was only one option left. Our boy's eyes filled with fear and confusion when he asked if he could exchange merit points for fragments of time. Gu Kaishan began touching his chin, turned his head toward Duan Feng and remembered that old Duan had some of those. Duan Feng's attention was fixed on them and his jaw dropped in surprise. With a serious gaze, he began to imagine the fragments of time and revealed that they were products formed after the collapse of ancient dimensional ruins. Currently in Dazia only 2 fragments remained and they could be exchanged for 150,000 merit points. Jiang's eyes began to shine with hope. He approached Duan Feng, placed one hand on his chest, extended the other to one side and said that he wanted the 2 fragments of time and also asked if there was any way to get one more. Duan Feng extended his hand and revealed that there were no more, since the ancient ruins were an independent space-time that could not be affected by external forces. The ancient ruins could only collapse naturally. After collapsing, the time within them condensed into a solid form, which was what was called fragments of time. He also mentioned that if Jiang needed another fragment, he could ask the great dreamer when she returned. With a curious gaze, our boy asked where she was now. Duan Feng began to imagine her sealing rifts, and explained that she was sealing the Chujiang rift. He was sure that she was about to return. It was daytime and the sun was shining high in the sky. Now that Jiang had recovered, Gu Kaishan decided it was better to leave the hospital and go home to rest, revealing that in 3 days the ceremony would begin. Duan Feng mentioned that the ceremony was important. He knew they should leave as soon as possible and prepare. Jiang decided not to go since he preferred to keep a low profile, but Gu Kaishan said it was already too late to keep a low profile since everyone knew that Jiang had killed the Spider Queen and defeated the lover. Jiang returned to his apartment and lay down on the sofa with his head resting on his arms. He began observing the ceiling and remembered that little Nine and Xiao Jia were about to reproduce. Also Xiao Jia could extract new abilities, and the ancestral tree of all things had also produced new fruits. He decided to resolve all this before the great dreamer returned. Jiang extended his hand and energy began to gather in his palm. He decided to first extract the ability of the red-shelled beetle. A system window appeared, revealing that the red-shelled beetle was a catastrophe-level calamity. It had several characteristics. The first, called Supreme Attack Technique. It could use particles to condense, and by moving them an infernal vision could be invoked and execute a melody from the underworld. The power depended on the number of red-shelled beetles, and this technique had 9 levels. Level 1 required 129,000 red-shelled beetles to condense, and as one leveled up, the amount needed had to increase tenfold. Jiang extended his finger toward the system window and his eyes filled with surprise, leaving him in shock, realizing that this was a supreme attack technique. He knew that if he used it now the house would be destroyed, so he decided it was better to try it against a boss. Jiang went to his sea of consciousness and saw that there was a new fruit on the ancestral tree. He hoped that this fruit would be a nest with the capacity to house 10 billion insects. Jiang activated the fruit called Functional Fruit, obtaining a hive of insects with a capacity to house 100 billion insects. Jiang could not help but smile, as the ancestral tree never disappointed him. While our boy's eyes were shining with joy, He extended his hand and insects began to emerge from it. With a smile he gave the good news to little Nine, revealing that she could now move into her new home and reproduce. Upon hearing this, she became joyful and gave the order for all the insects to move into the new nest. Now that he had taken care of the insect matter, he took out the fruit formed by divine souls and began to observe it carefully. In the previous battle, it had been thanks to Xiaojia and the others who had collected wandering souls to water the fruit, and at last it had matured. Jiang activated the fruit of ability and it exploded until forming a divinity of the Jialai clan. The system asked if he wished to fuse it. Jiang's eyes began to shine with joy and his attention was fixed on the powerful energy emerging from it. If not for the ancestral tree, his sea of consciousness would have already exploded. He remembered that his master had once said that for an awakened one of level 9 to reach the 10th level, known as divine rank, there was only one requirement: one must condense a divinity. He decided to fuse the divinity. The divinity entered his forehead, making his eyes begin to shine and causing him terrible pain. Several system windows appeared, and he obtained a new class called Supreme Warrior, Divine Level God of War, and 3 new abilities called Invincible Divine Fist, War God Transformation, and Imperial War Formation. Jiang clenched his fist tightly and began to stare at it intently. He had just obtained another divine class, now having 3 in total, although the name of it sounded exaggerated. This class was perfect for close combat. Now he could use it as a new ace up his sleeve. With this class and the body of the elephant god, he was sure he could surpass Jiang Wuxuang's divine body. Then, another system window appeared, revealing that Little Nine had given birth to 8 billion insects and Xiaojia had a total of 6 million beetles. Jiang's attention fixed on the system window and his jaw dropped in surprise, realizing that the skill transformation to excess and its random acceleration and increase in quantity was too powerful. His insect army was taking shape. While Jiang was distracted, someone started knocking on his door. Our boy became curious, not knowing if the great dreamer had returned. Jiang opened the door and saw that it was Gu Kaishan and Duan Feng. Duan Feng began to touch his head and with a nervous expression revealed that they had brought the great dreamer, asking him to greet her. Gu Kaishan clenched his fist and began to look at him with a serious gaze. Resting her hand on the door, the great dreamer entered Jiang's apartment and with a serious expression asked them to leave. Upon hearing this, Gu Kaishan's attention fixed on her and his eyes widened in surprise. She entered Jiang's apartment and gave them the order to leave. Gu Kaishan put his hands near his mouth and explained to Jiang that if one could not resist, one must learn to yield. If a woman was 3 years older than him, he should give her an ingot of gold. If a woman was 30 years older than him, he should give her an empire. And if a woman was 300 years older than him, he should give her an immortal pill. Duan Feng began to touch his head and asked Gu Kaishan not to drag him into death as well. The great dreamer rested her hand on the sofa and with a loving gaze called Jiang silly. Seeing this, our boy realized what Gu Kaishan meant. She began to approach Jiang. Our boy asked why her clothing was different from the last time. She began to smell Jiang and with a smile asked if he had become a god. Jiang looked away, and with a confused expression thought that maybe it was just the smell of the blood of the ancient god that had remained in his body. She sat on the sofa next to Jiang and started laughing, realizing that he couldn't have become a god since he was only in his 3rd transformation. Jiang began to sweat and thought it was better not to talk about condensing divinity, since after all he already attracted enough attention. She began to observe Jiang and with a smile asked why he was so nervous, explaining that she was just his sister and wasn't going to eat him. She had heard old Gu say that Jiang wanted fragments of time. Jiang asked if she knew any way to get them, to which she revealed that the fragments were no longer available in the territory of Daxia, but there was a place where they could still be obtained. She asked if Jiang had heard of the 3 overseas islands. Jiang said no. She turned to him and revealed that the 3 islands were located in the southeast of Daxia, and were originally ruins. Upon hearing this, Jiang's eyes filled with surprise. The great dreamer explained that later they merged with the real world, forming 3 islands: Pinglai, Fangjiang, and Yingzhuo. 500 years ago, Daxia saw the birth of the first invincible being of 9 transformations, the human emperor. Not long after, another being of 9 transformations appeared, the Lord of Fire. The human emperor advocated for conquering underground caverns while the Lord of Fire defended non-aggression. They argued endlessly, and in the end separated unpleasantly. Later on, accompanied by many people, the Lord of Fire left Daxia and went to the 3 overseas islands to found his own domain. Using her power, she opened a rift and began to pull something out of it, revealing that the Fire Lord had taken many valuable things when leaving Daxia. Among them were the fragments of time. With a curious expression, Jiang asked if the Fire Lord was dead now. She pulled a churro from the rift and with a calm gaze explained that the longevity of the 9 transformations was up to 3,000 years. She was sure that the Fire Lord was still alive. She suggested to Jiang not to go take the fragments by force, since although the territory of the 3 islands did not compare with Dazia, they had been accumulating strength for centuries and had more 7 and 8 transformation warriors than Dazia. With a curious look, Jiang asked if they had never thought about returning to conquer Daxia. She broke the churro in half and mentioned that Daxia had the backing of national luck and that the men of the Fire Lord would not dare act recklessly. Our boy questioned whether there was another way to obtain fragments of time. She began eating the churro, handed the other half to Jiang and with a serene gaze revealed that although both sides had cut ties a long time ago, they were still competing against each other. Since they had separated 500 years ago, the best talents from both sides had challenged each other. Until 400 years ago, Daxia closed its borders and no longer allowed the other side to come. When Jiang asked for the reason, she took a bite of the churro and said that Daxia always lost. For 100 consecutive years, they were defeated without being able to do anything about it, leaving great shame behind. So they decided it was better not to compete anymore. But this year was different since Daxia had Jiang, and now the competition could be reopened. Jiang thought that if he won he could obtain the fragments of time. The great dreamer asked him not to rush as reopening the competition also required following certain steps. He would receive notice when it was time. However, according to the rules, both sides must send a talent under 30 years old. In this aspect, Jiang was at a disadvantage. A smile appeared on Jiang's face since he didn't care about this. As long as he could get the fragments of time, he was willing to do anything. The great dreamer stood up and said that it was good to have ambition, but one should never underestimate others. She decided to leave and asked Jiang to stay at home and not go outside. She began staring at Jiang and revealed that in the list of celestial-level assassins, several powerful warriors had accepted the mission to kill Jiang. People from various countries had come to kill Jiang, so she asked him to be very careful. The high commands from all over Daxia gathered at the main base of Jiangnan. Today was August 13th of the year 793, the era of job changers. This decoration ceremony was the largest in Daxia's history. For the people, it was incredible that Jiang Chen, being an awakened with 3 transformations, had fought against an 8th transformation monster and a 9th transformation opponent. They were happy because another talent had emerged in the war zone of Jiangnan. Hong Yao turned to Jai Gang and her eyes filled with curiosity. She asked if he really intended to leave his position as leader to go train in the caverns. Jai Gang extended his hand and explained that the superiors had already given him permission, so as soon as the decoration ceremony was over he was going straight to the caverns to begin training. Behind him were the other members of Night Watch. Chu Buling began pointing at himself with his thumb and with a determined expression revealed that not only would Jai Gang go but they would too. Duan Feng placed his hand on Chu Buling's shoulder and began observing Hong Yao in silence, while on the other side, Aunt Tang and Xiao Qi began showing a smile. Jai Gang's eyes widened in confusion, explaining that at first he had planned to go alone and did not expect them to also want to go with him. Realizing that Jiang had motivated everyone, he could feel that energy from the old days. Upon hearing this, Hong Yao extended her hand and couldn't help but smile. She admitted that the caverns were a place where all races converge, full of strange and powerful creatures. According to her, going there would surely transform them completely. Not far away sat Jiang Wushwang and Ying Zhan. Ying Zhan's attention was fixed on him and his eyes began to shine with seriousness. He was aware that training in Daxia would not allow him to surpass Jiang. He too was preparing to go into the caverns. So he asked what Jiang Wushwang had planned to become stronger. He suggested they go together since in the caverns killing foreign races granted rewards from heaven, being a perfect place for them. Jiang Wushwang crossed his arms, closed his eyes and nodded with a smile. Ying Zhang felt happy seeing that finally Jiang Wushwang was showing the spirit of his grandfather, reminding him not to forget they still had an unfinished fight pending. Duan Feng got on stage and with a serious gaze introduced himself as commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan war zone. He decided to first give half an hour of empty speech in the style of a leader. The people asked him to stop talking nonsense and start with the speech. Some began to complain since they had calluses on their buttocks from sitting. Some masters could not wait any longer. Duan Feng started observing them and extended his hand to one side. At that moment a rift appeared on stage. A moment ago everyone was so serious that Duan Feng wanted to joke a little with them. He decided to skip the talk and go straight to the moment everyone had been waiting for, the decoration ceremony. he decided that it was time to invite one of the 3 warriors of 9 transformations from Daxia, Supreme Commander of the Night Watch and Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Capital War Zone, the Great Dreamer, Huan Yu, revealing that she would be the one to decorate Jiang Chen and announce his title. The rift activated. Huan Yu grabbed another person's hand and while her eyes were shining with excitement, began to emerge from it. With a smile she asked Jiang Chen not to be shy since there was no sister going around defaming her own brother like that. Huan Yu and Jiang emerged from the rift and arrived on stage. She placed her hand on our boy's shoulder and with a cheerful smile asked if he was nervous. Jiang Chen, who wore the same outfit as the commanders of the war zones, began adjusting his wrist and with a confident smile said that he was not nervous. Jiang now wore a golden badge. Pong Yao's attention was fixed on our boy and her jaw dropped. She put her hand over her mouth and couldn't help blushing, since despite being Jiang's older sister, she was in shock at how handsome he was. Jai Gang crossed his arms and began to observe our boy with a serious gaze. Aunt Tang put her hand on her chin and couldn't help blushing as she had never seen someone as handsome as Jiang in her life. Du Feng's jaw dropped in surprise, realizing that Jiang was dazzling this time. Mu Hankyu stood up from her seat and her eyes widened with love. Luo Sandao, who was behind her, couldn't help but smile, while on the other side Xiang Xuanyu put both hands over her mouth and started blushing upon seeing how handsome Jiang was. Xuanyu began to touch her cheek and with a curious gaze mentioned that those clothes looked very good on him. Our boy began to sweat and thought that she was teasing him again. Du Feng thought it was time to begin and gave the order for everyone to shout Jiang Chen's title. Everyone put their hands near their mouths and started shouting demonic insect. Upon hearing this, Jiang's eyes widened in confusion. He couldn't believe that demonic insect was his title. According to him, they could have given him another slightly more decent title. He thought that dressing so well for the ceremony had been useless. Our boy and Huan Yu went up on stage. Jiang put his hands behind his back and remained silent. She reached her hand toward the sky and following the will of the people. In the name of the Night Watch of Daxia and the armed forces of Daxia, she granted Jiang Chen from the Jiangnan War Zone the title of Lord of Heavenly Disasters. Jiang turned to her and with a cheerful expression said that he liked the title Lord of Heavenly Disasters more than Demonic Insect. In response, she stuck out her tongue and began to show a mocking smile. Jiang finally realized that she had gone through a lot just to play a prank on him. The screen began to show information about Jiang. Huan Yu turned to Jai Gang and the others, and her eyes began to shine with seriousness, revealing that Jiang Chen was going to be specially granted the title of Guardian King of the Seas, and now the 4 maritime regions were going to be his fiefdom. He was also going to be granted the power to protect the country. He would not be limited to a war zone. He could freely travel throughout Daxia, with absolute authority over life and death. Upon seeing the kingdom's guardian, one should treat him as an equal in rank to the Invincibles. With a surprised expression, Chu Buling asked Jai Gang what the Great Dreamer had meant by that last phrase since he couldn't understand it well. Aunt Tang's eyes widened in surprise. With a serious gaze, Jai Gang said it was just as they had heard. Jiang was the kingdom's guardian. Everyone went into shock since our boy was only 18 years old and had already become the kingdom's guardian. It was as if he were breaking the rules of heaven. The attention of Xiang Xuanyu's father was fixed on Jiang, and upon hearing that Jiang had received the title of Guardian King of the Seas, he quickly realized that the High Command was planning to re-establish contact with the 3 overseas islands. Upon learning that the 4 maritime regions were going to be Jiang's fiefdom, he noticed that the 3 overseas islands were now considered personal territory of Jiang Chen. He told old Gu Kaishan that his disciple was being put directly on the grill. With a serious gaze, he asked him if none of this mattered to him. The eyes of Gu Kaishan, who was sitting next to him, widened in tranquility. With a smile he mentioned that he had no desire to worry about things that weren't worth it. The Great Dreamer opened a box that contained a golden badge. Jiang extended his hand, began to observe it and with a smile prepared to receive the badge. Huan Yu announced that the Great Era was about to begin and it was time to recover the 3 islands of the foreign land. Gu Kaishan thought that what others had not been able to achieve, perhaps his disciple could do. Huan Yu explained to Jiang that the badge was the peerless decree, asking him to keep it safe. Our boy thanked her. At that moment, a ninja mounted on a powerful white tiger appeared. He introduced himself as Sashihara no Minamoto from the Sekura Kingdom. He came from Takamagahara by order of the great god Yamada no Orochi to congratulate Jiang Chen of Daxia with a challenge. Xiang Xuanyu's father rested his arm on the sofa and his gaze fixed on Sashihara, realizing that he was a genius who was in the 3rd transformation but possessed the strength of a peak 5th transformation. He never thought that such a small country like Sakura had such promising talents. Duanfeng told Sashihara that the great dreamer was still on stage and it wasn't his turn yet. Huanyu's eyes began to shine with hatred. With a penetrating gaze, she decided to kill Sashihara for interrupting the ceremony. Just before she could do anything, Jiang put his hand in front of her, and while his eyes were shining with determination, he told his sister that there was no need for her to take care of that fly, since he was going to do it instead. Huanyu began to observe Sashihara, and with a confident gaze, she accepted since she wanted to see how powerful Jiang had become. Sashihara, who was mounted on his white tiger, descended to the stage. According to him, Jiang's actions made sense. His reason for challenging directly was because he knew that Daxia was a country that valued ceremony and respect. After all, if friends came from afar, they should be well received. Jiang began to stare at him, and while his body was releasing mist, he asked Sashihara to stop talking so much. He remembered that assassins should act in the shadows, so he asked what he was doing setting ambushes and also questioned who had sent him here to challenge openly. Jiang realized that this could only mean that Sashihara was just a sacrifice. Sashihara began to point at Jiang with his finger and with a confident gaze made it clear that one could only know if he was a sacrifice after fighting. He decided to get straight to the point and asked if Jiang dared not to use the 9 miasma wings. He also mocked Jiang, saying that if he didn't dare, he could say it clearly since he wasn't going to make fun of him. Jiang's attention focused on him and his eyes began to shine with excitement and thunder started to emerge from his body. With a smile, he made it clear that his attempt at provocation was somewhat clumsy, but then thought that this beautiful scene should not be ruined by the poisonous mist, so he promised not to use the 9 miasma wings. Jiang activated his domain of the god of thunder, causing a powerful barrier made of electricity to appear. Then, Jiang attacked using the skill called 3000 lightning bolts of judgment, causing thunder to strike Sashihara's body. His white tiger opened its mouth and began to roar in agony. Our boy mocked him by asking how he had dared to come here. The white tiger leapt and began to roar, and just then, Sashihara's body turned into shadow and disappeared. Jiang began to observe the shadow and realized that this was an illusion. With a killer gaze, Jiang activated the body of the divine elephant and delivered a powerful punch to the white tiger's jaw, breaking its teeth. The creature's body was sent flying to one side, and just then, the shadow began to gather in one place, and Jiang realized that this was also an illusion. At that moment, Sashihara appeared above Jiang and made it clear that he had lost. While his eyes were glowing, he revealed that what Jiang had hit before had only been an illusion created by his skill. He decided to warn our boy that his power was completely immune to electricity. It was specialized in destroying everything related to thunder. Upon hearing this, Jiang's attention focused on him and he couldn't help but go on alert. Sashihara attacked using the skill called Killer Thunder, but Jiang's body transformed into electricity, and he moved away from the area, dodging the attack and causing Sashihara's fist to strike the ground. Just then, Sashihara threw several daggers which made small cuts on Jiang's body. Our boy's eyes widened in surprise, leaving him in shock. Sashihara revealed that Jiang's thunder was not the fastest, since compared to an elite assassin like him, his speed was nothing. He thought that Jiang's previous victories had only been luck, and now that he had been poisoned, if he didn't have an antidote he was going to die. The eyes of Gu Kaishan and Huanyu began to shine with hatred. They began to release their power. The great dreamer made it clear that Sashihara was looking for death. Just before they could interfere in the fight, Jiang asked them not to move because if it wasn't him who resolved this battle, all decorations would be annulled. Sashihara extended his hand and couldn't help but laugh, explaining that using the 9 miasma wings now was going to be a tremendous blow to Jiang's image. He asked if Jiang had planned to consume the blood of the ancient god and faint for a week or summon his demonic dragon and let the heaven destroy it. Jiang's body began to release red energy. He started observing Sashihara and with a smile thought this was the perfect opportunity to test a new technique against him. Sashihara drew his sword and went into shock upon seeing that the poison still hadn't affected Jiang. Our boy concentrated the energy in his hand and couldn't help but laugh, revealing that he was called the poison demon and there was no way such a weak poison could do anything to his body. Jiang's eyes began to shine with hatred. He used the technique called Spear of the God of Hell and his hand transformed into a spear. He attacked, but Sashihara blocked the attack and realized that this was a dark type ability. He didn't know if Jiang also possessed dark power. Little by little Jiang's spear began to break Sashihara's sword blade. His eyes filled with fear, and he thought it would be better to retreat. At that moment, energy began to envelop his body and he said goodbye to Jiang. Upon hearing this, the eyes of our boy began to shine with excitement. With a smile he asked if he really believed he could escape. A rift appeared behind Sashihara and from it emerged Jiang's spear. Sashihara's attention was fixed on it and his eyes widened in confusion, and a question came to his mind. He did not know if that spear had a life of its own. Jumping, he began to flee, but in an instant, the spear began to stretch until it pierced through his chest, causing him terrible pain. Jiang pulled the spear out of Sashihara's chest, making his body fall to the ground. Jiang began walking back toward Huan and with a confident gaze said that the fly had been eliminated and the ceremony could continue. The people who were among the audience put their hands on their heads and their jaws dropped in shock. No one could believe that with just a few skills, Jiang had managed to defeat a 5th transformation assassin, and that without even using the 9 miasma wings. No one knew what skill our boy had used a moment ago, and the little some knew was that he hadn't used the sky sword nor the power of thunder. It was something no one had ever seen before. Xiao Xuanyu's father put his hand near his mouth and with a smile mocked Gu Kaishan for having acted hastily again, realizing that he didn't know his disciple very well. With a confused gaze, Gu Kaishan made it clear that he did know his disciple very well, but due to worry, he had gotten too confused. Deep down he was furious because he didn't know how many tricks and surprises Jiang was hiding. Our boy went back up on stage and the great dreamer gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Gu Kaishan began observing Jiang and told old Jai that he wasn't a class changer, so he wasn't very familiar with those kinds of things. He knew old Jai had seen everything, so he asked what was the black spear Jiang Cheng had used against the assassin. Old Jai explained that according to his experience, he feared that it was a kind of dark class, and most likely it was of divine level. Upon hearing this, Gu Kaishan could not help but wonder if Jiang Chen had awakened a new class. Having 3 divine level classes, he did not know how a 3rd transformation soul could withstand 3 classes. With a kind and proud gaze, the great dreamer praised Jiang and mentioned that he had fought very well during this battle. With a sincere expression, our boy said that the combat had not been so impressive. He promised next time to defeat his opponent with a single blow. Several mages went up on stage and using their powers launched confetti all over the stadium. Upon seeing this, people began to cheer for Jiang, saying that he was the Lord of Heavenly Disasters and the King of the Seas. Jiang put his arms behind his back and his attention was fixed on someone. It was Luo Sandao and her father. Luo Sandao was holding a box, and while her eyes were shining with joy, her father placed his hand on his chest and with a smile introduced himself as the head of the Luo family. Together with his daughter Luo Sandao, he had come to deliver a divine sword in honor of him becoming the Lord of Heavenly Disasters and the King of the Seas. The man who was standing next to the sofa clenched his fists, and with an angry gaze began to stare at the man who was sitting next to Gu Kaishan, saying that it was all his fault for competing with him to be the first to offer a gift. In the end, Luo Bandao had taken the lead. With a confused expression, the other man said that not even he imagined that the Luo family would be so bold. Xiao Xuanyu's father began to stare at old Gu and said that for talking with him, he had also lost the opportunity to be the first to give a gift to Jiang Chen. Gu Kaishan crossed his arms and with a serious gaze mentioned that this matter had nothing to do with him. Luo Sandao opened the box, which had a powerful sword. It began to emit an intense aura, leaving Jiang somewhat surprised. He grabbed the sword and its aura began to enter his body. Seeing this, he realized that this sword was trying to devour him. The ancestral tree of all things manifested. Jiang tightly grabbed the sword and his eyes began to shine with evil. Our boy was not a weakling easy to deal with, so he asked the old tree to take care of the sword. The ancestral tree helped Jiang master the sword. While his eyes were shining with excitement, with a smile, he swung the sword forcefully several times, making it clear that from now on he was going to be its owner. Seeing that Jiang had managed to master the sword, Luo Bandao's eyes filled with surprise. He couldn't believe that the sword had accepted him as its owner. Luo Sandao's eyes began to shine with joy. With a smile she told her father that Jiang was impressive. Luo Bandao realized that this gift really was the most suitable for Jiang, thinking that his daughter undoubtedly understood her son-in-law better than anyone in the world. Upon hearing this, she blushed and asked her father not to say nonsense. Luo Bandao extended his hand and revealed that this sword was called Tianzui, a 4th-level divine weapon. On the list of divine weapons of Great Xia, it occupied the 11th place. This sword was one of the fierce beasts among weapons. When Tianzui was unleashed, it had to take a life in exchange. Otherwise it turned against its owner and hurt them. Upon hearing this, Jiang's eyes filled with curiosity. He began to inspect the weapon in silence. Luo Bandao closed his eyes and coughed, revealing that he had given this sword to Gu Kaishan when he was crowned as the king of the celestial sword. Upon hearing this, Gu Kaishan also coughed. With his face full of sweat, Luo Bandao revealed that at that time Jiang's master wasn't very fond of it. With a nervous gaze, the great dreamer explained to our boy that Gu Kaishan was very excited to have the sword but couldn't hold it and almost got devoured by its backlash. Jiang's eyes filled with surprise. He couldn't believe he had managed to master the sword that his master hadn't been able to. Everyone's attention was fixed on Gu Kaishan. Upon feeling this, he closed his eyes and couldn't help but blush, making it clear that it was normal for a disciple to be stronger than the master. He also mocked them, saying that they, fools with chicken eyes, were never going to have a disciple like his in this life. With a confused gaze, old Jai asked if Gu Kaishan was upset. Mu Hankyu, who was holding a box, went up on stage along with her grandfather. People realized that he was the crowned king, Mu Henan from the southern war zone of Great Xia. He had come to deliver a pearl of the sea god as tribute to the Lord of Heavenly Disasters and King of the Seas. People were shocked to see the pearl of the sea god, realizing that the Mu family had invested heavily since this treasure was loot that Jiangnan's southern army had taken from the Oceanids 30 years ago. A water treasure. Inside it was the source of an entire sea, and if fully released, it could fill a vast ocean or could also be used as a brick to hit someone. Our boy took the box and with a nervous expression thanked them. Mu Hankyu couldn't help blushing. She clenched her fists and with a smile thanked her grandfather. Mu Henan gave her a gentle pat on the back and with a cheerful expression said that Jiang was too polite and that they were family. Just then, Tang Yin and her father also went up to the stage with a gift. The father asked Mu Henan to leave the stage now that he had delivered the gift. The crowned king of the southern war zone of Great Xia, named Tang Wangchuan, decided to offer 3/8 transformation demonic spheres as tribute. Sai Xuanyu and her father also stepped into the stage. Jai Hongyan, commander-in-chief of Great Xia's war zone, decided to give Jiang 20 drops of god and demon blood. Xiao Qi began to gaze at the ground and felt sad since they, the Night Watch, were too poor and had nothing of flying to offer. With a sincere expression, Du Feng clarified that not only did they have nothing, but sometimes they also had to depend on Jiang Chen to get by. Jai Gang stood up, clenched his fist and with a serious gaze admitted that they were poor, but revealed that they did have something of value that they could give as a gift to little Jiang. He approached Jiang and while his eyes were shining with joy, he opened his fist, revealing a potion. With a smile, in the name of all the Night Watch he gave our boy a strand from the source of faith. Jiang's attention was fixed on it and he couldn't help but feel happy. With a confused expression, Hong Yao asked her master if he didn't think this gift was a bit empty. Gu Kaishan's eyes began to shine with confidence. He explained that these kinds of things were hard to describe. Since faith was the purest, most fervent and selfless, according to him the gift could be cheap, which made it more valuable. Jiang took the bottle and his eyes filled with tears of happiness and his body began to tremble. Jai Gang revealed that this strand of faith gathered more than 800,000 inhabitants of Chujiang City. It was capable of resisting a blow strong enough to move a nation. Jiang gave Jai Gang a hug, realizing why he had been so busy lately. He had been preparing this gift in secret. Jai Gang revealed that soon they would go into the underground cave, and this was also the last gift he had for Jiang Chen. Gu Kaishan and Hong Yao also went up on stage. With a serious gaze, Gu Kaishan handed our boy a talisman. Today was Jiang's big day, and as his useless master and mistress, they had to celebrate with him. This heaven-slashing talisman had been forged by them using the essence of the Sword of Heaven. When activated, it could withstand a blow capable of toppling a nation, and even though it only had the power to endure one strike, at the crucial moment it could be just what Jiang needed. Jiang extended his hands to take the talisman and Hong Yao began to show a smile. Our boy grabbed the talisman and asked if he could do whatever he wanted with it. Gu Kaishan said yes, since from now on it was his. Jiang offered Jai Gang the talisman, bowed his head before him, and because he knew they were going into a cave he asked him to take the talisman with him. Upon seeing this, Jai Gang became confused, while on the other hand Gu Kaishan felt surprised. Jiang was called stupid for underestimating others, and people thought he was arrogant and capricious. But he had no other family than Jai Gang and the others. Before reaching the 6th transformation, the god of war was not going to allow him to go with them to the cave, so he could not be at ease without knowing if something bad was going to happen to Jai Gang and the others. Jai Gang placed his hand on Jiang's shoulder and with a serious gaze decided to obey Jiang in everything. He gave him his word and promised that in the future they would fight alongside him as strong warriors, asking him to please accept the strand from the source of faith. Our boy took out a box with all the gifts he had received. With a smile he mentioned that they were his family. In the box was Jiang's previous equipment and the gifts he had received. He decided to give them to Jai Gang so that he could distribute them among the other members of Night Watch. Jai Gang panicked, and seeing this, our boy asked him not to be modest and accept this gift. With a confused gaze, Jai Gang accepted since he had said that today he would listen to Jiang and everything. Aunt Tang and the others couldn't help but cry. She felt sad because she didn't know why they always had to take advantage of Jiang Chen. Duanfeng made it clear that they were a family and shouldn't speak like strangers. They had to strive even more and be stronger to be worthy of being Jiang's family. At that moment, a strange red rift appeared in the sky. Everyone's attention was fixed on it, believing another assassin had come. From the rift emerged a man and a powerful dragon. This man was none other than Jai Linkyu. With a smile, he began pointing at the dragon with his thumb. He climbed onto the head of the dragon, revealing that this dragon, a 9th-level demonic beast, was his gift. Everyone's attention was fixed on the powerful dragon. According to our boy, Jai Linkyu's gift was very good. Since being such a fierce beast, it was perfect food for little Nine and the others. Since the last time they had reproduced, it had been very difficult for Jiang to keep them well fed. Hong Yao began to point at the dragon with her finger and her eyes widened in surprise. According to her, it was expected that Jai Linkyu would give Jiang such an amazing gift. She asked her master when they could look as impressive as him. With a smile, he mentioned that they still needed to keep practicing. Jai Linkyu raised his sword, and while it was shining, he made it clear that the flame of arrival of the Great Xia was never going to be extinguished. Upon hearing this, everyone raised their fists and began to shout the name of Jiang. In the spatial chaos of the underground cavern, 4 powerful beings gathered and began to observe a portal. All had heard the news that on the home planet of Great Xia, millions of creatures of the 9 miasma wings had been born. Although last time, the 10th seed of the Church of the Ancient God had used their power from the ancient gods to eliminate millions of creatures, this was still a danger they could not ignore. Jiang Xuanji, surprisingly, had led the army of god assassins into the underground cavern and massacred the 13 demonic cities. If it weren't for their intervention by their ancient demonic ancestors to instill fear and power, they would now be in grave danger. Among them was Demon Lord Chailing, from the ancient demon race, with a penetrating gaze. He extended his hand and revealed that in Great Xia there was an old saying, if lips were lost, teeth grew cold. He proposed that all races unite to eradicate Great Xia. The old man with the giant head was the immortal elder Yunxu, from the ancient immortal race. He began to stroke his beard and made it clear that his race was not going to get involved in this kind of matter. According to him, the massacre of the demons was their own fault. He personally thought that Great Xia was quite good. Their people were courteous and respectful. If they were not attacked, they would not attack. Furthermore, their race had already allied with humans 400 years ago. They could not betray their word. With an angry expression, Chailing began to point at the old man and asked him to stop talking nonsense, since everyone in the cave knew about the schemes of the immortal race. According to him, their alliance with humans was only conspiracies and lies. During the last 400 years, they had been supporting the 3 overseas islands, hoping that they could conquer Great Xia. They wanted to take over the whole planet, but Chailing made it clear that their plan was not going to work. Old Yunxu said that Chailing's words did not make much sense, since just by accepting to come today, it was already a great favor from the immortal race. Chailing argued that no one from ancient races paid attention to the immortal race. The dragon god Xuankang of the dragon race intervened in the conversation and asked why they were fighting among themselves if they had all come to talk about a possible alliance. Eradicating the Great Xia was not something with which the dragon race agreed. But someone had to move forward first. Inside the caverns, Great Xia only had 3 major cities, that of the Tearing Star, that of the Greedy Wolf, and that of the 7 Assassins. Destroying them was easy. But once they left the cavern and reached Great Xia's main headquarters, they would have to face the Great Dreamer. She had existed since the era of transformation and was a supreme-level transformer. If she unleashed and channeled the spiritual energy of 100 billion people from Great Xia, her power could be compared to that of an ancestral god. If they attacked directly now, at least they would lose hundreds of level 9 warriors, and no one from the cave races could bear that price. He mentioned that the demonic race had many powerful warriors and suggested that they go to the front first, and the dragon race could cover the rear. The demon king Jiui of the demonic race explained that because the path of heaven had sealed all beings of level 9 or higher among the races, anyone who dared to act would be destroyed by heaven itself. According to him, a suicide attack at this moment would be no different than drinking poison to quench thirst. He revealed that the seal of the 10th level was already half unlocked, and in less than half a year, it was going to be completely released. And when that moment came, the ancient beings of the 10 great races could unleash all their level 10 warriors with ease. Jiuyi extended his hand and revealed that Daxia only had 3 9th level cultivators, and all of them still needed time to reach the next level. That was going to be the perfect moment to attack. Old Yunxu nodded his head and explained to Chailing that no one was willing to pay the price for the recklessness of the demonic race, much less die just before dawn. Xu and Kang also agreed, since during these next few months they could continue with the original plan. They had to support the external human forces to gradually weaken Daxia. He only feared that they would end up regretting it sooner or later. The portal began to show Jiang. They knew that Jiang, a simple warrior of 3 transformations, was not to be feared, since their demonic race had already bribed the most powerful assassins from several countries, and they trusted that by joining together they could eliminate Jiang Chen soon. And even if they failed, it wouldn't matter much, since the Great Tianyuan tournament between the 3 overseas islands and Daxia was going to begin in 3 months. Besides, they had already granted dragon blood to the marine race of Origin Star. Xu and Kang's eyes began to shine with evil and a smile appeared on his face. He knew that by then, the dragon prodigy of the marine race was also going to participate, and with everything prepared, Jiang Chen was going to die without any doubt. At the same time, in Jiang's apartment, our boy asked Gu Kaishan when he would be able to go out again, reminding him that 3 days had already passed. Gu Kaishan began to walk toward him, explaining that he had come precisely to tell him that they had almost completely resolved the matter of the assassins who had infiltrated Daxia's territory. He revealed that 8 6 transformation assassins and 3 7 transformation assassins had already been eliminated. Jiang sat on the sofa and asked if he was now free from danger. Gu Kaishan said no, since it was said there was still an 8 transformation assassin who hadn't been caught yet. Furthermore, the High Command was worried that they wouldn't give up and might send even stronger assassins. Upon hearing this, our boy realized that there was always going to be someone who wanted to kill him. He didn't know if then he would have to be protected like a useless person. With a confident gaze, our boy revealed that he had many skills and cards up his sleeve, and even so he couldn't face them by himself. He had to always be like a useless person, being protected. He asked if his master didn't believe that such so-called protection was also a restriction for his progress. With a serious expression, using his hand, Jiang grabbed Tang Ying, who was hiding inside a rift, by the cheek and showed her to Gu Kaishan. She panicked, saying that her father had asked her to do this. Our boy thanked her but asked her to go rest. Tang Ying obeyed and started walking toward the door. Gu Kaishan began pointing at her with his finger and in a confused tone asked when she had hidden herself. With a nervous gaze, Jiang mentioned that she had been hiding for a while. She was so embarrassed that she hadn't dared come out, and although she had suppressed her energy, she couldn't hide from his eyes. Upon hearing this, Gu Kaishan felt even more confused since he didn't know what was going on here. With a serious gaze, our boy asked him if he remembered Song Change. Gu Kaishan recalled that guy being part of the celestial tribe Tian King. Jiang questioned whether his master knew how he made Song Change fall into his trap. Our boy extended his hand and revealed that by using his eyes, within a radius of 30,000 meters, he could see all the information about people. Gu Kaishan sat on the sofa, put his arm around his shoulder and with a smile mentioned that he did not expect Jiang to have that trick. He decided to let Jiang take care of the matter of the assassins since due to the problems of the 3 islands abroad, Daxia was short-staffed. An excited smile spread across Jiang's face. He decided to go kill the assassins, since instead of defending himself passively, it was better to attack first. Gu Kaishan was somewhat surprised, realizing that youth and bravery were good things, but advised him never to underestimate his opponent. Our boy nodded. Mu Henkyu placed 2 cups of tea on the table and with a kind smile asked them to have some tea. Upon seeing her, Gu Kaishan became confused. Jiang mentioned that Luo Sandao was making the bed for him while on the other side, Zai Xuanyu was using her fire power to roast meat. Upon hearing this, Gu Kaishan realized that our boy wanted to enjoy all the pleasures. Jiang stood up and with a smile told them that today's work was finished, asking them not to come tomorrow. He assigned them a new mission. They had to go to the secret sanctuary and hunt fierce beasts, the stronger, the better. Luo Sandao and the others nodded their heads. In the desert, 2,000 kilometers southwest of the border city of Maju, a knight arrived and said he had good and bad news. The good news was that Daxia had relaxed surveillance on Jiang, which meant he could now leave his apartment. The bad news was that almost all the assassins sent by the countries to Daxia had been killed. The High Command had assigned him the task of joining forces and making sure everything went well. This knight was part of the Order of the Templars. He mentioned that the most important thing was to make sure there were no internal conflicts. If this operation succeeded, each participating nation would receive a key to enter the 9th turn. Just by looking at the number of people, it already seemed fair to him. They were 6, and the other nations only had 3 people, but the reward would be the same. Just then, a man with a ponytail appeared and asked where was the injustice. The captain of the knight's team was only 3rd on the list of most powerful assassins, but Sakura's god assassin from their country, Mr. Sato, was also here. The knight began to observe the man and mentioned that he had always been in the 1st place on the list for more than 10 years, while their captain had just entered the 8th rank. But Mr. Sato had already reached the 8th rank 10 years ago. This man was Kato Aiji, from the country Sakura, an elite assassin, and was in 7th place on the list of assassins. With a smile, he extended his hand and made it clear that if it weren't for the divine artifact he held in his hands, the flute of summoning worms, no one else could face Jiang Chen's millions of insects from 9 miasma wings. The knight could not deny that his flute was truly impressive, but he asked where the supposed god of assassins was. His companion said that this guy was just showing off, since he was so old that only the worthless title remained. At that moment, someone got angry upon seeing that the knights were speaking badly about the great god Sato, and in the blink of an eye, ended their lives. He was Sato Kenchai from the country Sakura, and he was in 8th place on the list of assassins. He sheathed his sword and mentioned that now the number of people was more or less even, asking everyone to greet him. Upon seeing this, the knight greeted him respectfully and apologized, admitting it was all his fault for not disciplining his men properly. Sato decided it was time to talk about planning and division of labor. A woman named Park Yeonjin, who was holding a magical crystal ball, began to walk toward them with a cheerful look. She was from the Frozen Nation and was at the peak of the 7th transformation, being the number 5 assassin in the ranking. With a smile, she revealed that their country, Han, had sent 2 assassins into the depths of Great Xia to lure Jiang Cheng to this place. She was determined to take Great Cold as her origin element, and the crystal ball in her hand could trap Jiang's thunder skills. Sato turned toward her and made it clear that talking about origin for now wasn't good. Seeing that she could attract the enemy and restrict his thunder skills, he thought she was somewhat useful. He revealed that the 9 miasma wings would be controlled by a member of his country called Kato Hyde. Also, the genius from Zhuo Ziyuan clan had risked his life to challenge Jiang Chen and had discovered that he possessed a darkness attribute skill, which made him someone very powerful. A monk was meditating on top of the mountain. He was Sharma from the realm Shiva. He was at the peak of the 7th transformation and number 4 in the ranking. While his eyes were glowing, he explained to Shiva that the element of darkness did not exist in this world. It was necessary to borrow it from the 9 underworlds of hell. If they could seal Jiang's dark cracks, they would prevent him from using his darkness skills like the spear. Sato approached the knight and with a serious gaze decided to ask him 2 questions. He wanted to know how to deal with the dark demon of 9 transformations. He knew that this place was near Mount Kunlun. Not only was it a location of divine source of Great Xia, but it also was only 1,000 kilometers away from the entrance to the cave. He wanted to know how they could guarantee that they would not attract powerful forces into action. The knight put his hand inside a rift and decided to show everyone a sacred object from the temple. He took out a shining paper and revealed that it was the sacred light refraction, which could block all their aura and all their energy fluctuations. A smoke screen appeared around his body. He asked everyone to pay attention, since the refraction of sacred light was completely shielded. It was different from ordinary methods of spatial concealment. They were in a mirror world and no skill could sense them. He activated the refraction of sacred light and a powerful flash appeared in the sky. A barrier appeared around them. Everyone was shocked since they didn't know what was happening or if they had been dragged into the mirror world. The knight mentioned that even if they set aside the master of the cave who due to his responsibilities couldn't physically leave the cave, as long as they managed to bring Jiang Chen into the mirror world first, no matter how many times he transformed, no trace of him could be found in the outside world. Showing the refraction of sacred light, he revealed that to deal with the dark demon of the 9 transformations, they were going to do the exact opposite. As soon as it appeared, they were going to launch another layer of sacred light refraction to temporarily isolate it. And although the effect was not going to last long as it was trapped for more than 10 seconds, it was going to be annihilated by the heavenly Tao. He approached Sato and explained that with this, they would not have to worry about the 9 miasma wings, the thunder element, the dark element, nor about the abyssal demon. Sato realized that even if Jiang Chen managed to temporarily reach the 7th transformation by taking ancient god blood, He was sure that he could kill him with a single move. At the same time at Jiangnan's main base, a crowd of people began looking toward the sky. Among them there was a sexy woman and a little girl. Everyone was amazed to see the Sovereign of Calamities strolling through Great Xia. In the sky was Jiang standing over the poisonous mist. He knew that if he wanted to attract all the assassins and kill them, it was better to draw attention. Little Nine and Xiao Jia appeared on Jiang's shoulder and asked if they were going on a trip. While Jiang's eyes were shining with seriousness, he nodded his head. Little Xiao Jia thought that the children passing by on the street looked like them and asked why they were all carrying backpacks. Our boy mentioned that they had to go to school. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jia asked if they could also go to school. Jiang decided to talk about it later and began flying through the city. Little Nine asked what Jiang had in mind, and our boy revealed that he was looking for a mom for them. Jiang's attention was fixed on the sexy woman and the girl. With a cheerful gaze, they began to greet our boy. The system revealed that the woman was named Jin Meiji, an assassin from the Gelid nation. She was in the 6th transformation. She was very charming and liked to kill. The girl was named Quan Zixuan, an assassin from the Gelid nation. She was in the 7th transformation. She was good at disguising herself, hiding, escaping, and killing. Jiang began to fly away from the area. If they wanted to attack, it would be very complicated to do so in the main base. He decided to look for some remote place to create opportunities for them, since this way he would also save himself the trouble of bothering people in the city. Jin Meiji's eyes began to shine with joy and malice. According to her, Jiang Chen's whereabouts were very well known, and now that he had no guards, he had let his guard down, being the perfect opportunity for them to attack. Their superiors had said that first they should try to kill Jiang themselves, and if they succeeded, the prestige of their icy country would increase enormously. If in the end it was complicated to kill Jiang, they were going to follow the plan and lure him into the Gobi Desert to ambush him. When she asked Quan Zixuan if she was ready, with a look full of excitement, she was already ready to chase Jiang. After a few hours, Jiang reached a forest and gave the order to the insects to fly slower since he wanted to avoid his pursuers losing sight of him. In the forest was Jin Meiji sitting on the ground with a snake bite on her leg. With eyes full of tears, Quan Zixuan asked Jiang for help saving her, revealing that she had been bitten by a poisonous snake. Despite the fact that her performance had been pitiful, Jiang descended to the ground and thought that they were ignorant and unprofessional. Upon seeing that Jiang had come to help, Quan Zixuan felt happy. Jiang approached her and praised Jin Meiji for being a beautiful girl, and asked her not to worry since he had come to help her. Upon hearing this, her eyes filled with tears and joy. Jiang began to look into her eyes and with a sincere gaze admitted that something had struck his heart. He not only wanted to save her but also wanted to marry her. Jiang sat in front of her, placed his hand on his chest and with a loving expression asked her to come into his arms since he was going to take her to a hospital. At that moment, Jin Meiji took out the weapon she had hidden behind her back and it began to shine. With a grateful expression, she thanked our boy. Quan Zixuan took advantage of this moment to attack Jiang from behind, and while her eyes were shining, she thanked him saying that he was a very kind person. Jiang couldn't help but smile, and while his eyes were shining with excitement, he used the divine elephant's fist, struck Quan Zixuan with his elbow and gave Jin Meiji a strong punch on the cheek. Just then, poisonous mist began to approach Quan Zixuan. Seeing this, she panicked and realized that Jiang had deceived them. Quan Zixuan began to flee at great speed and asked Jiang not to kill her and promised in return to give him all the treasures she had hidden. Our boy activated his thunder class and while poisonous mist was emerging from his body, he prepared to attack. He was in shock to see how fast she was, realizing that she was faster than his lightning flash. It was a skill for covering short distances, but to cover long distances he had to change places continuously, and the overall speed wasn't as good as using the insect baby. His eyes began to shine and a smile spread across his face. He knew that she was trying to lead him into an ambush. For him this was something good since catching everyone at once would save him the time of having to look for them one by one. At the same time in the Tianyuan Demonic Valley, located 70,000 li north of Pojun City in the underground region, a flood occurred. A red-haired man named Ding Chunkyu, a 5th transformation warrior, started to run and with a smile asked everyone to flee. He had diverted a current from the Sea of Desires, causing a flood. They were not fast and the flood caught them. They were furious since according to them, Ding Chunkyu deserved to die. Ding Chunkyu mocked them since there was no way that 6th transformation warriors like them could kill him. He started running at full speed and made it clear that they, with their speed, wouldn't even be able to escape from a dog. A while later, they moved away from the place and entered a cave. They sat down and began to pant heavily from so much running. They were confused since they did not know why Ding Chunku was risking his life in this way. Ding Chunku sat next to a rock and with a smile explained that according to the information he had obtained, the Tanking Divine Clan had lost a Divine Son at the Great Xia headquarters. A few days ago, another of the Divine Sons had come to Demon Valley leading a group, seeking revenge and to annihilate them. But they were not an easy target, and if they could not face them head-on, then they had to play dirty. For this reason, he had used a current from the Sea of Desires to flood the valley. Among them was a green-haired woman named Nan Gongyan, a sixth transformation warrior. With an angry expression she asked if he was not afraid of dying dragged by his own desires. Ding Chunku revealed that his class was Dark Water Mage, so as long as he was careful, he would have no problems. This time he had killed more than 90 and it was a shame that the Divine Son managed to escape. She began to walk toward them and made it clear that he had only been lucky, asking everyone to get ready since they were going to return to Great Xia. This time they had to fight in the competition against the 3 overseas islands for the honor of their nation. Ding Chunku revealed that it was going to be something complicated since the inhabitants of the 3 overseas islands followed another path. They had advanced more than them in discovering classes, elements, and inscriptions. In combat in complex environments, Ding Chunku and his people had experience, but in direct confrontation they were at a disadvantage. With a confused expression, Nan Gongyan asked why he was getting discouraged before starting. 50 years had passed and she believed that generation of warriors was not going to be so strong. Ding Chunku extended his hand and thought that she was right, since in 50 years, anything could change. He had heard that this time the reset was due to an impressive young man appearing at headquarters. He began to imagine our boy and his eyes started to shine with excitement. He revealed that this genius was named Jiang Cheng, the leader of the genius ranking of the 793rd generation and one of their descendants. According to rumors, he had a double divine level class and could control the forbidden plague of 9 miasma wings. He also remembered that the plague of the 9 miasma wings had already spread to several millions. With a serious gaze, Nan Gongyan revealed that the god of war, Jiang Xuanji, had even personally intervened in his case and had modified Grand Xia's forbidden laws for him. Using his thumb, Ding Chunku began to point backward and couldn't help but smile upon seeing that she knew a lot, realizing why she was the leader of the 793rd generation of geniuses. He had heard that this generation had been incredibly strong, and she, with her own strength, had led the Kinglan War Zone to victory, conquering first place with an invincible force. Then Gongyan began to stare at him and mentioned that he hadn't fought badly either since he had ranked second in the classification of the 788th generation. With an angry expression he said that she was going too far and asked why she had to mention his ranking, not knowing if she wanted to challenge him. She asked him to stop talking since he wouldn't even be able to defeat her even if he tried, and besides, she didn't want trouble. With a serious expression, she revealed that in this competition, the top 3 from generations 781 through 792 were participating, but from the 793rd generation only Jiang Chen was present. The genius from the Jai family of the 784th generation, Jai Yan, had been captured by the primordial gods and died after being tortured. In summary, of those geniuses from those generations, less than 50% were still alive. The leader of the 781st generation, Feng Yunwuji, is still alive, and he was the captain of their team in this competition. 3 years ago, this man had fought against the second genius of the demons and had killed him, but 2 years ago, he had been ambushed by the primordial demons, and although he managed to kill 3 rank 6 demons, he disappeared afterward. She put her hand on her waist and mentioned that he had returned to Pojun City to see the god of war Jiang, and soon he would join them. Upon hearing that this man was not dead, Ding Chunku's eyes filled with joy. With a smile he decided to go see his idol. In Pojun City in the cave stood Jiang Xuanji next to Wu Jai. The old man was surprised since the last time he saw Wu Jai. He was still young, full of ambition and talent. He never thought that in just 10 years he would have earned the title of Sword Demon. With a sincere expression, Wu Jai admitted that Xuanji praised him too much. He had only been lucky and had not died in the cave. Xuanji began to stare at him and asked if he had confidence in the mission of leading the team against the 3 foreign islands. He revealed that the 3 islands had taken their class change system to an extreme level. They had even managed to artificially create divine level beings. Wu Jai did not know if he could guarantee victory, but he was going to do his best, since this competition between nations was only the first step. Victory or defeat did not matter so much. With a curious gaze, he asked if Jiang Chen was the one who had started all this. Xuanji replied that yes, King Zhenhai had said that if this competition could be concluded perfectly, he wouldn't mind letting Jiang take charge of the 3 islands. While Wu Jai's eyes were shining, he promised to protect Jiang well, leaving old Xuanji somewhat surprised. Although what he practiced was the emotionless sword Dao, in his blood were engraved the characters of Yan and Huang, something that couldn't be erased. Jiang Chen was someone in whom the god of war had placed his hopes, so he was the future of Great Xia, and protecting Jiang was something he must do. Xuanji felt happy to see that Great Xia had someone like him. Now he felt relieved. Leaning his back against the railing, he asked Wu Jai that after leaving the cave they should first pass through the Gobi Desert, 2,000 li southwest of Manhwa City. Earlier he had sensed an energy in that place and an unusual aura which suddenly disappeared. He suspected there might be an ambush by assassins there and knew that at this moment they were taking Jiang Chen toward it. With a confused gaze, Wu Jai asked why Xuanji had not stopped Jiang. Xuanji revealed that Jiang's master wanted him to face more challenges, even if he had to suffer a little. He knew that Jiang had many hidden cards, so he was not going to be defeated so easily. He only asked them to go just as a precaution. Xuanji could only protect him but not interfere in his decisions. When Wu Jai asked for the reason, Xuanji closed his eyes and with a smile said that the secrets of heaven should not be revealed. At the same time, Jiang arrived at the Gobi Desert. He knew that woman was incredibly fast. Since she had escaped from the base, she had changed direction 3 times, and now upon arriving here, she had completely disappeared. There was no trace of her aura. Even the Eye of the Void could not detect her. He knew this was not normal. He decided to use Xiao Chen to predict the next 30 seconds. Xiao Chen, who was resting on the ancestral tree, did not refuse. Jiang closed his eyes and saw that he was going to be attacked by several warriors. There was even one of 8th transformation. He realized that there was a barrier that could block everything, being perfect since this way he could kill them at ease. The knight and the others were watching Jiang from the cliff. Quan Zixuan asked Dixius why Jiang wasn't moving forward. She didn't know if they had been discovered. Dixius said that it was impossible because if Jiang had discovered them, he would have already escaped. According to him, her sudden disappearance had aroused his suspicions. They weren't close enough now. They were at the maximum range of the refraction of sacred light. They needed to find a way to make Jiang take a few more steps forward, and if they moved toward him and reactivated the refraction of sacred light, it would be equal to exposing themselves completely. To Dixius' surprise, something began to approach, and upon seeing this, he realized that reinforcements had arrived. It was Ding Chengqiu, Nan Gongyan and the others. With a worried expression, he revealed to Jiang that there was an ambush and asked him to wait for them. Jiang's eyes filled with confusion. He knew there was an ambush, and he noticed that Ding Chengqiu and the others seemed like good people. Jiang put his hand into the barrier of sacred light refraction and with a serious gaze decided not to involve them since he didn't want them to get caught up in this. He had to finish this quickly. Jiang entered the world of mirrors, leaving Ding Chengqiu and the others in shock. They thought Jiang believed they were the bad guys. They approached the place but the barrier had already sealed itself. They didn't know what to do now. With a sincere gaze, Ding Chengqiu revealed that now they could only wait outside and trust in Jiang's luck. Jiang was in the world of mirrors. Dixius mocked him by calling him a fool. He couldn't believe that to prevent Ding Chengqiu and the others from being killed, he had decided to go in alone. Now that the refraction of sacred light is sealed, no one was going to be able to save him. With an angry expression, Jiang asked them to stop talking and come out to attack him. Dixius and the others revealed that they were assassins, and the first rule was to stay hidden. No assassin acted with their face uncovered. His eyes began to shine with rage. He made it clear that if they didn't come out, they couldn't blame him for forcing them out. Jiang released the insects, which began advancing in all directions. The barrier was only meant to isolate from outside, and what they called hiding was just a trick to deceive. Kato Hyde began to play the flute to control the insects of the 9 miasma wings and asked his companions to attack since without the insects Jiang was weak. Little Nine informed Jiang that the insects were being controlled. Jiang began to stare at Kato Hyde and asked her not to pretend weakness, as it was obvious that he was struggling to control the millions of insects since he could not kill them. She only had to make sure that the insects continued advancing towards him until they exploded and killed him. Jiang's body began releasing millions of insects. He mocked them and asked if they thought he only had a couple million insects, revealing that they had incorrect information. Seeing this, Kato-hide panicked as he could no longer control the insects. Just then, daggers made of dark energy began falling from the sky. Jiang put his arm in front of his head and became confused as he did not know what kind of technique this was and realized that they wanted to attack both his soul and his body at the same time. With his eyes shining, he used the power of the divine elephant body and asked the old tree to finish them off. He decided to kill them using his own technique. Just then, several warriors who were hidden appeared and prepared to attack. Jiang used his eternal domain of the god of thunder, making a giant eye appear behind him. A burst of electricity began to advance toward the men. Yojin used her crystal ball to absorb Jiang's thunders. Upon seeing this, he realized that they had prepared well for this battle. Jiang clenched his fist and with eyes shining with emotion decided to use the spear of the god of the underworld. But just then, the monk used his power and golden energy began to emerge from his body. With one thought, he could become Buddha and with another a demon. As Buddha, he could crush demons and monsters. With a furious gaze, he revealed that his two disciples had sacrificed themselves to bring the protection of hell. Now in this world there would no longer remain even a trace of dark energy. Jiang grabbed the spear and with an arrogant smile revealed that this was not dark energy. He asked Xiaojia, the Lord of Hell, what he thought when someone mentioned hell. Xiaojia said that the powers of the monk were useless. Jiang gave the order to Xiaojia to eat the monk. With a murderous gaze, Xiaojia shot towards the monk. He was in shock since he didn't know what was happening, but he realized that this wasn't dark energy but hell itself. Xiaojia attacked, but the monk used the golden light mantra to protect his body. A golden light appeared around him, blocking the attack. With eyes shining with rage, Jiang decided to fuse Xiaojia with the spear of the god of the underworld. Thanks to this, Xiaojia pierced through the golden light barrier and stabbed the monk's chest. Jiang's arm fused with the spear. He decided to keep killing and attack Yojin. She reacted in time and dodged the attack. With a gaze full of fear, she asked the others to attack because otherwise she wouldn't be able to contain Jiang's thunder power. While the insects were advancing toward Kato-hide, he also asked for help since he could barely control the insects. He gave the order to the others to attack since the insects were about to go out of control. Upon hearing this, Dixius and the others appeared and began charging toward Jiang. Our boy's attention was fixed on them, leaving him somewhat confused. As the knights were approaching, Jiang gave Xiaojia the order to stop fusing the spear with his arm. The knights attacked with their swords, but Jiang blocked the attacks using his chest. Jiang's body expelled a powerful wave of energy, causing the knights to drop their swords. They were in shock upon seeing that their attacks were useless, and they didn't know what constitution Jiang had. Jiang clenched his fist and as fire was emerging from it, he revealed that he had heard about the Order of the Temple Knights. 400 years ago they went to the borderline of Daxia to kill 3 cardinals of 8 transformations. Jiang attacked with a fierce punch, which turned into a burst of fire and killed one of the knights. Upon looking closely, the only thing Dixius saw was the horse split in half and realized that this attack was not for close combat. He asked Sato to intervene. A strange aura appeared in the air. Jiang's eyes filled with fear and confusion. He did not know if this was Sato's curse. He decided to use the ancestral tree to get rid of the curse. Sato, who was hiding behind the rocks, was in shock when seeing that his curse had failed. He did not know if Jiang was immune to curses, and decided to be more cautious next time since if he could not finish him off with a single blow, he himself would be in danger. Jiang's eyes began to shine with rage. He knew he had to act fast since Sato was going to change tactics next time. He had to avoid being attacked from both sides. Our boy asked Xiaojia to summon the infernal demon. It emerged and began to roar with a furious gaze. Sato peeked his head and went into shock upon seeing that it had appeared. With a serious gaze he asked Dixius to use it now. Dixius launched the refraction of sacred light which began to shine intensely. In the blink of an eye, it began to absorb the infernal demon. While little by little it was disappearing, Jiang asked it to destroy that space immediately. In an instant, the refraction of sacred light completely absorbed the body of the infernal demon. Jiang was in shock. Consumed by fury, he decided to attack using the fist of the divine elephant. He knew that first he would have to deal with the knights. Dixius had no other choice. He threw the mirror of transmutation into the air, knowing that he would have to sacrifice the sacred artifact. As Jiang's fist was slowly approaching, a mirror appeared in front of his fist. Jiang attacked, but his body was thrown backward. The mirror began to shine. Jiang started to observe it, and it didn't take him long to realize that the mirror had reflected his attack. Now that the mirror was in front of them, he couldn't attack from the front since he would suffer damage, but he noticed that they had no defense on their backs. He let out a sigh and a smile spread across his face. He decided to use the divine elephant's fist once more. He knew that he had to inject 6 million red armor beetles into the infernal god's spear. Xiaojia, who was about to attack Yojin, turned around and started returning with Jiang. Her eyes began to shine with relief upon seeing that the spear was gone. Finally she could breathe easy. While Jiang's fist was surrounded by fire, he prepared to attack. Dixius placed the mirror in front and thought that Jiang had allowed himself to be blinded by his own strength. He knew that now he would be destroyed by his own blow. Jiang attacked the mirror. Dixius was in shock to see that Jiang's punch had no strength. At that moment, Xiaojia, who was transformed into a spear, took advantage to attack the knights from behind. When Dixius turned around, he panicked. While Jiang's eyes were glowing, with a smile he revealed that this wasn't over yet. Our boy appeared behind and using the spear broke the mirror into pieces, since he knew that the back of the mirror couldn't reflect the impact. With a relieved gaze, Jiang let out a sigh. Sato stopped hiding behind the rocks, and while his body was releasing a strange energy, he started looking at our boy. And it didn't take long for him to realize that the composition of that spear was linked to his physical strength. He knew now was when his body was at its weakest point. A powerful skull appeared behind Jiang. Our boy was in shock since he couldn't feel anything at all. When he turned around, his eyes widened in surprise and the skull disappeared. Energy began to emerge from Jiang's body. He extended his hand and his eyes filled with surprise upon seeing that the source of faith had been activated passively. Sato's eyes filled with fear and he couldn't help but sweat as he couldn't believe that Jiang had so many tricks up his sleeve. Jiang attacked with the infernal spear and felt furious because they had made him waste Jai Gang's feelings and those of the people of Chuijiang towards him. He attacked Yojin first. The spear pierced her chest and destroyed the crystal ball, allowing the thunder domain to emerge. She opened her mouth and began to bleed. Kato Hyde used his power and a barrier appeared around his body. Jiang's attention focused on him. He asked Little Nine to stop slacking off and to release all the insects to attack. If she didn't do it, he wasn't going to feed her for 3 days and she could forget about the new house. She decided not to hold back anymore and released all the insects. They began hitting Kato Hyde's barrier. His eyes filled with fear, realizing that he was in danger. Little by little the insects began devouring his barrier. He started playing the flute with all his strength. Desperation had arrived, and this was going to be his last chance, so he decided to sacrifice himself. At that moment, Sato appeared behind Jiang and put his hands together, causing a strange energy to appear in the air. He mentioned that destiny was approaching with force. However, even the most powerful fall when their strategies are repeated. Jiang's attention was fixed on him. The battle was far from over. Jiang decided to use Xiao Chan's power to foresee the future. Xiao Chan, who was sitting next to the ancestral tree, nodded her head. The skull that Sato had summoned opened its mouth and began to emit an intense light. With eyes shining with rage, Jiang began to observe it and with a serious expression used the flashing lightning, causing his body to transform into electricity. Then, Jiang summoned the ancestral tree and decided to let it take care of the curse. The ancestral tree appeared and began to emit an intense energy which started to spread throughout the area. Upon seeing the ancestral tree, Sato's eyes filled with rage. He could not help but clench his teeth tightly and feel confused upon noticing that his supreme technique had been easily dodged by Jiang. Controlling the insects, Little Nine managed to defeat Kato Hyde. His body was lying on the ground and the insects were devouring him. With a joyful gaze, she informed Jiang that she had defeated Kato Hyde. Our boy could not help but praise her. Jiang extended his hand and decided to use the spear of the god of the underworld and gave Xiaojia the order to capture Sato's soul. Little Xiaojia transformed into a spear, and while his eyes were shining with evil, he shot towards Sato. Xiaojia tried to attack, but Sato reacted in time and moving to one side, dodged the attack. His attention was fixed on Jiang and his eyes began to shine with fury and confusion. He could not believe that Jiang could accurately locate his current position. He was in shock since his concealment technique was top level in the world and there was no way anyone could surpass him. While with one hand Jiang was controlling the spear, he extended the other and thunder began to emerge from it. With a murderous gaze, he gave Little Nine the order to release the insects. She obeyed and a horde of insects began charging towards Sato. A crowd of warriors arrived at the outside of the barrier. Upon noticing that Jiang had not yet come out, some thought he was dead. According to them, he seemed dumb and different from what people said. Others thought that Jiang was not dead since he had the 9 miasma wings and could still turn this situation around. The opponent had prepared an ambush in advance, so it was safe to say they had taken all factors into consideration and were well prepared. With a serious expression, Wu Jai began to observe the barrier, and mentioned that even if all of them entered, there would be no guarantee of coming out victorious, much less would Jiang do it, who was a warrior with 3 transformations. According to him, Jiang was a talented but brainless boy, and on the battlefield of the caverns he could kill countless soldiers. But if he went with them to challenge the 3 foreign islands, he would only be a burden. He began to walk away from the area and made it clear that it was somewhat disappointing that God Jiang Wu had placed his hopes in someone like Jiang. He gave everyone the order to follow him since this boy wasn't worth it. The warriors nodded their heads. Ding Chunqiu began to observe the barrier, and felt sad. He did not want to leave Jiang alone. Just before they could take another step, the barrier broke into pieces. Everyone turned around and their attention was fixed on it, making their eyes widen in surprise. The explosion created a curtain of smoke and someone with eyes shining with evil emerged and began to stare at them. Upon feeling this, they quickly realized that this aura belonged to an awakened one of 8 transformations. With a serious expression, Wu Jai drew his sword and gave the order for everyone to prepare for battle. Ding Chunqiu also drew his sword, while on the other side, with a furious gaze, Nan Gongyin used her power and began gathering energy in her hands. Once the smoke screen disappeared, Kaido could be seen on his knees on the ground and in front of him stood Jiang Chen. Ding Chunqiu's attention was fixed on our boy and his eyes widened in surprise, leaving him in shock. He couldn't believe that Jiang had defeated everyone alone. Nan Gongyin's eyes widened with surprise and confusion. She didn't know what was happening. A minute ago inside the barrier, while the thunder and insects were approaching. With a mind full of fear, Kaido fell to his knees on the ground, extended his hands and asked Jiang to wait a moment. He surrendered and apologized. Jiang began walking toward him and with a smile mentioned that this was a traditional skill. He made it clear that if Kaido was trying to play dirty, he would die. But if he wanted to save himself, surrendering and apologizing wasn't enough. With a confused expression, Kaido asked what he should do then. While Jiang's eyes were shining with joy, he took out a scroll and with a confident smile revealed that this item was the soul contract scroll. Kaido had to sign it to become his servant and in this way could be saved from death. Kaido began to doubt since a warrior could be killed but not humiliated. While Jiang's body was surrounded by mist, with a smile he promised that if Kaido became his servant he could help him break his limits and ascend to the 9 transformations. Kaido was confused. Jiang extended his hand and with a confident gaze used his power and summoned the Void Stone. Kaido's attention fixed on it and it didn't take long for him to realize that the key for those awakened of Great Xia to awaken was the Tao. A door began to open in front of Kaido and from it started emerging a golden light. Kaido extended his hands toward the door, not knowing if this was the door that allowed warriors to cross into the realm of 9 transformations. Jiang approached him and with a penetrating gaze placed his hand on his shoulder. The door to the realm closed, causing Kaido's eyes to fill with despair. With a curious gaze, Jiang noticed that Kaido was desperate to become strong. He asked if Kaido wanted to be his subject. Without losing a second, Kaido knelt before him and swore to become the subject of Jiang Chen. Our boy summoned the scroll again and began to ponder. He opened the scroll and using his finger Kaido began to write on it. If he broke this soul contract, he would be rejected by the heavenly Tao and with a single thought, Jiang could take his life instantly. Once Kaido signed the soul contract, the scroll began to close. Jiang's eyes started to shine with excitement, since with a single thought, no matter the distance, he could kill Kaido, so he asked him to follow the rules to the letter. With a gaze full of determination, Kaido clenched his fist and asked if Jiang was planning to take Sakura. He was willing to serve him like a dog or a horse, to risk his life without hesitation, even if it meant facing his allies. With a confused expression, Jiang closed his eyes and coughed. Deep down he only wanted Kaido to be a spy inside Sakura. Thinking calmly, he remembered that admiration for the strong had always been an ancient tradition in the country of Sakura. The barrier created by the knight's skill shattered into pieces like glass and began to disappear. With a curious gaze, Jiang turned around and couldn't help but wonder if the demon from the underworld had been destroyed by heavenly Tao. Xiaojia, who was transformed into a beetle, mentioned that because it had not been able to get out in 5 seconds, he had eaten the demon of the underworld. Far from feeling furious, Jiang thought this was a good thing. Sato was in shock upon seeing that Xiao Jia had eaten the demon of the underworld. Jiang closed his eyes and coughed, asking Sato not to ask questions. As little by little the barrier was disappearing, Sato mentioned that now that the artifact had been destroyed, the barrier would collapse by itself. Jiang asked Sato to return to Sakura, giving him the order to organize and plan things well since he was going to give him the title of Great General in the future. Sato nodded his head. While Wu Jai's eyes were shining with seriousness, he began to draw his sword. For him this was an unexpected outcome. Jiang began to stare at him, realizing that his aura was very powerful. Once the smoke curtain disappeared, Wu Jai asked if he was Jiang. With a sincere gaze, Jiang nodded his head. Wu Jai realized that the man behind our boy was Sato, the first on the list of assassins. He was confused to see that Sato had knelt before Jiang and asked if he was trying to launch a surprise attack. Jiang revealed that Sato was now his subordinate. Jiang began to walk toward him and demanded to know who he was. Wu Jai crossed his arms and introduced himself as Feng Yun Wuji, the leader of Granzia's Genius List in its 781st edition. The people who were with him had also been part of the top 3 in past editions. Jiang had to go with them to represent Granzia in the competition against the 3 overseas islands. With a furious gaze, Nan Gongyan asked Ding Chengku if this was the way weirdos communicated. Ding Chengku's eyes filled with confusion. He couldn't believe that Jiang was out of danger. And Wu Jai believed everything he said. He extended his hand and explained that asking questions was a form of observation. According to Nan Gongyan, it was a miracle that Ding Chengku had managed to survive so many years in the caves. Upon hearing this, he felt furious since he didn't know why she wanted to challenge him all the time. Jiang and Wu Jai began staring at each other intently, and their bodies began to emit an intense energy. For the others this was uncomfortable, and they didn't know whether to intervene. Nan Gongyan explained that both of them were silently admiring each other. For Chengku, the 9 miasma wings were more powerful than they had imagined. Jiang extended his hand and praised Wu Jai for being strong, as his sword had made a good impression on him. With a serious gaze, Wu Jai made it clear that he was a 6th transformation warrior, and Jiang only 3. But he wasn't sure if he could win if he fought against Jiang. For him, it was not surprising that the god Jiang Wu was training him as his successor. He revealed that in the competition against the 3 foreign islands, it was possible that Jiang could not use his 9 miasma wings, so he asked him to be careful. With eyes shining with determination, he struck his fist against his chest and made it clear that when the time came, he would protect Jiang with everything since this was the promise he had made to god Jiang Wu. Chengku approached them and reported that nightfall was approaching. He advised returning to the main base of the city since there they would have plenty of time to talk. Jiang turned towards Sato and with a serene gaze asked him to return to Sakura and follow through with the plan as intended. Sato placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head before him. Jiang and the others turned their backs on him and began walking away. With a relieved gaze, Sato let out a sigh. According to him, Wu Jai was ignorant for thinking that Jiang was only strong because of having the 9 miasma wings. Jiang began to walk. Wu Jai was 29 years old and was at the peak of the 6 transformations. Jiang didn't know if he would have been able to win this battle without the insect system. If in the Great Tianyang tournament there was a section that limited all extreme power, without the insects and with only his own power, he didn't know if he would have any chance. He appeared in his sea of consciousness and began to observe Xiao Chan carefully. There were still more than 2 months left. He had to raise his skill from level 1 to level 3, and remembered that the ancestral tree had given another fruit. Last time the fruit had allowed him to obtain divinity and activate his skill, paving the way towards 10 transformations. Xiao Chan transformed into a human and began descending toward Jiang. Our boy's eyes filled with curiosity. He didn't know what skill this time the fruit was going to give him. Jiang picked up the fruit and began observing it closely, remembering that last time it had ripened thanks to the scattered souls Xiao Jia had collected on Chuzhong's battlefield. He was confused seeing that this time it had ripened directly. Xiao Chan's eyes began to shine with surprise, and she mentioned that when Jiang had taken Sato as his subject, the ancestral tree had absorbed all the scattered souls on the battlefield, causing the fruit to ripen. Jiang was in shock to see that the tree could collect souls by itself. Xiao Chan hugged Jiang from behind. Our boy closed his eyes and activated the fruit, making it start to shine. The system reported that he had unlocked the functional fruit and had obtained a special item called Steel Faith Seal. It had as a requirement for activation, destroy its deity, break its spine, and ruin its civilization. This seal could be used on a race or a specific class of living beings and allowed engraving a burning mark of faith in the origin of their soul, creating an unbreakable devotion towards the bearer of this seal. regardless of level, cycle of reincarnation itself or procreation. The mark of faith would always remain. Jiang's attention was fixed on the system window. He could not believe that he could dominate a group of monsters or people from their very root, and it would not matter how powerful that group became in the future. Once they had been marked with the steel faith seal, not even reincarnation, nor the cycle of rebirth, nor their own descendants could escape. This skill was very powerful. Another system window appeared notifying that the condition to trigger this skill was to destroy their gods, break their backbone, and ruin their civilization. With a curious gaze, Jiang put his hand on his chin and began to ponder in silence, realizing that the conditions to trigger were a bit strict. But considering that it was an overhuman skill, those requirements were somewhat reasonable. Thinking calmly, he came to the conclusion that destroying their gods meant, for example, in the case of the 3 overseas islands, one had to finish off the Lord of Flames, the other requirements still remained to be verified. The system asked if Jiang wanted to link the mark of faith. Our boy did not refuse, and not long after, a black mark appeared on his palm. Jiang began to observe it carefully, and the system notified that the mark had been successfully linked. A strange energy began to emerge from the mark. Xiao Chan approached Jiang and with a curious expression asked if he was okay. Jiang asked her not to worry since he was just thinking about something. Jiang extended his hand and with a serious expression revealed that his master had said that a great change was coming. A new era was near. Gu Kaishan had insisted that Jiang take advantage of this moment of great influence to strengthen his own power. But Jiang knew that the human mind was fickle. After all, the human emperor from 400 years ago had been betrayed by his own people and torn apart in the caverns. With this skill, however, Jiang could eliminate all those hidden dangers at the root to become stronger. The 3 foreign islands were a good target to start and run some tests. He asked Xiao Chan what she thought about it. She approached Jiang and said that he was right. She would always support him in everything. Our boy's status window appeared. He was in the 3rd transformation and level 69. With several professions and 3 mother insects. Little 9, level 69, had a progeny of 800 million insects. Xiao Jia, level 43, had a progeny of 6 million beetles, and Xiao Chan, level 2, had a progeny of 168 insects. Several hours later, Jiang returned to his apartment, and while he was sitting on the sofa, Gu Kaishan arrived with an angry expression and started walking toward him. He revealed that the Heavenly Punishment Squad was already a mess because of Jiang. After so much effort chasing down and planning all kinds of tactics, Jiang had gone alone straight into the ambush and taken out all the assassins. He couldn't believe that on top of that Jiang had managed to subdue an 8th transformation assassin. Upon hearing Gu Kaishan's voice, Jiang's attention focused on him, leaving him somewhat confused. While Gu Kaishan's eyes were shining with rage, he began staring intently at Jiang and asked how he had achieved this, and if he did it with help from the 9 miasma wings. Jiang's eyes widened in confusion. He got nervous and started thinking about what to say. Then, he nodded his head. With a furious expression, Gu Kaishan demanded to know how many insects Jiang had, not knowing if he had more than 10 million. Jiang remained silent. Seeing this, with a face full of sweat and curiosity, Gu Kaishan asked if Jiang had more than 12 million insects. Jiang's eyes filled with fear. He didn't know what to say. Gu Kaishan climbed onto the sofa, placed his hands on Jiang's shoulders and questioned whether he had more than 20 million insects. But even so, Jiang remained silent. Jiang put his hand under his chin and with a nervous expression looked away. Gu Kaishan started to go crazy and asked one last time if Jiang had more than 80 million insects. Just when Jiang was about to speak, Gu Kaishan clasped his hands, and with a furious gaze, began looking at the ground trying to process the situation. While Gu Kaishan was thinking, Jiang, who was sitting behind him, said nothing, since he knew it was better not to tell the truth for now, otherwise, the old man could end up having a heart attack. Gu Kaishan sat next to Jiang and with a calm expression mentioned that although the Great Dreamer had blocked external information from Great Zia, the news that would reach abroad would say that Jiang did not have more than 10 million insects. He asked Jiang not to go around telling anyone the truth since only in this way could he use them as his most powerful hidden card. Jiang turned towards him, clenched his fist and asked his master to stay calm since he was not going to tell anyone about this. With a curious expression, he asked how many insects of the 9 miasma wings were needed to kill the Lord of Flames. Upon hearing this, Gu Kaishan's eyes widened in fear and surprise. He couldn't believe that Jiang wanted to kill the Lord of Flames. Jiang mentioned that he was only asking out of curiosity. Gu Kaishan began to imagine the Lord of Flames and revealed that he had been a warrior with 9 transformations 400 years ago. His current strength was unknown, but it was said that on the 3 overseas islands artificial gods could be created. To face him, Jiang would need at least 100 million insects. They could use the miniature abyss to contain the Lord, and that would only be the entry pass. His eyes began to shine with fear. He couldn't believe that Jiang had a way to reach 100 million insects before the Tianyuan tournament. He was in shock since just half a year ago Jiang only had a few million and now he had more than 80 million. With a curious gaze, he asked how Jiang had managed to multiply the insects by more than 10 times, not knowing if it was that easy to raise them. Jiang closed his eyes and started touching his head with a nervous expression, and mentioned that he had taken advantage of the battlefield to feed the insects a large amount of wild beast meat. Gu Kaishan's eyes widened in surprise. He stood up as he couldn't believe that just with wild beast meat the insects could reproduce. According to him this didn't sound so complicated. Jiang extended his hand and revealed that the problem was the quantity. Even that bloody dragon king gifted by the god of sword wasn't enough for each insect to take even one bite. Gu Kaishan suggested using the supreme martial decree and making the whole nation help hunt beasts. Jiang's eyes began to shine with surprise, and with a joyful expression he asked if he could really use the supreme martial decree. Gu Kaishan nodded his head and decided to give them the order soon. He knew that although the insects of the 9 miasma wings were powerful, in this competition Jiang could not rely entirely on them. He revealed that each competition had 2 rounds, and each side presented 1 mode. The rules of the first elimination round were defined by the other side, and without a doubt, Jiang would not be allowed to use any kind of external help. Jiang stood up and began to listen silently. Clenching a fist, he placed his hand on Gu Kaishan's shoulder and with a gaze full of determination and confidence asked him not to worry since there were still more than 2 months left. In addition to raising insects, he was also going to make sure to train his own body well. Gu Kaishan couldn't help but feel proud as his disciple never let him down. It was already getting late, so Gu Kaishan decided to leave. Jiang sat on the sofa, put his hand under his chin and with a curious gaze started browsing through the system window. Now only the skill Supreme Warlord was in its first transformation. He needed to complete the 3rd transformation before the great competition in order to advance later into the 4th transformation. Now that he had 3 divine rank classes active, fruit enhancements would have a slower effect since experience had to be shared among all 3. But the conditions to ascend to the 2nd transformation in the Supreme Warlord mission were quite simple. The condition to level up was to use related skills to hunt 10,000 wild beasts. With a serious gaze, Jiang began to think, if he wanted to maximize his power, he had to increase the level of difficulty for himself first. After issuing the supreme martial decree, he was sure that the insects of the 9 miasma wings could reproduce again, at least 80 billion. He knew that he could not continue depending only on the old tree for the insect nest. According to him, the abyss where the 8th transformation Spider Queen was seemed like an excellent headquarters for the insects. He decided to carry out the leveling up mission in that abyss. At the same time, in Jai family, in Demon City, under a peach tree sat Jiang Xuanji, the great dreamer, and Jai Linghu while Jai Xuanyu's father was serving tea. According to Jiang Xuanji, the Jai family did know how to enjoy themselves since the petals were beautiful. The father mentioned that the peach tree had been transplanted from the tree spirit tribe of the caverns, and by a miracle it had managed to survive. It had taken him a lot of work to keep the tree alive. With a serious gaze, Jai Linghu asked Hong Yin to leave, making sure no one wanted to steal this tree. With a gaze full of respect, Hong Yin lowered his head before him and decided to leave and let them continue talking. Jai Linghu decided to get straight to the point and mentioned that a new era was approaching and in the caverns a great war was brewing. The great dreamer extended her hand and revealed that the main headquarters of Great Xia had to be completely stabilized. And to be sure, they had to recover the 3 overseas islands before the war, and now it was time to discuss how to achieve it. While Jai Linghu's eyes were shining with seriousness, he prepared to take a sip of tea, and the great dreamer mentioned that recovering the 3 islands had been an idea she proposed 200 years ago, and for which she had designed dozens of plans. Jai Linghu made it clear that no plan seemed good, revealing that the Lord of Flames was even stronger than him. If they didn't kill him, they wouldn't be able to recover the islands. Jiang Xuanji mentioned that his main body must always stay in the caverns to maintain pressure. He couldn't leave. The great dreamer rested her head on her hand, looked away, and made it clear that her power only worked at Great Xia's main headquarters, so she was better at defending than attacking. Jai Linghu's eyes filled with fear, as he was no match for the Lord of Flames, realizing that they could not do this alone. He left the cup of tea on the table and thought that old Jiang had a plan and asked him to tell them about it. While Jiang Xuanji's eyes were shining, he asked them only to take care of protecting Jiang Chen well, revealing that he was not just a decoy. He began to look at them and asked if they were not curious to know why he had intervened to save Jiang Chen when he dominated the Forbidden. Jai Linghu began to gaze toward the ground. With a curious expression, the great dreamer asked about it. Jai Linghu made it clear that although the current situation seemed calm, it was full of deceptions and hidden dangers, with underground currents stirring everything up. The spread of insects into the caverns would undoubtedly cause a great stir, endangering a century's worth of war achievements. Furthermore, the insects were an ancestral calamity. Being an enormous risk, he asked Jiang Xuanji to order their immediate extermination. They didn't know if some unexpected change had occurred which had made him risk everything, endure a terrifying pressure, just to protect Jiang Chen. With shining eyes, Jiang Xuanji revealed that they were right, but he couldn't reveal more because they could also bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, their attention fixed on him. He began to imagine himself fighting against a powerful warrior, revealing that back then, a person came to see him from 10 years in the future, bringing with them a cicada on their shoulder. With an angry gaze, the great dreamer placed her hands on the table as she realized that this warrior must have been at least in the 10th transformation. Jiang Xuanji raised his hand and asked her not to ask anymore since the more he revealed. Under the force of karma, all three would die. The great dreamer calmed down, sat back down and asked if the mission was only to protect Jiang Chen. Xuanji nodded and made it clear that he had to be protected with all the strength of the country. With a confused gaze, noticing that Jiang was so important, Jai Linghu asked if it wouldn't be better not to let him participate in the Great Tianyun competition. With eyes full of fear, the great dreamer revealed that the 3 islands from abroad could create divine-level beings. Despite having Feng Yun Wuji's protection, she feared that Jiang Chen would die in the first round. Jiang Xuanji made it clear that all he knew was that they must protect him well. Then he stood up and revealed that no one could intervene, since then Jiang would also suffer karma's consequences. In short, they should protect Jiang well, not interfere with him and cooperate with him. After saying this, he decided to return to the caves. With eyes shining with malice, Jiang Xuanji began to walk away. The great dreamer stood up and remained silent. While on the other side, Jai Linghu asked if the future of Great Xia was promising. Jiang Xuanji began to think silently. The image of a battle came to his mind. The battlefield was filled with corpses. Among them was also Jiang Xuanji's head hanging on a sword. Not far away was Jai Linghu's corpse with several swords stuck in it. And next to it was the body of the great dreamer turned into stone. With eyes shining with joy and confidence, Xuanji turned around and with a smile said that the future of Great Xia was always promising. In the ceremonial temple of the sanctuary on Pinglai Island, one of the 3 sacred islands abroad, many important figures gathered. The leader, a man with a ponytail, was standing in front of the podium, and in front of him were several men seated. In the name of Sovereign Yan, he had summoned the high commands of the 7 academies and the 12 families to discuss the Great Tianyun tournament. This man was the first great disciple under Sovereign Yan's command, the bloody Asura named Yangming. He closed his eyes and with a smile decided to get straight to the point, making it clear that they must win the Great Tianyun tournament, and not just win, they must crush their rivals. He also told Old Chan that he had heard that although Yangming was Sovereign Yan's first disciple, in reality he was said to have the poorest talent among all his disciples. With a confused gaze, Old Chan turned to his friend and mentioned that at first glance, Yangming did not seem to have surpassed the 7th transformation. He could not believe that even so, he could represent Sovereign Yang at this meeting. The eyes of the bearded man began to shine with fear. He asked his friend to be quiet since Yangming rarely appeared in public. Moreover, the Mo family lived in a remote region, so it was possible that old Mo was not aware of certain things. He began to imagine Yangming holding his sword and with his body releasing a powerful energy standing near a corpse. Although Yangming was the lowest level among his disciples, he was undoubtedly the most fearsome. 400 years ago, being personal guard of the human emperor of Great Xia, he betrayed his lord and attracted the powerful ones from 10,000 races to divide him. Then he became a disciple of Sovereign Yan and rose above all others, becoming his first great disciple. Yangming was very cruel and determined. He was not an ordinary person. Representing the Yan sovereign was no exaggeration. Yangming placed his hands on the podium and began to show a kind smile. Everyone was in shock upon noticing that he was the legendary personal guard of the human emperor. Yangming's body began to emit a suffocating energy. With a serious gaze, He asked if any elder among them disagreed with him taking the floor. Upon hearing this, the elders panicked and made it clear that they would never dare. Yang Ming relaxed, began to gaze at the others and made it clear that before the Great Tianyun tournament, they should activate all undercover forces of Great Xia and increase anticipation around the tournament. At the same time, they were going to spread that the human emperor was incompetent and corrupting Yanghuang. According to him, the 3 islands abroad were the true legitimate heirs of Great Xia. A smile spread across his face. He mentioned that the sword demon Feng Yun Wuji must die during the tournament, along with King Zhenhai and Jiang Cheng. All this was the will of the venerable sovereign Yan. When Yang Ming asked if everyone had understood, they all began to shout. Some did not know if the Great Tianyun tournament was just a prelude, and others thought this was too sudden. Old Chan's eyes began to shine seriously, and he asked if they were going to counterattack the other side. He did not know if after so much time in silence, their fervor had cooled in their hearts. Yang Ming placed one hand on top of the podium, extended his other hand, and with a serious gaze explained that a great change was about to begin. A new era was coming. More than 400 years had passed. Great Xia had done so much for them, and now it was time to reap the fruits. Old Chan's eyes widened with confusion and hatred. He began to stare at Yang Ming and made it clear that although their maximum power surpassed that of the other side, if a war really broke out, he feared they would not have enough mid- and low-level fighters. He also remembered that Great Xia still had the Great Dreamer. A confident smile spread across Yang Ming's face upon hearing that they thought they were alone. He asked if anyone knew the reason why the Honorable Sovereign Yan had not come. Yang Ming began to imagine the powerful Sovereign Yan and revealed that he had gone to have tea with the Marine tribe. When the time came, the Marine tribe was going to fight alongside them to complete the Great Unification. And not only that, in this Great Tianyun tournament, the Marine tribe was going to send its prodigies to represent the 3 islands in the competition. With a confident smile, Yang Ming extended his hand, making a system window appear. In it there was an eye, a hand, and a heart. There were still 2 months left, and to ensure absolute success, the sanctuary was going to inject its prodigies with divine components. They were going to provide them with the divine hand, divine eye, and divine heart. He was confident that with this, the 3 islands were going to defeat Great Xia. At the same time, Tang Ying and Bai Feng were hunting monsters. Due to the need for materials for class change, Jiang Cheng, on behalf of King Zhenhai, issued the invincible order to all job changers of Great Xia to hunt fierce beasts en masse. While a group of boys were relaxing in their room, a brown-haired boy opened the door and with an expression full of determination told his friends that it was time to hunt monsters. Their attention fixed on him and they couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With an angry gaze, the boy who was sitting mentioned that they had class in the afternoon, so there wasn't time for that. He asked why he was making such a fuss. They were almost about to graduate, and hunting monsters wasn't as important as academic credits. With eyes shining with joy, the brown-haired boy took out his phone, began to point at it with his finger, and with a smile revealed that Jiang Chen had issued an invincible order. An order of higher level than the national order, capable of summoning all the job changers in the country. They turned on their phones and their eyes widened in surprise. Their Martial Academy group was also fully mobilizing to respond to the invincible order. With a gaze full of determination, they all left the room and started running. They knew that academic credits were worth nothing compared to this. They decided to leave the city quickly. King Zhenhai was incredible. In killing a level 3 fierce beast granted 1 merit point, double that in a normal battlefield. The Martial Academy sent another notification. The more beasts they killed, the more extra academic credits they would receive. On the outskirts of town, several warriors brought back corpses of beasts they had hunted. When they arrived, they began observing closely, realizing there were more job changers than fierce beasts. Without wasting any more time, they started to run and decided to quickly change location and go toward the Howling Cemetery. This time they had to fill the credits to the maximum and earn a large amount of merits. The attention of the bald man was fixed on them and his eyes widened in surprise. At the main base of the Jiangnan battlefield, several high-ranking men gathered. The eyes of the man with a mustache began to shine with joy. He was Xiao Xianyu's father. With a smile he said that the invincible order that only appeared once in a century had already been issued. He also decided to lend a hand to his son-in-law. With a serious gaze, the man with a ponytail mentioned that he also had stock that he could send to Jiang. The attention of the purple-haired man was fixed on them and his eyes began to shine with joy. He too was willing to completely ruin himself for Jiang. In the underground warehouse of the Jiangnan War Zone of Great Xia were Jiang and Gu Kaishan. Gu Kaishan, who was holding a list, revealed that Jiang's invincible order had been issued half a day ago, and they had already sent all of Great Xia's inventory. Jiang was in shock to see how quickly they had acted. Gu Kaishan decided to take Jiang to the warehouse first. They went to the warehouse, which was filled with corpses of fierce beasts that the job changers had hunted. According to the system window, there was a total of 26 level 8 bodies, 1904 level 7 bodies, 376,000 level 6 bodies, 7 million level 5 bodies, and 53 million level 4 bodies. Gu Kaishan's attention focused on the bodies and his eyes began to shine with surprise. According to him, Great Zia's Chamber of Commerce had contributed 1/10. Jiang's eyes filled with joy as he realized that the Mu and Tang families had contributed quite a lot. They had emptied their warehouses for Jiang. They began to walk toward the bodies, and Gu Kaishan asked if Jiang wasn't going to release the insects so they could feast. If they didn't eat soon, he feared that the bodies would no longer fit in this place. Seeing so much food, little Nine put her hands on her cheeks and her mouth watered. Jiang's eyes filled with seriousness. He decided to first let little Nine take 80 million newborn larvae to feed, and gave her the order to take care of devouring the high-level beasts, and leave the low-level ones for the larvae. She asked if they couldn't all go out together to eat. Jiang said no because it would draw too much attention, and besides, their stomachs wouldn't even be full. He decided to let them eat in waves and level up gradually. A portal appeared on Jiang's arm and a horde of insects began to emerge since it was time to eat. Jiang extended his hand and the insects shot out and began to devour the corpses of the beasts. Gu Kaishan's jaw dropped in surprise, realizing that Jiang had more than 80 million insects. He asked if they would be able to reproduce again after eating. With a serious gaze, Jiang said no, since most of these ferocious beasts were low level. To reproduce, the insects needed to eat at least 10 or 100 times more. Gu Kaishan turned toward our boy and his eyes widened with joy. The insects were devouring the ferocious beasts, leaving only bones. Gu Kaishan couldn't believe that the insects had such an enormous appetite, but then thought this was normal since after all they were offspring of the 9 miasma wings, so they weren't easy to feed. The simple fact that they could nourish themselves with beast meat was already quite fortunate, and now that the whole country was hunting, getting 10 or 100 times more wasn't going to be something complicated either. He thought that in a month the insects would be able to reproduce again. Jiang turned toward him and with a calm gaze mentioned that when the 9 miasma wings reproduced next time, he would no longer have space in his body to house the insects. He wanted to sweep through Abyssal Land and turn it into a main base for the insects in the future. With a serene gaze, Gu Kaishan said that was simple, they just needed to send troops there. While insects were emerging from Jiang's hand, with a serious expression he said that he wanted to go personally to the Abyssal Land to train. He didn't want to depend on anyone and even less on the 9 miasma wings. Gu Kaishan's eyes filled with fear, since according to him this was too dangerous. Jiang asked if he had forgotten the rules of the first round of the tournament. Gu Kaishan put his arm around Jiang's shoulder and asked him to be careful. Our boy told him not to worry because he had many cards up his sleeve. Whether or not he used them was another matter, but he wasn't going to be in danger. Jiang decided to leave and let the insects stay here so they could keep devouring. When he returned from the Abyssal Land, they would have already finished eating. Little Nine appeared on Jiang's shoulder. With a confused gaze he asked why she hadn't gone out to eat. With a sad expression, she explained that she didn't want to stay here alone. She wanted to go with Jiang since anyway, with him she would have meat to eat. Jiang did not refuse, but for him it was strange that she didn't forget about him while eating. The little Xiaojia also appeared on Jiang's shoulder, and with a curious expression asked if he was going to take them to eat at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Jiang took out a bottle of blood, closed his eyes and with a nervous expression promised to take them to an all-you-can-eat buffet once the tournament ended. He decided to give him some blood to whet his appetite. Xiaojia grabbed the bottle and started drinking. He wanted Jiang to keep his word and not be one of those who made promises and did nothing. Jiang realized that it was becoming more difficult each time to deceive Xiaojia. Jiang did want to take Xiaojia to exploit the secret treasure of Emperor Jialai, since after all, that tiger soul sword was something he wanted to obtain. But this secret treasure he possessed was deep in the forbidden zone of Tianyuan, in the war district of Guanghai. It was said that there existed more than one mysterious entity with 9 transformations there. Moreover, the treasure itself was full of dangers. He thought it would be better to wait until the Tianyuan tournament ended since by then they would have become stronger. At the same time, the Jai family was in the demonic city. The great dreamer who was holding a pillow felt furious since just when she was about to fall asleep, Jai Linkyu had called her again. She needed to sleep to become strong. If it weren't because they woke her up all the time, she would have already reached 10 transformations. Jai Linkyu began to observe her and mentioned that the situation was urgent. he had to ask her to act. With a serious gaze, he revealed that in the territory of Daxia countless voices had emerged that were promoting the Tianyun tournament uncontrollably. They had even linked the tournament with the great injustice of Yanhuang, claiming that the three islands were the legitimate heirs. The great dreamer sat down, crossed her arms, and seeing that this was a war of opinions revealed that they hadn't been the ones who started it. In turbulent times severe measures must be used. She thought about eliminating them. Jai Lingqiu revealed that they were already attending those matters. The great dreamer stood up and with a cheerful expression extended her hand. According to her, rumors stopped before the wise and the purification of the dreams of millions of citizens. She clenched her fist and her eyes began to shine with seriousness. Jai Lingqiu extended his hand and according to him she deserved the title of guardian goddess of Daxia. She asked him to stop flattering her and say everything at once. Jai Lingqiu revealed that Jiang had issued an invincible order under the pretext of a job changer's mission. They were collecting corpses of fierce beasts. She realized that even for a 6 transformations mission, such an exaggerated amount of corpses was not necessary. Jai Lingqiu mentioned that using the class change mission as an excuse was too easy to discover. She placed her hand on top of the table and suggested saying that Daxia was forging imperial weapons, and that while hunting fierce beasts, they also bought related advanced materials. Jai Lingqiu thought that this was a good idea and asked if she knew where Jiang was. At the same time our boy was fighting against beasts, and with a punch he killed one of them. With eyes shining with determination, Jiang decided to try his class called Tyrant God of War, and using the technique called Invincible Fist of the Immortal God, he gave a strong punch to one of the monsters in the face. The poor monster was so weak that it couldn't dodge the attack. Despite being weak, the monster did not die. It turned its back on our boy and ran away. With a confused gaze, Jiang began to look at his hand. He couldn't believe that he hadn't even been able to eliminate a second-class fierce beast with a single blow. He came to the conclusion that although his profession was divine level, without practice or improvements, he wouldn't be able to unleash all its power. With shining eyes, a horde of beasts appeared behind our boy and began staring at him intently. Jiang's eyes filled with seriousness. 3 beasts were going to pounce on him at the same time. He didn't know if with his current body speed he would be able to dodge them. At that moment, Little Nine manifested in the form of the 9 miasma wings, devoured several beasts, and began to stare at them intently, asking Jiang to be careful. Jiang's attention was fixed on her and his mind filled with confusion. Our boy asked her who had given her permission to manifest and attack. Now because of her the ferocious beasts had fled. He began to gaze toward the ground and asked her to stay still in the nest and wait for him to kill the beasts so then she could eat. Little Nine returned to human form and mentioned that it was dangerous to fight alone. Jiang began stroking her head and asked her not to worry about him, since besides having insects, he also had other classes like thunder, growth of all things, and he also had the celestial blade. He was sure that the beasts would not be able to harm him. He just wanted to temper his body's strength a little. Little Nine nodded her head. While the ferocious beasts were fleeing, Jiang jumped in with a penetrating gaze, prepared to attack. He wanted to continue training the invincible fist of the immortal god. Sensing his presence, the monsters turned around and couldn't help but panic. Just before they could react, Jiang landed on top of one of them and began hitting it with all his strength in a flurry of punches. Now that he couldn't defeat them with a single blow, he decided to use several. His blows were so strong that the body of the ferocious beast was crushed. Jiang's eyes began to shine with joy and a smile appeared on his face. A system window appeared granting him 1,000 experience points. 15 days had already passed, and inside the cave, Jiang continued killing ferocious beasts. He had defeated a total of 998. Our boy, who was standing on top of a mountain of corpses, began to gaze toward the ground and while stretching his arms, let out a sigh of relief. He had finally completed all the experience necessary for the class change. Now it was time to do the class change mission. According to the class change mission, within a period of 3 hours, he had to consecutively eliminate 10 level 3 ferocious beasts. Jiang lit a bonfire and prepared some meat. While with one hand he was holding a meat drumstick, he put the other hand inside the portal. With a calm gaze he began to ponder. He was hungry, so first he decided to enjoy a good barbecue and then sleep well. He gave permission to Little Nine to devour all fierce beasts of level 3 or lower in the earth abyss. Little Nine manifested on Jiang's shoulder and her attention was fixed on our boy. With eyes shining with excitement, she began to move away from the area and started releasing the insects that were inside the nest. giving them permission to eat. Not long after, the class change mission was successfully completed. 2 months later, while Jiang was exploring the area, he encountered a giant beast in the shape of a scorpion. It started staring at our boy and got ready to attack using its stinger. Jiang began to observe it and felt happy since he could finally hunt a level 6 beast. The scorpion attacked with force, but Jiang reacted in time and by jumping dodged the attack. The beast tried to attack again, but by jumping, our boy moved away from the area, making its stinger hit the ground. While Jiang was gaining distance, he began to observe the beast carefully, realizing that its venom seemed quite lethal. Jiang jumped and the beast pulled out its stinger, which was stuck in the ground. Although Jiang was not afraid of the venom, he knew that if it stung him, it would hurt a lot. He realized that to face this beast, he had to attack from the side. While it was distracted, Jiang appeared at its side and using the invincible fist gave it a strong blow on the side, making its body shoot out. The beast raised its stinger and began to launch a burst of poison, supporting his hand on the ground. Jiang moved to one side, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. He began to observe it, realizing that the poison was very potent. He focused and decided to use the transformation of the God of War, causing a powerful burst of red energy to begin emerging from his body. He decided not to hold back and test his new technique. The energy caused Jiang's shirt to tear. The scorpion tried to attack using its stinger, but Jiang blocked the attack using his fist. With eyes shining with determination, Jiang struck forcefully, breaking the scorpion's stinger into pieces. He couldn't help but mock it for being weak. Without losing a second, the beast began to flee, and upon seeing this, Jiang leapt and said it was too late to run. With his body surrounded by energy, Jiang descended upon the beast and delivered a fierce punch. The attack was so powerful that the beast collapsed on the ground. Jiang obtained 100,086 experience points, which raised his level from 61 to 69. Additionally, the system congratulated him for completing the third transformation of Dominant God of War. As a result, several of his abilities were enhanced. Invincible Fist now increased combat power by 10%. God of War transformation extended its combat duration to 10 seconds. In this state, Invincible Fist would have 10 times its normal power, and Imperial Army form improved combat support by 10%, with the power increase depending on soldiers' base strength. Jiang's attention, who was standing on top of the beast's corpse, focused on the system window and his eyes filled with seriousness. He couldn't believe that the third class change didn't have an additional advancement like before, not knowing if it was already considered the best within its category. At that moment, several beasts began to charge toward him, their eyes shining with malice. Jiang's attention fixed on them. There were many high-level beasts in the earthly abyss. The great tournament was about to begin and he didn't have much time to waste. He gave permission to Little Nine and the insects to eat. They could eat any beast regardless of its level, revealing that from now on this would be their new home. Little Nine manifested herself, and her body began releasing a horde of insects which started attacking and devouring the beasts. Several hours later, Jiang arrived at the underground warehouse of Jiangnan. While with one hand he was removing the torn pieces of shirt from his body, he began to gaze toward the ground with an exhausted expression and decided to find clothes quickly. The eyes of Gu Kaishan, who had his arms crossed, began to shine with joy. He couldn't help but smile upon seeing that Jiang was almost naked, realizing that his expedition to the earthly abyss had not been easy. Upon hearing Gu Kaishan's voice, Jiang came out of his trance and fixed his attention on him with a surprised gaze. He nodded his head. Deep down he couldn't tell his master that he had torn his clothes himself. With a smile, Gu Kaishan began to open the door of the warehouse and asked our boy not to be surprised upon seeing the number of ferocious beasts. Jiang's eyes filled with confusion. He asked if they had hunted many fierce beasts. Gu Kaishan explained that although he hadn't entered lately, upon checking the list he suspected that almost all the fierce beasts in the Daxia secret realm had already been hunted. Once the door was opened, it could be seen that the warehouse was empty. With a confused gaze, Jiang asked what was going on. Gu Kaishan's jaw dropped in shock and his eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe that the insects had devoured all the fierce beasts. Jiang closed his eyes and let out a sigh, realizing that their appetite had become even greater. Jiang extended his hand and began to absorb all the insects, giving them all, the gluttonous insects, the order to return to the nest. Gu Kaishan, who was standing next to him, remained silent. Little Nine put her hands near her mouth and her eyes filled with joy, realizing that the insects had eaten well. Jiang began to observe the insects and couldn't help but smile. Now some insects could even reproduce 2 or 3 times in a row, and there should also be a horde ready to reproduce in the abyss. Gu Kaishan felt curious and asked if with this batch, the insects of the 9 miasma wings could reach 100 million. With eyes shining with confidence, Jiang began to look at his hand and nodded his head. Upon hearing this, Gu Kaishan's jaw dropped in surprise, since according to him with 100 million insects a small abyss could be created to face the Lord of Flames. Jiang knew that he could have more than 100 million insects, since by using the blessing of evolution towards complexity, the number could multiply by 100. While the insects were devouring the corpses of the beasts, Jiang mentioned that this time for the reproduction of the insects, he would have to return to the earthly abyss. He asked his master for help. Gu Kaishan decided to declare the earthly abyss as a forbidden zone from now on so that no one could enter. Jiang began to look at the ground and gave the order to the insects to come out and begin reproduction. Upon hearing the order, millions of insects began to emerge from his body. The insects formed a great tornado and the reproduction process began, and the countdown started to drop. From 10 minutes it went down to 3. With his eyes shining, Jiang put his hand over his face. A voice began to sound in his head, saying that the calamity was going to sweep across the world and devour everything in its path. Jiang panicked, as he felt he was about to be devoured by some kind of thought and energy. Now he had a total of 80 billion insects and wondered if the number of insects was getting out of his control. A strange energy began to devour the ancestral tree. The eyes of Xiao Chan, who was sitting on one of the branches, filled with concern. She informed him that this was the desire for annihilation of the 9 miasma wings. If this continued like this, he would be devoured and annihilated. Only little 9 could control this desire. Jiang's eyes began to shine, and little by little he started to lose control over his body. He fell to his knees on the ground, placed his hand on his chest and called little 9. Upon hearing the order, with a serious gaze, little 9 manifested and began staring intently at our boy. She began to fly and used her skill called Abyss Concentration, extended her hands and started observing all the insects. While Jiang was lying on his knees on the ground, Xiao Chan and Xiao Jia appeared, and with a worried gaze placed their hands on his shoulders. Jiang placed his hand on the ground and began gasping heavily, realizing that the power of the abyss was terrifying. He had not even felt pressure like this during the 9 transformations. According to the system, the reproduction had been completed. Now there was a total of 80 billion insects. Jiang stood up, and while he was looking at his hand, he asked the elite insects to return to the nest, and the rest to go to the earthly abyss and continue with the cleaning. Without his order, no one could retreat on their own. With eyes shining with excitement, Jiang began touching his neck and a smile spread across his face, knowing that 80 billion were more than enough to kill Emperor Yan and ravage the 3 foreign islands. At the same time at Jiangnan's main base, the ground began to shake. Gu Kaishan and Duanfeng panicked. They couldn't help but wonder alarmedly what was happening upon hearing the noises coming from underground, fearing that the earth was collapsing. They immediately suspected that Jiang Chen must be wreaking havoc by proliferating the offspring of the 9 miasma wings in the abyss, and were worried about the idea that he might have lost control over the insects. Duanfeng's eyes filled with fear and concern, and he asked old Gu if he knew what was going on. He insisted urgently that they should alert more people and call Jai Jianchen immediately. In contrast to his panic, Gu Kaishan, with a calm look, began to draw his sword. While his eyes were shining with seriousness, he used his power and forcefully stabbed his sword into the ground, asking Duanfeng to leave, promising to stay behind to protect the base. Upon hearing this, Duanfeng turned around and started running. Poisonous mist began to emerge from the ground, and Gu Kaishan's attention was fixed on it. He immediately recognized that it was the aura of the abyss. He realized that the number of insects must already exceed 100 million. He remembered how the figure had previously jumped from 8 to 80 million. And he wondered if now it had multiplied by 10 once again. The terrifying conclusion hit him: 800 million. It was a truly terrifying figure. Not long after, Jai Lingku arrived at the base and while flying, used his powers to create a soundproofing barrier around the city. Then, he descended to the ground and landed behind Gu Kaishan, demanding that he tell him the truth. He wanted to know how many insects Jiang Chen currently had, as he confessed that even for him, the vibration coming from underground was giving him goosebumps. While Gu Kaishan's eyes were shining with fear, he began to gaze toward the ground in silence, not knowing what to say. While insects were emerging from the ground, he turned around and noticed that the vibrations from underground had disappeared. He then realized, with astonishment, that Jiang Chen had managed to control them all, a fact that seemed incredible to him. With a serious expression, Jai Lingku began to stare at him intently. He demanded that he inform him of the situation, explaining that after the Great Tianyun tournament, it was very likely that Daxia and the 3 overseas islands would go to war. He reminded him that the insects were one of Daxia's hidden cards, and the sooner they knew their status, the better they could plan. He concluded by insisting that he really couldn't keep hiding this information from him any longer. Gu Kaishan put his hand on his chin, turned his head to one side, and with a nervous gaze revealed that Jiang Chen had 800 million insects. Jia Lingqu's attention was fixed on him, his eyes filled with fear and astonishment. He could not believe that this was true. Gu Kaishan explained that this was an estimate. While they were distracted, Jiang appeared, and while his body was surrounded by a powerful aura, he began to walk toward them and greeted his master, announcing that he had returned, and also noticed the presence of Jia Lingqiu. He mentioned that he had seen the streets were quite chaotic and that the city's defensive formation had already been activated, so he asked what had happened. Upon hearing our boy's voice, Jia Lingqiu's eyes widened in fear. Gu Kaishan's attention focused on Jiang, and his eyes began to shine with seriousness. With a serene gaze, Jiang began to approach them. His aura was like that of a monster. Gu Kaishan watched him. He could not believe that Jiang still had the audacity to ask what had happened. He realized that although there was no energy fluctuation in Jiang Chen, his own spirit was vibrating with such intensity that he even felt an overwhelming urge to submit before him. Jia Lingqiu turned around and asked Jiang if he knew what destiny rank pressure was. Jiang became confused since he did not know. As the wind blew around them, Jia Lingqiu revealed to him that destiny rank pressure was a suppression that could be exerted on an opponent without needing to use any energy. He explained that this kind of existence had already transcended the destiny rank, and although it wasn't certain whether it was a god or something else, he added one crucial fact. 400 years ago, when the human emperor met his fate, it was precisely an entity of that level who had intervened. He began to imagine the scene, Jiang Xuanji in the caverns, during the beast tide of Chujiang. He remembered how the war god, enraged, led the God-Slayer army out to ravage the demon city. In front of them stood an old hooded man, who extended his hand and, with shining eyes, summoned a powerful red symbol. Jia Lingqiu recalled that just with the appearance of that mark from the void, both he and the dreamer had felt a deep fear. Jiang's eyes filled with seriousness upon realizing that although his 80 billion insects seemed invincible among humans, in the underground caverns there were still many forces capable of confronting them. He understood that their main weakness was that most of his insects were only at level 1. Jiang approached them and, with a curious look, asked why that powerful member of the demon clan had not attacked Jiang Xuanji. He wondered if it meant he was subject to some kind of restriction or binding. Jia Lingqiu's eyes began to shine with seriousness. He extended his hand and asked Jiang Chen if he knew why in the list of divine weapons the maximum only reached up to the 6th level, and whether this was also due to some kind of limit or restriction. A powerful portal began to manifest, and Jia Lingqiu revealed that this limit was called Seal of the Heavenly Path, and had been created with the beginning of a new era to maintain a certain balance. He began to imagine 3 powerful swords, explaining that, for example, the Human Emperor sword, which occupied first place in the ranking of divine weapons, actually far surpassed level 6, but due to the current seal could only manifest its power up to that level. Jiang began to imagine the powerful warriors of Daxia. Among them were Jiang Xuanji, Jia Lingqiu, and the Great Dreamer 400 years ago. With the activation of the Seal of the Heavenly Path, the seal of 9 levels was established. It was then that in Daxia successively were born the Human Emperor, Yan Zun, Sovereign of Fire, and several other powerful figures like them. He began to stare at our boy and revealed that it was also precisely because of the existence of the Seal of the Heavenly Path that beings from 10th grade underground caverns and above could not intervene. He explained that if they acted, they themselves would be destroyed by the Heavenly Path. With a confused expression, Gu Kaishan turned his head towards him and mentioned that although he was not a job changer, it was the first time he had heard about this. Jiang remained listening in silence. Jiang's eyes began to shine with fear. Now he understood why, after the last reproduction, a message had appeared in his system forbidding him to continue. The reason was none other than the existence of the Seal of the Heavenly Path. Jia Lingqiu extended his hand and summoned a giant sword on the ground. According to him, there were only a few days left until the Great Tianyun competition. He indicated that when the time came, he would depart from the port in the war zone of Demon City, so he asked him to first return with him to meet up. Gu Kaishan nodded his head. Our boy raised his hand and asked Jia Lingqiu to take him with him. They all mounted on the sword. With a confused gaze, our boy asked Jia Lingqiu when the Seal of the Heavenly Path for level 10 would be activated. Upon hearing this, he turned around and while his eyes were shining with seriousness, he revealed that the seal was slowly activating. He added that there was a prophecy which said that in 3 months it would be fully active. He turned his back on them and mentioned that, originally, in the sea of consciousness of the ancient god, he had found his way to the 10th level, but someone had completely taken it from him. Jiang's eyes widened in surprise and sadness since according to him it was a pity. They began flying through the city. Along the way, Jiang asked what would happen if the seal of the 10th level were fully opened. Gu Kaishan felt curious as he also wanted to know. He revealed that if the seal of the 10th level were fully opened, the divine source in the depths of Kunlun would be completely formed. They began to imagine the ancestral tree, and Jai Lingqiu explained to them that the divine source was a shortcut to reach the 10th level. He revealed that if the seal of the 10th level were completely opened, the Kunlun divine source tree would immediately produce 10 divine fruits, and afterward, 1 each year. He explained to them that consuming those fruits granted a high probability of allowing them to cross into the 10th level. However, he also warned them about the side effects. By using one of those fruits to achieve advancement, the person would be trapped at that level for life, with no possibility whatsoever of advancing further. It was daytime and at the same time in Jai residence in Demon City, someone began calling Jiang. It was Jai Xuanyu, who was wearing a red dress. With a cheerful gaze, she began to wave at our boy. Jiang's eyes widened in confusion. He couldn't believe that she was Jai Xuanyu. She closed her eyes and began to show a kind smile. Upon seeing this, Gu Kaishan became enraged and, pointing at her with his finger, told Jai Lingqiu that the Jai family no longer even showed respect. Jai Lingqiu, who had his arms behind his back, asked the old man to stop chatting. Kaishan, aware that the great competition was approaching, told them that a bit of relaxation wouldn't hurt but insisted they not forget to take care of their safety. Our boy put his hand over his face and remained silent. Meanwhile, Jai Xuanyu began saying goodbye to Gu Kaishan with her hand and asked him not to worry, assuring her master that Demon City was her territory and therefore nothing would happen to Jiang. Jiang turned to her and, with a confused look, clarified that the old man was not worried about him, but about her, and asked if she understood. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise and confusion, leaving her in shock. She began to look to the side and with a nervous expression, she didn't know how to express herself. Seeing this, Jiang's mind filled with confusion. Without wasting any more time, she put a ring on Jiang's finger and explained that it was the divine and demonic blood of the gods. She revealed that her great-grandfather had asked her to give it to him. This said ring contained all of the Jai family's inventory, asking him please to accept it with a smile. Jiang began observing her and became confused. He wondered why she was so generous in offering him all the divine and demonic blood, and directly asked what was the condition for such a gift. She put her hands together and while her eyes were shining with seriousness, she responded with a smile that there were no conditions. She explained that her great-grandfather had said that when he had children, they should carry the Jiang surname, and if he had any left over, it could be seen whether they could carry the Jai surname. She grabbed Jiang's hand, started running and mentioned that they could talk about it later. She told him to come with her, as she was going to introduce him to some new sisters she had met. Upon hearing this, our boy became somewhat confused. A beautiful woman with a foxtail was sitting in the trunk of the car. Jai Xuanyu revealed that it was Su Kaianqian, the saint of the Kinkyu fox tribe from 10,000 Beast City. It had been her great-grandfather who sought her out to be Jiang's companion in the Great Tianyun tournament, and added that she had already promised him she would take good care of him during the competition. Su Kaianqian's eyes filled with love. She mentioned that she had heard a lot about Jiang from Jai Xuanyu. According to her, he was very young and very handsome. With a nervous smile, Jiang greeted her and at that moment realized the reason for the change in Jai Xuanyu's behavior. It was all because she had become friends with a fox. Jai Xuanyu asked both of them to get into the car. In addition, she told Jiang that Kaianqian was at the pinnacle of the 6th level, assuring him that her power was not inferior to that of Feng Yun Wuji. With a cheerful expression, she began to show a finger and mentioned that everyone knew he was only at the 3rd level, and participating in the Great Tianyun competition was really a challenge for him. She told him not to put too much pressure on himself, adding that if he couldn't do it, they would simply accept defeat. Jiang remained silent. Kaianqian began to smile and suggested going quickly to the hotel. Jiang got into the car and with a curious expression asked why they had to go to a hotel. Jai Xuanyu began to blush and with a nervous gaze remained silent. Kaienkian revealed that they were heading to Pinglai Island, one of the 3 overseas islands. At the same time, the first celestial prodigy of the Divine Academy of the 3 islands from abroad, Zhu Baishan, was submerged in lava. On his back he had several burns, but it was not due to the lava. At that moment, several bird-shaped monsters began to descend upon him with a murderous gaze. Noticing this, he turned around, and his attention focused on them. He extended his hands and used the eye of the god of fire, causing the lava to begin entering his eye. Then, he used the technique called Fire of Purgatory and launched a powerful burst of energy through his eye toward the monsters, cutting them in half. He stood up and began to observe them carefully. According to him, this power was impressive, since with just one glance he could instantly eliminate a level 6 beast. He regretted that, being only level 6 in the second transformation, he still couldn't fully exploit the power of the eye of the god of fire. However, he was convinced that for the Tianyuan competition it would already be enough, as it was a true divine component. He was determined that Jiang Chen's head from Daxia would ultimately be his. Someone arrived at the entrance of the gravity training room increased by 100 of the War God Institute. Inside the room there was a monster made of rocks fighting against a warrior. The monster attacked with its fist, but the girl jumped and dodged the attack. She started to run along the arm of the monster and clenching her fist, gave it a fierce kick in the face. Then her eyes began to shine. With a furious gaze, she began to concentrate her energy in her fist, jumped and using her power began to fuse the skill called Divine Hand with her fist. She used the technique Mountain Collapsing Fist and gave a powerful punch to the monster. The attack was so powerful that it created a shockwave which destroyed the body of the monster into pieces. With an exhausted expression, she landed on the ground, put her hand on her waist and began to pant heavily to catch her breath. She was the first genius of the War God Institute of the 3 overseas islands, Aoyang Yi. Just then, the door of the room opened and the man in gray, who had his arms behind his back, asked her how the synchronization with the Divine Hand was going. Upon hearing the master's voice, she brought her hands together and bowed her head before him as a sign of respect. She sat on top of the rocks, and with a sincere gaze reported that synchronization was at 95%. She explained that under normal conditions, she could perfectly execute her melee skills using the Divine Hand. However, there were still certain imperfections with both golden skills since spiritual energy conduction from the Divine Hand had not yet achieved perfection. The master began to observe her. He extended his hand and mentioned that 95% was already an extremely high compatibility rate. He made her understand that, after all, she was still a simple mortal body, and that controlling the arm of a god with a 6 transfer body was already extremely difficult. Therefore, pretending to master it perfectly was practically impossible. Then, he approached her and with a cheerful expression explained that, with her current strength, not even a 7 transfer cultivator would be a match for her. She, however, asked her master if the rumor she had heard about someone in the sanctuary was true, an individual with 6 transfers who could wield 3 divine pieces. The master confirmed this was true and added that most likely this wasn't even the limit of that individual. Aoyang Yi remained listening to her master in silence without interrupting. The master's eyes began to shine with seriousness as he started imagining a powerful warrior from behind, revealing that this individual was the first holy son of the sanctuary, and the proudest disciple of none other than the Flame Emperor himself. He explained that he also was considered the most fearsome genius of the 3 overseas islands called Yinwuxi. He began to imagine Yinwuxi locked in a magic seal. He knew that this time the Flame Emperor had sent him with a single purpose, to make the Daxia team fall into terror and kneel. For this reason, the entire tournament process would be broadcast live, and he truly longed to witness the expression on the faces of the people of Daxia when the moment arrived. Today was October 24th of year 739 and Jiang arrived at Magic City Port, escorted by guards. With eyes shining with joy, Jiang began to walk. People were holding signs with Jiang's name on them. They were his fan group. According to them, he was the strongest and they were sure he was going to win since no one could compete with his 9 miasma wings. They hoped he would crush the 3 overseas islands. However, not everyone shared this optimism. Some fans mentioned that there was no need to say nonsense, pointing out that Jiang was only in the 3rd transformation, while the others were already in the 5th or 6th. For them, what mattered was that he held on. Others agreed, insisting that the fundamental thing was for Jiang to participate, and that they shouldn't put meaningless pressure on him. Upon hearing this, Jiang's eyes filled with confusion. On top of the city wall were Jai Xuanyu's father and Gu Kaishan. The father mentioned that he had heard that before the era of profession transformations there existed a term called top influencer, or dominant figure. He admitted that before he hadn't understood it well, but now, upon seeing Jiang Chen, he finally understood. The fans began to hug Jiang, and our boy opened his mouth and started to feel overwhelmed. Gu Kaishen's attention focused on him, recognizing that despite having lived so many years, this was also the first time he witnessed such a scene. While Gu Kaishen and Jai Lingqiu were standing aboard the ship, Qian Qian helped Jiang get onto the ship. Our boy fell to the ground and couldn't help but feel relieved. She placed her hand on his back to try to calm him. For Jiang, this was even more exhausting than war. Gu Kaishen began staring at him, accusing him of being a damn brat who took advantage of the situation only to then play innocent. Jai Lingqiu extended his hand to one side and revealed that these three were the good companions he had found for him after searching everywhere. Jiang stood up and began observing them carefully, while on the other side, Qian Qian hid behind him. The man wearing glasses was Meng Xingchen, leader of Heoran Academy, 6th level and bearer of the title Supreme Sage of Confucianism and Taoism. He adjusted his glasses with his fingers, and while his eyes were shining with joy, magical circles appeared around his body. He assured Jiang Chen that he should not fear being without friends on his journey, for there was no one in the world who did not know him. The long-haired man was Jiang Mingqiu, the first prodigy of Wudang, 6th level and master of the secret of Taichai, master of the supreme secret of Taichai. While energy was emerging from his body, he began to show a smile. With a serious gaze, Qian Qian began to whisper, mentioning that one was an exhibitionist and the other more reserved, which made them very easy to remember. Jiang turned to her and his eyes widened in surprise. He admitted with laughter that, saying it that way, it was much easier to remember them. Right after, he asked his new companions to please take care of him. They promised to protect him well. The attention of Gu Kaishen and Jai Lingqiu focused on our boy, and their eyes widened in confusion. Jai Lingqiu sat on the couch, rested his head on the armrest, and with a calm gaze asked Jai Xuanyu's father, Hong Yin, to explain the rules of the competition. Hong Yin turned toward him and nodded. He extended his hand and made a magical hologram appear, explaining that, first, this competition would take place on a small island located between Demon City and the 3 overseas islands. This island was called Tianyun Island, and for this reason the grand tournament was also known as the Tianyun Grand Competition. Everyone began to observe the hologram in silence. His eyes were filled with seriousness when he revealed that the first round would be the qualifier of the Void God ranking, established by the 3 overseas islands. He explained that the Void God realm was a world created from the sea of spiritual consciousness of a 9th-level demonic whale's body. Within this realm, no external force beyond each one's own ability would be allowed, which meant there would be no equipment effects or any type of enhancement or buff. The so-called Void God ranking was an individual competition where 5 stages had to be passed and 6 generals defeated. The speed at which these stages were completed would determine the final position in the ranking. Passing all 5 stages meant overcoming basic tests of 5 attributes: strength, speed, constitution, endurance, and spirit. Ultimately, what was evaluated was each participant's most fundamental strength. Jai Lingqiu began to observe them, extended his hand, and with a smile made it clear that the part about defeating the 6 generals meant, as its name indicated, that they had to defeat 6 generals. He explained that 6 intelligent androids were guarding the gate, and by eliminating them, one could pass the stage. He added that in this first round, participants would complete the test individually, without interfering with each other. Out of a total of 100 participants, only the top 50 would advance to the next phase. They all sat on the ground in front of the hologram, and their eyes began to shine with determination. According to Hong Yin, those who qualified would move on to the second round, which would consist of a battle in a secret realm provided by their great Zia. He told them he would explain the details later, but emphasized that the number of qualifiers in the first round directly affected advantages and disadvantages in the second one, so this was extremely important. With a calm gaze, he extended his hand toward the portal that was in the sky and mentioned that the entire process of this competition would be broadcast live through this curtain of water. Because of this, he instructed them that if they could win, to win, and if not, to lose with dignity. Finally, he addressed Wuji, reminding him that he was the captain of this great tournament, and that the task was heavy. He admitted that, in theory, Jiang Chen's level was not enough to participate in this great competition. However, since he was the Sea Protector King, his absence would be difficult to justify. Because of this, he instructed the others that they should help him a lot, treating him like a good luck mascot and protecting him well. Qian Qian began to touch Jiang's cheek with a smile. Our boy's eyes widened in surprise. Wu Jai stood up and with a gaze full of determination nodded his head. Jiang's eyes widened in confusion, realizing that they were treating him like a pet. He momentarily wondered if he had no dignity, but upon understanding that everyone was doing it with good intentions, he decided to accept this treatment with a smile. While Qian was playing with Jiang's cheek, Hong Yin explained that the first round didn't seem to be a big problem. Furthermore, he considered that in the second round, where one could fight freely, there wouldn't be major difficulties either. Gu Kaishan approached Jiang, began staring at him and mentioned that the first round of killing the 6 generals might be a bit difficult for him. After all, in the realm of empty gods there were very few elemental particles, so his thunder power could be severely reduced. Jiang's attention was fixed on his master. With a confident expression, he asked him not to worry, explaining that in the first round his only goal was to advance, and nothing more. It was time to depart and the ship began to sail across the sea. Jiang raised his head and his mind filled with surprise. For him this warship was imposing, even larger than the one they had won in that battle. With a confident look, Gu Kaishan affirmed that, indeed, this ship was a level 3 divine weapon. The ship set course for Tianyan Island. Everyone began to talk among themselves, being sure that Da Zia was going to win. Several hours later, they arrived at Tianyan Island. The ground was beautiful and full of seats for the warriors. Qian sat in the seat, and while Jiang was getting ready to sit down, with a curious gaze he asked Hong Yin if this was a chessboard, commenting how impressive it seemed to him. Hong Yin, who was sitting in the seat, crossed his arms and legs and told Jiang that this was called the Board of Stars. Although it was a first-level divine weapon, it didn't have much use and at most could trap someone, being essentially pure spectacle for showing off. A woman with purple hair brought a tray with badges and with a smile explained that it was an identity kit to enter the empty divine world. All participants were asked to take one according to their name and carry it in their hand. Jiang extended his hand and grabbed one of the badges. With a curious expression, he turned toward Qian and asked if the contestants from the other side had not arrived yet. Her attention was fixed on our boy. With a smile she asked why he was in such a hurry, reminding him that there were still 10 minutes left. Just at that moment, several warriors descended from the sky and arrived at Tianyan Island. Their attention was fixed on Jiang. Among them was also Yin Wuxi. Then Gongyin felt furious and got up from the chair, shouting to ask who they thought they were fooling and what was so funny about using a magical treasure for one of their own to make a sneaky entrance. With a calm expression, Ding Chunqiu, who had her arms crossed, asked him to stop drawing attention. Wuji began staring at them intently, feeling a very strong presence. He realized that at least 5 of them were equipped with divine parts and the main contender from the sanctuary, Yin Wuxi, had at least 3 of them installed. Van Gongren sat back in his seat, crossed his arms and became furious again. He couldn't believe how arrogant those bastards were, to the point of not even bothering to hide their presence. Ding Chunqiu remained silent. Wuji explained to her that the first round would not be a problem, but asked her to meet with him as soon as possible in the second. Qian began licking her lips and with a smile she made it clear that, against the big idiot from the Magic Institute, the one who had fused with the Eye of God, she had a 50% chance of defeating him. Meng Xingchen's attention was fixed on his opponents and, with a calm look, he stated that they should leave for him later the one from the 5 Elements Institute. He explained that although he might not be able to defeat him, at least he could keep him busy. With a confident expression, Zhang Mingchu adjusted his glasses and asked to be left with the beauty from the Academy of the God of War, stating that, when the time came, he would teach her to recite poetry mouth to mouth. While Wuji's eyes were shining with rage, he admitted to Jiang Chen that he was not sure he could defeat Yin Wuxi. He warned him that if he faced him later on, he should surrender and retreat immediately. Seeing that even Wuji wasn't sure about this, Jiang's eyes filled with confusion. While Yin Wuxi's eyes were shining with evil, he began to point at himself with his finger and made it clear that Jiang Chen and Feng Yun Wuji were going to die. With a murderous gaze, Jiang gave a thumbs down and with an arrogant smile, sarcastically questioned if they were really that fearsome. He declared that he would have to memorize each of their faces well, just in case, at the crucial moment, he forgot to kill one of them. In the sky, a red portal appeared, and upon realizing that so many old friends had come, someone mentioned that this time they met, they should greet each other properly. Everyone's attention was fixed on the portal, leaving them somewhat confused. A man with a ponytail emerged from the portal and couldn't help but smile since it had been a long time since he last saw his old friends. He was Yang Ming, the traitor of Daxia. Zai Xuanyu's father stood up, extended his hand and activated his power, making energy emerge from his hand. With a serious gaze, Jai Lingku drew his sword and began to stare intently at Yang Ming. Upon noticing that Yang Ming had appeared, They revealed that they knew he had been hiding all these years in the 3 islands abroad. They asked him to prepare to die. With eyes shining with rage, Gu Kaishan drew his sword and prepared to fight. He told them not to bother, as he was going to go and kill Yang Ming with a single slash. While a system window was manifesting behind Yang Ming, with an arrogant smile, he extended his hand and declared that there was no need to rush if they wanted to catch up, proposing that they talk after the tournament. He assured them that if they managed to win this great competition, he would accept his own death without objections. The system window fully manifested and Yang Ming revealed it was the virtual god ranking. He explained that in it the entire process of the first round for each participant would be broadcast live. Then, he clarified the fundamental rules. In this round one could not quit halfway until it was completely finished. The options were simple: pass the test or die. Although there was no time limit to complete the round, he specified that the last 50 participants in the ranking would be eliminated. Gu Kaishan's attention was fixed on it and his eyes widened in surprise, making his jaw drop in shock. He remembered that before they hadn't said anything about not being able to withdraw halfway, and wondered if they had done this on purpose to harm Jiang Chen. He was worried that, without external help, Jiang would be in danger by participating in this test, and considered that maybe it would be better for him to withdraw right now. Jai Lingqiu turned towards him and, with a calm expression, revealed that if Jiang withdrew before the tournament began, the prestige and morale of Daxia could be seriously affected. With eyes shining with concern, Gu Kaishan began to move toward Jiang and made it clear that he didn't care about everything else. The life of his disciple was more important than anything else. Jai Lingqiu started following him and thought that he was right. The important thing now was Jiang's safety. The timer activated. Only 9 seconds remained. With an evil smile, Yang Ming began to point at the timer with his finger and asked them to get ready to enter the divine virtual realm. While the timer kept counting down, Gu Kaishan approached Jiang's seat and with a worried expression asked him to take off the teleportation ring since they were going to withdraw. Jiang, who was sitting with his arms crossed, began to gaze toward the ground and refused. His eyes began to shine with determination. He made it clear that if he withdrew now, Daxia would lose all its dignity, and they could forget about recovering the 3 overseas islands. While the teleportation ring was activating, with an expression full of concern, Gu Kaishan placed his hand on Jiang's shoulder and revealed that if he didn't withdraw now, it would be too late. Jiang closed his eyes and remained silent. A portal teleported Jiang to the realm where the competition was going to take place. He asked his master not to worry. Gu Kaishan extended his hands toward the portal and couldn't help but panic, not knowing what to do now. While Yang Ming was floating, Gu Kaishan turned around and made it clear that if something happened to his disciple, even if it cost him his life, he would take revenge by shedding blood in the 3 islands. With a serene expression, Zai Xuanyu's father approached Gu Kaishan and asked him to calm down, explaining that worry only brought confusion. He told him that, since things had come to this point, it was better to wait and see, as maybe Jiang Chen was stronger than they thought. At the same time, Jiang appeared in front of a giant door with a shining symbol in the middle. He began to observe carefully and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. According to the system, he had to pass 5 tests. The first was the outer exam. The mission was to break 50 stone doors and exit the hallway. Jiang's eyes began to shine with confidence. He clenched his fist tightly and while fire emerged from it, he jumped. According to him, this evaluation method was simple and brutal. Using the invincible divine fist, Jiang struck the stone door with all his strength, causing cracks to appear on it. But not long after, the cracks began to repair themselves, and upon noticing this, Jiang was in shock as he couldn't believe that the door had the ability to self-repair. Jiang focused and struck again. His plan was simple. He had to strike faster than the door could repair itself. Our boy's attack shattered the first door into pieces. Jiang clenched his fist and began to observe the symbol on the second door carefully. He realized that the inscription on it was a bit more complex than that of the first one, and deduced that the following ones would probably increase in difficulty gradually. Moreover, it seemed to him that the resistance of these stone doors was set according to the level from 5th to 6th transformation. His eyes began to shine with determination. Jiang began to concentrate the power of thunder in his fists. He knew that although the thunder element was scarce in this place, it was not non-existent, and therefore, he could try to add an electric arc to his fists. Jiang moved quickly, and while his fist was surrounded by thunder, he used the invincible thunder fist, breaking the second stone door into pieces. He decided to use the lightning attack and launched a powerful burst of thunder toward the third door, breaking it without much effort. He was happy to see that this was working. With a curious gaze, Jiang began to touch the door. He was aware that if he only relied on impulsive attacks, his speed would fall behind compared to those of 5th and 6th transformation. Because of this, he had to first find the best combined technique to take advantage of his strength, and thus pass the test. Jiang began to examine the stone door and remembered that moments before he had noticed how, when hitting different places, the brightness of the inscriptions was different. This led him to the conclusion that the dimmer the glow, the more fragile that point should be. He decided that first he would look for whether the stone doors had a common weak point, as he understood it was better to sharpen the axe before chopping wood. He was sure he could verify his theory by passing through the first 2 doors. Meanwhile, the system window began to display the leaderboard. It was led by Yin Wuxi from the 3 overseas islands, who was already at stone door number 17. Closely following were Aoyang Yi and Zhu Beishan, also from the 3 islands, occupying 2nd and 3rd place, having both reached door number 15. The best positioned representative of Daxia was Feng Yunwuji in 4th place with door number 13, while Su Kaianqian appeared in 10th position at door 11. Far below them, in position number 100, was Jiang Chen, also from Daxia, who had barely passed through the 3rd stone door. This did not look good since there were only 2 people from Daxia among the top 10. Fu Kaishan began pointing this out with his finger and with a confident expression mentioned that this wasn't fair. He explained that although others weren't allowed to use external forces, they were indeed permitted to use their divine classes. Zai Xuanyu's father, who had his arms crossed, explained that divine classes that could merge with the body were considered part of oneself, so there was nothing to be done about it. He added that Jiang Chen was at a clear disadvantage in this round. The elders from the 3 overseas islands couldn't help but burst out laughing when they saw Jiang's position and thought that Jiang was in last place. They concluded that Yanzhen's previous concerns about him had been completely unnecessary. Yang Ming, who was sitting across from them, clasped his hands and with a murderous expression mentioned that, as the saying goes, caution makes a ship last 1,000 years. He stated that Yanzhen was the wisest and greatest person in the world, and the fact that Jiang Chen was at the bottom of the leaderboard did not mean Yanzhen's concerns were unfounded. Upon hearing this, the elders' faces filled with concern. They lowered their heads before him and felt foolish. The system began to show Jiang standing in front of the door. Everyone's attention was fixed on him, and they were somewhat confused, since they remembered that Xiaochen had advanced quite well through the first 2 doors and wondered why he had gotten stuck at the 3rd. Despite this, some believed that he wasn't really stuck, but rather looking for a better way to overcome the obstacle. Jai Lingqiu began to observe Jiang and, with a confident expression, revealed that, with Jiang's current ability, the difference with the others was still too great. With a worried expression, Gu Kaishan said that this didn't matter, and even if Jiang ended up last, what mattered was that he came out safe and sound. Jai Lingqiu was in shock upon realizing that Gu Kaishan was showing such concern. The system began to show the other geniuses, revealing that numbers 19, 20, 21 and 22, several talents of the human dragon race, were also in no hurry to pass through the doors. Unlike Jiang Chen's exploration, they walked slowly and only launched a strike upon arrival, without anyone knowing the reason for this behavior. With eyes shining with confidence, Ao Kaiyan, the first genius of the human dragon race, gathered momentum. His body began to emit a powerful energy as he charged and struck the stone doors with all his strength. After this, the others also began to advance quickly in the ranking. He was so powerful that he started breaking through the stone doors as if they were paper. Ao Kaiyan advanced at an impressive speed, even though he was not behind in top positions yet soon would reach the top 10. According to the ranking table, Ao Kaiyan was in 11th place, having reached stone gate number 23. Ao Kun followed closely behind, in 13th place, after reaching door number 21. Zai Xuanyu's father began to touch his chin with his hand and his eyes started to shine with seriousness. He couldn't believe that, in less than 2 minutes, Ao Kaiyan had already reached the top 5, and had even surpassed Feng Yunwuji. Gu Kaishan began to touch his chin and his eyes widened in surprise, while on the other side, Jai Lingqiu, who had his arms crossed, remained silent. When they looked at Jiang's system window, only traces of thunder could be seen. They were somewhat confused, not knowing where our boy was. With eyes shining with determination, Jiang struck using the power of thunder, breaking through the door without much difficulty. Gu Kaishan and the others knew that the thunder element in this place was definitely not enough to shatter a stone door with a single punch. They wondered if this was a lightning displacement. The leaderboard began to update, and Jiang moved from position 51 to position 49, having passed stone door number 19. Zai Xuanyu's father placed his hand on Gu Kaishan's shoulder and asked him to look at the ranking quickly. Jiang Chen was also climbing. Gu Kaishan snapped out of his thoughts and his eyes widened with joy and a smile spread across his face. He couldn't believe that Jiang was within the top 50, and still rising. Not long after, our boy reached position 30. Jiang grabbed his wrist and started walking down the hallway, thinking that although he could still break through the doors, it took more effort each time. He realized that if he continued like this, it wouldn't work out, and using ancient god essence, which would leave him unconscious for a week, wasn't realistic. According to him, it would be great if he could merge the microparticles of the red-armored beetle colossus, but unfortunately, this was not possible. One of his mother insects called him. Upon hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise. It was Xiao Chan. He couldn't believe that she could even contact him in this realm. Xiao Chan, who was sitting on top of the branches of the ancestral tree, extended her hand and, with a confused expression, asked Jiang not to joke. She explained that her essence was light in time and was not bound by any spatial restriction. Then she revealed that she had discovered that the divine classes fused by the enemy could be used in this place. Jiang appeared in his sea of consciousness and remembered having forgotten this detail about her. Our boy went into shock upon learning that if divine classes could be directly merged into the body without going through this space, they actually could be used. Xiao Chan began to descend from the tree and nodded her head. She explained that the red armor beetle colossus simply could not come out, but this did not mean that it could not merge with him. To be honest, she added, in this place only his 9 miasma wings could actually be restricted. Jiang began to touch his head, his eyes widened with joy, and a smile spread across his face. He gave Xiao Jia the order to fuse all the red armor beetles directly into his body. Xiao Jia began to touch his glasses and refused, saying he was very busy with his studies and didn't have time at the moment. Xiao Jia was reading a book. Seeing this, Jiang couldn't help but feel confused since he didn't know when he had gotten all these things. Xiao Jia adjusted his glasses and mentioned that the last time he had seen Jiang was when the other children were going to school. Placing his hands on Xiao Jia's shoulders, with a calm expression, Jiang decided that he didn't have time to argue with him at this moment. He ordered him to hurry and get to work, promising that when everything was over, he would take him to school. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jia's eyes widened in surprise. Jiang told him to say fewer useless words. He didn't want to use the family discipline of the insect race dominator on him. Xiao Jia decided to obey and fuse the 6 million red armored beetles with Jiang's body. While our boy's eyes were shining, he tightly clenched his fist and an intense red energy began emerging from it. Jiang focused and a burst of energy emerged from his body. Our boy prepared himself to break through the doors. His eyes were full of determination. He considered that if just a few hundred red-armored beetles had been enough for him to open the nervous network of the ancient god, then now with 6 million, these stone doors would mean nothing for him.